I honestly can't put into words how much time, effort, and money went into this video. This will undeniably be the most valuable video that you have ever watched on the entire internet. I've seen all these courses that these people are releasing with outdated information, with pointless theory and fluff and BS, but very little real value. My promise from me to you is that if you execute everything in this video from start to finish and commit to the entire process, you will sign your first couple of AI agency clients. I made this video keeping in mind my journey going from $0 starting out at 17 to where I am now, and God, looking back, I wish I had this when I was starting out. It would have saved months and months on end of struggle and failure and time and energy. This information alone that's in this video by itself, all 11 hours of it, has allowed me to go from a broke car wash employee making $14 an hour scooping dirt out of a mud pit to making over 6 figures at 19 years old online, when I was able to travel to Dubai and Europe and live in Spain for months on end, which is insane to even say. But not only me, this exact information in this video allowed people like Nick, Carol, Philippe, and countless others to pull in consistent 5-figure months or multi-5-figure months as well. All of these guys have gotten these results because of this exact information I'm going to share with you in this entire video. Now, I just ask of you two things. If you find this video in all 12 hours of its beautiful creation valuable in any way, share it with other people who kind of want to escape this typical path, you know, that everyone else is going down and ultimately start making money online. But only if it's valuable, of course. And number two, if you find this video valuable, once again, leave a like, subscribe, comment, let me know your thoughts on it, and ultimately stay tuned for more helpful online business videos like this one. The truth is that I shouldn't be here. The only reason why I'm here is because of the information that I know. I was never special. I never had the best grades, never really knew what I wanted out of my life. I just found a way to make it work because I had the right information. Now, this video is the right information, and I'm giving you everything today. Also, I know from experience that starting is the hardest part, but like once you have some momentum, trust me, it will get much and much easier. If you watch this video and do absolutely nothing, you'll get nothing in return. The definition of learning is the same condition with a new behavior. Therefore, in order to get results from this video, you have to follow everything that I give you to a T. Like literally take this seriously and follow everything down to a T. I want you to understand that an imperfect action is the cure to all of your problems. Okay, you don't need to know the next 100 steps. You just need to know the next step that's right in front of your face. Because in the beginning, I won't lie, you have no idea if what you're doing is the right thing. You're probably constantly asking yourself, is this the right thing that I'm spending all my time on, and will this ultimately get me to where I want to go? And I used to think the exact same thing myself when I was sitting in my freezing cold room after, doing 150 to 200 cold calls after 7 hours of school on a day on a random Wednesday, thinking like there's no way in hell that this is going to get me where I want to go. But the truth is, you will never 100% know. You just won't. All you'll know is the action that's right in front of you. Just one step forward always, and everything will become clear. This video, for you, is that step forward. Now, just a couple of things before we jump in here. There's going to be action items throughout this video. Now, complete every one I give you. Okay, don't skip any of these. Don't put them off. Don't proceed any further in the video until each one is completed in full. And this is crucial because there's no point in having all of this correct information and all of this information that I've used to get results if you don't apply it yourself. Every action item has been meticulously planned and created to help you have the best possible chance at achieving what I've done. All of the documents that you see in this video, so whether it's this document or any other one, all the supporting sheets and visuals and docs and resources, all will be found in the description of this video. So there will be a simple link, you can go on it, fill in your information, and then it will basically email and I will send it to you, and it'll basically contain all of the resources and all the documents for this video. Now, here's how to actually consume this content. Now, I'm going to tell you this because 99% of people won't take this video seriously. They won't even get a couple hours into it, but for those that do, actually will achieve that result, but it's important that you understand how to actually consume this content in the first place. Do not watch this video with your phone on your desk. Don't watch the content with other tabs open. Don't watch the content while driving. Don't watch the content while doing something else whatsoever, okay? Headphones on, sheet of paper ready for notes. Lock in, no disturbances. Quick tip, you can also watch this video at 1.5x or 2x speed as well. It will save lots of time, but I'm going to say this right now, and it's that if you can't sit through a long form educational video without stimming some crazy high dopamine activity, how the hell are you going to ever build a business? Like, it's way harder than that. So watch this video with intent, focus and concentration. So put your TikTok, put your Instagram reel brain aside for the next couple of hours and get locked in. Really quickly, I want to explain why the AI agency is the best business model coming into 2026. The biggest opportunity there is right now is AI. It just is. Like in 1998, right, the internet boom happened. Everyone thought that the internet was just like another trend. Those people didn't really worry about it. They ignored it for the most part, but those people missed out on millions. Okay, the truth is that the people who took it seriously doubled down on it and made a ton of money. This is a case study from the billionaire Mark Cuban saying exactly what he would do at this age during this time as right now to get back to where he got to.
If I was 16, 18, 20, 21, starting today, I would spend every waking minute learning about AI. Even if I'm sleeping, I'm listening to podcasts talking about AI, trying everything. Because my whole Instagram and TikTok feeds are now AI hacks. It's one thing to have a business and how you integrate AI, that's one thing. But if you're just getting started, as you learn these things, it's so much easier to start. Now you have a mentor, whether you use Perplexity, Anthropic, Claude, ChatGPT, Gemini, it doesn't matter. You have experts, and you might say, well, those hallucinate. Let me just tell you, your mentors and experts don't always get it right either. Right. So you've got these experts who can answer questions and help you understand what you don't know. You've got these tools that'll just spider everything, that'll do your emails, that'll do sales calls for you. Are you kidding me?
Like, there's no question that this is a giant opportunity, okay? And this is for two major reasons. So everyone is basically starting from scratch nowadays, right? And AI is new. So unlike trading, unlike dropshipping, unlike SMMA, which are widely saturated with people who have been doing it for more than 10 years, 99.9% of people just heard about AI. Like literally in the last 6 to 12 months have just learned how you can actually start using AI for your business. Like this is new. Okay, this isn't like 2 or 3 years old. Like this is new. Now, there is also just a huge gap in the market for AI services right now. People know they need to implement AI, know that they can save tons of money, increase their profit margins, and ultimately just become more successful, but nobody knows how. Especially these rich business owners that are making millions of dollars and doing what they've always been doing. That is a huge gap in the market. Like you can literally replace $80,000 a year salaries with $2,000 a month retainers for you just by replacing receptionists. Like think of an everyday chiropractor. I mean, mine had like 2 or 3 receptionists at the desk every single day. That's around $80,000 a year in expenses for that business owner. You can literally replace all of that with an AI receptionist for like $2K a month for you. It's much less to fulfill as well. Like this is just an example to show the sheer power of this opportunity. The best part about this though is that like all these rich business owners that have been doing this for ages, they didn't grow up online. They don't know the online space and AI like me and you. They just don't. You know, they don't know how to use AI. They don't know how to use social media. And ultimately, we can infiltrate their businesses, build out AI systems, save them money, make them more money, and book them more leads, more jobs, more appointments, whatever it is, and just charge a small percentage of it. And that is where this business model comes from. So there is a problem though with the typical AI agency model that's been known. Now, a lot of beginners fail to realize this, and it's that businesses don't actually care about how you get them results. Yes, AI is cool, it's shiny, it's a new thing, but these guys care about one thing and one thing only, and that's the outcome. I mean, none of these rich business owners are going to wake up in the morning and be like, man, I really need AI today. Like no one is going to do that, but they wake up thinking, shit, I need more clients coming through the door. Otherwise we are going to go out of business. You know, all these AI agencies are built on this flawed model of like charging one-time AI infrastructure projects, NAN automations, just one AI receptionist. Like, yes, you can sell those to business owners and they are extremely valuable, but they don't create long-term revenue and long-term recurring value. That's the tip, recurring. You need recurring revenue, recurring income coming every single month. And so if we want to learn how to create that long-term value and revenue, we have to understand where money actually comes from. Now, I mean, not just from the government printers. Money is earned when value is created. Value is created when pain is alleviated. Pain is alleviated when a problem is solved. So, in simple terms, money comes from solving problems, okay? More importantly, problems that people are willing to actually pay for. So keep in mind that this isn't about the method that you use to get the client's results. It's all about the outcome. People think that all of these businesses want AI, but the truth is that like they just want more customers. So anything that we can do to solve that is going to make us the most money. You know, the solution's pretty simple. It's not like insanely complicated. Like we can just use AI services to fulfill these gaps, solve painful problems, but just like don't get stuck into this narrow point of view that everybody wants AI, right? They want to solve their problems, and whether you do that with AI or not, they frankly, they don't give a shit. So to do this, what we're going to do is find a painful problem that a lot of people with money share, or a lot of rich business owners share, which is a niche, solve that problem for little to no costs with AI, and then charge for money based on the value of your solution. So not based on what you do, but based on the value that it actually provides to them. So easy enough. Now, let's jump in. But before we do that, before we jump in, I want to give you more context so you know I'm not just some random stranger on the internet. Hi, I'm Owen Rensland, and over the next couple of hours, you are going to get to know me very, very well. And I mean, not just a couple of hours, like literally 10 to 12. And most of you watching this video will probably have no idea who I am. So we're going to start off by getting to know each other a little bit. Now, there is no shortage of people out there who will promise they can help you start some kind of side hustle, online business, or teach you to make money online, as I'm sure that you are aware. Now, the question is, why should you listen to me instead of them? Now, first, I have built a business from nothing, from zero to over $30,000 per month in around 6 to 8 months. Second, in the process above, I have signed hundreds of high-ticket agency/coaching/consulting clients and have made multiple six figures doing so for me as well as my clients as well. As of recording this, I am 19 years old. Right? I have never had money in my life. I've never had any freedom. I got fired from multiple jobs, and I'll talk more about this soon. I went into debt. I did pretty much every degen activity on the planet. And I also want you to know that I'm not a $100,000 or $250K a month entrepreneur. Okay, I haven't made millions of dollars. I don't have an expensive watch. I don't have expensive cars. I don't have a lifestyle I can't afford. And ultimately, I'm not pretending to be someone that I'm not. I feel like everyone claims to be this nowadays, but I went simply just from having $0 in my bank account to making more than $170K online in the last 8 or 9 months, which has allowed me to travel to places like Dubai, Greece, Spain, ultimately live abroad for like the last 7 months and completely change the entire course of my life. I mean, I always wanted to be like a finance major and go to university. Like I'll explain more about my life soon, but if it helps, I've also been to the whole laptop lifestyle, go to Dubai, spends loads of money, just that I'm super rich, but like, it doesn't matter. Like I've come to learn that all of this stuff is BS. Like I don't want you to listen to me because I've what I've bought. I want you to listen to me because of what I've built and also just the sheer amount of value that I'm willing to give you in this video. So I am here in this whopping $10 million mansion in Greece, or me aesthetically overlooking the Dubai skyline. So stupid. Like none of this matters, right? But I will explain that it always wasn't like this. Like I never had opportunities to do stuff like this in the past. And we are going to go through my entire life journey from 8 years old to 19 years old. So here we are. A little bit of a fun timeline. So when I was young and I was a kid, I was big into gaming. I had thousands and thousands of hours in multiple games. I mean, I don't even know if I'm showing that, but like, yeah, I had so many hours in so many games. I literally was a Fortnite YouTuber. Like this video is unlisted and I can play a bit of it for you. Like I literally was a Fortnite YouTuber and that's me right there. like I knew I always wanted to make some kind of content, but never really knew what I was doing. I got pretty good at that game, which was fun, but I was spending 10 to 12 hours a day playing video games. My role models were college students. As you can imagine, that went great. I was pretty much skinny fat. I had nothing going for me. I was just like, yeah, I just really wasn't happy. And I know that this was very young, but because my role models were college students, as I went from around 14 to 15, I started to do bad things, right? Drinking, stealing, gambling. I mean, you could see videos of me just like absolutely drunk on stairs and doing stupid stuff. Like I was literally gambling at 15, and I mean, I want to just show this. Like I was literally on a crowd, like playing Crash, like drunk. This is like having like vodka, and I was like 15. Like, so I began to be extremely judgmental and have a lot of lust. I just wanted to be super popular, all this stupid stuff. Always black out. Like I tried to sell some shoes. I tried to make some money at this stage, but I was a complete degen. Like honestly, completely. But eventually I turned 16 and you'd think it'd get better, but it got worse. I started to go to colleges to parties because the high school ones weren't good enough. I started to vape and drink and smoke weed, as you can see here. I started to sports bet often, and I started to party at college to, ultimately become popular in high school started trying tons of drugs, gambling, started to vape, learning how to make fake IDs, buy alcohol to make money. Like I like hated my life. Like you can literally like this is just sad. Like this is so sad. And I can't believe I'm showing this to you, to be honest, but like I remember getting high there and like I was just stoned all the time and drunk. Like I hated my life. And this was when I was 16. Now, when I was 17, this is the all-time low, I think, in my life. I mean, I got a job as a window cleaner. I got another one as a car wash. I was gambling during school. I continued to party at college, smoke lots of weeds, play tons of video games, vape a lot. And I literally got known as the guy that can get you alcohol in school. Like, I literally became known as that because I knew how to make fake IDs. And I got fired from both of my jobs. You can see a picture here. Me getting my first job. Me getting my second job. This questionable picture here. Getting fired, crashing out, going to colleges to party, like, smoking way more, stealing stuff. Like, this was the low. This was probably one of the lowest lows I've ever held. Like, these past couple of years, I was basically on track to completely having nothing and losing everything. But around 18, I started to slowly get on track. So I started to work out. I started to try to fight. I started to make some money by window cleaning. I started my first business, which was power washing, ultimately failed. And then I just went to cleaning windows, and that did pretty well. And I started to make my first, my first $1,000 day then, which was awesome, at 18. And eventually, towards the end of that year, I started my journey. So I started an agency. I signed my first client, made basically $0 for 8 months straight. I started to document my journey as well from start to finish. So if you can go to my old channel here, you can see at the bottom here, when I was 17, when I signed my first client 2 years ago, how I basically had my first onboarding meeting, and then I went to like my lessons and my learnings and my teachings, literally all the way, which we'll get to, about like dropping out and doing all this cool stuff. But first things first, I started to kind of schedule my life out, had some, couple meetings, started to, plan out in business. And at this time, I got my first client, started the business, and went to university. I dropped out after 2 weeks. I couldn't do it. I don't know, the people there, the environment, everything that I had to offer me, I just didn't like. I hated it, honestly. And after that, I kind of got my first taste of success. I stuck with this for a while. And ultimately, you can see on the YouTube channel as well, I basically went from nothing, being in a little bedroom, to literally traveling, dropping out, going to Greece and Dubai and experiencing all these crazy ass things that, like, I mean, it's insane for me to say, for like a normal 18-year-old kid that has this background, this knowing that damn well, like, this was me, to being able to experience those things, right? Eternally grateful. But that was kind of my first ever taste of what I could do. I remember the one morning when I got to Greece, it was my first time literally out in Europe. And it was only, like, the only reason I got there is because of my work. Like, I literally made the money to go online and traveled with it. And I got there, and I remember waking up for sunrise on the ocean. Just remember being like, holy shit. Like, this is, like, something that I could do from now on. And that was, like, the most mind-boggling moment of my entire life. I mean, I literally, like, throughout my entire life, I was never, like, I was lustful. I craved popularity. I spent time scrolling, and my whole life I knew how to make fakes, and I went to parties, and I literally got fired from both my jobs. Like, one of my jobs, I was just not responding, and I just stopped showing up. And my other one, I literally accidentally, like, ripped a hole in a truck in the car wash and, like, asked for 6 months off. Like, I was a terrible employee. Like, I was absolutely terrible, right? I made around 10K with that window cleaning business. And that was kind of when I had my first, like, little stroke of success. But ultimately, I put that into, the agency, and ultimately, like, spending stupid money on when I was young, and lost most of it. But ended up traveling. I ended up, seeing Greece for the first time, and meeting the dude that helped me out getting like started, and made new friends, and ultimately had, like, my first 10K week, which I believe is right here. Yep, 10K week. And then my first ever 12K week. And then I went to Dubai, and I had, like, a lot of crazy days, and, you know, doing the whole shebang, being stupid, spending a bunch of money, and kind of just being a kid. And that, I mean, that was insane. Like I remember as well, like the first time I landed here, like I was literally, like I remember driving, like getting a taxi, driving to a hookah lounge. Like what the hell even is that? Like I didn't even know. And then I remember getting on the highway in Dubai and seeing the Burj from like, oh my, it was absolutely mind-boggling. Like especially knowing that this was my background. Like, I mean, if this isn't proof like you can't do it, like I don't know what is. Like I was literally losing myself. And ultimately made it work. So I basically at this stage when I was 18, the thing that actually got me between here and here, I put all my money and I put credit as well into a mentor. I basically went into debt to try to find a working system and work really hard to make it work, and it did. So, you know, I scaled up super fast there and started to travel the world, backpack Europe and Dubai. And that was when I was 18. And then when I basically now, current age 19, I've been, you know, traveling, experiencing cool stuff. I've been living in Spain for the past like 6 months or so, you know, working on my health, working on my relationships, having good, traveling with my family. More than 6 figures made online, removed myself from the business. I really don't do anything for the actual agency now. And ultimately, I've kept continuing to document my life through this channel that you're watching this video on right now. So you can scroll down, you can see all my experiences in Spain and doing all this stuff, and Greece and New York. And like, I feel like I've lived like 100 lifetimes. And it all came from the stuff that I'm going to share with you in this video today, which I'm super grateful to be able to share this with you, right? Because like, if you are in this position or you're one of these anywhere in this and you want to get to this, you can, especially with what I'm going to share with you in this video. Okay. So yeah, I've lived in multiple countries at this point. I started Agency Link to help, you know, current or aspiring entrepreneurs do what I did, and started to travel the world with my family. And just like, I don't know, these experiences, this has been the best year of my life, like this last year. And ultimately this has come from taking ruthless action on the stuff that I'm going to give you in this video today. So I'm super grateful to say that everything I've made, everything that I've done, all came from this business, all came from running ads and using AI for local businesses. Now, that is that. I mean, again, I'm not going to sit here and tell you I'm like a 19-year-old millionaire that makes hundreds of thousands a month. Like I don't, right? But I do make enough to experience what I've always wanted to and kind of live the life that I wanted to since I was a kid. Now, I was in your exact same shoes. I'm no different than you. Nobody in my family has an insane amount of money. I come from an average small town. I did every drug imaginable, drank everything in front of my eyes for years. I didn't have some magical free mentor that taught me everything I knew. I truly went from nothing, being broke, unhappy, unfulfilled, ultimately hating my life, to living the life that I always wanted to. And like you can see on my YouTube channels, I've been documenting the process, like the entire journey from start to finish, like from literally my very first client 2 years ago to now. And so I get it. You know, it's so easy to watch a video like this and just think, oh, this isn't possible for me because, oh, they're lying about the money to sell their course. Oh, this isn't real. Oh, this person makes money selling a course. It's like, I honestly don't care what your situation is. I literally don't give a fuck what your situation is. Okay, I don't care if you were born homeless. Like, all you can do is focus on what you can control. At the end of the day, that's all you can do. Like, this is completely possible, okay, for anyone, as long as they're willing to commit. Okay, the only way you fail is if you quit. And I was in your exact same shoes. Like, I know what it's like. Like, I literally do. You know, and now the fact that I can live the life that I was like on my vision board like 2 years ago, like, it's ridiculous. I honestly, I can't explain. Like, if you don't believe me, like, this is a video of me predicting when I made nothing that I was going to make my first 10K month. You know, like about 1.5 years to 2 years ago. And lo and behold,
67.
I did like 2 to 3 months from that. Like it's mind blowing. It's truly, truly mind blowing. So here's how much I made in 2024, just for full transparency. Nothing crazy, not millions of dollars, but enough to live the life that I wanted to. And I've also helped a couple people hands-on. Here's a couple of examples of people I've helped. In the grand scheme of things, like, this is not a lot. Like, this is nothing crazy. I'm not saying this to brag, like, obviously, but I just want to show you what's possible and realistic for you. You know, that's the biggest thing, you know, and I've got like, you know, a bunch of people that I've helped in the past as well and all that good stuff. You see where I've been through. You see what I was and what I used to be and how far down things went and truly how high they can go, even knowing though, like this is just the beginning, right? And the truth is that it's completely possible. It's not just possible, like it's realistic if you can commit. You know, it's such a fucking crazy feeling. Like literally, like in this picture, like I'm literally sitting in New York. Like what the hell is a random 19-year-old doing that should be in school at this time, sitting in New York, just like enjoying a rooftop? Like these experiences are mind-blowing for me too, just looking at this to this day. Like I'm like, what the fuck is even, like what is this? You know what I mean? And this is what I always wanted ever since I was a kid, but I didn't know how to get it. You know, and I took some big risks and I ultimately just really committed to it and sacrificed everything that wasn't what I wanted, and it fucking worked. It worked. So I'm hoping with the information that's in this long ass video today, you have everything you need to start taking action, to get to where you want to go to, and ultimately make the same transition that I did. Rightfully so, you're probably asking, Owen, what the hell do you get out of this? Why are you making this video? Because I mean, the truth is I don't have to do this. Like I don't have to make a crazy 10, 11, 12-hour video. I can, you know, do pretty much whatever. But it's like, I just want to help more people start. You know, this journey, this path of entrepreneurship, freedom, business, all of this stuff has completely changed my life. Like, I hated myself. I hated my life. And the more people I can help change, obviously the better. I mean, I'm not going to lie. The typical life that everyone has around me, you know, my friends, my old friends, my parents, my family, like that life terrifies me. And going to school just to be $40,000 to $80,000 in debt, spend your life paying off your debt, working for people that you don't want to work for, building someone else's dream other than your own, spending your life just sitting in a corporate office, driving to work every day. Like, I mean, that's probably the most horrifying fucking thing I've ever thought of. And it's so easily preventable. Like, it is so easily preventable. You will never be this young. You will never be this age again. You know, like all you have to do is take ruthless action and be relentless towards everything that I'm giving you today. I am giving you the exact blueprint from start to finish of everything that I had to learn, everything I had to do, everything I had to go through to get from 0 to 1. Okay. I'm also not just going to give you some oversaturated advice and kind of crap content. Like I'm literally going to throw everything at you. I am going to give you everything and the expectations and hopes that you're able to make the same shift I made. Now, here are the 2 reasons why I'm actually doing this. So this video is going to be extremely valuable. Okay, there's no doubt about this. Like you are going to learn literally everything that you need to know in order to get a couple of clients, make a couple $1,000s online, all that good stuff. And I know how life-changing it can be to even go from 0 to making a couple $1,000s a month. And I am expecting though that you will need extra help like I did in the past. And so I'm hoping that if I provide you with enough value in this video, the 11 hours of insanely good content, you will be enticed to go down in the description and book a call for additional help from me directly. I promise though that in this video, there is enough information for you to go from, 0 to get those first couple of clients. But to get to that 10 to 30K a month mark, there is a little bit more there. Okay. And you can 100% do it yourself, right? Like all of the information on my YouTube channel, like you can do it with yourself. Like I'm going to be posting the most insane YouTube videos on here, but it might take longer than working with me directly, right? And the truth is I spent everything I had on my mentor and it worked out for me, right? So I'm kind of opening the doors for you to do the same if you want. If you don't already achieve your goals, with this video alone, or if it's taking too long, that's always an option. The second reason why I'm doing this, and more importantly, is that I have made all of my money through it. I have made everything I've ever made, all of my experiences, all of my memories, all of my whole journey is literally solely because of selling ads and AI to local businesses. That has been it. Now, I have made nothing from my mentorship. Yes, sure, I do have a one-on-one mentorship to help some guys that are like-minded, but I am honestly so fucking sick of these Miami Lambo bros with their expensive watches and their penthouses that they know they can't afford to try to get you to do something. It's like they're delusional and they have to sell you this crazy lifestyle. They have to sell you this insane life that they know they can't afford, that like they don't make money through what they teach, right? They make money selling the course. And it's like, I have made almost nothing from selling the course. I have made everything from this business. And that's the reason why I'm doing this, because I'm so fucking sick of these kids, these delusional kids that have to use credit in order to buy things that they can't afford in order to prove to you that they're worth your time and energy and investment. And the truth is that, like, they can't prove it to you through value. And that's what I'm doing right now. So enjoy the next 10 to 12 hours. This is going to be absolutely life-changing. There's so much information in here and so much stuff that I really wish I had this when I was a kid. Like, I would have crushed it right out of the park. But so I hope you enjoy. Let's jump right into it, and we'll see you on the other side. Welcome to the mindset portion of this video. Now, I have taken the time to make these videos for one reason and one reason only. I want to completely change your reality. I have no interest in offering you motivational pep talks, shiny objects, or temporary protocols of behavior of short-lived change. These videos will kind of change the way that you see the world. They have for me, they have for everyone that I've helped. And ultimately, before we actually go into the fun stuff of actually starting, building, doing everything that you need to get this agency off the ground, all the sales processes, all the funnels, literally everything before that, I want to quickly, I guess not so quickly, break down your current state of perception. This will question your identity, your worldview, and the whole point of this is just that something new and better can be built from it. If you aren't prepared for extreme, irreversible positive change, then leave this video. Because after watching these videos, you and your life will not be the same. You will kind of, like, you'll set off a sort of chain reaction of thoughts and ideas that you just wouldn't have had before. And these ideas and beliefs will ultimately take you on a journey towards where you want to get to. But just keep in mind that this is pretty much a warning, because, I mean, my entire life, ever since I watched content similar to this from who I learned from, it had completely changed everything and every viewpoint that I had of everything, basically. So, I mean, it's very, very imperative that you be careful here, but understand also that this is by far the most important thing. Okay, like, this video is, 10 to 12 hours long, however long it is. And there is a lot of important stuff, and we will get to the specifics of, building out the agency, going through signing that client, getting onboarding set up, getting fulfillment ready, just everything that you need, client success. But just know that, like, this is probably the most important part. Okay, I know that this portion might seem a little woo-woo or a little fancy or magical, whatever it is, but this is just everything that I learned. Okay, and it is in a form of videos that is purposefully re-recorded in order to speed it up, so this video isn't 25 hours long. But if you learn from it and copy what I did, like, if you learn what I did and copy what I did without judgment, then you'll get to where I got to as well. So that is what you need to know. But before we dive into this, there's a few things that you do need to understand. One is that nobody knows what they're doing. Okay, the truth is, like, nobody has a clue. The people have what you want earned by taking action. Okay, they continue to make mistakes, adjusting and moving forward. This is the way that it works. Okay, people think that, like, it's like a straight line, that you have an idea, someone gives you money, you build it, and then you're an overnight success. Like a straight linear line. That's what 99% of people think it is. But what it actually looks like is you start, you're super insecure, you work really hard, you get lots of help, you fail a lot, life happens, and then at the end of it, you seem like an overnight success because everyone isn't actually involved in your life. Now, it's kind of like a heat-seeking missile, okay? Ultimately achieving what you want to achieve, because in the beginning, you have no idea what you're doing. It's true, and still, the people that have what you want also don't have an idea about what they're doing. All it is a heat-seeking missile where over the time, you kind of course correct based on what's working and what's not. So all I need from you is to follow everything that I give you step by step, okay? I mean, this video alone will put you ahead of 99% of people if you follow it to a T. And the truth is that, like, while it is like a heat-seeking missile, right? And there's areas that you don't want to go, and there's areas that, of course, correct you and make sure that you ultimately get to where you want to go. Just know that this video alone skips like 85% of that process, because you are learning from all of my mistakes. I mean, I spent literally 8 months and made like $100 total when I started. You are skipping all of those lessons, all of those teachings, just basically bypassing every single one of them, so it's much easier. Now, that's all I need to do is just follow what I give you step by step, understand that it's kind of like a heat-seeking missile, and that at the end of the day, nobody knows what they're doing. Nobody knows. Okay? This is what the path truly looks like. So prepare for it. This is what will happen to you. But ultimately, if you follow what I teach you step by step in this video, hopefully we can reduce the amount of things you have to learn and course correct. Now, the second thing, I guess, is the hardest part is getting started. Yeah, now you quite literally, this applies for everyone watching. You will never be this age again. Every day that you delay, the mountain gets steeper and the climb gets harder. The beginning is lonely, especially if you enter this kind of lonely chapter where you kind of are outgrowing your old friends. You aren't yet ready for your new ones, and you're ultimately just kind of in this middle stage. But things change. Everything changes when you have momentum, more importantly. And when you start, you will kind of obtain clarity and know what you have to do next. That only comes from starting. Okay, you will never have clarity and know what to do unless you start. It's impossible. Okay, there is no magical big idea and overnight success. It just doesn't exist. Okay, you start, you be insecure, you course correct, you don't know what you want, you get help, you fail a lot, you fail a lot fast, and ultimately that is what gives you clarity and ultimately gives you what you want. That is how this works. The third thing is that if you don't sacrifice for your goal becomes the sacrifice. Like I said earlier, I wasted 8 months because I didn't go all in. Okay, I spent 8 months working hard. Well, what I perceived was working hard just to make $100. And obviously, I wouldn't change anything because it ultimately has gotten me to where I am now. But I never fully committed. I distracted myself with bad habits. I surrounded myself with people that were not incongruent with my goal whatsoever. I liked the people I was around, but they were the wrong people. And this was all because I was afraid of sacrifice. So if you don't sacrifice for your goal becomes the sacrifice. I mean, 99% of people fail because they don't commit. Okay, or maybe they commit, but the change doesn't last because they don't completely remove the thing that they're trying to sacrifice. You have to take imperfect action now and eliminate what's pulling you backwards. Because there is a lot pulling you backwards, whether you like to admit it or not. And it is your choice, at the end of the day. But if you really want to have the best chance at achieving this thing, then you have to remove everything that's pulling you away from it. Number 4, the only thing between you and your first client is you. Your mindset and your belief system is the problem. Because deep down, if you had done this 100 of times and you have thousands and thousands of clients, tons of experience doing all of this, you would be fine. You would just swing into it, immediately know how to do it, what to do, and you would have tons of clients in the door. It's completely possible. The only thing that's different about that person and you is your mindset and belief system. If deep down you don't even believe that it's possible for you to make any sort of money online, then you won't at the end of the day. You just won't. I mean, because skills matter, right? But belief ultimately determines everything. It determines every action you take. So you really have to understand that the only thing between you and your first client is you, and that's why this portion is so important. And that's why the next couple of hours of this video is all dedicated to change those, right? To alter those and to help you see the world in a way that's actually congruent to your goal. Because throughout your entire life, everything that you've learned from when you were a kid to now has ultimately not worked in the way you'd wanted it to help get to where you want to go, basically. All of the things your parents and your teachers have taught you ever since growing up is most likely not incongruent to where you actually want to go in your goals. Okay? And it's nobody's fault, but it's just the way that you were raised, and you can't ultimately go back and change that. Neither can you change the future, but what you can change is how you act in the present. And that starts with kind of altering your belief set and changing how you see the world. Right? And we'll dive more into that. But number 5 is failure is good. Failure is the best thing that you can achieve, because if you knew that you were 1,000 failures away from your first million, you would celebrate every single mistake on the way there. Every time you fail, that's good. That's great. Every single time. And that's going to happen. You're going to fail so much times. I've failed tons of times. And I'm not nowhere near where I want to go. And it's failure is data, and progress So you need to rewire your mind to love failure. Everyone teaches you growing up in the school districts and everything else that you can't fail. You can't get a bad grade. You can't take like a test and do bad, like, or fail a class. But the truth is that is data. That is progress. And if you don't fail, ultimately you will never get to where you want to go as long as you don't quit. That is the only way you lose, is if you quit. If you give up, then you lose. So failure is good only if you never quit. Hey everyone, it's Owen Rensland and welcome to The Roots of Reality Light. Now, this is going to be a short video to kind of just, teach you about paradigms and teach you about how to see the world. Now, I do want to mention that this is a light version, right? So the actual version's about an hour and 20 minutes long. This one will it would be a lot shorter, right? Because the whole point of this program, once again, is to just tactically get you that first client as soon as humanly possible. So let's jump right in. Now, another thing I want to mention also is that this stuff is really freaking important, okay? The biggest shifts for me, were mindset shifts. Like, in the beginning when I had no clients and I needed to get them, the biggest thing that changed from going from 0 to 1 was my mindset. Because it was just having the belief that I could charge a large amount of money for my services, believing that I knew everything I needed to know to do so, believing that I was actually worth something, believing that making money online is even possible. All these things were faulty beliefs and narratives that I held inside of my head and prevented me from actually doing it. So that's the point of this video. So I'm going to ask you a quick question. Do you ever get the feeling that there's more to all of this? Like something's holding you back and you don't know what it is? Like in just life in general, there's more to life. You want more out of it, but you don't know how because something's holding you back. Now, you feel as though you want something so bad and all you've ever done is hope and pray for things to work out and happen, but they never actually do. And trust me, I understand this more than anyone else because I was in the exact same position as well, whereby I wanted more and I didn't get it. Literally no matter what I did. I always planned on it, I always talked about it with my friends and family, but it never actually happened. Some people believe that they don't need the mindset training as well, and that all of this is pretty much pointless. And I want to say and drill this point home with you, okay? Like the more you don't think you need it, the more you need it. Let me read that again. The more you don't think you need it, the more you need it. And in this video, I'm going to show you and kind of just open your eyes about reality, reveal this savage thing that's pretty much demolishing all of your dreams, and you're going to be shocked when you figure out what it is. But before we do that, what exactly do you need to finally achieve your hopes and dreams? So you need proven systems, you need a new paradigm, you need a successful community, and you need mentorship. This is literally the 4 things you need to get those first few clients in the door. If you have the working systems and you have the paradigm, if you have the community and you have the mentorship, you can do it. Now, I will say it wasn't until I had 4 until I made my first 6 figures online. So before I had all 4, I made nothing. $0. Now, navigating the roots of reality. So what is a paradigm? So a paradigm is simply how you perceive the world. So it's kind of like the lens through which you see. So there's paradigms that you just basically just how you see the world and how you see the world around you and how you interpret it and how you think about it. And that is what your paradigm is. So for example, I want to explain how different everyone is because it's very common to think that everyone sees the world in a similar way and everyone sees the world like you do. Well, they in fact do not. And I can almost prove that to you because the world is not trying to go and build something great and make a lot of money and do things and become successful, right? And that's the reason why you're in here is because you plan on doing those things in the future. So just by being a part of this, just by watching this video, you are in fact, you don't think like everyone else, which is great. But successful people see, think, and believe completely different things than you do. And that's the separating factor between you and them. And until you can see this, until you can actually, and notice this within life, it becomes very, very, it's interesting. It's weird how the successful people look and how they see the world and how they think. It's just so different, right? Because people don't see the world for what it is, but they see through what we are. So internalize this. People such as your family will envision a 9-to-5, a normal home, a family, normal retirement, basic vacations, like a completely average experience. Right? And based on your family, based on where you're from, this will either be lower, higher, depending on, your culture and a lot of other things in your home life. But the point is this is like a typical thing. Now, Other people will see a driven life with millions and millions of dollars, massive companies, multiple houses, a whole empire, beautiful women, and an incredible existence. Now, the choice is yours. If you want this, you can have this. If you want this, you can have this. It's completely up to you. And the whole point of this video is to help you realize that you have a choice. And you're currently, the reason why I can say this is because your current reality in life, where you are right now, is, and please try to argue against this because it's like, this is true. It is a result of all the actions you've ever taken in life. Okay, which is a result of your paradigm. Is it not true that where you are in life right now is because of what you've done to get where you are? That, obviously, right? And so reality isn't external, right? It's internal. It mirrors your beliefs, your actions, and your identity. How you see yourself is everything. If you see yourself as a shy, poor boy that can't do anything in his life and can't even speak in public, then you will act that way when you walk and when you talk and when you speak and when you do things and when you take action. If you believe yourself as a god that is destroying problems and attacking constraints, and you're manhandling objections like a beast, and you see yourself as this big testosterone guy, you will do better than the first guy. And that's all just how you see yourself. It's your identity. And so if this is making sense, you can quite literally bend reality to whatever you want as long as it's physically possible. You can get whatever you want as long as it's physically possible. Sure, there's obviously some luck that's involved with things, but the whole point is to do enough volume where luck is negated. So if this is making sense, you can bend reality. You can do whatever you want to do. If it's physically possible, if there's, please, the people that just believe no matter what, you can't become successful, you can't become a millionaire, you can't do this. It's what law in physics did you learn in your high school or elementary class that says Owen Rensland cannot be a millionaire? I don't remember one. Do you? No, it's just actual laws of physics. And so it's if it's possible, it's physically possible. It can happen. It's just a choice. Now, all you have to do to actually make that happen is to obtain a new paradigm. Because I'm telling you, if you see the world in a certain way, if you for example, let's say I'm in a beginning agency and I want to sign a client. And I have the viewpoint that if I do 1,000 cold SMS a day for 10 days straight, no matter what happens, I'm going to get appointments and I'm going to make money and sign a client. And I believe that it's so good to do this, and I'm so excited, and I'm the type of person to actually take action and do the work. Then the next 10 days I spend and I actually get the client. Verse, someone that believes that no matter what outreach they do, they can't book appointments and they can't close clients because they're not good enough, they don't have enough experience, and they don't have testimonials or whatever. That's just their paradigm. Super simple. It's crazy. It holds everyone back. So why do you need a completely new paradigm in order to succeed? So this is kind of a great example of how paradigm works. So think about an elephant, right? All these people are blindfolded and you can't really see that, but all of them are touching different parts of the elephant. The person in the front is saying, oh, it's a spear because they're feeling the horns, or the top, it's a fan, or the side, it's a wall, or the back, it's a rope on the tail. It's a tree because they're touching the trunks. It's a snake. And the actuality is that you're blind. You're blind until you can learn how to see. Because this is how it works. You don't know what you don't know, and so your paradigm works like this. It's all everything in front of you, your experiences, they interpret your reality. Because if you can feel it and that's what you think it is, then that's what you think it is. You know what I mean? You don't realize that it's actually an elephant. And this is a great example because when I went to Greece for the first time, and I wasn't making too much money online then, maybe $10K a month or something, and I went to Greece, this was the first shifting moment I had that I kind of realized that this is crazy. Because the way that the people act around me were just they were just so different. They would see things in a different way. They would think about things in a different way, and they would attack things at angles I would never even think about. And it's I couldn't see any of this. Some of them, one of them was talking about yeah, we're struggling from, we're a $90,000 to $120,000 a month. We're really trying to get to 150 or something. And I'm just what the fuck? I didn't even know that. I didn't even think that was possible. And that was the elephant in my situation. I just see the wall. I was the wall is 10K a month. I'm yeah, I want 10K a month. And I was staring at the wall, touching the elephant on the side and oh yeah, it's a wall. But then there's a whole fucking elephant behind there and I didn't even realize that. And these paradigm shifts are aha moments. You're wait, that's possible? And it's the same thing when I got into this whole space, right? Because here's what happened. When I got into this space, I didn't, subconsciously, I didn't believe that it was possible to make money online. So in this situation, I was blind. I didn't even know that it was possible. I didn't even think that it was possible. And then I hopped on a call with a guy that was making hundreds of thousands of dollars, through online business, and he lived a lifestyle that reflected it. And so I knew it was, reality. And so I was like, holy shit, it's possible. Like, it's actually fucking possible. And I had that aha moment because, like, you see YouTube videos, you see Instagram videos, you see Reels, you see all this stuff, but until you actually can tangibly talk to someone that's doing that, it's really, really hard to believe it. But when you do, you have an aha moment, and that is a paradigm shift. So just the energy of being around those people in Greece, the way they acted, the way they thought, the way they perceived situations, it was so different. So let me ask you this. How is our reality determined? So reality is a reflection of your paradigm. So let's break this down. Your paradigm is your beliefs, your acceptances, your stories, your judgments, your concepts, your ideas, your experiences. That is all what your paradigm consists of, what you believe to be true. I don't believe you can make that much money. I don't believe making $10 million a month is possible. I don't believe you could sell a company for $100 million. I don't believe that you can live a life of freedom the rest of your life and not do any work. Like, these are your beliefs. I don't believe that I can succeed. Now, how is your reality a reflection of this? So your current monthly income is kind of just how, like, it's the reason why we're in this, right? It's the reason why you're watching this, the reason why I'm recording this. You want to make more money per month. So that is the sum of every action you've ever taken. The more action you take, the more money you make. Bars. But seriously though, like, if you want to make millions of dollars, you have to be hungry as hell and have to never stop. And you have to grind. And that is the sum of every decision you've ever made. To take the action. The decision to be like, okay, I'm going to spend 12 hours today working. Right? That's a decision. And that's the sum of the options you think you've had. If you think you have an option to build a multi-million-dollar company, then you're going to make a decision to try and commit to it, and then you're going to commit to it, make a decision, and then you're going to take action, and then you're going to make more money, right? And that is the sum of the thoughts you think. So here's how this is crazy. The thoughts you think are experiences, and these form your beliefs, but ultimately they cause your current situation. So if you are thinking thoughts like, oh man, I can't wait to go to Busch Gardens with my friends and drink beer and jack off and get with a bunch of women tonight, then that will be your current situation, because it'll give you the option of like, oh, maybe we should go out, maybe we should drink more, maybe we should have fun. Then you'll make decisions on it and actually decide to do those things. Then you'll take action, and then you'll be broke still. So that is the sum of how you see and perceive what you think about. Because, like, if you see the world in a certain way, you see opportunities, right? So let's say, for example, I was running ads for one of my businesses, and my customer acquisition cost was like $800. And now, because I could see and perceive, that was great and that I had a lot of potential there, it got me thinking of like, maybe I should scale these ads up. So I had an option. I was like, okay, I think I could probably scale these ads up because I have some cash. I'm ready to go. So I decided to do that. Okay. I made a decision that I was going to spend more money on ads. Then I took action, spent more money on ads, and made more money. It's crazy. And that is the sum of your paradigm. So ultimately, how you see the world and your paradigm causes how much money you make. So this applies to literally everything in business: appointment booking, sales, ads, client fulfillment, operations, management, etc. Now let's look at some real world examples of paradigms. Now, these are false paradigms that aren't in congruence, but I just want to show you an example of what paradigms could be. I need to wait until I'm ready. So here's a more serious example. I'm unlovable and people will always leave me. This is a very dangerous paradigm, because even if love comes knocking at your door, you won't get any, because that is just how you see the world. You're unlovable. Now, a more serious example is some people have the paradigm, a lot of people in World War II had the paradigm that people who don't believe what I believe are dangerous, stupid, and morally corrupt. And that led to dehumanizing other people, justifying hatred and violence, because that's how they saw the world. Like, people wonder how in the world there were so many people that were on the sides of the Nazis in like World War II, and it's like they had this belief, they had this worldview, this paradigm that people who don't believe what I believe are dangerous, stupid, and morally corrupt. And what happened is they justified their hatred through gas chambers and violence and all this stuff, and that led to complete genocide. Like, that's why the Nazis had that false paradigm, and that caused the Jews in the Holocaust. Like, literally just because of a paradigm, and that's how important a paradigm is. And that's just how crazy and dark this stuff gets. But it's very interesting. So I'm gonna go ahead and show you guys what a paradigm shift is. So a paradigm shift is like an aha moment. It's basically a way of thinking and something completely changes. So why do you have to change your paradigm? What's wrong with society's current paradigm? So the way everyone sees the world right now is to go to school, get a degree, find a job, you'll be successful. This is what everyone sees. This is most people's paradigms. And that is designed to create employees. So society believes this because of biases and contradiction. They think one thing's right. They think the other thing isn't. They can't think non-binarily. They misunderstand identity, and they have a victim mentality and think the whole world's against them and are attacking them and that they can't win. And here are some faulty paradigms I've had in the past. So when I was in school, I thought the only way to start a business is to go to college, get a degree, use the combination of the degree and the connections to successfully start a business. But then I had a realization that 9 out of 10 successful entrepreneurs I looked up to didn't have degrees. Another one, growing up, I believed that sports weren't fun to play as a team, and getting forced around by a coach was hell. So I never even enjoyed it. I never did a team sport ever again because that was my paradigm. But one of my great friends explained to me the impact that football had on him, and then I realized how special it could be. So I did a team sport, and I had a lot of fun. Another one, I always thought I was a skinny kid that wasn't a big lifter, so I was never able to put on size and progress successfully. And it wasn't until I started to gain weight and finally gain strength where I truly started to see progress and how lifting, bulking, and dieting feels easy to me. So these are examples of paradigms and if you'll notice about like every single one of these things, they were just like ways that I kind of saw the world. And towards the end of every single one of these little passages, there's a paradigm shift, some kind of realization moment, some aha moment that made me completely rethink and not believe that anymore, not look at the world that way. That's what I'm hoping this mindset module can do for you. So paradigm origins. Your paradigms come from your parents and your growing up and what you've been told as a kid. Because like ever since we were a kid, all we do is take in information. We're extremely receptive to information. Our subconscious is listening to it, our conscious is, and that's what we learn. We learn from our parents because that's all we can do. All we can do is take in information when we're a kid. And that's where they come from. So to probably understand this, let's begin to understand your mind. So basically in the next and upcoming videos, we are going to talk a lot about your subconscious and conscious and how it's so important to get what you want. So the whole point of this entire mindset module is to give you a new paradigm on online business and just agencies in general and signing clients and making money online. And if you can see the world like this and the way that I see the world, or any other successful agency owner that's in this program can see the world, then you will become the next one. You will make money, you will succeed, and you will sign clients. So subconscious programming. So your subconscious is the software that runs your reality. You take in a lot of information that you don't really consciously realize. So basically you've been programmed since you were a young age. I know a lot of gurus mention being programmed, but it's true. And here's a story about my mom. So when I was young, my mom told me that I was really, really good at talking to people. Ever since I was a kid, ever since I was 5, 6, 7, she was like, "Oh, and you're a really good people person." And when I was growing up a little bit, I believed her, right? Because that's all I believed. So that's the way I saw the world, that I was the leader and I was the one that would talk in quiet groups, and I was the one that would stand up and do all this and that and like be really good at human connection, and I was like a people person, right? And so eventually that kind of pushed me to do door-to-door sales, which eventually pushed me to do sales, which eventually got me to do online business, which eventually got me to where I am now. So it's weird how all this stuff can show up into your paradigm and everything that you did like growing up, right? And thanks, Mom. But the point is that your paradigm comes from your subconscious mind because it's absorbing information, and your subconscious can't reject information. So everything comes into your subconscious mind, and the conscious mind decides to either accept or reject it. And your paradigm is essentially the result of your conditioning and programming. So our society constantly reinforces the idea that to accept reality for what it is and what they see it as. Like everyone just accepts reality. They just accept for what it is, live, day by day, let their life just come into whatever it ends up, and like that's it. And this will certainly guarantee that you never achieve what you set out to achieve. And so it's very, very important that you don't have this mindset and this mentality, because you can choose your reality. It's a choice. If you want to go out in the street and be homeless right now
and to leave everything you know, you can do that. And it's the same thing with making a shit ton of money. Just understand that we'll pull the strings on our own reality and everything is our fault. This is so important, you guys. You need to have this self-accountability that everything is your fault up to this point, because it is. There's a reason you're not where you want to be. It's because of you. And I'm sorry, but that's a hard pill to swallow that you need to swallow. And we'll talk more about that in future videos. So we have the ability to create and manipulate our paradigm, but you just didn't know you could until now. So I'm hoping this was like a little bit of an aha shifting moment, because you can completely change your paradigm. That's the great thing, is that like, sure, your paradigm is enforced and created based off of what you were growing up as a kid and like what you were told and how your life went from then until now. But like, you can change it. You can manipulate your paradigm. So I'm hoping this is a paradigm shift in itself. But like, let's ask, how do we actually do this? How do we make a shift in our paradigm, and how do you create your own paradigm? So remember the faulty paradigms I had in the past? All of these, each one had a paradigm shift. So the point is that like, no matter what situation you're in, no matter what you believe, no matter how you see the world right now, the whole point of this next coming few videos is to help you realize and basically give you aha moments that will basically help you get closer to where you want to be as far as online business goes. And like, obviously we can't go back in time, right? We can't influence our experiences as a child. If I could, I would be probably a billionaire at 20. But the point is you can't go back and influence those experiences. But what you can do is have these breakthrough moments. We can force them, and I can force them on you. I can give you these realizations with a new understanding, and you can accept these paradigms and truly change your life. Now, how does one actually have one of these shifts? So here's how it works. A person has a current perception of reality. This might be you, this might be me, and I basically will expose you to new information that will challenge your perception of reality. You'll be like, wait, what? You could either reject that new information and your perception on reality stays the same, and then you have the same paradigm and same reality. This is what most people do. This is why analysis paralysis exists, is because people get exposed to this information, right? They get exposed to making money online in a certain way and exposed to how to do it and exposed to all this stuff because there's so much exposure and information out there. But because they reject it and perception everything stays the same. It's like you can watch 100 videos on making money online and learn so much information and do all this and that and watch these lifestyles and do all this stuff and be like, yeah, I want that. But then you just reject it because you see the world in the same way and nothing has actually changed. But alternatively, your current perception on reality with the exposure to new information, you can accept the ideas, accept the new ideas, accept the new way of looking at the world, and have a new paradigm, and in doing so, create yourself a new reality. And that's the reason why you're a part of this program right here. So just keep in mind, though, that paradigms don't always mean better results, but they do mean different results. So if you change your paradigm and your perception on the world to something that's in congruence with you getting worse results, it will happen. And vice versa with better results. Right? Like, here's a good example, right? When I went to college, I went to college with the belief that partying was bad and going out was bad. And that's the way I saw the world, that the people were degenerates that were doing it and that it wasn't fun and that was stupid and it was silly and it was a waste of time. And because over the time of being at college, I was exposed to so much new information, I would reject it for a while, right? And have the same paradigm and same reality, which was good. It was healthy. I was not going out. I wasn't enjoying it. I didn't even like the idea of it. But over time, I kept getting exposed to that information. And then I began to accept those ideas that going out's fun and going out I should do it every week. And then I started to go out every week. So the point is that like it can go either way. So it's really important that you make sure you go into the right way. So be careful in what information you accept to influence your paradigm, because that's very, very important. So be cautious. Think through these things. Make sure that these are tactically, thought through and well planned and organized and everything. But a personal example is also when I went to Greece that one time. And here's the thing, like, what happened is I was exposed to so much new information. But after this trip, I went back to college. I didn't accept this reality. I didn't accept this experience as like I didn't accept it. And it didn't really change my life. Like, I went there And yeah, I experienced some high operators, experienced how these people think, but I never actually accepted it. And so my life didn't actually change. I was still in college. I was still doing the same things. And it's the same thing with this program. Like, you're going to go through this whole program. You're going to watch all these videos, all these modules, and you're going to have an option in your head mentally. Like, you can either accept all this information, change your life, change your reality, and become a new person, or you can deny it and never change. It's up to you. Hey everyone, it's Owen Rensland, and welcome to Truth, Self, and Beyond. So, once again, similar to the last video, this is a light version. I believe the actual version is either 1 or 2 hours long. It's definitely a longer video, and the reason why is because there's a lot to go over, a lot to explain, a lot of examples that I like to give. But I'm going to quickly run through just the main core ideas of it and just kind of give you an idea about the whole point of this video. So let's jump right in. Now, if you're watching this video, chances are you aren't exactly thrilled about your current situation in life, and that's great, that's fine. Things have been painful, and you finally want that breakthrough moment. Because I feel like every entrepreneur talks about this quote-unquote breakthrough moment, but like, it only happens to a few people. So I want to explain what that actually looks like. Now, it's been dreadful, and I understand this pain and suffering because it was me as well. The anxiety of not really knowing what to do, and the stress of having so many things to do and not even knowing if any of them will work, and the doubt, like it's a lot. So what's happening? Why can't we achieve success like it appears so many people do? Well, like, what is the reason for this constant suffering, right? Because you want this outcome, you want this dream so badly, and no matter what you do, it just doesn't ever seem to happen. You set so many goals, do so many things, yet no matter what you do, nothing happens. And you suffer and experience pain because it's almost impossible to achieve what you set out to, and you have no idea why. So what is the cause of this constant suffering that isn't allowing you to achieve your goals? Because let me tell you, there's something evil that exists. Something that is completely determining our life every single day, every single second, and it determines how much money we make, how our relationships, our life experiences, our quality of life. Like, everything in our life is determined by this one thing. But because of this thing, people never achieve what they set out to achieve. And it's not because of a lack of motivation, goals, skills, or anything else. It's because of one evil thing. There is one evil thing, just one, that's preventing you to achieve those goals. And if we fight it, if we beat that one thing, then we would effortlessly achieve your goals. You attract success naturally. Like, that's exactly what I did. That's exactly what some of the agency owners in this program have done. So what is this evil thing that I keep mentioning? What's preventing us from succeeding? You. Now, you are that evil thing. You are evil. And just before I get too far into this, I just want you to remove that victim mentality, okay? Take accountability, because the second you start blaming other things for your current situation and lack of success is the moment you lose. No matter what field you are, you cannot blame something else for your lack of success. It's not your family, it's not your situation, it's not your living situation, it's not your school, it's not your friends, it's not your income, it's not your country, it's not your accent, like nothing. There is nothing that's stopping you but yourself. So never blame anything else for your lack of success. Because you might think it's because of your internet, your bad computer, your financial situation, your family, your friends, your accent, your country, your software, your anxiety, your age, your scripts, your childhood, your market, your niche, your parents, whatever it is. Guess what? It's none of them. You cannot afford to allow this victim mentality, because otherwise you think that life controls you and that there's nothing you can do to change it in your favor. And that's not true. So I need you to take accountability for your life. Right now, watching this video, please take accountability for your life. Understand that everything is your fault. And I know this is painful. I know that this is hard to accept. But if you want to grow into the person that can achieve your goals, you have to take accountability. So I hope this is a paradigm shift for you. A giant realization moment, aha moment that changes how you see the world, because life throws shit at you. Like, it'll always throw shit. It'll just constantly throw more and more and more shit at you. But it's your job to determine how you respond to it. That's what determines where you get to. And that's all determined and based on you. Right? So take accountability for your life. Like, let this be the moment that you make a conscious decision for you to stop blaming things, stop having that victim mindset, and actually take accountability for your current situation in life. So say it out to yourself right now. It is all my fault. I want you to say that to yourself. I know it sounds silly, but literally do it. I promise it'll help. And you can even write it on the paper 10 times near you. Like, actually go on a piece of paper right now, or on a Google Doc, doc.new, and literally create a doc to write this 10 times out. This is all my fault. This is all my fault. Because the second you take accountability for your life and actually just remove this victim mentality, everything becomes controllable and malleable. And so let me ask you this. You set a goal, you get excited, so you take some action, but you inevitably snap back into your old behaviors and never actually go through with it, never actually get to where you want to go. You are the dark force. You are the dark force that is hurting you and that's guaranteeing you won't succeed. And for most entrepreneurs, it's the biggest battle you face, because if you could completely control yourself and to do whatever action that you truly wanted yourself to do, then you would be where you want to be in life, right? But because of like circumstances, because of your Wi-Fi and your family and these things, like, or all this stuff that happens to you, you blame those things for your lack of success other than you and yourself. And I'm sorry, but this should be hitting pretty fucking hard for you right now. You should feel definitely some type of emotion. And I mean, if this isn't a big epiphany moment and you haven't properly, then you just really haven't internalized what I've told you today. This is a huge moment. So forget your ego, begin to control your life, because you pull the strings. You do. So what do? How in the world do you beat yourself? So before we learn how to beat ourselves, I want to cover an important concept. So pendulums. Now, if you read the book Reality Transurfing, I recommend it, by the way, but if you don't read it, start reading it. But I'm going to kind of explain one concept from the book called pendulums. Now, you're mostly saying, Owen, what in the fuck are pendulums? And that's for good reason, but this is a pendulum. So basically something that's straight, like that flows and kind of bounces between a maxima and a minima. Now, a pendulum is one of the most powerful concepts as to why people get stuck. So the way you can think of this is that like an energetic structure, okay, that feed into collective thought energy. And I know before you click off this video, like, holy fuck, what is this woo-woo shit? Okay, let me explain. When a bunch of people are thinking the same thing and all collectively putting their energy towards something together, it causes other people to do the same. For example, if you are in a public restaurant and everyone starts clapping, you will also start clapping. Okay, because everyone's giving energy into the thought energy that they should be clapping, and including you, so you start clapping. It's the same thing with clubbing. When you go out and you start partying, because everyone around you is. It's the same like thing with politics, is that you choose to be on a side, and because everyone's following so, passionately on one side, you decide to follow with them. And I know this sounds foreign, this whole idea of pendulums, but you'll start to notice them everywhere around you. So when a group of people are focusing their energy on one thing, that is when it happens. In the gym, for example, everyone is focused on working out and focused on themselves and focused on pushing weight. And that is a pendulum. And it's a good pendulum, right? Because when you are emotionally invested into that pendulum, you perform better, you make actions that are good for your health. But also, like in a negative way, if you're in a bar and you didn't plan on drinking, but everyone's drinking, you're not going to be the one to not. And that's a negative pendulum because it's pushing you and not incongruent with your goals. So basically, if you give into these pendulums, you lose your control in reality, because they basically guarantee that your life is controlled by other people, basically. So it's like you have to be very, very careful about what pendulums you feed into, because everything's a pendulum. An argument is a pendulum. If you argue with a friend and they start arguing louder and heavier and get into it, it's your choice to like feed into the pendulum and add more energy and increase the swaying and increase the aggressiveness of the argument, or you could step away and disassociate and watch it as an observer. And this is a superpower, right? So you can't feed into these pendulums. And what's great is that everyone falls into these. And I still do, like everyone does. Even entrepreneurs do. Like they all fall into one giant trap of pendulums of wearing linen pants and wearing, collared nice, dress shirts and buying expensive watches and buying cars. And it's like, yeah, I fall into that pendulum, I'm not going to lie. But it's like that pendulum makes me money as well. So you have to be careful with what group you identify yourself with, by saying I'm a part of that group. I'm a gamer, for example. So a good example was when I was young, I used to be a big gamer, and I used to only hang out with kids that would game, and I would have a whole gaming friend group on Discord. We'd play like Fortnite and all these games, and I said I was part of that group. Like, I'm part of this group, and I like to game. I like to play with you guys. I like to do all this, and this is who I am. And by saying that and by doing that, it makes change so much more difficult. Because by declaring to yourself that you're a part of that group, it makes it really, really hard for you to disassociate yourself if you need to, and like in order to hit your goals. So be very, very careful. Yeah, clubbing is another example. Everyone has collective thought energy towards, the DJ and music and having fun and drinking, going crazy, doing drugs, and that's a negative pendulum. And it's strong. It's very strong, because like the more people that align with the ideas, the more strong the pendulum gets and the more influential it becomes. It's the reason why politics has the really far right and the really far left, and both of them are not necessarily right, because they're extremes. And it's very important that you never want to be in an extreme. But if you align with the ideas so well, and you say you're a part of that group, and you actually identify yourself in the pendulum and actually feed energy and root for a certain side, and you go to parades and you do all these festivals, and you collect, like, literally put this energy and thought energy towards something, you become a part of that group. But becoming an entrepreneur, you have to remove yourself. You have to be an observer from all pendulums, because you need to observe everything with a perspective of someone that can provide a solution non-binarily, and like have a non-binary mindset that comes with it. So people share the narrative of status, fun, and belonging, and on the surface, clubbing seems like a harmless way to socialize, but it's a very strong pendulum. They're swaying you. Everyone is swaying you to do it, because it's just like, I don't know, there's just narratives that if you're not going out, you're missing out on life. Being a seat in the club makes you cool and important. You're young, enjoy life, go out because you should be enjoying yourself. It's like these are pendulums that stray you away from the real goal. And it's so easy to fall into the trap of being a part of these pendulums, but you really have to be an observer. Always be an observer, because that way you aren't swayed by it. And beliefs will start to form. Like, the thing with pendulums is that if you start to sway your energy in one side and actually give this collective thought energy to a certain group of people, you will start to form beliefs around it. It's like the reason why in college, I explained this in the last video as well, but I started seeing people going out. I started to see that pendulum and observe it, and I started to observe it, and I was fine because I wasn't a part of me. It wasn't part of my identity. But then I started to do it. I started to give into the pendulum by going out. And then eventually I got the belief that it was fun to go out. And then I started to go out. And then I started to achieve less because I would lose days of the week. So this is how pendulums work. And the biggest thing about this is that it keeps your identity trapped. To become an entrepreneur and to become, someone that makes more money, we have to constantly be changing our identity. Do you really think that you, in your current identity, can achieve your goals if you haven't yet done it already? The answer is no, you cannot. You have to change to become the person who can achieve that. So I will further teach you how to avoid these pendulums in the future. But for now, just be aware of their existence, understand that they're around you, see and try to go in public and realize, be like, oh, wow, that is a very, very strong pendulum. I have some entrepreneur friends and we all understand these concepts. And so sometimes we're hanging out together and I'm like, wow, look at that pendulum right there. And it's like 10 drunk guys singing on a street or something. It's like, yeah, it's just funny. Anyways, so to recap, you're the sole reason for your own suffering and you have to take full accountability for your life. Pendulums and giving energy to feed these, thought energy patterns cause you to be locked into a certain identity, which makes it hard for you to change. So let's understand ourselves. So once again, this is how reality is formed, just how you see the world, so the thoughts you think, the options you have, the actions you take. And that's how basically we see and perceive the world. And that it changes our lives. But the thing is that the evil thing that's stopping us is ourselves, right? Because how do we see and perceive new things, and it's our identity. Now, this is really, really interesting, and a lot of people don't cover identity. I've been in so many high-ticket programs, 10K plus, and I've never really watched a big section on identity. And this is going to be short, but I just want to explain how identity impacts everything. So identity is basically, it's how we see ourselves, right? So if we can understand ourselves and understand the evil thing stopping us and understand our identity, then we can work to change it so it no longer stops us. So identity is the collection of beliefs that you hold about yourself. So it's how you define who you are. So right now, watching this video, you can ask yourself, who am I? I'm someone that likes doing this. I'm someone that acts this way. I'm someone that acts A great polar example of this is Andrew Tate. Now, when you think about Andrew Tate, you think about his identity, right? You think about always shirtless, always training, always fighting, always boxing, always making money, always working, always hustling, always taking care of people, and always being very, very radical. And do you think that someone like that can achieve a lot? Obviously they can, right? Because they take constant action. They work really hard. They do a lot of things that are hard and tough. And honestly, I would say that your paradigm comes from your identity. And how you see the world kind of comes from how you see yourself. You know? It's how you are consciously and subconsciously. Because, like, if you think you're introverted, you know, you're screwed in sales. Because your identity causes these limits. That sets the ceiling and sets the floors of what you believe is even possible in the first place. If you see yourself as someone who struggles to make a lot of money, you will subconsciously sabotage your opportunity to do so. Like, you won't make it happen. So you can't see yourself as that. So you have to see yourself as someone who gets money abundantly, and that it's super easy, and that, you know, it just seems to flow to you. You seem to get everything you want. But also, if you see yourself as a hard worker, you will not stop until something's done. It's so interesting how this stuff appears in your life, because, like, the last couple of weeks for me, for example, I've seen myself as an extremely hard worker that just spends 16 hours a day working, and I've been doing that every single day, right? And it's so interesting. And I will explain to you in future videos how to change your identity, how to shift your identity and actually make the changes stick and not just temporary. That'll be in one of these videos as well. So that's the power of identity. Now, keep this visual in mind. So paradigm causes your identity, and your identity is programmable. Okay, you can change your identity, and you can change how you see yourself very, very quickly, radically fast. It's just very important that you take the actions and do this right so it actually sticks and the changes stay. Because if you can change your identity, if you can change your identity to an operator, a business owner that makes a lot of money, that's confident in themselves and able to make a lot of money doing, you know, what they love and providing a valuable service to other people, you will make a lot of fucking money, right? Because, like, here's something I really want to stick with you. If you remember anything from this video, I want it to be, you don't achieve goals, you achieve identities. Okay? You don't achieve goals, you achieve identities. Everyone says this, but you become the person that can make 10K a month. You become a hard worker, you become focused, you become consistent, you become relentless. And that's who you become. And then you hit 10K a month, right? So you have to achieve a new self-image. You have to see yourself in a new way. And your goal just kind of naturally comes as a byproduct of that. You know, and a good example was my sales manager. He was completely new to this online space, watched something similar to this program that I'm showing you guys right now, and his whole life changed. He started to have paradigm shifts and aha moments, and before you knew it, he saw himself as this sales manager that was crushing it, that was making so much money, that was the best at sales in the entire space, even though he wasn't as good yet. And he was relentless, and he was strong, and he handled objections, and now he's fucking amazing at sales and makes a good amount of money. And the question is, like, he didn't just say he was going to do those things and instantly make the money. He didn't make the money first either, but he is now, because his character is the type that can do so. And so you can't force your goals. You can't force 10K a month. It has to be natural, but only when your identity is in alignment with it. So you have to let go of who you are in order to become the person that is capable of achieving your goals. Sacrifice. Sacrifice is everything. And a good example is that this is me in my current right state. I recorded this back in March 26th, the actual full video, but I'm not the person that can achieve 100K a month, right? I'm not. And I know that because I don't currently make that much. I'm actually probably going to make that somewhat soon. And so it's really cool how things can happen when you really put your head to it for a long period of time and actually work to change that identity. But understand that, like, I have to change my identity into that and to get that reality. The person that you need to become, you don't know who they are yet because you've never actually been them. But the person you have to become to make that goal happen is way more than what you're currently doing. You have to be doing more. You have to be thinking more. You have to be working harder. You have to be doing, like, you have to be relentless. You just have to change. And I'll explain to you in the future videos of this module about how to actually make that change solidify and make that change to actually achieve that goal. That is basically what I'm going to show you in the next coming videos. But for now, I'm going to show you how our identity is formed. So this is the last portion of this video, I believe. Now, this is going to be the most valuable thing you probably ever watch, ever. I can't believe this program is as cheap as it is. So identity is formed from beliefs. Now, what you believe to be true basically causes that identity, which inevitably causes that paradigm, right? So your identity is built by beliefs, and your beliefs shape your reality. So here's a scale. Now, a scale that has a green side and a red side. So this is your belief about something. It could be anything. Now, the black portion is just you and anything in your life, and the red is negative experiences that you have, green is positive. So think of yourself as the scale. Anytime you experience something, you stack rocks on the scale, right? Whether it's negative or positive. So let's say you go to a gas station and you get threatened at gunpoint. Now, when you go to gas stations, you have a negative experience. So you believe that you probably don't want to go to many gas stations anymore, or at least sketchy ones, right? Or whatever it is. And the thing is that every time you have a belief, there is a certain amount of experiences or memories that basically stack rocks on either side. So a great example of this is my belief about appointment booking. So like I have so many positive and good experiences about appointment booking. Like it's been so easy to me. My appointment booking rate has always been super high. I've always been able to have a calendar full of appointments. And so I have so many positive rocks or positive experiences about it that I believe appointment booking is incredibly easy. Right? And this is the thing that people don't understand is like they think like, oh, I need to change my beliefs and do all this stuff, and like I need to change my beliefs so I can become the person to achieve a goal. And it's like they don't know how to. To change your beliefs, you have to stack enough rocks on the right side of the scale to actually achieve that goal. Another example. So basically, I've always had a very, very negative belief about learning a new language. Like I've had so many bad experiences. I've never been able to remember words or like do anything that, stuck with me, and I never like remembered anything. And I have so many negative experiences about trying to learn new languages that like I believe that it's super hard to learn a language, so I haven't even tried. Which sucks because like I moved to Spain like 6 months ago, like just temporarily, and I was going to take a language class, but because I had this belief, I didn't. And so I'm going to blow your mind. These experiences, these rocks, these moments can be memory or imaginary. This is the craziest thing I've ever seen in my entire life, and I hope I could share it with you. So the whole idea behind this is that most of them are memories, right? The gas station example, the experiences of going and appointment booking, bad experiences learning memories or learning languages, like those are memories, not imaginary. So it's crazy because your subconscious can't tell the difference between imaginary and memory. It just can't. So because your conscious stuff like basically decides whether or not it's real or not. So what's cool is that you can quite literally imagine experiences to happen to tip the scales in favor to change your identity, to change your beliefs, to make you more money. Your mind should be absolutely blown. So what's overpowered is that like who you think you are, you actually are. And I'm going to teach you how to bend reality. I'm going to teach you how to transform these identity and beliefs. You will become very unstoppable. You'll make a lot of money, abundance, happiness, all that stuff. But I want to blow your mind. This is you. Let me zoom in. This is you. All you are is just a big bottle of beliefs. That's all you are. And if you want to succeed, you have to basically tinker yourself, and change your beliefs and your negative experiences, and basically have imaginary experiences or memories and tip the scales in your favor to do the outcome and take the action that you need to take. Because all your life experiences are all beliefs. And remember that all you are is a sum of your beliefs, and your beliefs cause your reality. So this is insane. You can basically process information, imaginary, and change your paradigm to change how you see the world, change your identity. And it's one giant feedback loop, which is insane. So these beliefs form in a similar way to your paradigm, right? Because your paradigm eventually comes down to your beliefs, right? So those are how beliefs are formed. Beliefs are formed from mental processing, which gives you thoughts and experiences, beliefs, identity, paradigm, reality. So if we want to take a look at this, your mental processing of just like you experiencing and taking in information ever since you were a kid gives you thoughts and experiences, right? Imaginary or memory, which basically feed into your beliefs. And from there, that is a sum, because your identity is a sum of your beliefs, right? So if you believe that you're strong, you believe that you're well-minded, if you believe that you heal quickly, if you believe that you're attractive and confident, then that all feeds into how you act and how you see yourself through your identity. You know, if you see yourself as an operator and you see yourself as a business owner that's making a shit ton of money and you're really successful, then if that's your identity, like that's how you see the world, and you'll see the opportunities that you need to see and take the action that you need to take to become, you know, actually that, right? So here's a great example. My mom, or I guess my elementary teacher, told me that I was a natural born leader. I remember this because they made a piece of paper for me when I was a kid, and it said leader on it, and the whole class signed it, which made me feel like I was an insane natural born leader, right? So I started to lead projects, I started to start group conversations, and mental processing happened constantly, you know, over the course of the years, and I believed that I could be successful working for myself. So I quit my jobs, I made money, and I had a ton of positive experiences about owning business. And that's what I do now, and that's why I make my money now, right? So this is a direct example of this right here. Mental processing, thoughts and experiences, beliefs, identity, paradigm, reality. Super simple. You might want to rewatch this video a few times. So when most people start online businesses, they skip here, right? They just try to say, oh, I believe I can make this business work. Oh, I believe I can quit my job and make this work. And fail. Because they continue, like they try it and they continue to stack rocks in the wrong side of the scale without even knowing it. And then eventually they inevitably quit and fail. They're like, oh, I'm not going to try this online business thing again. I'm just going to, it's like, because they just failed so many times because they had so many rocks and bad experiences, imaginary and memory, in the red side of the scale, right? But, you know, like I'll say, like, this is too far forward to change. You can't change your experiences like that. And you also can't change, you know, what you were told in the past. But here's what you can change. You can change your mental processing. So what's overpowered about this is that you can actively change your thoughts and place rocks in the correct sides of the scale, right? You can change your experiences, which will change your beliefs, which will hence change your whole reality. So all you have to do is just subconsciously and consciously continue to stack rocks on the right side with whatever you want to get done. So if it's about making new ads, it's about, you know, signing new clients, it's about building better systems, if it's about giving a better client experience, whatever it is, you have to just keep telling yourself and continuously seeing it and imagining yourself doing all of the things that you want to be doing that are incongruent to your goals. And slowly those will start to stack rocks in the right sides of the scale to be good. It's the same reason in sales. Like, think about the scale for a second, right? And you take your sales calls and you take 10 sales calls in a row, all of which you fumble, you make no money. Now you have 10 giant rocks sitting in the negative side of sales. So you don't believe that you're good at sales. But the thing is if you keep telling yourself, oh, I'm amazing at sales, I'm crushing at sales, I'm super confident myself, I'm really, really good, I know what I'm offering, I know what I'm closing, and you don't have a victim mindset and you have accountability, then you slowly start to stack rocks in the positive side of the scale. And before you know it, you get a good experience in sales. And then before you know it, you're making money. This is how this stuff works. So I hope this is starting to make some sense. If it's not, rewatch the video. But you, in your current state, you'll never achieve your goal. You will transform into the identity of the person that can achieve your goal by changing your beliefs, your thoughts and experiences, memory, and imaginary. Like, you cannot achieve your goal, but you know who can? Your evolved self. And we will take action on this in future videos. So I hope you enjoyed this video. Again, it was a condensed video, a light version of the main one. The main one's probably 2 hours long. This one's nice and short. I hope you enjoyed. Rewatch it if anything didn't make sense. I know I whipped through it, but I've been teaching this stuff for a while, so felt right to explain it fast. So I hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you next one. Bye-bye.
Hey everyone, it's Owen Rensland, and welcome to The War Within. This is what I think is the most powerful video up to this point. And we've talked a lot about identity and talked a lot about paradigm and beliefs and becoming someone else. And a lot of you probably are wondering, like, why you're still having trouble doing what you know you need to do. And that is the point of this video. I want to remove the probability that you won't become successful, and the only way to do that is to help you understand how transformation works. And to become someone new, you have to go through essentially an internal war. And there's ways we can make this more effortless and less daunting and painful and excruciating and hard with a lot of mental reframing and tips. But the point of this video is to make you aware of what it takes to become the next version of yourself in order to actually hit your goals and finally become someone that can. Right? So I hope you guys enjoy this one. Here's what we're going to cover. Am I broken? The nature of resistance, identity conflict, pain and effortless execution, intro to oscillation, flow over force, the breakthrough, integration and embodiment, and then identity layering. So we are at a good place now. You hopefully have had some, pretty strong paradigm shifts in the last few videos, a better understanding of what it's going to take to actually get there and succeed. And this is exciting, right? Yes and no. Let me explain. So at this point in the program, you have a better understanding of things in general, and you know who you want to become, you know what you need to become, who you need to become, what you want, all of that good stuff. And so you might be saying to yourself, I know what I want, I know who I must become, so why am I still not doing it? Right? Why do I still let this old identity linger on and prevent me from making true progress? And it's natural for you to be asking yourself that because we don't understand the concept of resistance and pain yet. There's a lot of transformative stuff that comes when you change into being basically an entirely new person with a new identity. And we're going to cover a lot of that in today's video, so hopefully you can understand not only what it takes, but how to go through it, right? And don't worry. Am I broken? So you have a vision now. You should know basically exactly what you want. You understand that it's going to take some effort to get it. You just don't really know what that looks like yet. But chances are you're probably avoiding some action. It's normal to avoid some action here and there, especially in the early stages when you don't really understand this stuff as much. But maybe you're procrastinating a little bit. Maybe you're just doubting that this will work in general. Again, super common when you don't have any of experience in online business and background making a lot of money online. But you aren't broken. All you are is just experiencing some resistance. That's all you're experiencing, okay? And it's completely normal. It's completely natural. And hopefully this video can help you kind of navigate that. So remember this picture? This was me before I, knew anything really, didn't really believe it was possible to succeed. And this is the version of myself before I believed things were truly possible. It sounds crazy to me now because I don't know any other way now, right? But before I didn't even believe that this was possible. And to this day, that blows my mind, right? So this is an older version of myself, obviously, right? And I mentioned that I currently am not the type of person that can make 100K a month with this visual, right? If you remember it in the last video, because it takes total self-transformation. And if you are already that identity, if you're already that person, then you would already be at that number mark, right? 30K a month now, 100K a month then. And that's kind of just the harsh reality of it, right? You have to completely change your identity. And it's clear that you're not the person that can actually achieve those goals because you haven't achieved them yet. If you're the person that makes $1 million a month, then you just make $1 million a month. That's how it works. But I had to completely overhaul my identity and basically become an entirely new person in order to achieve 30K a month. Right? This is what I had to do. And there's a lot of change that went into this. There's a lot of pain that I had to go through, a lot of resistance, a lot of days I didn't want to wake up, a lot of things that were just really, really hard. But I'm hoping with the training in this video, we can make it more manageable and kind of make sure you're in the right direction. And it's the same thing that for me to hit 100K a month, I know I need to change my identity because I'm not currently the type of person that can make that, right? And this is the same that goes with you and your goals. And it's super easy to just slap an arrow down and say, become a new person entirely, and you'll hit your goals. But unfortunately, it's not that simple. Here's a more accurate photo of what the transformation looked like. This is what this looked like. And it's going to be the same thing from 30 to 100K a month, right? And this is just how it looks. This is how it works. And what you're looking at right there, that wall of fire that's stopping you from changing into who you need to become to hit your goals, is resistance. Right? This is the fire. This is the wall. This is what's stopping you. This is the blockage. If that wasn't there, then everybody would just become millionaires. Everyone would become wealthy beyond their wildest imaginations, hit all of their goals. And it's due to this wall of fire, this resistance, that filters out who becomes successful and who doesn't. Because when you change from someone into an entirely new identity, it takes a lot of strength, because there's a ton of resistance. You're literally going through a fucking flame wall to get there. And the wall of fire is the invisible weight of your old self actively fighting to survive. This is the best way you can think about this. The invisible weight of your old self, which is actively fighting to survive. Otherwise known as resistance. You most likely think that this is like due to a lack of work ethic or discipline, but it's actually not. It has nothing to do with your work ethic or discipline, right? This resistance. It's not about your work ethic. It's not about how disciplined you can be, how strong your mentality is. Let's go over the nature of resistance so you can actually understand what it is. What is resistance? You can think of resistance as a fire that's essentially engulfing your transformation, and it's making it really hard for you to step away from your old self and cling on and finally transform into the person that you need to become. And resistance is an internal friction between your current identity and the actions required by your future identity. Okay, this is the internal friction between the two. So all it is simply friction, right? So let's say you're walking. Okay, this is a really, really great example. And it's completely natural, to walk. It's something your body is designed to do. You don't need to think about it. You don't need to get any outside help. You don't need motivation. You don't need mindset training. You just walk, right? It's super simple and easy. But let's say you put on shoes that are 2 sizes too small. Now, what's going to happen? Something as effortless as walking becomes agonizing, right? Every step creates friction. You hesitate before you move. You stop often. Inevitably, you second guess whether or not you should be even walking in the first place. And it begins to get extremely dangerous when you begin to start telling yourself, maybe I'm just not meant to walk. But the problem was never the walking, right? We know the walking is easy. The problem was the misfit between your structure and your action. Now replace those shoes with your identity. This is an extremely good example of how resistance works and how this friction can actually show up in life. And it's a really, really good example. I hope this can paint like a nice picture in your head of how this resistance stuff works. Resistance is your nervous system's emotional loyalty to the past. And once again, resistance is not personal, okay? It's biological, psychological, and energetic. It's not personal, okay? Before we understand more about the roots of resistance and where it comes from, let's go through some common forms of resistance so you can actively see where it is showing up in your life. I hope the shoe example made sense, but let's see like some actual examples of where this shows up, right? Warped priority. So you're avoiding the real work by pretending something else is more important. Distraction. You let little things pull your focus instead of controlling your environment and attention. Support dependence. You wait for a coach, accountability partner, or some kind of permission to move instead of just deciding for yourself. Vulnerability. You avoid action because doing the work exposes you to judgment, failure, or being seen. Addiction. You've trained your brain to chase dopamine and escape discomfort. Anything but the work. These are some active forms of resistance that you see probably every day in your life. And without the training and knowledge and information that I have for you in this video today, these things will actively prevent you from becoming who you need to become. Criticism. You've judged people who show up, so doing it yourself feels like hypocrisy. Denial. You refuse to face the truth. You numb, rationalize, you pretend that it's not that serious. Drama. You subconsciously attract chaos or emotional conflict to feel busy instead of making progress. Very common. Procrastination. You keep putting it off, thinking time will somehow fix your misalignment. Now let's go over the roots of resistance. So these are some active forms of resistance that we find in our lives. Now let's go over where it actually comes from. Once again, it's biological, psychological, and energetic. The reason why is because your ego doesn't want to die. When you set a new goal or begin to act outside of your identity, it triggers a fight. Like that internal warfare concept. Your current identity is always fighting for survival. Like all it wants is comfort. It wants survival because it knows that, right? And every time you take action outside of that current self-concept and identity, that's when resistance will kick in. Resistance is simply a byproduct of misalignment between your current identity and desired future. So the true root of resistance is basically just an identity conflict. Anytime you feel any one of these forms of resistance towards not doing what truly matters and that you know what matters, it's simply just your old self fighting a battle with your new self. That's all it is. Anytime you do anything that you don't want, that isn't in congruence to your goal and isn't the work, because of one of those forms of resistance, like all it is just your old self fighting a battle with your new self. That's all it is. And you need to think about it like that. And I just need to make sure, especially if you're in this program, you cannot afford to let your old self win. The moment you allow your old self to win is the moment you'll lose. And in this internal battle, your weapon is the work. As long as you're focusing on the work, you're actively beating the resistance and winning the fight between your current/old self and your desired/new self. So, if you're understanding this so far, in order to change and fight through that firewall and actually become the person that can achieve your goals, you have a weapon, right? And the weapon is the work. And that's the only way to win. Otherwise, you'll just let your old self win and you'll go back to how you used to live. And you won't actually progress. You won't hit your goal. You won't be where you want to be. And this is why most people fail, is because they can't change their identities. They don't understand that it takes pain. It takes resistance. They have to fight it, like literally an internal war. And with some reframing methods that we have in this module for you, it should be much easier. You know, it doesn't have to be this brutal fucking bloody warfare that everyone puts it out to be. It can actually be quite pleasant. So let's go through an identity. So we mentioned that all of this is just an identity conflict, right? Identity conflict. Most people experience resistance and think that they're fighting the task, right? Like, let's say you're cold calling and you're facing resistance. You're like, oh, I'll just do it tomorrow, right? You're procrastinating. It's like, you're not fighting the task. It's not cold calling that you're fighting, okay? You know, if only I could actually do 300 cold calls without stopping. In actuality, like, you are not fighting the task. You are fighting your own belief about who you are. That is what you're fighting. The old self is afraid of being erased constantly. It just lingers. It tries to survive. It does everything it can because that's all it knows. It's not the easiest thing to reverse 20 years of programming, right? For example, I'm not someone who succeeds effortlessly, or I'm not close. Like, you cannot out-execute an identity you haven't outgrown. You can't. If your identity is that of someone that says, like, I'm not someone who succeeds effortlessly, or like, I'm not good at sales, or I'm not good at booking appointments, like, if that's part of your identity, then you will not do 300 cold calls. You know, it's just an identity issue. It's not the task. The task is not the problem. And I will say, like, this stuff goes way deeper than quote unquote mindset, right? Resistance is just, it's completely neurological. Like, the brain is wired to keep you in your comfort zone. And this probably comes down to back when we were cavemen and we needed to, you know, survive in the wilderness and fight for ourselves and fend for ourselves. That's why fight or flight is a thing. And it's like, the way our brain works, it's wired to keep us safe, right? It values safety over success. And when you act outside of that current self-image, your nervous system flags it as unsafe. Like, your brain doesn't like it, which creates tension in your body. You know, you breathe heavy, you feel it in your actions, and you might speak like your future self, right? But move like your past one. And true change happens all over, but not only just in your thoughts. More importantly, in your body as well. You have to teach the body what success feels like. And when resistance arises, it's not just fear, but it is your nervous system and your system just actively protecting your current identity. That is all it is. It's just a protection mechanism from your brain that keeps you comfortable and keeps you where you are. Pain and effortless execution. When we make effort to change into a new identity, we feel resistance. This is understood. So an equation for this is effort plus resistance equals pain. And pain can be either sensory or emotional. Sensory pain is a physical signal triggered by an injury or perceived threat. So this would be like your, actual just physical pain. Like you fall on a bike and you hurt your shoulder. Like that's physical pain, sensory pain, right? And some of you may not want to do this, but I don't care. This is going to sound strange and unusual, but for the point of this video, I need you to do this. So grab a book or a weight, right? Anything from around 3 to 6 pounds of some kind, and hold it up in front of you. I'm doing this with you right now. Just like this. And I want you to sit there and hold that item for as long as you possibly can until it starts fucking burning. Okay? I'm doing it right now. Literally hold it in front of you until it starts literally burning. This might take 60 seconds. This might take 5 minutes. It doesn't matter. Pause the video. Hold the item in front of you until your shoulder starts fucking burning. I want you guys to feel what sensory pain feels like. So pause the video now. Hold it in front of you until your shoulder starts burning, until you can't possibly hold it up for 1 more second. Okay, hopefully your shoulder feels as fried as mine does. Holy cow. And this is pain. This is sensory pain from a physical signal. Right? We feel it. It's there. It's real. It hurts. And emotional pain on the flip side. So we have sensory pain. We have physical pain, right? There's a physical signal that's telling us and signaling to our brain that this is painful. This hurts. And we could feel it, right? It's real. And similarly, we have emotional pain. Emotional pain is a psychological and affective response shaped by context, meaning, memory, and belief. Emotional resistance is real pain. It's not imaginary. Let's say you book your first sales call. You're all excited, right? You've been wanting this, you've been waiting for this moment, and it could be your first client. You don't really know. $4,000 whole dollars is on the table, right? You're so excited, and you get on the Zoom, and your heart's racing. Your voice is shaking. You're ready. You have everything prepared. You're just sitting there anxiously waiting. But because of all these, because all this preparation and excess importance, like you end up over-explaining. You discount your offer halfway throughout the pitch, and the call ends, and they don't sign with you. And suddenly you're spiraling. You're pissed off. You aren't happy with yourself. You think you're going nowhere. You honestly might think about like even giving up, right? Like this is so common. This is emotional pain. And it's not because it's not because the call was hard or that like sales is hard. It's just because deep down your identity is still this. I'm just a kid trying to look like a real business owner. I just want that to sink in. If this is your identity, then yes, you will fail. Or I'm not someone that people pay thousands of dollars to. Everybody in the beginning has this. They don't understand that they are worth a lot of fucking money. Or I don't want to come off as too aggressive. I need them to like me. All of these statements about your identity can completely demolish your chances of ever getting a client. And it's a painful feeling. Like, just like your shoulder, right? When you held up that item, it's like, this feels the same to the brain. Our brain cannot decipher between the two. You know, it's really painful. And the source of the pain here is not the sales call, right? It's not the price, it's not the offer, not the prospect, not the niche, not the business model. It's nothing like that. The pain is emotional war between who you need to be in order to achieve your goal and who you're still holding on to. Who you need to be to hit that goal, to get that client, to close that deal, is not who you are because you hold those different beliefs and statements about yourself. For example, I'm not someone can pay thousands of dollars to. These are parts of your identity and aspects that you're just still holding on to, that you're grasping onto your old identity, and it's preventing you from being who you actually need to be in order to achieve your goal. And this is fucking painful. This is literally emotional warfare. And once again, you don't feel pain because the action is hard, right? The sales isn't hard. The call isn't hard. The conversation isn't hard. The process isn't hard. None of it's hard. It's painful because your system is resisting the action. So how do we conquer this pain? Love. I'm not saying like love yourself and you'll win. No, nothing like that. Here's a quote I want you to hear. Pain screams the loudest when you hate where you are and fear where you're going. But when you're rooted in love for your evolution, love for the version of yourself you're becoming, then pain becomes part of the process, not the punishment. You stop avoiding effort. You start honoring it, right? You include it. And it's not this, annoying punishment that you get for doing what you know you need to do and like deep on the inside. And this is how you combat it. You have to fall in love with what you do. You have to fall in love with the work. Every day, I do this constantly. I always tell myself how much I love the work. I love that I can work here. I love what I do. I love this process. I love the work. I love it. I love it. The work is all I care about. I'm so obsessed with the work. I love the work. I just constantly tell myself this over and over and over again, thousands of times. And love is the only force strong enough to carry you through the fire and honestly make you grateful for it in the process. From the last videos, you guys understand that gratitude brings abundance. And if you can be grateful for what you do and love it and constantly tell yourself how much you love what you do, it will carry you directly through that fire. You'll have a much easier time becoming who you need to become. And the whole transition, the whole process will happen so much faster. But this wall of fire, like this resistance that you face, it's so strong, right? But the only way you can break through that is with love. You have to be grateful for what you do. You have to constantly appreciate it and love it and fall in love with the process, because this is deeper than money, and this is deeper than just like mindset, right? This is just raw neurological and biological patterns within our brains, and just kind of, it's literally just allowing us to literally transcend and become become an entirely new person. And you guys have to understand that to beat pain, the sum of effort and resistance, you have to love it. You have to constantly remind yourself that all you do, you just love the work. The work's amazing. You love it. Almost brainwash yourself into loving it so much. There's a study out there with relationships and humans, and that all love is just how much time you've spent with someone, right? Or at least the correlation between how long you've spent with someone and how much you love someone is extremely correlated. And so the more time you could convince yourself and tell yourself how much you love the work and enjoy doing it and be grateful for the process and be grateful for all the things that you get to experience. Like, even just me recording this video right now, I'm so grateful that I get to sit here and record a video and be passionate about something instead of being in like a fucking car wash. Like, I love it. I actually fucking love it. And this makes getting through that pain and, you know, having all of this effort and resistance and going through it, it's so much better. It's so much easier. So I want to introduce you guys to oscillations. I'm going to cover this a lot more in the next video, but for now I just want to introduce you guys so you can start seeing it and noticing it in your lives. Intro to oscillation. So let me introduce you to the most common occurrence and most common pitfall for almost all online and not online entrepreneurs in general. Someone will earn 10K a month for 2 months and then drop to 3K the next. And not because they're inconsistent, but because they haven't shifted their internal minimum. This is really common, you guys. People that say they're at quote unquote 100K a month probably had a 100K a month, sure. But I'm assuming for the next 2 months they didn't. And this, you know, isn't a bad thing. It's not a shady thing. It's just like they didn't shift their internal minimum because it takes more than just, you know, like 30 days or 1 month of good results to actually do that. And they also don't understand this, right? And you'll find that like you'll rise to a goal temporarily. You will hit your shiny 10K a month, but your identity hasn't fundamentally changed. It's not that of someone that actually makes 10K a month. It's just like someone that has made 10K in this month, right? And this stuff gets pretty deep, but you will collapse back to the emotional floor, right? It's just a matter of time. And the reason why is because you failed to shift your identity internally as well. And you're not driven by your goals. You are regulated by your lowest standards. Okay? Visually, this is what it looks like. Right? This is how this works. And for example, to help you understand this better, you will rise to your goal, right? You will go up the green stride. You'll finally hit that goal. You'll hit that shiny 10K a month. Then you'll fall down to your lowest standard, the lowest point that you can accept yourself. And over time, this stuff is so cyclical that all you are is just the sum of these two things and inevitably just a default, right? A line that goes through the middle. And you don't actually achieve what you need to achieve. And I know you guys are probably like, holy shit, this is crazy. But how do you break free of this cycle? Just to show you another example. The top might be hitting 10K a month and the bottom might be back to 3K a month, right? You started at 3 and you want to hit 10. But in actuality, you end up at around 5, right? How do we shift this internal minimum? Another example. This works, this is in all areas of our life, you guys. This isn't just fucking income. This is work ethic. This is your gym. This is your progress. This is how much energy drinks you consume. This is how many times you go out and party, how many friends you have. Like, this is literally everything, right? This cyclical nature is literally all around us. So let's say your high here is 6 days of deep work a week. And the absolute minimum that you'll go to is skipping 4+ days of work. And this ends up with you over enough time averaging, 3 to 4 days a week of work. That's just how it works, right? Another example, lifting 7 times a week and your worst is lifting 0 times a week. So you end up lifting 3 to 4 times a week. Everything in our life is like this. I bought an Oura Ring, probably about a year ago at this point. And I look back at my old logs of sleep. Everything seems normal. I'd have some good nights and some bad nights. And I looked at the chart over enough time and I was shocked because if you look at my sleep scores from like months, it is a perfect cyclical line like this. It's freaky how this stuff works. And if you want to break free of this constant cycle, then you have to be very intentional. And you have to raise your minimum. You have to raise the floor. right? We'll cover more about oscillations more in the next video, but I hope that that was like a huge paradigm shift for you, because we have this in all aspects of our life, right? You'll race to your goal. You'll have a lowest standard, and by default, you'll just be in the between the two. And I'll teach you guys how to break free of this constant loop of nothingness. So, how do we get out of this endless cycle of oscillation and finally break free of these identity anchors? This is how. We raise the floor to a new minimum where our current high becomes our new minimum. And we shift our identity in accordance to this. And this is how you break free of the cycle. Each one of these pivotal shifts in between these were some form of paradigm shift, were some form of like identity, intentional identity change. And we will cover this more in the next video more, so you'll understand it more in the detail. But this is how getting abundantly rich looks like. You have to continuously raise the floor. And that's the only way you can constantly grow and change your identity into the person you have to become. And the only way you can do that is if you battle through the resistance. A quote from Sam Ovens I love to say is, "We are not the highest version of ourselves which you can imagine. We are the lowest version of ourselves which we can accept." That's all we are. We are the lowest version of ourselves which we can accept. Understand that you will do nothing to achieve your dreams but fight like hell to not breach your standards. If you want to achieve your dreams and goals, you have to turn them into irrefutable standards that cannot be changed or meddled with. So be constantly aware of your own patterns of existence. Be aware of the cyclical nature of everything and how I might be coming on a downturn here. I might be dropping my standards and going below my means. And so you can correct them, right? Because we are constantly in conflict between the person we are right now and the person we want to become. You guys understand this now from this video. This is the conflict. This is the war within. And it's that we're fighting through this resistance. We're fighting through this pain and effort and suffering in order to become that person. And you have to understand that these two selves are at war with each other, right? This is what creates the waveform pattern of highs and lows and the cyclical nature, right, of the graph like I showed you recently. This is where it's created. So what you have to do is take note of the highs and the lows and look for markers to warn you of the turns so that you can catch yourself and correct them. This is why I track so much stuff in my life. My sleep scores, my sleep time, my calorie consumption, my weights, my focus levels, my energy levels, my wins, my losses, my diet, my everything. Because I want to be able to take notes of the highs and lows so I can find where the turns are. I can find where I'm finally coming into the downside of that oscillation so I can correct myself and adjust and not fall down to my lowest standard, but set my current high as a lowest standard so I can keep growing. However, there is a way we can naturally stop fighting ourselves and reduce resistance naturally. Flow over force. In this space, every program, every course, every person, except a rare few, teach that all it is just sheer brutal force of transformation, and you have to completely kill your old self and go through the most excruciating pain and hard trouble and warfare to finally become that new person. And I never saw it like this, and it's helped me so much. And I want to teach that to you guys in this video. In the previous video, I mentioned the different types of alignment, right? Aligning yourself, aligning your identity so that you can essentially effortlessly achieve your goals, and as well as how to set goals. And I mentioned everything except one thing, which is energetic alignment. And the idea of flow over force is energetic alignment. The part of this video is all about energetic alignment. This is what this is. And the point is to become the person who naturally does the action by adding rituals to routine until it becomes an identity. So this is the point. Flow happens only when identity, action, and belief are in harmony. So if you're understanding this correctly, if we want to achieve our goal in a natural way and have it just kind of flow to us instead of just force it to, come into existence, our identity, our actions, our beliefs all have to be in harmony with one another. Force happens only when identity lags behind your vision. If your vision is to do all these great things, yet your identity is lagging and it's not caught up to that vision, then you find yourself constantly forcing and just trying and peeling away and doing everything you can, what it feels like everything you can to achieve your goal, and it's extremely painful. Remember this equation? Effort and resistance equals pain? Well, I have a new equation for you. Effort plus alignment equals flow. The difference is that instead of resistance, we focus on alignment. Instead of fighting the war within ourselves and trying to literally go through a scolding wall of fire, we just simply align ourselves and have the results come naturally. Flow is congruent action. Force is contradiction. So let me give you an example to help you understand this. Let's say you're building your social media marketing agency from scratch, right? You wake up, open up your Mac, get some filtered water, and start building a funnel or maybe some automations. Deep down, however, though, you see yourself as a beginner, right? You see yourself as just trying this out, seeing what works. So even when you do the right things, it still feels like friction, because you'll second guess yourself as well. You'll hesitate, and inevitably you will burn out and give up. But let's say you decide that you're a business owner. You solve problems. You create systems. You make offers. You supply people with jobs, etc. Suddenly, doing the work isn't nearly as hard because you're not trying to become something. You already are. This is where most people go wrong. Is that deep down they see themselves and their identity is someone who's not fit for the job. But you have to design someone that is fit for the job and decide that you are that person, right? You have to already be that person. And then you'll find that things will just kind of effortlessly work out for you. This simple shift of deciding to be turns resistance into rhythm. And a great quote here is that you don't have to push the river, just stop resisting the current. Instead of fighting yourself constantly and trying to reduce resistance, just lower projected importance. This doesn't have to be a grueling fight between yourself. It could just be a flowing transition if you're able to properly lower projected importance and allow things to flow naturally, right? Have your identity and beliefs be in congruence with it. Something I want you to remember is that importance distorts flow. The more important you make something, the much less it'll flow. And so you have to remove completely all of this notion of over-attachment. I know for a fact that you're attached to the number 10K a month. Everyone is in this space. But if you want to align yourself and become the person that can do that, just let go of it. What the hell is up with that number? Why is it so important to you? It shouldn't be. Just let go. I want you to say something to yourself. Let go of over-attachment and actively think of a large weight being lifted off your shoulders. I do this so much. This is how I stopped judging people. Is I told myself, you are not the type of person to judge people, right? A weight has been lifted off your shoulders. You feel free. I would tell myself this every day. I did this twice a day for multiple months, and it really changed my life. I don't judge people like that anymore. And I want you to do that here with letting go of over-attachment, because that is honestly one of the biggest hinders to all online entrepreneurs that are trying to hit a goal, is they just over-attach and have so much importance associated with that goal that they just never actually let it come to them. So I want you to say to yourself, let go of over-attachment and just feel it in your shoulders. Feel a weight getting lifted off. Right? You feel free. So say this now. We have to release the tension of wanting something too much, because if we want something too much, it creates way too much excess potential, which leads to more friction. And if we know anything now, we know that friction is what's stopping us from achieving our goals, right? Friction is resistance. Resistance is friction. But I want to blow your guys' mind. The breakthrough. There is a scary addiction loop that most people fall for, and I really want you guys to be aware of this. Most people aren't just attached to their old self, they're addicted to the emotional state of the old self. This is a extremely scary trap to be in. When things finally start flowing in a meaningful way, they sabotage just so they can feel normal again, instead of creating a new normal for themselves. You're not afraid of success, you're just afraid of losing your identity's favorite emotions. Damn. You need to use emotions as indicators and not obstacles. Right? People get so held up on this, and they just think that, oh, I'm in pain. Oh, this is resistance. Oh, I can't do this. I'm not feeling good. I'm feeling sad. It's like, those should be indicators that should tell you, be like an internal compass for you, not obstacles. Like, resistance is something that you don't just beat it. It's something just to witness and breathe through. It's something to acknowledge and observe. Awareness and the ability to just observe resistance without judgment is what disrupts the cycle. Right? This emotional cling on to our old emotions that are associated with our old identity. It's like, to break this addiction to your old self, you have to be able to just observe the resistance and not judge it. Awareness alone is not the breakthrough I'm talking about. Action is. Awareness gives you the window, but work is what moves you through it. So you have to constantly show up, okay? You have to take action as the witness and not as the identity stuck in, some crappy emotional loops. And if you consistently and gently move through resistance over and over and over again, eventually this friction, this resistance has nowhere left to stand. You just win. But only if you can consistently and gently move through it and observe it. You'll sit with discomfort, right? You have to breathe through the fear, and you'll do the work anyways. Not because you're necessarily numb to the emotion, but because you finally realized that you are not the emotion. You're not the emotion. The moment you act from awareness instead of reaction, you've won. That is the breakthrough. Right? If you're just reacting to resistance, it will take you by control. Your old self will win the fight. And that's why you have to act from awareness and observe. That's how you win. That is the breakthrough. The work isn't what causes the breakthrough. There is no cause to the breakthrough. It's like the work is the damn breakthrough. Like, this is the thing that will allow you to win. And because it's the moment your identity and your action finally align with each other. And I hope this is a big mental shift for you. It should be. But you need to reframe it completely in your mind and say the work isn't hard. It's just unfamiliar. And the more unfamiliarity, the more you will resist it. This is a general concept for anything that you do work related or anything unfamiliar, is that, like, it's not hard. It's just unfamiliar. Familiarity breeds ease. And action and repetition of that action causes familiarity, which then finally sinks into your identity. And this is a feedback loop as well. But God, please do not fall into the trap of waiting to feel quote unquote aligned. We've talked so much about alignment and identity alignment, and you don't wait for this feeling. You create this feeling. You create this state within yourself, and that You have to ask yourself, what state do I need to be in to make this easy for myself? Then breathe like that version of you. Move like them. Sit like them. Think like them. Step into that state and then act on it. This is how you do it. Create that state of alignment. Manipulate yourself into becoming a new person. Because I'm telling you, if you can align your identity, this fight and inner warfare between yourself and your future self will be that much easier if you can view it in this way. Remember, effort and alignment equals flow. And I'd rather think about it like that than effort and resistance equals pain. Sure, we can think about it as like a big fucking wall of pain and suffering, but like, or you could just think about it as simple alignment. If you're the type of person to put in 12-hour workdays, then you're going to put in 12-hour workdays. If you're the type of person to put in 2-hour workdays and you want to try to change into the person that'll have 12-hour workdays, but that's not in alignment with your identity, then every day that you have that's 12 hours is going to be the most fucking painful thing on the earth. Right? Think of the oscillations. Integration and embodiment. As a recap, resistance is emotional conflict between who you are and who you're becoming. Pain is not the task, but your beliefs about the task. Right? It's not the task itself. It's not that the task is hard. It's not that anything you're doing is actually hard, but it's your beliefs about that task. It's what happens when I do the task and what I think about the task. Remember, you can transcend this friction and resistance by removing importance, learning to let go, upgrading your identity, and observing resistance. And then remember also that instead of chasing success, just embody it. You're someone that succeeds naturally. You are. That's why you're here. And view yourself as a video game character as well. I love doing this. Like, literally pretend that you're watching yourself from across the room. Like, pick a point in your room right now, look at it, and literally view yourself in third person and watch yourself like a fucking character. If the character isn't fit for the job and what you're going and what you want to achieve, then it's time to design one that will. And not only one that will achieve it with ease. Most people's character becomes so strong and defined that it's completely reversed the roles and pulls the strings on its own master. People don't see themselves as like a changeable character. They just see themselves as a set person in this world. And you cannot afford to let this happen. You can't. If you want any chance of succeeding, you have to learn to control the body. You cannot be a slave to your own body. Most people will live like this, and it's fine, right? They're just different. The body wants something, the mind gives it. This is how people live. Like, if your body is running the show, you will fail. I'm sorry. And the ultra successful people just control their bodies by moving the joysticks and pulling the strings. Again, think of yourself as that video game character that's sitting down. Yet you actually have the joysticks. You can completely control what you do and pull the strings. And if the mind is running the show, you'll win. You just will. If the mind wants an 80-hour work week, your body will make it happen. Right? If that's what your mind wants. If your mind wants your body to go work out, you'll go to the gym. You will succeed if your mind controls your body. I know this sounds so rudimentary and simple, but people just don't know this stuff. You know, when you actively try to take control and pull your strings, your body will be fucking pissed. Right? This is a very common place to experience lots of pain. Like, your body will kick and scream and just yell at you when you try to take control. And this is where identity layering comes in. Identity layering. To combat this discomfort you will feel every single time you try to pull the strings on your own body, you must use identity layering. You have to increase what you asked your body to do extensively. For example, let's say you asked your body to do 40 cold calls today, right? This is what your mind asked your body to do. And it's not happy about that. It's not happy with you. It's not happy about what you asked it to do. So you'll feel resistance. Then what you have to do is force it to do 80. Don't just like double it though, like triple it, quadruple it, 10x it, 100x it. Just whatever it takes to tell your body to shut the fuck up and that you're in control and that you pull the strings. I do this in all areas of my life, whether it's a workout, whether it's a run, a social situation. My mind's telling me, oh, go talk to this girl. My body says, no, I don't want to. I'm scared of nerves. So I do 5 times. Or whether it's a workout, whether it's a run. If I say I'm going to go on, dude, oh my gosh, I do this so much. I tell myself I'm going to go run 3 miles. And my body just like kicks and screams. It's like, oh, I don't know. I usually only do 1. It's like, okay, fine. I'll do fucking 5. See how you like it now, body. It's like, it's this constant battle, but you just got to think about it like it's just a video game. Right? And a fun way to think about this is like, let's say your body shows to a fight with a knife. Your body has a knife, right? And you show up with a gun because you want to control the body, right? Your mind should always be in control. You pull the strings. But let's say your body, which is very common, it'll show up with a bigger gun. You got to show up with a fucking nuke. Just demolish it. Our minds are not as powerful as our bodies in general. Right? But if we can learn to control it and pull the strings, we'll find that this transformation process of changing ourselves will be that much easier. It will be that much easier to finally find alignment and, deal with the resistance and show up and experience the pain and go through that fucking firewall. And this is how to win. And finally begin to pull the strings on your own body and so in doing so, pull the strings on your reality. Do, however, make sure you allow yourself proper time to relax, rest, and reset though. If you constantly show up with a bigger weapon and you do this all the time, right? You'll find that you can go really far with this stuff, and it honestly can hospitalize you because you're fighting yourself so much. But if you can naturally just change into the type of person that'll do this and tell yourself this and actually truly believe it, then you'll find that this whole process is that much easier. Instead of agonizing pain and suffering scorching hot fire and having to slay a goddamn dragon, it's literally just alignment, flow, decreasing importance, observing the resistance, not reacting to it, controlling your body with your mind, pulling the strings on your own reality. It's that much more achievable to finally become the person that can actually achieve what you need to achieve. I hope this all made sense.
It's Owen Rensland, and welcome to Bending Reality Light. I will say this is going to be a shorter video. We're just going to kind of speed run through these slides and kind of just get you an idea of what it's like to actually change your identity and actually find and build that new paradigm. So let's go ahead and jump in. So I hope just by the few videos you have seen that your life has started to change. You're starting to notice things and have thoughts you wouldn't normally have. Now, Bending Reality is the final video. So this video should feel like a graduation into pretty much level 2 of life. And I hope that after you've seen some of these videos, you have, a better sense of motivation, urgency, and fuel to keep going. And after going through this module, you should begin to feel like you're not operating at the same level anymore. You're not even playing the same game. You should honestly feel that way because you have such an in-depth understanding about the world and about beliefs and about paradigms and about how these things work and about how you can actually start to change your reality and to get what you want. And this is the final video to wrap the bow tie up on the present. So hopefully after this video, you have a better idea of how to start getting what you want. So what's cool is that new standards should be set, new ceilings should naturally appear. We talked about ceilings and standards in the last video. And this video will tie together all the concepts from the other videos because there's been some loose stuff that has kind of not really correlated with each other, and this will tie it together. So confirmation bias and synchronicity. So I'm going to blow your mind. This is going to be some crazy shit that I learned from Sam Ovens directly, which is the founder of School, which is the platform you're watching this on right now. And it's a concept called synchronicity. So science tells us about classical physics, right? That things that are there, right? And quantum physics tells us that they're basically a bunch of particles. Now, what's interesting about this is that like to perceive anything as reality, to perceive a tree as a tree and a desk as a desk, you need a human to be able to perceive that thing as reality. Now, hang on for a second, because I know this sounds a little crazy because you're just trying to get some clients, right? But basically, I want to ask you this: how do you know if something is there if you are not observing it? Like you don't. Like how do you know the wall's there in front of you if your eyes are closed? Like obviously it's safe to assume that it is, but how do you know? You don't know. And so synchronicity is the simultaneous occurrence of events that appear related but have no discernible causal connection. So you ever like have that thing where you think like about a friend and then they just text you? Everyone has a lot of this unexperienced, like this random synchronicity in their lives, right? So for example, let's say you become very interested in a type of car and then all of a sudden you start noticing it everywhere. You start seeing it everywhere. Or for example, you become interested in entrepreneurship and then you start seeing it all over your feed, all over your apps and all over your life and everywhere you look. And it's like, it's not the algorithms. It's not the programs. It's you. So, and also like you think of a particular friend, right? And then they text or call you right at that exact moment. That happens all the time. And you just start to notice weird little occurrences in your life. You know, with your clock, like for example, you wake up in the middle of the night at the same exact time every time. And there's just these weird similarities, like these weird things, you know, that just keep happening. And this is synchronicity. And most experts and scientists will just say like, this is just kind of meaningless coincidence, but they're wrong. And I'll prove it to you. Because Leonardo da Vinci once said, learn how to see, realize that everything else connects to everything else. So we understand now that when there's no thinking observer to observe something, there's nothing there at all, right? That's what we know. Now, what's interesting is that if there's a tree in front of you, but you close your eyes, how do you know that the tree is still there? Like, how do you know? You don't. You have no idea. And quantum physics tells us that when there's nobody observing something, it's like there's nothing there at all because you need an observer to observe something. Okay? So a conscious observer is necessary in order to view reality, right? But if you take away that observer, you take away the tree. See how the tree's gone? So if there's no observer to observe something, then it might as well not be there. You take away the tree. And I know this sounds silly and you're probably like, what the fuck? I just want to sign some clients. Like, this is ridiculous. Of course the tree's still there. But let me ask you this. How could you possibly know that the tree's still there? There's no way to observe something without observing it. Like, it's impossible. So this tells us that when there is no observer, it's like there's nothing there at all. This is the whole point of this. That's what quantum physics tells us. So synchronicity, like I said, like let me just like combine these things so like they make sense. Synchronicity, the simultaneous occurrence of events, so becoming interested in something and then seeing it everywhere. And the tendency, like confirmation bias is the tendency to search for, interpret, favor, or recall information in a way that confirms pre-existing beliefs. So basically, you believe that, let's say you believe that Donald Trump is a terrible, horrible person, but now you start to find tons of evidence of people who agree with you, right? You're finding confirmation bias. Now, here's what's weird. Not only is a conscious observer necessary to observe reality, but their thoughts and beliefs completely change the way they perceive reality. So what we see and experience in life is not reality. It's kind of reality exposed to our method of questioning. So I hope this can really sink in. It's like quantum physics tells us that like what we see, like our reality is not really reality, but it's more just reality exposed to the observer, or right, the method of questioning. Because as humans, our mind, we have the ability to hypothesize about desired outcomes, right? And what actions might happen, might have to happen to make that desired outcome become reality. Now, your hypothesis affects your outcome. So by forming this hypothesis about the desired outcome, you're using synchronicity and confirmation bias to your advantage. So simply, quantum physics tells us that by simply making a hypothesis about something, you are using synchronicity or noticing things that are similar and confirmation bias to your advantage. Okay, let me like give you some tangible examples so all of this crazy shit doesn't sound like crazy shit. So this whole idea is one of the major reasons why I was a bad test taker. So I would tell myself that I'm going to fail this test. So why even study, right? Which was my hypothesis about the future. And because that's my confirmation bias, I inevitably made that come true, right? So I used confirmation bias and synchronicity to my disadvantage because I told myself I wasn't going to succeed. It's also the reason why I did really, really good in math. You know, a teacher told me in 3rd grade that I was really, really damn good at math. And then onwards, I was always thought that I would do really good. So I didn't really have to study. I didn't really have to do anything crazy because math came easy to me. You know, I've always wondered in other people why something comes easy to someone, why they don't have to study, why they don't have to do this. It's because they made a hypothesis, whether they realized it or not, about what would happen, and used synchronicity and confirmation bias to their advantage. Super crazy. So basically, you're changing the bias of your own reality by setting a hypothesis on what's going to happen. If you tell yourself something that's going to happen, then you are using confirmation bias and synchronicity because you'll start to notice things and patterns that will lead you to where that will happen. Like, for example, that example of like when you're interested in something, you start to see it everywhere. It's like if you tell yourself like, and you know that I'm going to succeed and I'll make this work and I'm going to get this client, I'm going to make sure that I crush it. You start to notice opportunities. You start to notice things around you. You start to notice more winners. You start to notice more opportunities. And you start to get more clients and you start to succeed more. So simply by making a hypothesis on what's going to happen in congruence to your goals, you can utilize synchronicity and confirmation bias to achieve what you want. Now, the source code. So these kind of reality filters that I was talking about, how you kind of see reality with a filter, is beliefs. So remember this visual? Remember how it's your beliefs, the positive scale and the negative scale, and your experiences, imaginary or memory, and then you basically tip those scales into believe certain things, right? So yeah, you can imagine things and who you think you are, right? And this is you. And your life experiences form all of these beliefs because all you are is some of your beliefs cause your reality, your paradigm. So if you just remember all this example and how you can change that mental processing, how you can control that, right? Because at this is the stage of the process, we can place rocks in those scales, right? Because you can't outperform your identity. Like you don't change your life, you shed your misaligned and false identity because who you are right now isn't who you need to be to get where you want to go. That's how it works. So attention is your currency. And I want you to remember this, where attention goes, energy flows. So you have to own your attention to your reality. You have to be cognizant of all the noise that's distracting you from what really matters. You have to define and make a hypothesis about what's going to happen and really just take a second to really figure out what really does matter. Because successful people are comfortable with sacrifice. And I know this is going to sound crazy, but if you take everything in your life, family, school, video games, iPhone, TikTok, social media, school, college, like whatever it is in your life, and you remove everything but work, you will succeed. You will. So you have to be comfortable with sacrifice. I'm not saying you to remove everything, but you have to be mature enough to remove the things that are actively taking you away. Because every unmade decision is an open loop. You have to close the loop on reality if you want to succeed. You have to, conserve your cognitive energy. You only have so much power to make decisions. And you want to use those decisions to be the highest leverage decisions possible. You have to close your loop on reality, remove things that aren't what's important to you, like work. Build proper systems, remove predictability, reduce options, and free up your mental energy to solve more problems, because the more problems you solve, the more money you make. So change your inputs. Do 10x what you think is required. Like literally, do 10x. Like you say you do 100 cold calls a day, like do fucking 400. Who's stopping you? I don't understand. Nothing is stopping you but yourself. And you understand that now after watching that video. Your environment is the gravity well for your habits and beliefs. So make sure your environment is alignment as well. And do one thing at a time. How you do one thing is how you do everything. Swear by your new identity. Actively change yourself into this new identity. Remove the fear of judgment. Become the client you want to attract. Make the work and the inputs your goal. And behave like the future version of you, and don't wait to become. You have to be now. So when people fail to change, it's because they conflate identity with behavior. But before we design your reality, I want to tell you most common reasons why people fail to change. Like, this will save you hours on blaming your lack of success on something other than the actual cause. And usually the cause is you, because change isn't natural. You want to stay the same person you are because it's comfortable. Even if you're telling yourself you don't want to and you want to become a different person, you can't yet do it because change isn't natural. So you have to understand that you can't be ordinary and get extraordinary results. You just can't. So here are the main reasons why people fail to change. 1, they try to change from a survival state. If you try to change your identity, if you try to change your beliefs and put all these positive experiences and tip the scales and set these hypotheses on exactly what you think is going to happen and tell yourself it's going to happen and be confident and change your identity, you can't do any of this if you're in a survival state, right? If you don't have any money and you just need money and that's all you can think about. If you don't have, a good example is Maslow's hierarchy of needs. If you don't have shelter, if you don't have food, if you don't have water, that's a survival state. And it's the same thing with this. So you can't change from your survival state. Another thing, they don't repeat long enough for it to sink into the subconscious. So when people take new actions, right? Because if you're understanding all this stuff, right? You set a hypothesis, you design your reality, you start to do the things I'm going to tell you at the end of the video to start imagining experiences, to start feeding into your beliefs and start stacking those rocks to the scale, you're going to slowly start changing your identity into the person that you need to become. And the thing is that you're going to do that, right? You're going to do that for a little while, but you have to do it for more than 90 days for it to sink into your subconscious, for your identity to actually change. Now, a really, really good example of this is when you start doing outreach or you start, trying to sign more clients and you do it for 30 days straight, then the next 30 days you have an oscillation. So you do 20 days off and 10 days on and you just fluctuate all over the place, and it never becomes instinct. It never becomes part of your identity to be the type of person to do that consistent and hard work of an outreach. But if you do it for 90 days straight, it's normal to you then. And you just do it without thinking. And identity is not like behavior. So let me go through these. You have to make a conscious effort to change your identity, but most of them end up in a shitty boat. And the reason why is because they're changing from survival state. So yeah, we talked about this already. Fight, flight, or freeze, financial pressure, judgment, shame about past failure, feeling behind in life, comparing yourself to others. These are all things that can put you in a survival state, trying to prove something to others. So try to remove all these aspects from yourself so you can actually start to change. Now, number 2. Yeah, you can focus on, to remove this, focus on clean inputs, good sleep, good food, good diet, all that stuff. And just detach yourself from ego or urgency. Ask yourself, am I trying to grow or am I trying to escape how I feel? So you can start visualizing and feel as if it's already done. Now, if you try to build an identity just to escape your old one, you end up reinforcing your old one. So don't try to escape your old identity. Just repeat the actions long enough to become the type of person to do what you need to do. So they don't repeat it long enough. The reason why you haven't changed yet, you might have visualized once or twice, missed a day, didn't really feel different, did affirmations, didn't really feel different, meditated, didn't really feel different. Now, the thing is if you can get yourself in a suggestible state subconsciously through meditation, through a gateway, through listening to one of those basically frequencies, you just listen and you clear your head and there's no thoughts. You have no thoughts and your brain becomes super suggestible to change. And you can do that by listening to Absolute Suggestibility on YouTube as well. And then after that, you visualize what you want and everything that you want in your life based on a packet that we will make in this video. And then you begin to tip those rocks in the right sides of the scale that will slowly start influencing your actions because it's based on memory and imaginary, right? These experiences cause your beliefs. These beliefs cause your reality eventually because it causes the actions you take. If you believe that every cold call you make, every cold call you do, you make $6 because you did the math and over a long enough time with close rates and show rates, that's actually what it's worth. And you truly believe that every time you pick up that phone, $6 enters your account, you will cold call a lot. You will cold call hundreds of times a day and make so much money because that's what you believe. And it all starts from visualizing that success and actually just thinking about it and making those imaginary experiences because people talk about visualization, they talk about mindset and they talk about meditation, but I hope that this stuff actually makes sense to you, this mindset module, and that it makes sense to you why that stuff works now. Because you can slowly just tell your subconscious what happens. You know, what's crazy is that like you can just visualize in a suggestible state you in a certain place and think about it. And slowly start creating, you know, tipping the scale. And then you start to believe the things that you need to believe and take the action that you need to start taking. And then before you know it, you're where you thought of in the first place. It's a really, really weird coincidence. Weird synchronicity, weird things are showing up. So change is not instant. Okay, you can't change your identity in one day. It takes 90 days. You can't get rich instantly. You can't become a new person instantly. You can't sign a client tomorrow. I'm sorry. Maybe you can, but real change sticks is not dramatic. So it's the subtle daily repetition that becomes identity. And what's crazy is that most people quit right before that shift in identity solidifies. I've done it multiple times. I know multiple people that have done it. So the trick is, if you want to change your identity and you want to become the person that can achieve your goal, ready? Drum roll, please. You have to consistently do the work for 90 days straight. So to solidify this change, your subconscious needs repetition. So basically this is how habits are built and now instincts built, because like you repeat something over and over again and then eventually it becomes a habit. And then eventually that habit becomes instinct over 90 days. And that 90 days, basically it solidifies in your subconscious so it becomes part of your identity. Emotional charge. You feel the belief as if it's already true. Time. It takes 21 to 60 days of reinforcement and proof through aligned action. So like the new belief isn't theory, it's felt. Because the thing is when you're thinking about, you know, if you're visualizing a certain outcome for your life and there's something that you really want to get and achieve, oftentimes you understand and your subconscious starts to understand as well that like what it's going to take to get that, and now it's going to take constant action, that you're going to start doing that every day, and then you start doing it every day, and then you stick with it, right? But you don't actually get the result. And so the belief just feels like it's fake. Like you just, you think you can make money online because you've been taking action for a while, but because you've never actually done it, it hasn't happened. Like you don't actually subconsciously believe it, right? So that's why you actually have to do it as well. And that was the trick. This fourth part of this was like the trick for me, because for so long I knew exactly what I had to do. I worked, I knew everything, and so it wasn't actually like a knowledge standpoint. It was just like execution. And it was actually just getting the result, because once I got like one or two clients, the belief was no longer theory that I could sign clients and make money online. It was real. And you combine that with consistent action, and you feel as if that belief is already true before it even happens, like, oh my God, you just become a whole new person. So here's what most people do. Set a goal. Visualize it a few times completed. Do a few actions. Don't get instant feedback. Feel discouraged. Think the belief is broken. Quit. Start again with something new. Don't be this person. Set a goal. Visualize it consistently. Do it up to 90 times. Do actions for 90 days straight. And accept the fact that you're not going to get instant feedback. Don't set time limits on your goals. Okay? And then eventually you'll feel encouraged because you sign a client, or you do something, you stack these small wins, and then it reinforces the belief and continues to stack those green rocks on the side of the scale. And then you scale, and then you make a lot of money, and you don't quit. So that happens to most people for a few reasons. I'm not going to go through them, but most of it comes down to immaturity, unrealistic timelines, comparison, inconsistent inputs, dopamine, a lot of that stuff. But according to neuroscience, to strengthen neural pathways, because change is new neural pathways inside of your brain, you need repetition. So if you want to solidify change and solidify identity, you have to have consistent repetition for a long period of time. If you couple that consistent repetition with visualizing and actually truly creating those positive experiences and believing that it's going to happen, and then getting some ounce of success where it does happen and stacking those wins, then over enough time you will change your identity and become the person you need to achieve your goals. Most new patterns are weak, right? Like your current identity, who you are right now, it's very strong, right? It's very, very strong. There's a lot of neural pathways there. And the new patterns that you're doing, the new cold calling, the new cold SMS, or the hours of work every single day that's extra in addition to your job or school, like these are weak patterns, and they die out unless you feed them daily, because they're just gonna die out. Like they're just not built neural pathways. They're not part of your identity yet. And it's the same thing with working out. It's like if you start lifting and you start working out, these new patterns of you, like just working out and becoming a consistent lifter, these oftentimes die out for most people. That's why people can't stick with New Year's resolutions. But if you constantly feed them daily for 90 days straight at least, it becomes part of your identity, and then it becomes normal for you to go to the gym. But you just need to build those neural pathways, and you have to be consistent and feed them daily. And that's the only way to change. Because you think the belief wasn't working, but it's not the belief. The truth is that it was downloading, but you hit cancel. Don't hit cancel on your beliefs that are downloading in the background over time, because they will ultimately feed into the identity that you need to become in order to hit the goal that you want to hit. So number 3 is that they treat identity like behavior. So they think that if I close just one client, I'll feel confident. Or if I close one client, or if I get one testimonial, I'll scale. But it's like, that's not true. By doing this, they install the belief that I'm a confident, like they think. By doing this, they think they install a belief, but they never actually do. They never actually install the belief that I'm a confident closer, I'm a disciplined person. To install that belief into your identity, and to have because that's the only way to have the behavior stick. Like if you want to consistently grow a business and to make more and more money, your behavior has to stick. It has to consistently show up every single day for a long period of time. And if it's not in your identity to do so, then you won't do it. If you're not the type of person to work every day, then you won't work every day. It's not rocket science. And so it might sound crazy, but like if you make actual shifts to your identity, like the feeling of you being 10 out of 10 peak productive, that will become your new standard and normal, and you'll set new ceilings and new floors. And the only way that happens is with consistent action into that identity. So, yeah, exactly. So when someone does sales role plays, they'll do daily practice, they'll go through extensive sales courses, but on the call, they still think I'm not good at sales, right? Because behavior does not create identity unless you install it mentally first. You have to become the person to do the behavior. You have to choose to do it. There is no, I'll do this then, I'll do this then. It's like, no, you do it or you don't. And that comes from your identity, just being the type of person to do something. You have to make the shift first. Decide who you are now. Feel into that version of yourself. Install it with visualization, emotion, and repetition. Create those positive experiences. Become the person that you know you need to become. And trust me, if you aren't that person, if you're not the hard enough worker, if you don't know exactly who you need to be, take some time, sit down and design who that type of person is. And become them. Literally become them. And do it for 90 days straight, and your whole life will change. Don't try to act like the person you want to be. Become them first, then the actions will follow. So now, designing realities. This is the fun part of the video. This is a chart I got from Sam Evans. This is the chart of reality. So, like I explained in the past couple of videos, if you intervene by changing your thoughts and beliefs and constantly stacking rocks on the right side of the scale, your belief about who you are, in addition to massive action with your new beliefs, you will slowly start to experience your new reality. So if you change your thoughts and beliefs and say, I'm amazing at appointment booking, I'm going to close a bunch of clients, I'm really, really good at sales, and you tell yourself that constantly, you stack rocks, then you go ahead and take massive action. You do tons of outreach, you take tons of calls, and then before you know it, you experience one client, your first client, and that becomes your reality. And then you use that feedback and adjust your beliefs, and it strengthens to become the type of person that can sign clients, but only if you do it for a long period of time. And this chart is literally the key to winning at anything in life. And all it takes is intervening and taking ruthless action. Changing your thoughts and beliefs and taking ruthless action with those beliefs. And before you know it, you will keep going through this loop and you'll probably be making a lot of fucking money. So that's how it works. And now I want you to design your future reality in as much detail as possible. Remember how we talked about making an hypothesis is really, really important? This is your chance to do that. So in the description of this video, in the resource section, I'm going to give you an identity workbook. So I've made about 4 of these and up to my career, and I recommend making one around every 6 to 8 months once you've had time to solidify change. So here's some examples of mine, and here is some examples of Sam's as well. These are more of mine, some of Sam's. And the trick is, I'm not going to read all this out to you, but the point is that like you go through this every day, at least once a day, ideally at night in the morning, and you read every part of it. You understand that beliefs cause actions, actions cause results, and results cause feedback. And these feedback loops, and yeah, like we are not the highest version of ourselves, which you can imagine. We are the lowest version of ourselves, which you can accept. Understand that you'll do nothing to fight, like achieve your dreams, but fight like hell to not breach your standards. You have to turn your dreams and goals into irrefutable standards. And the chart and reading through it. And I do some performance tracking. I believe I included this in the bonus section and in the introduction module. My story up to this point, my story from then on, my manifesto, and my character traits, my goals, and this is my identity. You know? And these affirmations where you do these 3 things. You put a thought, image, and emotion in your head because that's what creates a belief. So in your head, you close your eyes and you think. You say, success comes, like I'm freely making $50,000 per month with my program with ease, right? And you use that with an image in your head of that money actually being in your account, and you feel a certain way doing it. And if you do this, this is stacking rocks in the scale, right? That's why this is working, because it's slowly feeding into your beliefs, which will slowly start allowing you to take the actions required to do so. So here's Sam's example, and honestly, this is exactly how he got to where he got to, right? I hope you can trust me with it. So you want to create one now. So go in the description of this video, create your own. You'll be reading it every single day. And I promise you, if you read this twice a day, all the way through, for 3 or 4 months straight, you will make so much fun. You will become extremely successful. You'll hit 10K a month. Because another thing I want to mention is that I used to do this. So this is like the second one I made, or the third one I made. I made my first one a while ago, like a year or 2 ago. And everything that was on the pictures, I have already achieved. And I didn't even realize it until I went back and looked at what it said. That is what's freaky about this stuff. You truly, truly just choose what you want, and you get it if you consistently read this packet. So I'll leave this in the description. You can make your own and utilize it, and it's pretty broken. So enjoy it. Scroll down, make one of those, do it now. So rewriting reality. Now, the key to actually changing your reality and changing, your situation is very simple. You just have to change your identity and stack rocks in the side of the scales that allow you to succeed. So there's 3 things that matter. Have a plan, change your paradigm and worldview, and have specialized knowledge. That's all you got. That's all I got for you. You got this. Just keep stacking rocks, 90 days or longer, change your identity, become the type of person that can do the work, and do it, more importantly, consistently, stick with it and let the actual beliefs, download, and don't cancel them. And I promise you, you'll get where you want to go. So I hope you enjoyed this video, and I'll see you in the next one. So have a good one.
So throughout this video, I'm going to give you a bunch of action items like you already understand. The action items right here are the identity workbook. So I think I mentioned this a few times in the shortened version, but basically you can go ahead and make your packet of who you want to be, what you want to look like, your daily ritual, performance tracking, your identity. Now, this is very, very important because you can go through this every single day, and ultimately, this changes you a lot, like way more than you think it would. By reading this out, it doesn't matter what's true, only what you believe is true, because with work that will become true. Your thoughts create your beliefs become your reality, and basically beliefs cause actions, actions cause results, and results cause feedback. And that basically feeds back into the beliefs, and you have to intercept your own algorithm at the belief stage. So you have to take massive action with the new beliefs, experience them, listen to feedback, and then reiterate. And that is how you change. So where you are in life, your current situation, that it's all your responsibility. Everything is your fault. You built yourself up in your life. It's only you who's responsible for where you are right now and where you go in the future. There's no external force. There's no external person. There's no thing against you. It's just you. And we are not the highest version of ourselves which we can imagine. We are the lowest version of ourselves which we can accept. So understand that you'll do nothing to achieve your dreams, but fight like hell to not breach your standards. If you want to achieve something, you have to turn them into irrefutable standards. Be constantly aware of your own patterns of existence. As humans, we are constantly in conflict between the person we are right now and the person we want to become. The two selves are often at war with each other and create a wave-like pattern of highs and lows. So this is all true with everything in life. You will have highs and lows, and it's all oscillations, right? These are like markers to kind of warn you of the turns. So take note of them so you can kind of catch yourself and course correct them. Our minds are an on and off system that are programmed over time to believe certain things, and our experience of reality is simply a result of those beliefs. When we experience something or think of something, we stack a rock on a particular set of scales, either positive or negative. Each belief is a scale, and whatever side has the most rocks is what we believe. And what we believe is ultimately our reality. Be constantly aware of mental feedback loops. What one thinks about, what one thinks is what one thinks about, right? A circular relationship where cause creates effect, and effect bends back around and feeds back into the cause of like a self-fulfilling reflexive cycle. So mental feedback loops can build you up to be very good and great, or the best in the world, or break you until you consider taking your own life. So make sure you catch the downs and feed the ups. Most people's character has become so strong and defined that it's reversed the roles and pulling the strings on its own master. Like, this is 99% of people. So you have to kind of pin yourself down like a character, define who it is, what it's capable of, and then figure out ultimately what you actually want to achieve in life and see if that character's fit for the job, because chances are it's not. And so you have to design one who will and make the conscious decision to grow into that person. So that is kind of something that you should be reading every single day. That has changed my life so much. The daily ritual, this is just how it works, right? This is how you experience a new reality. And you change your thoughts and beliefs, which are your experiences, and ultimately take big, massive action with those new beliefs. And you experience new results, because that's what happens when you take action. You experience results. You can ask anyone who's achieved anything. And from there, that'll give you feedback, and it'll bend back into your beliefs, and then you'll just strengthen them, right? So it's just like a feedback loop, getting you to where you want to go, ultimately all coming from changing your beliefs and taking action with them. So wake up early, go through your morning workflow, read this from start to finish. I would literally do this every day. You can change your reality if you change your beliefs. All you are is the result of your programming. Never forget this. Look at your vision board, who you're becoming. So the thing is now that you guys kind of understand how experiences cause, your reality, this is the power of these like little boards and stuff, is that like when you look at something like this and you can envision it, like literally make it an experience. Like think about it like if you were there, the smell, the vibe, the time, the image in your head. If you can like basically experience that, because your subconscious can't tell whether something is reality or not, right? That's the job of your consciousness. So you can literally like imagine experiences, and they will basically influence your beliefs. And that is what ultimately is the power of this packet, because all you're doing is just by looking at this packet every day and doing everything it says, you are just changing your thoughts and beliefs. That's what you're doing. And then after that, you're taking action all day, and then finally experiencing that new reality, right? So, yep, read your affirmations loud to yourself. Imagine a situation. It's the same thing with reading them. It's like you can imagine a situation where they are genuinely true. Make it as detailed and colorful as possible. And then ultimately, that will kind of reprogram your mind. Take massive, violent action during your working hours. Work like a beast. Execute the day just the way you planned it. Very important. Review, plan the day tomorrow. Finish the evening workflow. Use the war map. Allow your mind and body to relax for 2 hours before sleep. Relax, your body will force you to. Now, I have a big aspect in here about performance tracking, which I also have down here for you in the health and wealth tracker. I recommend filling this out to keep you on track, especially if you're doing it. And what's crazy, like, look at this. Last time I took a screenshot, I was 169. This was about a year ago. I'm like 190 now. like these changes. Oh man, it's crazy how this stuff shows up in real life. So, yep, you can basically go ahead and make your own packet here with your story to this day, everything that's, from then onward, the manifesto, your identity, basically. That's why it's called an identity workbook, is because ultimately all this is about just like how you see yourself and, more importantly, your beliefs. So, yep, this is kind of everything that you'd read and start to believe, your trait, style, image, mentors, all that good stuff, goals, all of your goals. Now, this is a big part of it, reading these. This, a lot of people think is kind of woo-woo, like the whole affirmation stuff. But, like, all you need is to have more conscious, like, or more experiences, basically. Now, the good thing is that, like, experiences are created by a thought, an image, and an emotion, right? If you can have those three things, those are what you need to form a new belief. So if you think about something, right, if you have an image in your mind, a picture, and an emotion associated with it, that is literally all an experience is. Like, that is an experience. So basically, if you get better at this and get good at this and actually articulate, paint a clear and detailed vision, like, or image in your head, and then feel that emotion associated with it, then you will literally change your beliefs, right? And because of that, you will take different action and you will get different results. Okay, that is how this stuff works. So I have a big master list here. I actually have more, not on this, but you want to create your own identity workbook and plan on going through this every single day. It's extremely important. I did this for months on end until I changed, and I changed fast. I mean, just consumed all of this stuff, and I changed super, super fast, and the entire course of my life also changed in that way. So a bonus, record yourself reading this workbook out loud and set a 1-year timer on your phone. This is a genius idea, right? So you can come back 1 year from now and you will be shocked. Like, if you stick to this for a long time, take ruthless action on specifically the stuff that's in this video, and record this and look back in a year from now, I guarantee you will either have everything that you took pictures of. Like, this happened to me too. Like, I literally made one of these back in like a couple years ago, like 2.5 years ago. Everything that I made on it, it all happened. Which I forgot about it too. Like, I stopped doing it after like 6 months because I thought that like I was actually getting some momentum in business and I was signing clients and I was making money and I didn't really need it anymore. But like, then I looked back at it and I was like, holy shit, I have everything on here. I had like literally the watch I was in the location that I put it at, which, by the way, this is the location I was at. And like, it's just insane. Like, this isn't the same one. This is a newer one, I guess, that I made maybe about like a year ago. But the one I made 2 years ago, all of it came true. It's absolutely bonkers. It's super, super weird that sometimes just setting a trajectory, like, and using this packet to change your beliefs is ultimately like what you need to actually get to that point. Like, it's mind blowing. So the next action item I have here is the daily planner. So this is just a Google sheet or a little sheet right here, and I recommend printing out like 30 of these for the month, essentially. This is something that isn't required. The more momentum you have and the more like of what you know, but to kind of build these habits, this is always a really good thing to do. I recommend going through, copying out, making 30 copies of it. You may even go to the library doing it, just so you have a daily planner. The war map is really important, so go ahead and make a file and make a copy of the war map. The war map is everything that I use to keep track of my long-term plans, short-term plans, and day-to-day. Basically, it's December 1st, so you should see it highlight. You have highlights on the day. Put the main pivotal tasks of the day, everything that you need to get done. I do this the night before every single day, and that is how you stay on track with your goals. And ultimately, like, your long-term stuff as well, that you can kind of like map out what you're going to do for the next year. This is a really good time to do this because, like, as of right now, recording this and as you watching this, it's probably either, coming into 2026 here. So there's that. And then the last thing on here is the health and wealth tracker. So me and some really successful entrepreneur kids like me and one of my buddies is doing like 250 a month, 250K a month. Like he's probably at like 500 now, but we basically put together this sheet to basically track and turn yourself into a bit of a robot. And I mean, I still do this to this day. Like I have, and I'm not going to pull it up because there's some personal stuff on there. But like by doing this every single day, wake up time, sleep time, identity workbook, like, dude, you become an absolute rock. Like this is a lot of stuff, right? So I recommend going in file, make a copy of this for yourself, bookmark it. There's a few other ones. You can do the habit log, master log. I recommend the master log is the most important. I even have a lifting log I made in here, and physique log, memory log. The most important one is probably the master log and the habit log. Like these two, if you can do this every single day, go through your packet every day, like you will be shocked with how much you change, especially by taking ruthless action in a video like this. So that's all I got for you. I hope you enjoyed this, and let's move on to actually starting and getting that agency off the ground. Now, it's time to actually start your agency. So first, before we do so, let's quickly just recap on how to actually make money and then understand the business model so you can actually succeed. So once again, money is earned when value is created. Value is created when pain is alleviated. Pain is alleviated when a problem is solved. So in simple terms, money comes from solving problems that people are willing to pay for. Now, just keep in mind, though, that this isn't about the method that you get the client's results with. It is all about the outcomes. So like these guys, these contractors, or whoever you're servicing and whoever you're helping, whatever niche that you decide to choose, which we will be doing in this video, it does not matter at all like that you're using AI or like that you're doing ads or like whatever you're doing. Like it doesn't really matter as long as they're getting the outcome that they want. Because at the end of the day, they will pay you if you solve their problem. That is how simple it is. So, because like people think all these businesses just want AI, but the truth is that like they don't really want AI. They just want more customers, right? Or they just want more leads. So the solution is pretty damn simple. We can use the AI to fulfill services that solve painful problems, but don't get stuck in kind of the narrow thinking that everybody just wants AI, because they don't. And one, they either don't trust it, like a lot of these older guys that I've serviced in my past don't even know that it helps and all this stuff. But more importantly, it takes so much of the load off of us, right? We can use AI to basically do all of the fulfillment and all of the service delivery, not have to hire like tons of ISAs and callers and all this stuff. Like it quite literally simplifies the process so much. And all they want is to solve their problems, right? So whether you do that with AI or not, they frankly do not give a fuck. Like it does not matter to them. As long as you get them customers and solve the most painful problem, you can charge thousands and thousands of dollars every single month. And that's what we're trying to do. So to do this, simply just find a painful problem that rich people or business owners share, which is just a niche. So just a group of people that have affinity to one another, and then solve that problem for little to no costs with AI. Now, this is the power of running an AI agency in 2025 coming into 2026 here. Is that like you can quite literally fulfill and like give a very, very good product and like provide a really good solution to this problem that they're having for almost little to nothing, right? So charge for money based on the value of your solution, right? That's a big thing. Is a lot of people try to charge money for their services like commoditized. So like what that means is that like they basically battle to the ground, say like, oh, I'm going to do more for cheaper. I'm going to do more for cheaper. And as many, like more businesses will come in, more people will do that. And eventually people will be charging pennies, right? So you want to charge for money based on the value, right? That's why I always recommend just raising your price. Now, let's go ahead and understand the new AI agency business model, right? The typical AI agency that you know is, like most people offer, is just like one-time AI implementation, one-time automations, or all this stuff, right? This new AI agency business model is about freedom, but also leverage. Now, the key to actually creating a sustainable business built off of real value is to truly solve their most painful problems. Now, that we understand like that's how money's earned, right? By solving these painful problems. But to do this, we aren't just going to throw an AI receptionist or an AI agent or like a wrapped chat GPT at them, but instead we're going to completely solve their most painful problem. Now, I know that this sounds like it's going to be super hard and also like it sounds really overwhelming, but the truth is like we need a problem that they continuously have, that's seasonal, that comes back at them. And the best one by far is their lack of customers. Now, if we can solve their customer acquisition and get them more clients and get them more leads, more appointments, more booked jobs, all of the following, then we can charge them recurring. So to give you an example, like if let's say you were doing like an AI web design, right? It sounds great, you know, because someone doesn't have a website and you're using AI and stuff and it's really easy and you just give them a website. But like once they buy the website from you and they have it, it's like, that's kind of it, right? And it's painful not having a website, right? Because then there's tons of money that you're missing out on. But the truth is that like once they buy the website, like there isn't really much work that needs to be done, right? You can like say there is to host the chat bot or like to keep the domain access, or like whatever it is, but like there really isn't that much work, right? It's pretty much done. And so the problem with this is that like you can charge a lot of money for this. You can charge, you know, 1 to 3 to 5 to even 10K for a really, really good website. But the problem is that you can't charge 1,500 to 3K a month, right? A month. And that's the difference. Because if we could charge that per client by offering the correct service in an AI agency, it will make it much more easy to make a lot of money, especially over a longer period of time, right? Like if you don't have recurring revenue and you don't have a recurring income from each client, then it makes it incredibly difficult and incredibly hard to sustain that business and more importantly, allow it to actually make you successful. Now, we need to find a recurring problem, right? A problem that almost every business deals with and that isn't sold as a one-time solution, but something that is continuous, recurring, that continues to happen over the seasons and over the years. And like I said earlier, it's a lack of customers. Okay, this is the key to running a successful AI agency. And more importantly, one that actually lasts with time. And it's that like all it takes for these niche, for whatever niche you're doing is one bad season for this painful problem to just show back up. So it's perfect. It's like there's one bad season, bad part of the economy, bad year, whatever it is. That's all it takes. And these guys are in absolute pain. Like they are in so much pain because they don't have enough customers. They don't know if they're going to be able to pay their employees. They don't know if they're going to be able to support their families, right? Because the truth is that 99% of business owners aren't actually insanely successful and well off. Like most of them have seasons of, you know, turmoil and pain and all this stuff. And it's like, if we can just get them more leads with our understanding of social media and AI, then we can quite literally transform their entire business. And this is where we come in because like these guys don't understand social media and AI like we do. They just don't. So, and once again, they don't care about like AI necessarily or like how you're actually going to get them results. They just care that you get them results, right? They don't care if you call homeowners around them. They don't care if you go knock on doors, build an insane AI infrastructure with all this detail, run ads. Like they don't care. They just care about what they're getting and the actual results. So here's how this AI agency business model works. Like this is the actual breakdown of how this new age business model works. Because like, I'm not going to sit here and give you this entire course on selling like automations and like receptionists. Like, no, this is a full-fledged service that can completely transform all of their businesses and ultimately get them more customers. So here's the business model. Basically, you use AI to create winning ads. And whether you run these on Google or Meta, whatever it is, I prefer Meta. So basically, you create AI to make these winning ads, and then you run the ads for them, and you use Go High Level to collect the lead information through surveys and landing pages that you make. Now, this is kind of AI lead generation. You're making the ads with all AI. It's all AI, AI copy, AI creative, all of it. And then AI appointment conversion. Like in Go High Level, you can use AI callers and AI texters to convert these leads into actual appointments. So if you're understanding this properly, once you run the ads for these guys, for the niche that you decide to end up choosing, you don't have to do anything. That's it. You turn on the ads, you're done. That is the power of an AI agency in 2026, especially because like you don't have to do any of the manual work. That is what's overpowered about all of this, right? So you can use those AI callers and texters to basically convert those leads that you get from Facebook and Meta into appointments. And those appointments can turn into sales for your client. Now, what's good about this is that like with your skills and with your knowledge of social media and AI and my implementation, you are able to take anybody in your niche that has the problem of not getting enough customers and not having enough customers to their ideal outcome, which is just getting more sales. So that is how the business model works. Now, exciting stuff. Let's go over actually starting your agency. Now, there's a few things we have to do, just 3 simple things, which somehow ended up being 18 pages, but hang in there. This is probably one of the hardest parts of the entire video. So first things first, pick a niche. Now, I'm going to give you the best niches. I'm going to give you exact frameworks on how to pick them and all this good stuff. But if you already have one, just move on to the evergreen business name and logo, which is going to be a little bit more down. But ideally, you want to create an ICP as well, even if you do have a niche. So I would just stick through and watch all this way through. Now, when you pick your niche, you're looking for a perfect storm of variables. So 3 things mainly, I guess this is 2 things. Finding a niche market, so just a specific group of people that share a similar painful problem. That's all you're looking for. Now, I have this worksheet for you as an action item. So you can, once again, go in the description of this video and basically go on owenrensland.com/free-course, and that will basically allow you to get the resource that's right here in this video. So I'll show you that right here. So yeah, you can once again go into the description of this video and get this document. Now you can open up this action item right here called the niche search worksheet. You can go ahead and fill this out from start to finish and basically go through what you're passionate about, skill sets you have, problems you face, because sometimes like the most obvious niche is just the one right in front of you. You know, I had a client recently reach out to me and try to figure out a niche to work in before we started, like, you know, scaling his agency up. And the dude's already a real estate agent. Like, obviously you want to do real estate. Like, there's no like diversification. Like, you simply want to just do usually what's most in front of you and what's most obvious. Now, I do have a list of possible niches as well in this. So these are kind of the best ones that I've seen. This is an ever-growing list, so it's like continuously growing, and I'm continuously adding more and more to it. But honestly, if I were you watching this video right now, right, think about the market size for these niches, right? So I would go through, fill this whole resource out, and basically just figure out like the kind of top 5 ones that you want to try to go with. But because I honestly like think that you'll probably find the one that you end up wanting to do. But I just want to mention that, like, don't try to reinvent the wheel here, okay? I want you guys to consider this. So I had someone reach out to me recently and be like, oh, and I want to do roofing. I want to do what you did. I want to, you know, take what you've done and do roofing as well. And my thought process initially was like, great, do it. Why wouldn't you? And he's like, well, I don't know. It's kind of saturated, isn't there? There's a lot of people doing it. But it's like, it might seem like that on the outside, but the truth is that it's not. Now, I want to explain something. So there are roughly 135,000 roofers in the US. Okay, let's say you want to hit 10K a month. That means you need 5 roofers. So let's say 6 to be pessimistic. So you basically need 6 out of 135,000. That number is so small. Okay, what percentage is that? 0.004% of the market. That's what you need to hit your goal. So, like, please, saturation does not exist. Like, sure, it might make some stuff a little bit harder, like getting good service delivery and doing all this stuff because you're not in like some magical niche, but you don't need like 100 or 1,000 roofers to hit your goal. You need 5 to 10. Like, so don't worry about saturation. Choose what's working and simply copy it. Okay. Like, please don't try to reinvent the wheel. Like, literally just pick something that's already working and go with it. Okay. Don't overthink it. Don't overcomplicate it. Just do it. This is exactly what I've done. All of my issues in business, believe it or not, have been when I have like tried to reinvent the wheel or think for myself. And I think this is because of just a lack of experience overall. I mean, I've only been in this game for about 2 years. And when you're in the game for 7 to 10 years, like, you have so much experience where you can think for yourself and just like come up with a crazy ass niche and make it work extremely well and super exponential and all this stuff. But in the beginning, you're better off, to increase your chances of success at least, better off copying others and just kind of doing what's already working. That's all I have for you. Now, again, there's some checklists so you can see exactly like other niches. You need to find one here, right? But once you do find one, there's a checklist right here for you to go through, a worksheet. Now, this is basically just a list of things that you need to check off. Okay. And I recommend like going through and actually thinking through this process, maybe taking a couple of minutes, like 20, 30 minutes, maybe pause this video to basically make sure that you have a dialed in niche and that it fills out most of the checkboxes on the checklist worksheet. So basically, these are the most important ones, right? These 3 have to be checked. Otherwise, don't do the niche. Okay. And once again, like most of you will probably be doing like, I don't know, a remodeling or like some kind of home building or some kind of like garden care or real estate or like some kind of niche, med spas, like something that's completely like, that's pretty typical and pretty common that most people are in. Because you listened to what I said, hopefully, about copying and doing what's working already. So most of those, I already have all these filled out, but you can fill this out to basically see if the niche is valid and if it's actually something you want to go with. Because the truth is that you can make any work. Like you can make any niche work. It's completely possible. There's no, maybe like the magazine niche, like that might be something that might be pretty hard to make work. But the point is that you can pretty much make any of them succeed. Just make sure that they check specifically the 3 yellow ones and then optionally the green ones as well. So once again, gun to the head, pick one, go with it. Because sometimes like going with one eventually reveals the true one. Now, that's just something that you kind of see with experience, and that's kind of just how decisions work in general. Like if you remember from the mindset module, like how that heat-seeking missile was going like all over the place and you didn't really know like what to go with and like if the decisions you're making are good and they're getting you to where you want to go, like all this stuff. But they are eventually, because you can kind of course correct and figure out what's working and what's not. So now I get a good question, quite often with videos and just overall clients of mine in general in my mentorship, like, should you ever switch niche? Like, oh, when I want to switch my niche, it's not good. It's not good enough. This is shiny object syndrome. Okay. Like it's easy to become distracted by new, shiny, fun, exciting opportunities. But the problem is that it usually leads to abandoning the current tasks that you have and like the actual trajectory that you're going down and the path that you're taking. So once you pick a niche, okay, you will experience everything. You will experience all the positives the niche has to offer, all of the negatives. You will experience quite literally the full scale of all of it, right? Now, it's possible to switch your niche because there might be a while where you go ahead and struggle with it, right? There might be and I will say, like, to rationally make a good decision about whether you should switch or not, you would need to have taken at least 30 meetings. Okay, if you've taken 30 sales calls, not like booked, taken 30 sales calls, and you still haven't signed one person, and the niche just doesn't seem viable, they don't seem to want to pay, they don't like, none of it, right? Obviously, if you were better at sales, probably some of them would. But that's kind of a large number to know, like, maybe it's something I should consider. But don't complicate this. Like, there's a lot of people in this industry and space of just like agencies in general and AI agencies where it's like, once you pick a niche, you can't diversify. You have to work with one specific kind of person. And it's like, yes, if you want to be scalable, it makes sense to do that, right? To only work with one kind of person. Because then you have one similar problem, one similar solution. And ultimately, like, it's so much easier to achieve what you want to because like it's completely replicable. But I will say one thing. If you just want a measly 10K a month, right? 10 to 20, you only need like 5 to 7 clients. You can take a guy in roofing. You can take a guy that's in remodeling. You could take a guy that's in fence contracting. Like, you can take a few different guys if they're in the general industry. Now, this goes against what a lot of people say. And most people, most gurus and stuff would probably yell at me and be like, Owen, shut the fuck up. Like, this is not good advice. But if you just want 10 to 20K a month, right? Like, you can take a few different people. Like, never say no to opportunities. Sometimes there'll be clients that reach out to you that want to work with you, that are in completely different niches. And, the Charlie Morgans of the world would be like, no, absolutely not. I want to stick with my niche so they all have affinity so I can scale. Okay, well, you just lost 2K a month because, it just does, I don't know. So be open to opportunities. They'll come, they'll go. And yeah, I don't think it's that dire to stick with a niche or like to only be in one specific sub niche. So next thing is to create your ICP. So I have another action item here for you. It's basically an ICA creation resources or an ideal client avatar. Now, this is a little document here. It's pretty fun. So you can go through and basically create your client avatar. So this is actually more important than you'd think. Everything that you build, all of your systems, all of your operations, your outbound, your sales, like everything is all about your client, avatar, about who they are, what they do outside of the work, like who they are as people, you know, because selling to someone like a 50-year-old contractor and selling to a 22-year-old info product owner, like those are very, very different. Okay. Extremely different. So you want to make sure that you have this dialed in and you have a good idea about your client avatar and about who you're actually targeting. So go ahead, pause this video, fill this out now, because you need to understand your customer, right? You need to create one of these avatars and actually truly understand your customer. Otherwise, it'll be much, much more difficult to build, you know, systems for them. Cold estimate, like all this outbound systems, all this appointment booking stuff, no-show automations, pre-call VSLs, like all this stuff that probably just sounds like a bunch of, random stuff that I'm just saying at you right now. But this is very important. This is kind of like a wax on, wax off Karate Kid situation. Okay. Trust me with that. So once that's done, now don't move on with this video until all this is done, right? Like right now you should have a niche. You should have gone through the checklist. And more importantly, you should have created your ICA as well. So exponentialism and opportunities. So opportunities present themselves as they are seized. You can't see the real mountain until you've climbed the first. Now, I just want to mention again that sometimes you have to scale the first mountain to see the actual one. You know, people try to see everything all at once, but it does not work like that. You just can't. You know, and I only knew to create this video right here because I went through the ringer, okay? And I built my own agency from the ground up. I scaled to where I wanted to go, and ultimately it runs pretty much completely without me nowadays. And I've coached other agency owners in the past in my mentorship. And so to kind of reap the benefits from each mountain, you kind of have to stick to one niche for a long time, right? Now, this is what I do want to mention is that it's completely exponential in accordance to your understanding of the market. So this is very important. Now, the longer you stick with a niche, the more you'll make over time because the better you understand your customer. Now, the thing is that like this is market understanding, right? This isn't like specific sub niche understanding. Like the longer you stick with just kind of the general market. So like home improvement contractors, for example, like that's a market, that's kind of an industry, you know, that's not a sub niche of like high ticket roofers, right? All of them have some sort of affinity. It's like the same thing with like the online business and coaching space, right? That's a market, that's an industry. And that's like the longer I stick with it, the more I'll make, right? So just understand this line right here. Your income is directly proportional to your understanding of the market. Okay. If you don't understand the market, you won't make as much. So now for the fun stuff. So we now have to we picked our niche. We're done with that. Check it. Good. You should be proud of yourself. Done with that. Don't look back. Don't overthink it. Don't try to switch immediately. Just go with it, stick with it, and start getting some progress. Remember that it's this exponential curve, right? Right now, after picking the niche, we are at the absolute beginning of that curve. We are right there, right? So if you go a little bit down throughout maybe even like this whole video and you get like right here, right? If you switch, you go right back here. So keep that in mind as we move forward. But yeah, let's go ahead and create a business name now. So when going about deciding a name for your agency, do something that's simple but evergreen. And evergreen meaning like you can basically use it no matter what you're working with. And you can pivot, you can work with a different type of customer. Like you don't have to go back and change your business name every time. So mine is originally what I did when I was young and I was like Owen Agency LLC. Okay, I knew I wanted an agency of some kind. I didn't even know what niche yet. And it has my name in it. Probably the most evergreen name that you can get. But I have a DBA as Bridge Like Media right now. It is evergreen as I serviced gym owners in the past, roofing contractors, and now some of you guys. So basically, it's just a simple name. Another one's like my friend's name is Nick Abreu Solutions LLC. Like it's literally just his name and solutions. So like you can sell different products and different things under the same business name and not have to go through the headaches of changing your legal stuff. So yeah, create a business name. Please don't overcomplicate this. Like it's so simple. Like you can literally be like, it can be anything, you know? It really doesn't matter. You know, it's not going to determine the success of your business at all. So go ahead and do that now. Pause if you need to, create that business name, and let's move on to creating a logo. Now, if I had a penny for every person that has delayed the start of their business journey and development because they didn't have the right logo yet, I would probably be a millionaire. Okay, do not make this mistake. Like, you do not need to fall in love with your business. Okay, like when creating a logo, keep it simple, keep it universal. Try your best to make it, literally set a timer for 10 minutes and see if you can finish it in the 10 minutes. Like, seriously set a timer. Do not overthink this. So I want you to understand that it doesn't matter. Like, it really doesn't matter at all. I bought mine right here for $20 on Fiverr. Okay, which is still extra. Like, I literally wouldn't even recommend doing that. I would literally go to Canva. I'll do it with you right now. Let's make a logo. And literally just create a project. Agency. Let's see. Wow, I have a logo. Like, you really do not need to overcomplicate this stuff. Like, you can just throw it in here. It does not matter. Just save it. It's done. Okay. Don't overcomplicate this once again. And once you're done with that, now we can move on to software setup. So pause, make sure everything's all done. Make sure you have a niche, you have a logo, you have a name, you have all this stuff, and we can now move on to software. So this is going to be the majority of this video, the software setup. There's a few things that we have to do. Stick through this. This is going to be like kind of the official start of your business. Like, this is going to be pretty much everything you need to actually get it started and get it going. So now that we have a business name and a logo, we want a domain for the actual business. So this will host our website. This will also be our email address. So I recommend going to GoDaddy or Namecheap and getting like a $10 domain. Okay, don't overcomplicate this. Just get it. It's super easy. So action item right now. Go get a new domain right now. Create your email address. So to do so, what I usually do is go to GoDaddy. So let me go ahead and do that with you. Okay, so let's say I want, I don't know, let's just do Owen Agency LLC. There we go. 1 cent. But no, I can buy it with the 1 year. So basically, you just add it to cart. Okay, so you view your cart, get it for 1 year. Super simple. Like, it truly does not matter. Okay, you just get a domain, make it simple, and as soon as you get this domain right here, which we can go with right here. There we go. So we have the one domain here, so we can continue the cart. Yep, 12 bucks. So 12 bucks to get the domain. And as soon as you do that, it's super, super simple. I'll actually do this with you so you can kind of see how this process actually looks. So we are basically going to take the domain and not only make it your website, but also make it your email as well. So to do this, we can basically click I'm ready to pay. There we go. Okay, so now that you have a domain, right? So you should have just bought a domain. Super simple. Here we go. All right, so this is all pointless. So honestly, as soon as you get the domain, I would just go back onto the original GoDaddy website and go to my products and then find the domain that you just got. Okay, so as soon as you're on the domain, you can basically select it and go to the DNS management. Now, this is what I recommend that you do. So I would recommend going to Cloudflare. Now, go into Cloudflare right here, make a free account. There's nothing of charge here. The domain was going to be like the only expense. And all you want to do is basically go to Account Home, onboard a domain, and then simply just take your domain, put it into Cloudflare, and simply just press continue. Okay, and you press the free plan here. So you can basically get it protected for free by Cloudflare. So you select the plan. Okay, so now it's asking for us to change the name servers. So if we go into GoDaddy, we go into name servers. These are the name servers that we have, right? So we change them to be the ones in Cloudflare. So this is the first one, 1 and 2. Press keep. Continue. Okay, so that is going to update, and then basically in like 20 or so minutes, it'll say instead of invalid name servers up here, you'll get a green because you can press check name servers now, and it'll basically configure, and this will work. So then your domain is now hosted in Cloudflare instead of GoDaddy, which is way safer. So like if you open up a website, like there won't be like, it won't say like no, you know what I mean? Like it'll allow you to go through the website. But in the meantime, while we wait for that, we are going to now set up the Google business domain. So go to Google Workspace, press get started, and you want to put in your business name. So business information. So what's my business here? It's Owen Agency, LLC. It's just me, US. Okay, that's my current email address. Set up your existing domain. And then you just put the domain in that you bought right here into Google Workspace, just like so. Just like that. Okay, use this domain. Yep. And then you can create your name, put your name in here as the username. So owen@yourdomain.com. Set a password. So once that's loading, let's check Cloudflare and see if this is updated yet. Yep, so it says the domain is now active because we correctly did the name servers. Now, next step is to go in here. So it's going to make you take this plan, I believe. Or no, now it doesn't do that. Okay, so yeah, you could just do the business starter plan. It's free for 14 days and it's $8 a month. Super simple, so I'm gonna go ahead and do this now. So you want to set up the domain. So it's going to actually know that it's in Cloudflare, as you can tell, because now that we just moved to Cloudflare. So you can press sign into Cloudflare, and it'll basically just automatically add the records that you need. So you can just press authorize, just like that. And it'll just redirect you. And it might take a few minutes. Once the DNS, like, it kind of takes some time for the records sometimes to update. So as soon as this is done, there we go. There we go. So now we can activate Gmail, just like so, which will have us go back into Cloudflare and add some more records to make sure that we can use email. Super simple. Okay, so press authorize. It'll add all these DNS records for you. Okay, so pretty cool. Now that we did all this, we can literally use email. So Gmail, Google Calendar, all this good stuff. So we now have a new email, new Gmail, professional business name under a domain. Yeah, so let's go ahead and verify that domain. It says it's all set. That's good. And there you go. You now have name@yourbusiness.com or yourdomain.com. So what's pretty cool about this is that you can go ahead and use all the apps now. So we can use Gmail. We can do all that stuff. So you can open up your new email right here. So pretty cool. So now that you have this new business email, we want to go ahead and set up your calendar. Now, I recommend doing this with this new business email address because this is what you'll be using for the agency now. So log into the Google account and create your Google Calendar. So you can go to Calendar here, or you can go to the calendar and basically log in with your new email, which I believe is, what is it? OwenAgencyLLC.com. Okay. There we go. So we are now logged into our new Google Calendar. Pretty cool. So we now have a new Google Calendar here. So I'm going to go ahead and split screen this so we can go ahead and set up our new Google Calendar properly. This is very, very important to set up your Google Calendar in this way. Every day you have a blank calendar, right? Or you have time to spend and you're, everyone's always asking the question, what should I do today? What should I do today? So if you can properly configure your calendar in the way that I show you today, this will allow you to take meetings and sales calls when you're supposed to and have time to eat, work out, and ultimately be on a routine. Now, this is extremely important because we want to remove all brain usage. If we can just do the same thing every single day in the times that we need to do it, we have the best chance at achieving our goal, right? This video is not supposed to be completely easy, right? I mean, I don't know how long it is while you're watching this. It might be 7 hours, it might be 10 hours, like whatever it is, like it's not supposed to be easy, right? The whole point is that we want to give you the best possible chance at success possible. I want to provide as much value as humanly possible. So now we are going to configure your calendar. So this is what my calendar looks like. Now, if you actually look at my calendar today, it looks like a little bit different. Where's my phone? I can show you guys here. Looks like this, right? So different colors, I guess, but same vibe. And we are going to basically set it up in this way. So here's the kind of color code that I like. The recurring meetings, blue, admin task, red, one-off meetings, yellow, project task work, green, break, food time, purple, personal events, orange, other, gray. So let's go through and actually set this Google Calendar up. So make sure you're logged in, make sure you're ready to go, and we can go ahead and now set this up. So basically, first thing you want to do is you want to go to settings, okay? Okay, so now that we're in the settings for your calendar, there's a few things you want to do. So first things first, if you're in a different country and you want to work in the US time zone for your agency, I would recommend having a second time zone here. So you can press display, And you could choose the second time zone. So this would probably be like Eastern time. And the first one would be your main one. So I'm actually in Eastern time right now, so that's not an issue. Usually I actually wouldn't be. So there's that. First things first is set the start the week on Monday instead of Sunday. Go ahead and hide holidays. Okay, so that's one thing. And then now go to general and then select show world clock. So show world clock, just like so. And you can go ahead and add the time zones that you want. So this is actually pretty helpful, just so you know like what time it is in certain places. So if you want to add like Eastern time, if you want to add, you know, Central time as well, Chicago, and you want to add like East, I guess like Mountain Standard, basically all the US time zones, just to make it easier. If you have clients all over the US, it just makes it so much easier because this kind of world clock, like world time zone, will show on the side. So I'm just going to do those for now, just so you get the point. Okay. Oh yeah, I have them listed literally right here. So, okay, whatever, it doesn't matter. So point is, okay, we're good there. So now we can go ahead and go out of this. And we want to go ahead and create some calendars. So I would honestly, let's see, we go to settings here. So these are the two calendars that we have right now. So we can go to the Owen Rensland calendar as well as the birthday calendar. So here's what we want to do first. So we want to have our name and then break / food time, personal event / time, project / task work. So here's how we do this. Add calendar, create new calendar. Okay, so we have one called break / food time. Okay. Next one is personal events / personal time. Great. Projects / task work. Great. Okay, so now that you have these calendars down here in my calendars, we want to actually add color code. Just it makes it easier and kind of has to remove some of the brain power required to look at this calendar. So I recommend changing the colors to these ones right here. So I'm just going to do that with you. Super simple. So this is the personal one right here. Break / food time. Just like that. And then personal events / time. And then project / task work. Okay. So sometimes it darkens them. Like I literally just set this up here and it darkened it, but it doesn't really matter. Point is, we have the calendar. So now that we have this calendar set up, we want to actually set this up like this. So the way to do this is you want to set up, first of all, when you're sleeping. Now, the reason why we want to set this like availability up in this way is because when we get bookings, like for the actual agency, we don't want to get bookings while we're sleeping or while we're busy doing other stuff. That's really important because like if we want deep work that's like focused work and we don't want to take meetings during that work, like for example, you watching this video, you don't want to get a bunch of bookings while watching this video, then you want to set this up properly. So let's say today is Wednesday, which it is. First things first, we want to set up sleep. So I recommend whatever time you wake up. So let me go ahead and do this. Let's say you wake up at 8. Okay, so this would actually be the night before. So we can get this event, sleep. And the key here is to change it to the basically break / food time, right? And you can basically have this repeat every day. There we go. And let's say you go to bed every night at 11. So it'd be 11 to 12. Just like so. This is also sleep. And then you would basically add that to personal events and use the calendar color, or I guess the break of food time. Repeat every day. Okay, so now sleep is set up. So now this is the time that we have in the day. So what I recommend doing is having like kind of a morning workflow. So this can be like a daily thing. Like for my morning workflow right now, like I don't do anything crazy. It's literally just eating and showering. So you can do that repeat daily. And then being that personal events. There we go. So morning workflow. Just like so. And then once we have that, we can have, I don't know, like a deep work session. This is actually kind of how I structure my calendar nowadays. So project task / work. And then we can have that repeat every weekday. Just like that. And then we can have lunch. And the point of like this calendar is like not just look pretty. Like this is like actually what to follow. Like you want to follow this every single day. Okay. Like it's very, very important. So we'll do daily. Break / food time. Okay. Let's say we have more work until dinner, which is like the main work block of the day. So that's going to be here. Weekday. Okay. And then we have, I don't know, another meal. But like you get the point. Like this isn't like overly complicated to set up. Just like so. Okay. So once that's done, you can basically configure when you have meetings to be only during these times, or you can even set them as differently, because like how this works is that like with the CRM that we're going to set up right next, like the next thing that we're going to do, basically all of the bookings and the availability on like the calendar, like let's say you were to apply for like my mentorship, whatever, I'll just show you what I'm talking about. So if you were to do that, basically this goes based off of the calendar availability of whoever you set it to. So whether it's you, whether it's a closer. So let's say today the only available time is 8, 9, 9:30, and 10. That would be time set for the specific calendar. So let's say you only allow meetings during deep work, or you only allow meetings during break time. Then you would only get meetings during break time. So you want to basically set this up every single day to show exactly what you want to do. And now I won't lie, like sometimes what this actually ends up looking like is more like this. Some days you'll wake up a little bit earlier and you'll get started earlier. Like it'll kind of just shift around, but I recommend, just to kind of keep you accountable and keep you doing what you should be doing, like to always make sure it's actually accurate. So basically set this up so you have your calendar fully locked in, fully good, and there we go. So that's pretty much what you want to do. And then also like on Sundays and Saturdays, I kind of, I recommend doing work until you're done for the day and then basically taking the day off. And then Sundays, I recommend just taking the full day off. It's good to have that reset, because if you're running every single day, right? Like this is what it takes to be a really successful agency owner. Like if you're doing this every day, 8 a.m., 6 p.m., just work, right? It really helps to have a day on Sunday or like late Saturday where you just do nothing. Right. So that's kind of just to maintain the balance and actually keep going. So now that you have that done and set up, you now have a cool calendar. Now this calendar is under your new account as well, which is great. So now you have a new business email and a new account. Okay. So by now you should have a calendar that is built out with all of the following color coded, or hopefully at least set up so you can use it for maximum efficiency, as well as time zones optionally, and ultimately just 3 to 4 calendars to kind of separate everything that you do so that you can set your calendar availability up in the coming minutes here. So next up is Go High Level. So this is kind of the bulk of this video. And Go High Level is a software that's mainly used by business owners, entrepreneurs, agency owners of all kinds. And it is an all-in-one sales and marketing platform. Okay, like we can do literally everything. So you can use it as a hub for your business, for you and your clients. And just a really short list of things it can do is capture leads, nurture them, send emails, text, automations, AI agents, create campaigns, websites, funnel, calendar optimization, like create courses, integrate with Google, Facebook. Like this does everything. This is the all-in-one platform. And ultimately, like I have made all of my money using this platform through everything, whether it's been managing my clients, texting clients, getting clients, servicing clients. Like this platform is everything you need. It's an all-in-one stop shop to basically achieve what you want to achieve and ultimately have a successful AI agency business. Now, there's 3 options that you can do. Now, I will just quickly throw this out there that this is a free trial, right? So you can do this for complete free, no money up front, and you could start. And I'm not just promoting like some random company. Like I use them and I've spent a lot of money with them, right? I spend thousands of dollars a month on Go High Level, and all of my clients use it to get the results they get and do pay me every month as well. So you have three options: the $97 a month, the $297 a month, and the $497 a month. Now, the only difference is how many accounts you can manage. So for every client you get, you need their own sub account, right? And you'll have your own sub account for your agency as well as one for each client. Now, when you do the $97 a month plan, you get 3 sub accounts. 1 can be yours, 2 could be a client's, and then 3 could be another client's. So this plan is perfect in the beginning because this is what I did as well. Like, I got a $97 a month plan, and until I had more than 3 clients, then I upgraded to the $297 a month plan. But for now, that's all you need. Don't worry about the $497 a month plan. So here is your action item. You need to go ahead and sign up for Go High Level here. This is a pivotal part of the process and a pivotal part of this video entirely, because we will build the entire agency out of this platform. We will build the software, we will build the websites, we will build the snapshots, we will set up the clients, the AI agents, the fulfillment, the service delivery, the client acquisition, literally everything on this platform. So you need it, right? And so if you're already signed up, which is probably most of you, all good. But if you haven't yet signed up, if you use this link, I will give you a shit ton of bonuses for free. Because I mean, I'm going to be honest, like 90% of the people that clicked on this video are probably not watching it still, right? We're an hour, a couple hours maybe in, and ultimately, like, this is kind of the separating factor between who's actually going to succeed with this and who's not. Because I'm handing you everything. Like, you have everything you need to succeed here. It's just about execution and about just putting your head down, focusing, and actually getting through this. So if you got this far into this video, I want to reward you with a bonus. So here's my free gift to you. Now, this is crazy. I can't believe I'm doing this, but here it is. So if you go ahead and sign in with my affiliate link, which you basically click on this page, this is in the description of this video. It says owenrensland.com/go-high-level-affiliate-page. And basically, if you sign up today with my affiliate link, and I'm not just promoting this company, like, just for the affiliate, like, I actually use them every day. It's the complete reason why I've been successful. So my free gift for you is I will give you my $30,000 a month agency snapshot with a sales pipeline, all of my client acquisition automations and systems, $170,000 client acquisition funnel that I've used myself to have a really good show rate and close all of my clients with. In addition to that, I will give you my 6-figure client snapshot. So you not only get the agency snapshot that I use, but the client snapshot to use for your clients as well. That'll include the sales pipeline, 30K a month roofing automations that are transferable between any niche. You will get a 6-figure roofing sales funnel, which is the funnel that I use for all my clients. You will get my AI appointment booking agent for all of my clients as well. That books in a ton of appointments and took my booking rate for my clients from 15% to over 45%. And for some clients, it's even 60%, just from this one AI appointment bot. So in addition to that, you also get a cold SMS masterclass. So this is just a private unlisted video on YouTube. It's about 30 minutes long that has everything that you need to know, exactly how to get leads, the system that I run, the scripts that I use for cold SMS, how to send unlimited cold SMS, how to remove yourself from the process and outsource it and hire, basically everything you need, and even a leaked cold SMS calling script that I use myself to book in all of my appointments. And this is literally the only system I use to go from 0 to 30K a month. So, like, you don't need paid ads, you don't need all this stuff. You just need this cold SMS masterclass, and this is everything that you need to get there. And if you can see, like, there's a bunch of people that have watched this cold SMS because these are people that have been in my mentorships or coaching, and they found a lot of value in it. So I can't believe I'm releasing it, but you get this as well. And as a bonus, out of all this stuff, this free gift, this massive free gift, you also get a productivity masterclass, which is an hour and 43 minutes, another unlisted YouTube video with a boatload of resources to be more productive and to get more output for your input. Because, like, the truth is that, like, all of us want to achieve a lot. All of us want to be super successful. And if you can maximize your chance at doing so, then you will be that much more likely to succeed. In addition to that, I will give you 3 winning pre-call VSLs that will triple or quadruple your show rate and even increase your close rate by, like, double or triple. Like, it is extremely powerful how we structure these pre-call VSLs, because ultimately, if you have a good structure and a pre-call process built before you actually hop on a call with these potential buyers, like, you will have that much easier time getting clients and making a bunch of money. So that is my free gift to you in its entirety. Once again, if you go in the link in the description of this video, it's not going to be the first one. The first one's from my mentorship, but this one right here is the referral link, the Go High Level affiliate link. So this is what you get once again. And if you press start an extended free trial, You'll know that's my affiliate link because in the top left, it'll say equals bridge link media 49. And basically you can click 40-day free trial right here, sign up, go through the steps process there. And just like that, that's how you do it. So, and same with this button, it's the same button, same with this button. You get the point, some testimonials of other guys that have helped. Ultimately, what it is, why you should sign up under me. And then if you already have a Go High Level account, this is the only option for you to actually get these resources and this bonus. But what you want to do is press already a high level user right here. Now it's going to prompt you to basically upgrade your account from a $97 a month to a $297 a month, or the one basically above to where you're paying right now. This is the only way to become a paying affiliate and actually get these resources from me if you already have a Go High Level account. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if you ended up creating a new Go High Level account just to get these resources and canceling it or whatever. If you don't want to go through and have to pay $300 a month if you don't need to yet. But at some point, you're going to be paying that regardless, so you might as well get it out of the way. So that is everything we need to know about the bonuses and the gift that I have for you. Once again, 99% of people probably aren't even in this video, probably haven't even gotten this far into this video, probably gave up beforehand. So if you are not one of those people, then I'm rewarding you with this gift. So, by the way, you don't have to sign up now. It's completely up to you. But when you do, just make sure to use my link so you can get those resources. You might as well if you're going to sign up anyways. And like I said, they don't charge you for the first 14 days. So it's a 14-day complete free trial with Go High Level. And that should be enough if you work really hard and actually watch this video all the way through, do all the inputs required. You should end up getting that client, or at least a couple of clients in that time, to completely pay and keep going on in the process. I don't know why everyone says you need $1 million to start an agency. You really, really don't if you do things right. So basically, once you do this and you actually go ahead and sign up and you're in Go High Level, just wait a couple minutes and check your inbox from Owen Rensland. There should be an email including this gift. So let's go through a rundown of Go High Level in its entirety, just so you understand the platform. This is going to take a little while, but I want you to really just truly understand exactly what this platform is and how much it can do. So let's jump in. So as soon as you get into Go High Level, there's two levels. There's the agency level right here, and then you can click here to switch into a sub account. And you can even go into snapshots. So when you actually get my snapshot and import it, you'll basically open up a link and it'll allow you to install the snapshot. And if you go to snapshots, you should see the snapshot, my client snapshot and my agency snapshot in there once you do that. Now, you will basically have a sub account for each client, including yourself. So you'll have one sub account for your agency and one sub account for your clients, and just basically one for every single one. Like I said, with the $97 a month, you get 3 sub accounts total. So one's your agency, 2 is a client, 3 is a client. So basically, let's go to settings really quickly and make sure everything's set up. So like I said, the snapshots, and in the settings, you want to fill out all this information. So first of all, go into settings and go to my profile. Now you want to basically add an image, and you can actually add a first name, last name, email, phone number, and all that good stuff. You can even change your password if you don't know what it is. Now, next up, you can go to company, which is the next step down. You want to fill out all this information. So your company address, all this stuff. If you don't have legal business information quite yet, then don't worry about this yet, but I would still put your own address and your own information in here. I'm not obviously going to show this because this is my information. So the next section to hit at in settings here is team. So if you go to team and press add new team member, that's what I did. I'm not going to show it because it's a bunch of client information as well as mine, but you want to add yourself as a team member. So to do that, press add employee, select advanced settings, and then go ahead and choose a password for yourself, as well as roles and permissions, and make sure the user type says agency and the user role says admin. So just like that, roles and permissions, agency, admin. Okay, and now you are going to add your sub account to this once you make that sub account. So now that you have yourself added as an employee in the actual agency, it's time to create your first ever sub account for your agency. So what you want to do here is import my snapshot. Now, you should have signed up for Go High Level My Affiliate, and you should have my snapshot in your inbox. So you want to go in your inbox, open up that link, and sign in with Go High Level with the login that you just made. Now, you should see this page. Do you want to import the snapshot to this account? When you open up the link to my snapshot, press yes, import now. And what you should see now is that we're on the agency level, and you should see it in account snapshots. So go to sub accounts and press create new sub account, and you should see an imported snapshot, 30K a month agency snapshot. So once it prompts you to add a new sub account, it'll have you put in all of your information. So add the location manually with the little map thing, and then go ahead, fill out all your information. So go ahead and press add sub account. And now you have my agency snapshot. So this snapshot is extremely good and extremely powerful and has pretty much everything that you need in it. But let's go ahead and split screen so we can go through this and understand what's going on here. So now that that's done, okay, make sure things are set up properly. So you want to import the agency snapshot, go to sub accounts, press add sub account, select add account manually, fill out all your information that we just did that, and now switch to sub account in the top right. Okay, so now that we're in the actual sub account level, I just want to break down what's going on. So just like you and your agency sub account, you will create a sub account for each client that you sign. You want to save your sub accounts for now because like you only have 3 if you're on the 97 a month plan, and that was one of them, the one that we just made right here. So you need to have your own, obviously, for websites, for sending cold SMS and doing all this stuff to actually get the clients. But you still have room for 2 more clients and 2 sub accounts until you have to upgrade to the $297 a month plan. So here's a quick walkthrough of the sections that you use before we actually dive into the details. First of all, if we go to settings, there's a few things I want to just crack out of the way. Settings, you want to actually fill out all your business profile information in here. If I were you, I would recommend just going through everything. So if we go down settings, you want to fill out all your information. So friendly business name. And if you don't have legal business information yet, you will need it to get ATP verified very soon later in this video. So I would recommend registering your business, getting an LLC in your local state, and actually applying for EIN. This stuff isn't crazy hard, but for now you can even just use a friends as well. So what you do is legal business name here, and then your business email, which I believe mine was owenagencyllc.com, I think. Yep, business niche does not matter. And then you basically type in all this stuff. So online, just like so. And then you would put your EIN here, and you're in the US, so it'd be like a 99 blah, 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 something. Just like that. And then you press update information. There we go. Basically, if we just kind of walk through some of the settings, if we go down here to the bottom up, first integrations is the only one that's like prevalent out of all these kind of don't really matter. We will link Facebook to this. We'll put our Facebook page in here in your clients as well to basically link up lead forms with Go High Level to actually connect the lead forms to the automations. Domains is the next part up that's like has any kind of importance as well. Domains and URL directs. So domains, you can actually buy domains through Go High Level. So that's pretty cool, but I wouldn't recommend transferring in your domain because transferring in is like what we just did to go from GoDaddy to Cloudflare. Like it's pretty unnecessary. If I were you, I would just press connect a domain, and then here we can go and connect the domain that we just bought earlier. So if we go to domains, we can just connect it, and owenagencyllc.com. There we go. Yep, so continue. Now it's going to find it in Cloudflare, similar how Google found it when we made the Google Workspace, and we simply just add it just like this. So it's actually saying AAA record conflict, and I'm glad that it's showing this because this is a little bit of a issue that a lot of people run in. So if we go to Cloudflare and actually go to our domain that we just had, which is owenagencyllc.com, basically if we go to the DNS records, we need to remove all the A ones. Okay, so this is A, type A, and that's it. So we just delete these 2 records. Super simple. Okay. Once those are deleted, we got to wait a little bit, and then we can go ahead and redo this process and actually connect our domain to our funnel. So this is your action item for now. We're going to start here in your sub account level. Go ahead and do what you can to connect your domains to Go High Level at this part in the settings and the sub account level. So once this is done, then we can move on and set up some other fun domain stuff. But for now, we want to just do this now. So let's go ahead and try this again. See if it works. Okay. So Cloudflare, it just worked just right there. And we basically press authorize, and then you type your domain in here. There we go, delete the conflicts. And now it's going to go ahead and authorize and do everything that it needs to do to basically connect to Go High Level, and then we can connect that to our funnel. So let's go ahead and wait for that to authorize. Sometimes this takes a couple minutes, but hopefully it's not too long. Okay, couldn't find. So usually if it can't find something, that usually means it's just like it's too soon because it literally just changed the DNS, and sometimes it takes a little bit for it to update. So you have to sometimes like retry a few times for it to work. Of course, I believe you can also just buy the domain in Go High Level instead of like GoDaddy and then Cloudflare. but this is just kind of the way I've always done it. And like this program, I just want to teach everything that I've done myself. So yeah, there we go. We're good. We're connected. And now we can link it with the funnel. So you want to basically link it with the agency website and /home. Super simple, proceed to finish. And now this might blow your mind because it's very, very soon, but we're already seeing a little win here. If you go, once this is done, look up owenagencyllc.com, we should see a website. Boom. Let's go. That's a win. This is exactly what you should see. So this is a super basic website. Now that you can see the website, we are currently still in the sub account, as you can see by the settings here on the left that say conversations, calendars, contacts, all that stuff. We want to go back out of the agency to the agency view. So just like that. That's how you do it. And once you do that, go to settings and then go to company. So we'll split screen this again. Now, there's a few things we can do to kind of white label Go High Level, make it look a little prettier, like change the domain from app.gohighlevel.com to app.yourdomain.com, app.owenagencyllc.com. So to do that, you want to go to white label, and here we go. Basically, what we can do here is we can change this API domain, this white label domain and API domain to your domain. Now, I'm not going to do this right now because it's already done for my Go High Level. I don't want to change it. But another thing you could do is add right here this script right here for Wave, which is basically like a, spam protection for your purpose. This is not really required though, so I wouldn't even worry about this right now. But here's what I would worry about. So that's all done. Now you have that set up. Add your privacy policy. So for this, all it's going to be is basically HTTPS owenagencyllc.com/privacy policy. So you can basically add your privacy policy in terms. We will set these up as well because they're important to have in my opinion. But yeah, so now that that's done, let's go back to the actual agency. So the one that we just created, let's go back into the sub account. And now let's understand more about what's going on in the actual Go High Level account. So if we go back to settings here, let's start there. So we're going to kind of like just go through a lot of what there is in the actual sub account. There's not much in the agency level, but in the sub account, there's a lot of stuff that I want to hit on. So let's kind of just start here at the bottom. So once again, the integrations, we kind of went over that already. You can kind of connect Facebook and Instagram for lead forms. Next up, the next important thing, in my opinion, we did domains. So that's checked off. Next thing up is custom values. So custom values are super, super powerful. Now, in this sub account and the snapshot, here's what you have. You should see this on your screen right now. If you don't see this, then something went wrong if you have the snapshot, because you should see all these custom values. So what you want to do is change and edit each one of these values. So for phone number, for example, you'd basically put your phone number. So whatever that is, boom, 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 boom. That's not my phone number. And basically you would add all of these values. So you will add this later on, but for now, just put what you can. So your agency name. There we go. And then after that, your email. We want all of these figured out and all of these kind of put in here eventually, because this will make it so the automations and like the funnel and stuff are all super easy. Okay, your first name. And this will also make client onboarding really easy, because every time you sign a client, you just load the snapshot like you just did, input all their information in the custom values, and you're pretty much done with client onboarding on the Go High Level side of things. Crazy. Okay, website in this format. So this is going to be clc.com. Okay. Good to go. So this is pretty much all we can put in there for now. Next up, let's go into custom fields. So when you have custom questions and forms, this is where you can actually create custom fields and like apply them. We will explain this later. This is kind of unnecessary to understand right now, so don't worry about it. Next up is the phone system. So on this page, you can basically buy a phone number. So you can buy a local number or you can buy a toll-free number. So when you press add phone number, you can filter it out and be like number. If you want toll-free or local. So local is what we're typically going to do because it has a better pickup rate. So you can pick a number and you can basically press proceed to buy. It's $1 to buy a phone number. And you could buy a phone number just like that. You can even search for custom area codes as well. If you want like a 616 for the first part of the number or something, then you can find those as well, just like that. And basically, once you get it, like once you buy the phone number, you can immediately call people. So you can actually click this button and like enable, and like you can literally call people like right now. Like you can literally look up your number and call it, and it'll be good. You can call it from your computer. So it's pretty cool, right? It's a pretty cool feature. But you can't text yet. And when you do text, it'll say reply stopped, unsubscribe, thanks, Bridge Like Media. Now in the Trust Center, there's a lot of different ways that we can kind of work with this and also just like fix this. And more importantly, like get your phone number verified. That's the reason we can't text right now. We can't text because we're not A2P verified, which we will explain in the client acquisition portion of this course. So that's just a few things that you need to know. And also I will explain to you in the client acquisition part how to remove this as well. Remove the thanks, unsubscribe, all that good stuff. You do have to wait a couple weeks once you have a phone number to remove that. So if I were you right now and watching this video, as a little action step, I would buy your phone number right now. So a quick tip as well, you can look up spam checker. So like phone number spam checker. And you can basically look at Truecaller. So like, let's say you wanted to buy, I don't know. Let's say you want to buy this number right here. So you can basically click on the free spam checker and try it out. I guess this is going to make me download it, but you can basically go into any of these checkers and just check a phone number, and it'll tell you how spam likely it is. So this one has a good reputation, so I can basically buy it. Proceed to buy. And that's going to charge my card and stuff. Also, you might have to do some identification if this is a new sub account, but that's no issue. You can show your passport, show your ID. It should take, an hour for it to get back to you. So that's super simple as well. And there we go. Done. Now, I'm not going to do the whole ID verification, all this stuff with you guys right now. There's a chance I will probably do it in the client acquisition section because that's when we actually need to send SMS and do all this stuff. Also, keep in mind, once you get that phone number, because like this is optional, like it might make you do this, it might not. Once you get that phone number, you want to make sure that you can record calls so you can listen back. So to do that, you would basically press edit configuration on the phone number. And just to show you, let me pull up one of my own accounts that has a phone number, or a few of them. So just like this, you have a couple phone numbers, and basically you press edit configuration, and oh, it's not actually doing it right now. So that's good. Good to do this. So you can first of all forward these calls to your personal phone number. So if you put your personal phone number in there, boom, whatever it is, it'll basically forward the high level calls to your personal phone number. So you can answer them on your phone as well as your computer. Super nice. And the call recording feature. So you can basically check call recording and uncheck this. And it'll basically record every single call you have, and you can listen to it in the conversations tab to get feedback and even download them as well. So definitely press save and do that. And that'll save you a ton of headache in the future. So let's go back to the sub account that we just created for the agency and go through with the calendars part of it. So all of this stuff is pretty irrelevant for now for us. Let's go to calendars. This is where we will set up all of our booking calendars for meetings and all that stuff. Right now, you have one called strategy call. So this is going to be your sales call, strategy call, application call, whatever you want to call it for your clients and for you to sign new clients. So to do so, activate this first. So go to the three dots and press activate. Now you want to go into edit calendar and basically change everything to be your niche. Now, see what I mean about the custom values here. It says if our schedule is fully booked, reach out to custom values your email to be added to our waitlist. If you go on the calendar right now, it will say your email because you already filled it out in the custom values. So that's what's cool about these. Makes it so much easier for you. So basically contact first name and your agency name, which should already be filled out as well. Strategy call. So you want to add yourself as a team member. So you should have yourself here as a team member. So you can go and add yourself here. I didn't actually do that on my end, but you would go to my staff, add user. I'll just do it with you because I probably should have done it in the first place. Okay. At clc.com. And then a phone number. That's not actually my phone number. And then you can actually add the calendar on there as well. So that's admin. There we go. Okay. We got yourself in there now. Now we go to calendars. And that's also when you should have set up your login as well. Like you should already have that done, right? That's not, I just haven't done it yet. So you can add yourself to the team. And this is where you're going to actually take the calls. So what I recommend you do is use Google Meet because the show rate is that much better. It's so much easier to hop on a Google Meet than it is to hop on a Zoom. So you can place high priority. So it gives you all the calls, always, and Google Meet, and you as a user, and it'll just create a Google Meet link basically for these calls. You can change the color for your calendar. Say I usually do yellow, and then press save. There we go. That's the first part. Now let's go through the rest of the calendar. So availability, you want it to be available 24 hours a day, because basically we set our available at our Google Calendar, right? So it should be going based off of our Google Calendar and not off of this. So we want this to be completely open. You can even have yourself look busy like 30% of the time, which I recommend. In addition to that, let's set up our calendar and everything else. So, yep. And you can also add like a logo as well. You can add your face. That's what I recommend. Availability configuration. So settings, availability, count preferences. So make sure to start weeks on Monday, which I believe it does that already for you. And then connections, add new. Okay. Connected to the Google calendars. Okay. Got it. So basically the meeting duration is 45 minutes. You want them to only be able to book 3 days in advance, because then the show rate is going to be the best it possibly can be. If it's too many days, people will forget that they booked. And ultimately, you need to actually have a scheduling notice as well. So at least 2 to 3 hours from when they want to book to when they can actually book that call in. Because otherwise, like if they book in like literally an hour before you hop on a call with them, it's going to be a little bit difficult for you to kind of get your stuff ready and get ready to go. So you want to go ahead and save on that, just like so. And next up, we have forms, notifications, and customizations. So in the actual forms, you should have the correct form. It should say strategy call form. Now, after that's done, basically, you're going to have the post booking page that we put into the custom values. So once that post booking page is done, you know, with the pre-call VSL and all that good stuff, and we can put it into custom values, and that'll be done. Next, we want the notifications. So in the notifications, keep it very simple, because all of the notifications for your client and for you are going to be built through automations. But we want Google to send one itself. So make sure this first box is checked. It's very, very important that this is checked, because it'll basically send a calendar invitation, right, from Google itself, which has very good deliverability, and they'll see this in their inbox, and the show rate will be that much better because they'll know how to actually jump on the call. So just to recap, for calendar setup, I know that this is kind of a lot, kind of heavy. Basically, this is all set up. Make sure you add yourself as a user, choose the location, and availability all the time set. Look busy 30%, 3 days in advance, 45 minutes. Forms, simply make sure the post booking page is in the custom value just like that, which we will do, the correct form, and notification of the Google sending notifications. Those by far are the most important things, and you got to activate this calendar, and now you have a successful booking calendar. But you aren't quite yet done with the calendar setup, because now we need to actually connect it to our Google Calendar to set your availability. Because the whole point of setting up your Google Calendar was like this, was to basically show, like, have people be able to book meetings, but only at the times that they're actually able to book. Not during lunch, not during the morning workflow, not during deep work, not while you're sleeping, obviously. And so here's how to do that. So first, we want to go to connections in the top, and you should see yourself as a staff member. Okay, you want to go ahead and connect your Google Calendar account here. So basically, I'm just going to remove it. I did it before just to make sure it's working, but go ahead. It should look like this, and press add new connection. So connect your Google Calendar just like so. Press continue, continue, and you should now be connected, right? Your Google Calendar should connect, and it should be this calendar right here. So to know that this worked, we want to go into conflict calendars and press edit. Now we should see our 3 calendars that we made here. So there's a few different options that we have here. Now, I'm not going to lie, the conflict calendar settings and availability stuff with Google and Go High Level, like sometimes it's a little messy, a little hairy. So I'm not going to give you a one-time solution here, because it's kind of up to you. Now, basically, what I do know is that if you check one of these, you won't get meetings during those times. Okay, so basically, let's say we don't want meetings during break/food time and personal events. So break/food time and personal events. Press save. Now, because we did that, it'll say processing, and we should be able to open up our calendar, and it should show availability at times where there's deep work, and maybe during the blank time as well. I'm not completely sure, and I don't totally remember because mine's been set up for so long. But that's going to process and going to take a second, so I'm just going to let that process and let it do its thing. Otherwise, it's not going to work right out of the gate. So that is basically everything you need to do on the calendar side of things. So you might need to troubleshoot the conflict calendar to make sure that it works perfectly. We remember that we did like set the availability on the actual calendar to be like 30%, right? So there's 30% of them are going to be busy no matter what. But yeah, so another thing you can do if this doesn't work is go into the agency level and go into team and make sure that your user, the one that you're using right now, has agency admin access. Okay, so if you're having trouble still with the calendar settings and the calendar conflict stuff, you can get more basically availability and settings. You see how it says access restricted by going to the agency settings, teams, edit team member, and give the account or the actual user, which is you, agency admin access. So that's if you're still having issues, but for the most part, it should work. So we should be able to basically check it now on the calendar side of things. So if we open up the calendar, that should be activated now. You can both press share calendar, the permanent link, and open up the calendar just like so. So now we have availability and some of the time right here, just like so, which is the deep work session here. And once again, I'm not sure why the deep work session isn't showing over here, but you're just going to have to mess with this availability because like I probably spent a couple hours trying to figure this stuff out. But once you get it, it's good and you don't have to worry about it ever again. But just kind of setting this up is always a little bit hairy and a little bit different for everyone that does it. So now that you actually have a calendar though, you can go into the actual funnel and kind of work through that. But first, let's go ahead and go back to the split screen and keep going down. So, all right, so now at this point, we have the calendar set up and the conflict calendar. Now there's a few other things. Billing is where you can add your client's card information. So when you sign a client, you're going through this pretty much this whole process, but it's much less of a learning curve. You just set up the custom values and set up the stuff for your client's sub accounts. And you can actually go into billing and add your client's card details so they pay for SMS and calling. I know you have to pay for SMS and calling. It kind of sucks, but it's very, very cheap, like 0.01 cent per text or something. And then in business profile, you want to make sure you put all of your information here. So let's go and see what else we got. So we have payments. So in payments, you can go ahead and go to documents and contracts, and you can actually have a template here. We do have a template for you in here. So basically you can use this and send this to other people. So basically you can download this as a PDF and ultimately change everything to be your information. And then all you have to do to send this is press use template, and you can literally send it to a contact. It's super simple. And that's how you send agreements with Go High Level. It's easier than DocuSign, PandaDoc, and all those other, outside platforms that can send contracts. So just like this, you would name it and change everything else. You could set the signing order, like for add their signature box, add their name box. You can even add like a custom text field that says like right here. So full name, full name, just like that. And that's how you basically send it. You have this should already be filled out. You have to go and change this in the PDF yourself. And then you basically press this and add the actual stuff. So like full name, for example, we duplicate that and add company name, just like that. Make sure it's all required. And you would literally send it. Like that's literally how easy it is to send a contract to a new client, but we'll handle that more in like the onboarding side of things. Just getting ahead of myself here because I'm excited. So now this section right here is the AI agent section. So nothing crazy for your agency account. I really don't use AI agents too much. This is more like on the client side of things. So there's nothing in here for your agency snapshot, but if you did my affiliate link and you got the client snapshot, there will be an AI agent in here that's fully prompted and ready to go. You just got to change it to your niche. In addition to that, if you go to marketing, so we're just kind of like going down the list of things. Here, there's trigger links, which are kind of cool. Everything is pretty much unnecessary here. Trigger links is cool because you can like have a review link, essentially like add a link, review, and then put like a review.com link or whatever. And then you can basically set up automations where like if they don't click the link, then it'll send a follow-up or like all that good stuff. So that's, pretty helpful. The automation section. So this is going to be the bulk of this part. Now I want to explain in the agency section, these are your simple automations. Okay. Believe it or not, I got this 30K a month with not that much automations, nothing crazy, nothing insane, just what was required. So strategy call booked. This is a really important automation because also I don't want to like overwhelm you guys with like 500 automations. I want you to just understand what's going on and actually be able to use it and make and think for yourself and to make your own automations. So basically make sure the calendar's here for the input. But when someone books an appointment, basically you will get a notification SMS to your user. So you'll get a notification. You can even test it out by putting your phone number in and setting test. And this is how automations work. There's a trigger and there's actions. Okay, so for example, this automation right here, this first one, when a strategy call is booked in the calendar that we just made. So right now, if you're in this calendar and you book a call, fill in all your information, it'll create you as a contact. So that'll create you as a contact. And then basically that will have you go through the automation. So you want to make sure you add your own user, add yourself here. Every time there's a red arrow, obviously, it'll create you as a stage in the pipeline. You will get a notification on your personal cell phone that someone booked a call. And then it'll basically send SMS and emails to whoever booked the call, right? Which if it was you doing it, it would be you. So it'll send a reminder, ask for a confirmation, an email reminder to confirm the call, all that good stuff. 2 days before, 1 day before, 2 hours before, 43 minutes before SMS, 15 minutes before. And this is just pretty much all set up for you. Like you don't have to touch anything as long as you touch the custom values. But it's still good to go through and make sure all this stuff is good, and make sure it's all updated. You can even be a little bit of a stickler about like the fonts and stuff. I know some people are, care about that. Click here to join the meeting. This will automatically send the meeting links. You really just don't have to do anything here. So that's the strategy call booked automation. And you'll have the no-show one as well. So if someone becomes a no-show, you can mark them as a no-show in the pipeline status, and it'll send some SMS. It'll be like, hey, just making sure you saw this. Why didn't you show, basically? But in the opportunities, when you get a booking, it'll show up in the strategy call booked, and you can move it to the no-show, cancellation, and closed. Now, this is on purpose a bare bones snapshot, right? Without that much stuff, because the truth is that you don't need that much stuff. The majority of the revenue that you'll get from this business, from this AI agency, is money that comes from clients, and that will be from doing outbound, booking sales calls, and closing deals. So all of the automations that you need are in those stages. There are going to be some more automations that you'll need for the client side of things, and that's why we have the client snapshot separate, obviously, with all the roofing automations and the roofing funnels and all that good stuff. But now let's get into kind of the fun stuff here. So we kind of took a look at automations. You kind of understand what's going on here. It's set up now, which is great. Let's go to sites and funnels. This is probably my favorite part of this video, agency website. So this funnel right here is the one that we just connected. So this is when you look up your link to the, your website, this is what you see right here. Now, this is when we can get creative, and we want to go ahead, first of all, change the logo, put your logo in here, whatever it is. Don't have mine in there, please. And you can have your offer here. Super simple. So let's say, I don't know, I'm in the remodeling niche, generate full, I don't know, kitchen remodels on demand for you, turnkey digital marketing. This will be either a simple video or you don't even need one. Book a call link. So you can basically have this to open a pop-up, which that's what I would recommend. And then with your pop-up, you can just have your pop-up right here, edit it, book your demo call to see and help with Owen. So I would change this obviously to your own name. And honestly, we could probably just do the custom value here, but yeah. And then you could basically change this to be the calendar, just like so. And what I'm trying to kind of explain to you guys is that there's no right way to do all this, right? The majority of your income and money and all this stuff and your success in signing clients will come from the actual SMS process and the pre-call page. Okay. People most likely won't see this page, right? Because if you're sending cold SMS, they're booking in appointments and you're doing it on their behalf. They won't see the calendar, only you will, but they will get sent the post-booking page via SMS and email. So another thing, also make sure you change the SEO data. So it has my logo, and it does say your agency name, which is good, but you can change the logo and stuff. But this is what they'll primarily see. /booked. So you want to change the logo for this page. You want to change, this is where your pre-call VSL would be. So if you basically did the affiliate link, you have 3 pre-call VSLs you can use and mimic to make your own. You can click to add the meeting to the calendar, and you can even change these, screenshots to be SMS reminders and invitations, and adding a contact as well. Like, these are things that will majorly help your show rate. Because if someone books an appointment with you with cold SMS or, cold calling or however you book them in, they are going to get sent this page through email and SMS, right? So it's very important that you get them to watch the pre-call VSL before the call. So set this page up, make it look pretty. Right now it looks a little questionable and there's no video in here, but you can go ahead and add a Wistia link or YouTube unlisted video, anything like that. But once you have your post-booking video, like your pre-call VSL essentially, I would go to custom values and edit it here. So then it'll change in all the automations and change in just everywhere that it needs to. So that is that. Now, there are some forms as well. So if we go back into sites, there's funnels. And also, by the way, there's a bunch of templates that you can make from templates here. If you want to make a different funnel and then link your domain to that funnel. So if you want like a crazy cool, techie, like, I don't know, all these look insane, I'm not gonna lie. But if you want like a crazy classic AI agency model, you can use a template like this, and basically link your domain to this funnel, and now you have like a really professional website. But I just keep it the bare bones because it honestly doesn't matter that much. Let's just see what this looks like. Yeah, it looks crazy. Like, this looks crazy. So that's always an option. But also keep in mind that with your funnel right here, just keep in mind that most likely when like your niche or whatever is like actually looking at your post-booking video, once they book in with you, they will be looking from the mobile point of view, right? So typically from this point of view, and this is what they'll see. So make sure it looks good on desktop, but also mobile as well. And this will also help your show rate, your close rate, and will ultimately make you a bunch of money. So that is the kind of starting go high level setup. Now, if I just want to like quickly recap what we just did, because there was a lot of shit, a lot of stuff. Basically, from start to finish, we kind of got into understanding more about what go high level is. You now have a calendar setup with availability setup for your calendar, and go high level. So you can basically book people in for appointments. You just literally go into the calendar, choose a time, and put the name, number, and all their information in, and book them in as an appointment, and it'll send them the automations and send them the stuff. Now, some of this stuff, remember, won't work right now. SMS won't work until we're verified. But what we did set up ultimately is your funnel, your website, got your post-booking page looking pretty, hopefully, and ultimately you have everything you need, and you have your starting like foundational agency done, okay? Because you have your calendar setup, you have go high level setup, you have you as a user on there, you have all this stuff, you have starting automations to get you going, and ultimately you have everything you need in the beginning to say that you're an agency owner. So pretty cool. Now the next step, I know that was pretty long and lengthy. The next step is to set up a payment processor. Now if you don't already have this done, you need a way to collect money, because the last thing you want is to hop on a call with someone from your niche, close them, and not have a way to collect the money, which, believe it or not, happens to a lot of people. So I recommend using Stripe, PayFunnels, or Fanbasis. Okay, these are the 3 best ones for an agency right now. WAP is also some that a lot of people experiment with. Now I want to quickly explain these. Stripe is the best. It just is. It will always be the tier. The fees are the least amount. Support's pretty good, and it's just the all-time knowing one, right? The instant transfers are super nice. So you can pay out instantly once you've made like at least $1,000, and Stripe is ideal. So I would go and set up a Stripe account, and also you don't need legal business information to do this. So you can go and set up a Stripe account without legal business information and start collecting money today. Now, what you do is you go and set up and create a payment link. So once you log into your Stripe account, you can actually go and press create a payment link. So you would basically log into your Stripe account, and essentially you can go in here and press create payment link. And there you can just add a new product. So you can basically call this the name of your services, Owen Agency LLC, and be like, I usually do like the term. So like, let's say I'm doing 3 months of services. Then you can add your logo. You can add a recurring price or a one-off price. Let's say you're charging, I don't know, $1,500 up front. Okay, so that's super simple. You can add that as a product in your payment link. Then from here, what I'd recommend is press save payment details for future use. Now, if you're doing auto billing or pay per results, it's very important that you get a card on file so that you can auto bill later on. So save payment details for future use. That right here is there. And basically you can press create link. And now that link, you can copy and paste it. If you're on the sales call, you close the guy, you can send him this link, and now you can finally get paid. So super, super good. And they also have some options of financing with Klarna as well. So that is really great as well. So like, if basically what that means is that like if people don't have the full amount to pay right now or want to pay less, they can finance it, right? So they can basically finance it, and they have to fill in some information about themselves, but then basically instead of paying $1,500 up front, it'll be like a couple, like $300 or $400 a month for a long period of time until it's paid off with very little interest. So that's an option as well to get more closes, but the prospect must be 18 or older. Most of them will be, depending on what niche you're in, and ideally have a 650 or better credit score. So keep that in mind. The reason why most people don't use Stripe nowadays is because Stripe is strict. So a lot of businesses and a lot of agencies are kind of churn and burn, which means that they don't actually have good services and they get a lot of disputes. If that happens, your Stripe account will get shut down just like that, and your money's held and you can't collect payment. Now, most people get pissed off at this because they don't have good products, but what I teach is enough to have a good product so you won't get disputes like that, because I focus on retention and client success first. So we don't have to worry too much about that as long as you stick to this video alone and stick to this guide and this fulfillment and all this stuff. But just be cautious if you have a bad product and you get disputes, you got to lose your Stripe account. So keep it safe. You can even auto bill yourself $1 a day to keep like the payment transaction. We'll go over some of that stuff later. But Fanbasis is another great option because you can have more financing options. So Fanbasis is great because they're a newer business, newer company, and cool guys actually down in Miami. I know them. And ultimately, there's, you can negotiate the fees. So you can actually negotiate to match the Stripe fee. But sometimes they'll actually charge money to use Fanbasis. And I don't make any referral commission off of this or anything. But they have more kind of, financing options. So like they can split pay things, with more options. But Stripe is by far the end all be all, and it's amazing. So after that, Google Meet. Not much to set up here, not much to really worry about here, so I wouldn't worry about this now. Fathom. Fathom is great. Fathom is a note taker you can use for meetings. So let's say I hopped on a Google Meet right now, just like so. I don't even know what camera. I might use this camera over here. Okay. Yeah, basically you could hop on a Google Meet just like this. This is really confusing on my screen. And basically you can add Fathom as a note taker to the meeting. So you press here, and Fathom will basically go and add and join into the Google Meet. And that right there will record your call just like this. So now it'll be you, your sales guy, or like whoever you're talking to actually try to close your client, as well as Fathom note taker. And then after the call, in Fathom, it'll literally just give you a link at the call with AI notes, summaries, all that good stuff. So I recommend installing Fathom Note Taker, download it, get the Chrome extension. It's super, super helpful. So on an onboarding call, when you're setting up the stuff on their behalf, whether it's on their Meta account, their ad account, or however it is, like you can control their screen, and then basically it's that much easier to onboard that client. So that's what I recommend using Zoom for, but that's it. So you went through the software video, and it was a little bit longer, like 18 pages worth of material. Give yourself a pat on the back for getting through this part of the video. This is probably one of the hardest parts, just kind of getting everything going, especially when everything is so foreign to you and you don't really know. Once again, if you haven't already signed up for Go High Level, you should have already done that because we did a lot to set up with Go High Level. But once again, like I said, if you sign up with my affiliate link right here, and it will be in the description below, you can basically start an extended free trial and, more importantly, get access to all of these beautiful bonuses as my gift to you. So Yeah, that is the starting your AI agency video. And now we can start getting into the client acquisition, which is the fun stuff. So let's do it. How to get your first client. So first things first, understand that the biggest learning curve in this entire process is going from 0 to 1. Going from 0 to 1 client is by far the biggest learning curve, because everything past then, you have some momentum, you have someone paying you, you have someone to provide results for, and also you know how to provide those results to them. So basically, my goal is to give you everything that you need to go from 0 to 1. Okay, that's the point of this entire document, and ultimately the point of this whole entire video. But the good thing is that what you did to go from 0 to 1, you can just copy to go from 1 to 5. Going beyond that, going to like, 5 to 10 to 15 to 20 to 30 clients, like it's a little bit different and it looks a little bit different. But this one part of the video where I show you exactly how to get your first client is going to trump 99% of paid courses that charge tens of thousands of dollars, because this one is completely free and way better as well. So before we understand client acquisition and everything you need to go from 0 to 1, we first need to figure out what your offer is going to be. Now, you should have a niche. You should have basic software set up with Go High Level and Google Meet and Fathom and some other kind of stuff just ready to go. Now, the thing is that we need to figure out your offer, because an offer is actually very, very important. But the unfortunate thing about business is that, like, this is true, and I didn't want to accept it for a while, and that's why ultimately I failed for so long. And it's that you have to copy and paste in the beginning, okay? You don't have, and I also don't have enough experience to just know exactly what's going to work and make strategic market decisions. In the beginning, when you don't have too much experience, when you don't have 5 to 10 years under your belt, like I don't, you have to copy and paste things that are working, okay? You have to just take things that are working, maybe change them a little bit, and then ultimately just kind of have the same framework and run it as well. And that is the best way in the beginning to get started. Don't try to reinvent the wheel. Don't try to think for yourself, which sounds rough, but don't like try to make something special and make something new and try this, whole blue, red, whatever ocean thing. Like literally copy and paste what's working and do it. Okay. Now, you don't have enough experience to think for yourself and create a compelling offer yourself, in my opinion. Winning client acquisition system, all that stuff, because if you did, you would have already done it, right? So just copy and paste everything that I have for you in this video, because everything that's in this free course is working, okay? I don't have tens of thousands of subscribers. I don't have hundreds of clients and mentees that are learning my exact same methods. I have a few, and it's very, very intentional, because I want to make sure that my stuff is still working right now. The moment too many people get on the working train and figure out exactly what's working, everything goes to shit. And I make less money. Everyone else makes less money. So just copy and paste everything that I have for you in this video, and I promise that it will do what you need it to do. Okay? So an offer is the goods or services that you agree to provide, how you accept payment, and the terms of the agreement. Now, in business, there are 3 main aspects of success. It goes market, offer strength, and persuasion. Okay. Now I want to quickly explain this, because a lot of people think it's their offer strength when in actuality they're just not very good at sales. Okay. Now these are the 3 things you can blame if you're not making the money you need to be making, right? First things first, you want to look at the persuasion, right? Are you selling good enough? Are you marketing good enough? Like, are you convincing people to hop on calls, and are you convincing people to go with you as a client? 2, if it's not that, then it's your offer strength. Your offer isn't good enough in comparison to all the other offers on the market. And if it's not that, then your market sucks. But the hard part is that it's never your market, right? Unless you're like in like a dying industry that's all like literally dying, like a newspaper industry, it's typically one of the first 2. So at any point, eventually, if you're having a hard time getting sales after tons and tons of sales calls, there is a chance it's not because of sales, right? There is a chance. It could be the strength of the offer, but if it's not that, then you're definitely in an unviable market. But don't be mistaken, like 9 out of 10, it's not the market, okay? Unless you're in, like I said, the newspaper industry, or a market that's like literally dying. So the power of your offer is very, very important, because I want to give you guys some situational like explanation here, just so you can kind of see exactly how important your offer is. Because I mean, if you're agreeing to get like 100 roof replacements in 3 months versus like 20, like There's a big difference between those. I know the fulfillment gap between those is giant. So like you can't do that. But that's just kind of how your offer works and how it differentiates. Like, let me show you some examples here. If you're in a normal market, you know, like a home improvement market or some kind of industry like that, it's completely normal, nothing special, and you have a normal offer, and you're good at sales, then you'll succeed. Okay, you can't have a normal, and normal. You won't. In addition to that, you can have a great market, a bad offer, and bad sales and success. Like, think about it like this. Think about if you were like a fried chicken shop that was open till 6 a.m. at a college town right next to all the college bars. That is a great market. You can have a terrible offer and have a terrible pricing system and ultimately no sales whatsoever. They just kind of walk up and you will succeed like crazy because it's a great market. Okay? It's the same thing as like if you have a normal market and a normal offer and you have Jordan Belfort, like he is going to succeed. You know, another example. If you have a normal market and a good offer and you're bad at sales, you will succeed. Now, I want to help you guys get a good offer and also become good at sales, because then you will have the best possible chance at success. Because the truth is that we are not fried chicken shops in colleges, and it's getting a great market for an industry where we offer, you know, AI and social media and ads. Like, good luck finding a great market. You'll most likely be in an old market, whether it's like real estate, home improvement, like, you know, medical niches, like whatever you're in, it's probably just a normal market. But we can, however, construct our offer to make it good and ultimately make you good at sales, and you will succeed. Now, here are some working offers that you can just copy and paste. So I went ahead and saved you the time of building your offer and doing all this stuff. Literally take these offers and copy and paste them, okay? You can even update them to your niche, whatever it is. Use AI and be like, hey, listen, I want to change this to this niche. How should I do it? And send that to ChatGPT and they'll do it for you. But these are working offers, okay? This has been my offer. This is some of my clients' offers. This is some of my clients' offers. Like, you really don't need to overthink this, okay? Like, literally go in the description of this video and download this free document if you guys haven't already, which I'm assuming you have if you are watching this right now. But basically go in here, you can download this document and you can literally just copy and paste one of these, put it into ChatGPT, change it to your niche, and there you go. You have your offer. Okay. Another thing you can do to find a winning offer in your niche, if you're not really sure what it would look like, is to go in Facebook Ads Library and essentially just look up keywords of your niche. And basically from there, you can just find like competitors of yours and see what offer they're running. Of course, they're not going to have their pricing model and their terms and everything in there, like what these guys are running. So you definitely want to go ahead and do that if you're not sure like what your offer is supposed to be. But there's a lot of, I mean, this goes on forever, right? So it's super easy. And yeah, find ads that have been working for more than 2 weeks. Again, like this is the key, kind of similar to how we will find working service delivery ads. Like find ads, scroll down the Facebook ad library until they've been running for like more than 3 or 4 weeks. So if you scroll all the way to the bottom, like let's say we looked at roofers and we scrolled all the way to the bottom, then basically we would see ads that have been running, these ones only 16 hours, 20 hours, 22 hours. And you can basically just keep scrolling down to find ones that have been going for at least 2 weeks. And the reason why we do that is because if these guys have been running ads for more than 2 weeks and they're not producing results, then they're pretty stupid. Like they should have turned them off and they shouldn't still be running, right? So the key is if you find these ads that have been running for 2 to 3 weeks, then we can basically see what offer they're running. And that can give us a really, really good idea about what we should run. Right? So like, yeah, I can even just like do something like that and find some older ads. Yep. All of these ads are probably winners because they've been running for a long period of time. This is the power of using this ad library, and we'll use it more in the future. But just for now, get your offer dialed in, quick action item, just right now, sit down, write it out, and ultimately just make it something along these lines. Something that's pay per result with a low upfront fee to get started, ad spend, and then from there, just write it down. It's done. Don't think about it. Systems. So before we actually go into client acquisition and like all the shiny fun stuff about like building out your scripts, sending out, outbound and doing everything that you can to get those clients and get meetings and fill up your calendar with booked calls, I want you guys to understand systems thinking first. So all of your business and every step of the way is just an amalgamation of systems. So systems thinking can guarantee predictability for your business, which is like the most important thing. Now, I want to quickly explain this. So a system is an input, a process, an output, and a feedback in an environment. Now, it's just a group of processes that work together to get a certain output. That's all a system is. So there's inputs, so the materials that you'd put in, process, so what actually converts those materials into an end result, and then output, which is the end result. And by doing so, you end up getting feedback to improve the input and process to get better output. Now, the system also operates in the environment. Now, I just want to mention that the system is predictability. Okay, it's not an automation. It's a function, but not an intention. And what I mean by this is like if you intend to sign hundreds of clients with a client acquisition system, and you make it to do that, and you intend for it to be that way, the problem is the function of the system might not entail that result. Like it might not be good enough. So you might think that you've designed the best system, because you have the intention of signing hundreds of clients, but like the function is not what the intention is. Now, a good example is this. If we have the function and intention to making a perfect steak, but the function is to make a bad steak, then we're going to end up with a bad steak. So like, let's say the input is a cheap cut of steak, salt, pepper, and butter, nothing crazy. The process is just a simple step-by-step recipe. And the output, you get a decent steak, right? Nothing crazy. It's a little undercooked. It kind of tastes and smell like, you get all this feedback from it about it being too salty. And that's the feedback you get to improve the input and the process. And now while we intended to have this perfect magical steak, the function of the system was designed to make just a decent one, right? And this is the reason why you got to understand systems in this way. It's because like, let's say you have a bad client acquisition system, but you intend to sign hundreds and hundreds of clients with it, and you think it's going to be amazing. The problem is that the function of the system is not what you intend. So you're not going to get the end result that you want. And that's the most important thing to understand. Now, let's say you have a bad cut of steak, super thin, super cheap steak, no matter what your process is. I don't care if you're butter basting that shit with a sous vide, like whatever you're doing, like it's not going to work. Like it's safe to assume like this steak will not be perfect. It just won't be. And that's because you have a bad input, right? But let's say you have a bad recipe, but you have a Japanese A5 Wagyu. It's a perfect steak. Like you still won't get a perfect steak because the process isn't good. So you need to have the correct input and correct process to get the intended output, right? Now, here's how this works in business. So it's very, very simple, but we need to understand it on a macro scale. So the people in your niche are the input, right? And they go through subsystems and become a client. And this is all in the market, and feedback, you get metrics. So let's go understand this a little bit more. Now, inputs are, like I said, the raw materials that go into the system. If we want the intended result, we need to have the right type of input. What you put in is typically what you put out. Now, you could have the best processes in the entire world, have the best ad copy, have the best creatives, have the best scripts, everything. But if you have garbage leads, no matter what, you won't get anything other than the function of the system. You won't get the intended result. You will just get the function. So even with the best pizza chef in the world, bad ingredients will still guarantee you get a terrible pizza. Even with the best cold SMS method, if you're using saturated leads that have been spammed by cold SMS, the system will guarantee to not work as intended. So do not blame your own shortcomings on the inputs of the system. Like, let's say something goes wrong in sales. A lot of salespeople will go and blame the prospects for not being a good fit because they keep throwing objections and all this stuff. But it's crucial that you understand that some things are your fault, right? So it's kind of a hard truth to swallow sometimes, but you might not just be as good as you think. So keep that in mind. But process. So processes are the chain of actions that utilize stimuli and strategies in order to get a certain outcome. So here's how this looks in business. Now, we mentioned that it's basically a cluster of subsystems to get that client. Here's how that actually looks. It looks crazy. right? I'm not gonna lie, but this is like a mini system, and this is how it is to get that client, right? It's what we have to do. And in this video, here's exactly what we're gonna break down. Now, we're not just gonna break down and show you how it works, but more importantly, do it with you at the same time. So you're gonna have everything you need to close your first client. Because the truth is, if you have a working system, which I do, and you copy it, you will get the intended result. You will close people, right? Now, this is a system that'll basically turn residential roofers into closed clients using cold calling. We aren't going to do cold calling in this video. It's going to be, different outbound methods that work a little bit better and a little bit easier. But this is just a great example of what a subsystem and kind of like an amalgamation of systems can look to actually get what you want. So if you go ahead and zoom in, once again, you could see most of the subsystems required to go from a fresh residential roofer to a closed client go through, multiple macro systems, cold calling systems, sales systems, all that good stuff. So I want you to guys to know that there's minimal luck here. Okay, there's no luck as to why some people are super successful and why other people aren't. They just have better systems, okay? So here's how this works. If we build a proper system where the function aligns with the intention, then we will have a predictable, scalable way to achieve our goals. Now, what's cool about this is, let's say you actually, go through this video, like most people probably won't, but you're going through this whole video, you set up this system, and ultimately the function aligns with the intention. You want to sign clients, and the function of the system allows you to do so. Then what would you have to do to get more clients? Just put more inputs in. That's literally it. An output is the end result, or what the system is designed to produce. Obviously, in a client acquisition system, the output would be closing clients. In an appointment booking system, the output is, to book an appointment. And feedback. So feedback is what we learned from getting the actual output. Healthy systems have some kind of feedback. That's very important to have feedback, because otherwise, if you don't have feedback, we can't improve the inputs in the process to get a better output, right? Now, feedback provides insights into how we can improve these things. And for client acquisition systems, feedback is measured in metrics. Now, we measure these metrics in accordance with the KPIs, or the key performance indicators. So basically what we're looking for is a perfect storm of variables and metrics to be in KPI, so they're good enough, so that we actually have the function of the system in alignment with the intention of the system. So here's a good example. Let's say, this is a cold calling system after all. Let's say our appointment booking rate is 4%, right? So for every 300 calls we book, or every 300 calls we do, we book 12 appointments, which 4%. We measure that feedback against a typical KPI for cold calling, which could be 5%, right? We should have booked, X amount of 300 calls that would have been 5% instead of 4%. So what we can do is we can look to improve our inputs and processes to get that 5% ABR. Okay, and that'll improve and get us more appointments, more money, more sales, all that good stuff. So that is how we use feedback in order to improve the system. And it all starts with measuring, really. So measuring stuff is extremely important. Like, for example, if we look at some of the feedbacks here, I know that they're pretty small, so they're hard to see, but we could see pickup rate, resonation rate, pitch rate, appointment booking rate, show up rate, disqualification rate, conversion rate. Like, these are all metrics that you can track, and you can compare them against what they should be in order to help you kind of improve the individual inputs and processes required to get the better outputs. Like, I just want you to kind of be able to think through this. For example, let's say, for example, that you have an issue with people showing up, right? You book appointments, which is right here, and you confirm them. You have confirmation texts, pre-call VSL, you have all this stuff. From here to when they show, right? Let's say the show rate's bad. Now, first things first, you want to attack these couple of things, right? Because they're in between. So the confirmation text and email and the pre-call VSL. Usually, if you just crack those things, you'll improve show-up rate, right? And what's fun about this is that you can kind of think about it like a game. You just look through the system to find constraints. And when you find constraints, you see what you can do to improve the inputs and processes in order to majorly impact the output. Because if you were to go through and fix the show rate, that would improve everything else from then onward, right? Which is super, super helpful. And you can even think about it like a pipeline in water, right? At each step, water is going to be flowing through, right? Flowing like through the red. And if there's constraints, like your show rate's bad, then less water will get to this bottom part here. And ultimately, you'll get much less of this output. You know, if you have a 20% show rate versus an 80% show rate, you are going to get 4 times the amount of clients if you just fix this one input and process. And now this is the important of teaching you guys how this system, you know, how to think in systems really. If you can't think in systems and think in subsystems, you won't be successful. You're just going to be guessing. And I'm guessing like this is what most people have done, right? You probably watched a video online, you know, maybe a free course video or something, and you did everything they said. But the problem is that tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of people have already used those systems and watched the video as well. And because you don't understand how systems work, you're just copy and pasting and it didn't work. And it's like, what the hell? I thought this was going to work. You know, I genuinely thought that this was going to be it. And this was going to get me those clients. But the thing is, it's not that you have a broken system. It's just that the intention isn't in alignment with the function. And you have to change the function to get you those clients by going through it and seeing where things fall off. And I'll show you exactly how later in this video, but let's keep going. So, environment. Now, the system resides in an environment, so I don't see the environment tag up here. It should be up here, yeah, right here. It's like the market, for example, that's where it is in business. Nothing crazy there. But yeah, here's a client acquisition overview. Now, this might be slightly overwhelming, but this is exactly what we're learning in this video. By the end of this video, I'll show you. You will have everything you need to know. We will check every box off of this so you can sign your first client. But for now, let's go through and understand it just kind of in a broad perspective. So first things first, you have a niche, right? We need to get a list of people in your niche, okay, a lead list. And I know this is small, so just bear with me. Then you will use Clear Out Phone to remove landline numbers to have higher quality leads. You will take those higher quality leads, you will send them through a cold SMS automation, and you will get them on a phone with you, okay? Pick up right. Then they will basically pick up, and you will use a script, super simple, to make them an engaged prospect, okay, or resonation rate. Then we are going to take the engaged prospect, pitch them, and basically prime them up, okay? Then with the primed prospect, we are going to get them to book an appointment with us, and then we are basically going to send a confirmation text and email through the snapshot that we set up in the last video, as well as get them to confirm and watch a pre-call VSL, get them to show to the call. Once they show to the call, you set the frame, you prime them, and once they're primed, then you go through the sales processes and you have a client, okay? That is the working system that I've been using and my clients have been using, and we've had so many people go from 0 to 10 to 20 to $30,000 a month, including obviously myself, it's been like probably a year at this point. But we have people doing this right now, and I'm still using systems that look exactly like this, identical. So like this is a working system, and if you copy and paste it, you should get the intended result. But over time, as more people watch this video and as more people kind of use this similar system, there's going to be things that aren't going to work as well. Okay, there's going to be some things that become saturated. Maybe the script for your cold SMS right here, you know, you're not getting as many people as you want to pick up, basically. So what you'd have to do here is you'd have to kind of diagnose the script and how you're actually running the system and see if you can change. And if it's not that, then it's probably the lead list. And if it's not that, then it could be the niche, but probably not. So you just have to kind of learn to think in systems. This is the key to client acquisition. And more importantly, solving it long-term, because like, yeah, sure, I want to teach you how to get a client. That's the point of this course. Teach you how to get a successful client, service for them, onboard them, all that stuff. But I also want to teach you how to do it long-term. 3 weeks from now, after you're done with watching this video in full, you know, maybe you finish it tomorrow and you have a client, you get one in a couple weeks, but 6 months pass. What is going to guarantee that you get more clients? And let me tell you, it's not going to be more free course videos. It's going to be looking at your system, finding the constraints, solving the input and process associated with the constraint, and essentially improving the flow of the system and the overall process to get the intended output once again. That's all business is. You really don't have to overcomplicate it. Now, this is my 30K a month client acquisition system for you. So at this stage, literally the only thing that matters is booking appointments and closing deals. Okay. If you really want to think about it in, as simple terms as possible, because I know it's so easy to get distracted by all this stuff, right? Like you see these fancy, cool visuals and you're excited because you now understand how systems work, it's actually going to happen. Like you're actually going to get the result and all this stuff. But like, there's so many distractions. There's like, oh, what about my website? Oh, what about my like editing and my pre-call VSL? What about my like grammar and my script? Like you get distracted by all these little things and these tiny components of the system. Okay, and at the end of the day, do not worry about it. Literally just focus on booking appointments and closing deals. That's everything that you need to focus on. That's all it is, okay? At the end of the day, if you're booking appointments and you're closing deals, then you're doing it right. Now, once again, scrape leads, use Clear Out Phone, import those leads to go high level, send SMS, add leads to the cold SMS automation, call them with this script, book appointments, use sales framework, and collect payment. That is literally all it takes. That is all it takes to get your client. Like it's not like a crazy complicated system at all. It's actually quite a simple one, right? It's exactly what I did to go from zero to having my first $30,000 a month, and a bunch of my clients have done the same. Now, here's the action item. Set up this system. Okay, so super exciting. First things first, I have a document here called Fuel for the Fire that has tons of different methods on how to get leads, thousands and thousands of leads. But honestly, if I were you, what I would do is I would literally just go on Fiverr. And I have some example leads here in Alabama here. But basically, what I would do if I were you, the best way is to go on Fiverr. Google Map leads, super, super simple. You can go on Fiverr, create an account, and then basically look up Google Map leads. I mean, I could probably just do this with you right now. Yeah, just like this. And you could buy a ton of leads. You can buy like thousands of leads for like $5. And you can get the business name, address, emails, phone numbers, all that stuff. And this is how I would generate leads now. It's super, super simple because there's a few things that we'll do to kind of improve the quality of the leads. And I'll show you how to do that soon. But once again, you can just go to the free resource in the description of this video. Get the free resource, which is owenrensland.com/free resource or free course. Get access to this document, and you can go on Fuel for the Fire and then simply just grind through them and find different ways to get leads if you can't afford them. But now you should have thousands of leads. So now I want to explain to you how to use Clear Out Phone to remove landline numbers. So just like that, by getting leads, you now have the first one checked off. Congratulations. Now we have a bunch more, but it's no worries and we'll get through it. So you should have thousands of leads. These methods in here are really, really good. You can buy like 10,000 leads for literally like less than $100. So I'm going to show you now how to use Clear Out Phone to remove landline numbers. And to do this, I'm going to use a fresh set of leads myself and show you exactly how this works. So we have a measly list of 9,000 leads right here of a bunch of roofers in the US. Now, to get these, I basically used a BBB scraper, which is just an automatic scraper that, instant data scrapes from BBB, which is one of the methods that's found in that Fuel for the Fire resource. But yeah, let me just show you quickly how to use Clear Out Phone. So the key is that we want to remove all the landline numbers. So let's go ahead and take some of these leads. I'm just going to take a few of them. So let's go ahead and take like, maybe 1,000 of them or 2,000 of them, something like that. Okay, just like that. You don't need all this information. The most important thing that you need to be considered a lead is a phone number, right? If you have that and maybe even a business name, that's all you need. You don't need owner names or any of this BS. Like I could even delete all these. They help sometimes, but ultimately they don't really matter that much. So let's go ahead and copy these leads. Okay, let's do 1400. Basically, you will have a Google Sheet of some kind, or a CSV file when you buy leads from Fiverr or when you use the instant data scrapers to get leads. Now, what I recommend you do is to create some kind of Google Sheet to put them in. So they're like this, right? And you can basically create an added sheet. You can see I've done this plenty of times. So there's a sheet here, and you can basically copy and paste those leads in here. Now, what you need to do next is go onto ClearOut and log in and create an account and then get some credits. So I'm going to go ahead and sign into my account here. I should have some left. Yeah, I've got about 9,000 left. On this account, I've done a decent amount, about 80,000. But let me just show you exactly how to do this. So you just need to buy some credits. They're super cheap. I mean, you could buy like, I don't even know. You could buy 25,000 bucks for like 68 a month. Yeah, it's like super, super simple. You can get 50% off right now. But I usually do the one time, 58 bucks for 10K. Like that's insane. 10K leads. You don't think you can sign one of those as clients? Come on. Anyways, so the key is that with ClearOut, what you need to do is you need to insert a row and call this phone numbers. Okay, so you need to label the phone numbers column so they can see what that is. Then all you have to do is download as a CSV. Just like that, done. Now we can go ahead and add it to the bulk number verification. So we just add the CSV that we just downloaded. As soon as that's uploaded, you go to My Lists, and then you press Validate, United States. Again, if your niche is, you're out of the country, but you want to work in the US, I would definitely recommend doing so. So it's not only going to get like the landline numbers, but also the duplicates as well. So let me go ahead and show this to you. Okay, cool. So you go ahead and download the results, basically append with ClearOut. And once you've done that, you should have a new CSV, just like that. So you can basically insert, open, upload, and open that new CSV that you just got right here, the results. Okay, there we go. Now we have a new appended list. I know this looks absolutely insane, and it really does. But here's what you need to do. Now you have a list of validated phone numbers, but what's important here is that you take the column where it says fixed line, VoIP, mobile, and you basically sort sheet A to Z. Okay? Now you have all of the fixed lines in one spot, the mobile and the VoIP. Now what you need to do is you need to remove all the fixed line numbers. So we could also remove the first row because it really doesn't matter. We don't need this information anymore. So we can go down here, shift click on the row of when they cut off here, and delete those rows. Now we have a fresh list of mobile and VoIP numbers, and these are completely fine to contact and will give you that much better of a result. It's no, sending cold SMS to a landline number that sits down at like a desk on a counter, like it makes no sense. Like they literally won't see it. So it's not worth the cost of sending cold SMS basically. Now, here's what you can do as well. You can clean up this list by removing everything that's not these three things right here. Okay. So you can just probably do this all at once. There we go. Now you have a fresh new lead list of, less leads, but there's no duplicates, or at least there's less duplicates. And ultimately you have mobile numbers. So you want to go ahead and download that as a CSV. And now we have the list that we're going to use. So what I actually recommend doing is using in the Fuel for the Fire, I have a master lead list for you. If you want to stay organized, which I definitely recommend, you could do this state by state, and you could basically have the information in the master lead list. So I would recommend this. Like it's a good idea. And also, like if you see this right here, we have it structured so that you can put this right here, which is what it'll give you in BBC, above average consulting LLC, and it'll reformat it for you automatically without the LLC. So that's how you would just copy and paste it in here. And now this lead list has something. I think these are all like North Carolina actually. So I would normally like go to, North Carolina and do that here. Just like that. And if you use the full name, you can use those as well. And this will also reformat them. But most importantly, these are the three columns that you need. So that is everything you need to have a cleared up lead list. Now, If you can see here, we are now checked off a few boxes in the system. But next steps is to import those leads into Go High Level. So we should have Go High Level set up for your agency account after going through kind of the software portion. But it's important that we set this up properly. So first things first, we need to go ahead and import my cold SMS snapshot. So to do that, if you go into this resource here by filling out your information, getting the document, you can click on this affiliate link right here that will go ahead and import my snapshot for cold SMS. So I'm going to go ahead and do this now with you just so you can see what it looks like. So you press yes, import now, and now you have it. So now that we have the snapshot imported and you pressed yes on that green button, if you go to Go High Level and then go to the agency level, so outside of the sub account, and you click on your sub accounts, we should see the new one that we made in there. And I call this Owen Agency LLC, as you can see here. And now we want to load the snapshot on because the snapshot's in Go High Level, but it's not actually loaded on the sub account yet. So this should be your agency sub account, right? So you press actions, load snapshot, and we just choose the cold SMS one. Okay. That's all you got to do. It's the one that we just imported, and we press proceed. Okay. So you press select all and proceed. Now we have the snapshot loaded. So press concede, confirm, proceed, proceed, proceed. And it will basically load that snapshot into the sub account. So this will basically include the automation and everything that you need to get the system going and running. And even my successful scripts that I've used that have worked the best. So here we go. Let's see. So let's switch to the sub account. Now we should see in the automation section that we have a new either folder or automation, and we will kind of run through how to actually import leads into Go High Level, because now that we have a lead list of leads ready to use, we want to import them now into Go High Level. So now that we're in the sub account that we created with the snapshot that we just imported for cold SMS, go to automation and we should see a new workflow in here. Okay, cold SMS. Good. Now we have two main notifications, or I guess automations, that I've used. They're super simple and super easy, but first let me just show you how to import leads. So let's say that today is Friday, November 28th, and I'm going to send 100 cold SMS. Now I want to explain something. So when you send cold SMS, there's something called a messaging limit. You're only allowed to send a certain amount of SMS in a day, but you're able to ramp this up. So if you go to settings and go to phone system, you can actually see your limits, messaging limits. So you're able to see how much SMS you'll be able to send, and you'll see that there's a ramp up. So day 1, you can send 100 messages in 24 hours. Day 2, you can send 250 messages in 24 hours. Day 3, 500, 750, 1500, 2250, 3000 plus. So in the beginning, in the first day, you can only send 100. That's all you can send, and then after that, you'll be able to send 250, 500, 750 in a day. So here's some things that you can do, and it looks like you can even just manually update it, and all that good stuff. But we actually are going to need to get our phone number verified, so we'll be back here very soon. In addition to that, you will see your messages, like when you start to send SMS, like they'll say like reply stopped, unsubscribe, and thanks, your location name. And to be able to turn that off, it actually is going to take around 14 days before you even get the option to turn that off. So that's a little unfortunate. So what I know a lot of people do is like kind of, play with it a little bit. Cause like there's certain things that you have to say. Like for example, like for this one, you'd be like dash, and then you can change the sender ID and be like dash Owen, just something to like kind of make it a little less, crazy. For this one, you need to have like stop or cancel or stop all or end or quit. So like what some people do is like instead of end, they'll be like send and create a sentence that says send, like misspelled, or like, because otherwise people are just going to opt out, right? So you want to actually kind of play with this a little bit and actually, customize these messages. Otherwise, because you can't turn them off, right? You can't turn them off immediately, at least. You can turn them off eventually, and then you don't have to worry about them. But just for now, keep that in mind. It's like 14 days, I believe. And I would also block this for the Texas number as well, because the problem is like there's some new compliance stuff with Texas for cold SMS because there's so many roofers in Texas. So like they actually added they banned it, and basically you'll get a big fine if you send cold SMS to Texas. So do not send cold SMS to Texas. I'm warning you. Now, once you go through that process, let's go ahead and add leads to the sub account. So let's say once again that you wanted to send a 100 leads. You would only take 100 leads, okay? And what I actually recommend you do is go to sheet.new, okay, on Google, and create just a new temporary sheet with the leads. So this is literally all that's on the sheet. Then you want to download this as a CSV and upload it to the contacts. So go to contacts and you would click import contacts, just like that. Now what you would do is you press next and you drag and drop or just put in that new CSV that we put in right here. Create and update contacts. And now we just map out the contacts. So this right here is going to be the name, or I guess the business name. And this right here is going to be the phone number. So phone. So you press next. And we can even create a smart list, which I recommend you do. In addition to that, you can add them to a workflow, but I would do this later. So don't check either of these. And from there, you just start bulk import, just like that. Okay. So now, and you can even name the smart list, but it automatically puts the date on there. So like we can just go off of the date. It's going to do that. So if you go to bulk actions, you can actually see the progress. So it's 20% of the way through of this import of these new leads. And now we have these leads that just got put in. So what we want to do is highlight them so you don't use them again, right? Now, I will mention that like the power of cold SMS is so like there's so many people using cold SMS that you can reach out to the same leads that you had like 3 to 4 months from now. You just have to change your messaging up slightly so you can kind of reuse leads, you know, because a lot of people kind of worry about that. They're like, well, listen, if I got 10,000 roofers here on this new lead list, then once I'm done with the 10,000, what am I going to do? And the truth is that like people change, businesses change, the market changes, everything kind of is in flux all the time. So what you can do, because also think about it, like other people are going to be reaching out to them too. They're going to be getting cold calls every day and all that good stuff. So you can just send the messages to the same leads a couple months from now and reuse them. Okay. You just kind of change up your messaging, maybe change your angle, change your process essentially, not the input. So yeah. Now this is making progress still, I believe. It's complete. So now if you go in here, you should have a new smart list right here. A smart list is like a little tab. So what I recommend you do is make a smart list for every single one. So like, let's say this is my today's cold SMS and it's the morning. Now I'll explain how to send it, but that was how you add leads to go high level. So super simple. We did all that. We didn't really name it fancily, like I said in the document, but doesn't really matter. But now you have the cold SMS snapshot imported. Now, the next step is to edit the actual automation. So if we go to automations and go to cold SMS, Q/pitch SMS, we should see the automation that I have set up for you right now. So it looks crazy. I know it looks ridiculous, but it's really not that complicated. First up, I have a hook question. So this is a good question to kind of just get them like responding basically. Because if they get a text message from a number that says, do you guys do what service that you're providing? Like, obviously they're going to answer and be like, yes, right? So do you guys do, for example, if you're car detailing, do you guys do ceramic coatings? Or do you guys do full bathrooms? Whatever your niche is, do you guys do full tree removals? Like literally whatever niche you're in, like you can just basically change that to be the whatever thing that you're promising that you're going to get them more of, right? So like your offer, whatever it is, like you promise to get them a certain amount of roof replacements or a certain amount of clients or practice, like whatever it is, basically entice them here. Do you guys do full roof replacements? That's my niche. And then from there, we simply have a wait step to see if they reply to that hook. And if they reply and it's positive and yes, and they say yes, then basically they're going to get this pitch message. Nice. This is Owen. I saw you off Google with some solid reviews. I was wondering if you'd be open up to a simple partnership. I can get 5 to 8 people this month that need a roof. Are you open to getting more jobs? A super simple message. Now, here's where I want to kind of bring back up the whole copy and pasting versus thinking for yourself thing. I've had lots of clients take this exact messaging framework and try to basically make it better and improve the results they get by improving the process by changing the script. Yes. That is good, but don't try to rethink the wheel here. Okay, it's really, really simple, you know, because I had a lot of clients like try to do that. And then after like 3 months of not getting good results, they went back to the script and they got the best results they've gotten. So I would just use this or something similar to this because this is already a winner. But keep in mind that depending on what niche you are, it's like kind of just going to change how saturated and how used to people are to getting some messages like this. So that can kind of indicate how you would change things and move forward from there to get better results. So make sure you change this to your niche. Super simple. And we have a follow-up where if they don't respond, then this is business name, right? Want to chat about it? No worries either way. Now, this is why it's important to have the business name as well as the phone number. Okay, that's why that's important. Because in the follow-up message, we have the business name and we also use the phone number to reach out to them, right? These are the two things that we need to be considered a lead to be a lead. So that's that. So you are basically going to get a notification to call within 5 minutes. Now, this is very, very important, and I will actually show you a live recording of me calling these leads and exactly running the system and actually doing it. Like, I will show you everything in this video. But for now, all we need to do is set up the automations so that they're in the correct niche that you're in. So the last and final thing that we need to do before we can actually send leads and send cold SMS and go high level is get A2P verified. Now, I want to mention that this process is kind of like the biggest bottleneck for most beginners. Okay. And the reason why is because most people don't have legal business information and most people don't know how to actually do it because they're learning from people that haven't done it themselves recently. Now, this is a very, very ever-changing document, an ever-changing process. So once again, if you don't already have this already, if you go to owenrensland.com/free-course, you can access this document, which I'm sure you've already done by now. But that'll basically give you this document and give you the documents that I've used to basically, you know, this video. So you can see this right here. And ultimately you can go on and get A2P verified with the resource because this document is ever changing. Like 1 year ago, it was so easy to get A2P verified. Like you could literally snap your fingers and you get A2P verified. But now they have made it very difficult. So, you know, I don't want you to this like have this hold you back in any way. So there's a few options and I'll kind of explain all of them. So the first things first is that you need some form of legal business information. Okay. So if you're watching this video and you don't have an LLC and you don't have a legal business information, you don't have all this stuff set up, you have a couple of options. One, you can use your friends. So use your friends' legal business info. Two, you can use your clients. So you can get a client, have them submit their legal business information on the onboarding form, then use that legal business info. Or three, you can buy a pre-verified A2P snapshot or sub-account. Now, I don't recommend buying one because that is just complete headache and it's like completely separate from your account that we actually have set up, your snapshots, your sub-account that we set up together. And ultimately, what I would do if I were you, get legal business information. This might take a couple of weeks because here's how this works. So basically, there's a few things that we have to set up before we even go to submit your A2P verification. The whole point of A2P verification is to allow you to text people on Go High Level. Without it, right now, if you try to text someone, it won't let you do it. It won't go through. It'll say number verification needed or something. Now, to get this verified, you have to, one, get the legal business information. Two, fill out that information inside of settings of your snapshot of your sub account. And then three, import my A2P snapshot. So you have the templates and the websites. Next, change the funnel template to your business in line with the legal business information that you have. And then from there, you can now submit a submission. Now, I do want to mention one thing. As soon as you get A2P verified one time, just one time, you can repeat it over and over and over and over again. Okay. So here's what I recommend most people do. Right now, you probably have one sub account. You have one sub account. It's your agency sub account, and you can make two more on the 97 a month plan. What I recommend you do is get legal business information if you don't already have it, or borrow a friend's, build out your A2P snapshot to be in line with that legal business information, which I'll show you how. And then from there, submit the attempt and get A2P verified. And then repeat it on two new sub accounts as well. So then you have three all of your sub accounts are ATP verified. Okay. If you're on the $297 a month plan, then I would just do as many as you can. Okay. I would do like 20 sub accounts, get them all ATP verified, because clients are going to be needed to go on them. And it's such a stupid headache and such a stupid delay to like wait till ATP verification is done to be able to launch a client. Like, why would you do that? Makes no sense. So like I said before, acquire legal business information. Now, this is not hard. Like it's not hard whatsoever to get an LLC. Like, trust me, it's really not hard. All you need to do is like, or LLC in whatever state you're in, LLC in Michigan. Okay, there we go. Create, and you just pick a website. You get it, basic, $0 for my LLC, and before you know it, you have an LLC. You're good to go. Now, I want to explain something as well. So, basically, to get ATP verified, there's a few things we need. We need to, one, obviously have legal business information. Two, fill that information out in the settings of the sub account. Two, import this snapshot, that right here. Basically, have a domain that links up with the legal business information, and then change the funnel template to that legal business information as well. We need one cohesive submission, because like right now you can't send SMS, okay? You can't text message, you can't text anybody on Go High Level. You can call. So here's what I want to mention is that like, don't click off this video because you can't get ATP verified right away because you don't have legal business info. Like, it doesn't matter yet. And I'll explain why. Because like right now, to get that first client in the door and actually get some cash coming, you know, you don't need to mega blast thousands of SMS immediately. You can start dialing and start learning the skills to start selling, so you'll be better off when you actually can send cold SMS. Because the reason why I'm saying this is because, like, excuse me, you can't immediately get legal business information if you don't already have it. You can ask a friend for it, and I would honestly recommend doing that, or a client. But the problem is with that is that if you do that, let's say the friend's name is like bobbuilder.com. That's his business name, Bob Builder LLC. And you're using his information. What you have to do is not only do you have to, you know, fill all of his information, so his EIN, his legal business address, and they all have to be correct, but also you have to buy a domain that's similar to his, create an email for it. So it's like, you'd buy like bobbuilder.com or something, or bob-builder.com or something similar. Maybe don't buy bobbuilder.com. It's 18K. But the point is you have to have one cohesive submission. So I'm going to explain that. So I basically, where all my one-on-one clients and all my mentoring clients, I basically get them ATP verified for them. I use my own legal business information to get them sending cold SMS and basically sending outbound as soon as humanly possible. This delays everything in the process, because if you're signing clients as well, like, they need to be ATP verified so you can send automations and actually use an AI agent and all this stuff. And it's very, very important that you crack ATP verification as soon as humanly possible. Now, I just want to mention also is that as soon as you got one account verified, you can just replicate it for as many as you want. So if you have the $97 a month plan, then you could just immediately, as soon as you get ATP verified once, do it for the other ones, okay? If you have the $297 a month plan, do it for like 25 of them. Just take one day, maybe a Sunday, get ATP verified on like 20 accounts. It's going to save you so much headache because you have like all these accounts to use, all of these accounts that you can put clients on and not have a delay to onboard them and to get results and to get paid just because you can't get ATP verified. It's silly. So here's what I recommend that you do. If you have legal business info, then simply fill it out. Okay, so go to the sub account that we already have created for your agency and go ahead and fill out your information. So your legal business name and your friendly business name, they should both be the same with the LLC. Now, you need a business email that's in line with the business name. Now, if you didn't, like, you already have a domain, right, for your business, and chances are, like, if it's owenagency.com, like, it's fine. Like, you know, it doesn't need to be owenagencyllc.com. But if it's completely different, your legal business name from your actual business name, then you need to buy a domain that's similar to your legal business domain. So, or legal business name. So I already bought owenagencyllc.com, and right now looking that up takes you to the page that we have set up, which is good, but we're going to need to change that to a page that looks like this. This is my official ATP submission account, and this is the legal business info that I use to get all of my clients ATP verified immediately. So you basically are going to need to change this website, because this website's in my snapshot, to your legal business information. And the goal is basically when you look up yourdomain.com or .net, you see this. That is the goal, okay? So here's what you want to do. you basically want to start by filling out all the legal business info in here, including your personal phone number, so whatever that may be. Let me just do a fake one for now. There we go. Wait, 616-666-6666. Okay, whatever. OwenAgencyLLC.com, so the website. But you see what I mean? Like the business email is the same as the website. Okay, it's the same as legal business name. Like this is a congruent submission so far. Okay, and the address is the business and the legal address that you got when you filed for the LLC. And down here you have the actual business info. So it's an LLC, it's online, and it has an EIN. And the EIN, blah, 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 blah. It's going to look something like that. USA and Canada. But keep in mind also is that the EIN needs to be like registered within their system. And for that to happen, it usually takes 2 to 3 weeks. So that's why if you buy or you get an LLC, like you could get it like the same day, right? All this information, you could set all this up, this whole front page the same day. But you apply for the EIN, you might get the EIN the same day, but you can't actually submit it with A2P for 2 to 3 weeks. Otherwise, it won't work. You could try, but it won't work. I've done it before. So you want to basically fill this out. Once this is filled out with legal business info, whether it's yours or someone else's, then from there, and once again, like if you need legal business info, you honestly might just as well just apply for my mentorship. I don't want to plug it too much in this video because it's mainly just about my value to you. But like if this is a struggle for you and you want to get A2P verified instantly, I can help you out. But yeah, so that's done. Next, you want to import this A2P snapshot. So open this up in the resource and then go ahead and press yes, import now, just like so. And now all you want to do is go to the agency level, like here, go to sub accounts and go to the one that we just made, right? And now that you're in here, you want to just simply go actions, load the snapshot that we just had, which is A2P template right here. We just imported it. Press proceed. And I already did this, so I'm not going to do it again. But as soon as you do that, all you're going to do is go to the sites. And now you should have a new website called A2P submission website. This is the website that I showed you earlier. Okay, it's this exact website. Now, first things first, to start changing the information to your legal business info, go to settings and go to custom values and make sure everything's changed, basically. So phone number, post booking page, privacy policy, strategy calendar, terms, website. So you actually do want to put your privacy policy and terms and conditions in here. But first, let's go ahead and link that domain quickly to the A2P submission website. So now that we have the A2P submission website in here, we want to link basically our new domain or a legal business name domain to this funnel. So to do that, I believe we can just go back to domain services like where we were in the past to do this. Just like here. And then take our current domain, manage it, and change the funnel that it's on to a different one. So we can delete this. I guess we want to delete the domain, but we want to edit it to this funnel. A2P submission home. Just like that. Home. Save. So that's good. This is in line with our legal business name. It is in line with our business email. And ultimately, now it's time to make the funnel look like this. Okay, so now it's your responsibility to go into the funnel and change all the information. Okay, welcome to Owen Agency LLC, blah, blah. And the point is, like, you need to change everything. So the logo, the background here, you can easily just change it, or you can even just get rid of it and just be like, nope, I don't want this background, which I'm not even sure. You could probably just delete it like that. Yeah, whatever. And basically create a little story, like a business for your legal business, or you can just make this like your actual website if you want, just temporarily. You need testimonials, you need social proof, just everything that I have on here. You actually don't need the publishings, so you can delete those. Changing down here as well, so you're putting your agency name here, your email, your phone number, but most of this will change with the custom values. Changing all these pages, you know, about us, testimonials, free, and then like going home, contact, make sure you save and publish these changes. Just going through and changing every single page until it's all your brand. Okay. Once that's done, you should now have a website that is yourlegalbusinessname.com, and it'll be all perfect. So like, for example, if I look up this, that is a perfect submission. It has everything ready to go. And also this does get submitted and it works. So even with some of this like temporary stuff down here, it works. Because we have clients doing it every day. So, and then you also have your privacy policy. So you can go ahead and copy and paste your privacy policy in your terms link and even put those right here in the form and put those down here as well. That's very, very important. So you can do that as well. Don't forget to do that on this form as well, and down here, just on every single page. So once everything is good, once you have that ready to go, you now are pretty much ready to do your first submission. Now, just again, you need your EIN has to be like registered in the system for like 2 to 3 weeks. And make sure to change your custom values, because like that can like make it so much faster to kind of like change all the whole website and stuff. So you can do that here. But yeah, now you should have this. So for the actual submission process, this is a exact walkthrough of how to do it. I've done this hundreds of times. It's so easy. All you have to do is go to settings and go to phone system. Go to Trust Center, and you see this. Oh, start registering now. There we go. I don't even need a number for it. Okay, start registering now. Now you just follow this SOP in this document exactly. Yes. Yes. Continue. Okay. All right. Legal business name. Okay. So you put your legal business name, which mine is Owen Agency LLC. Make sure it's all congruent. Okay. Make sure the business profile settings, the name of the location, even the name of the sub account, the domain, all of it needs to be extremely congruent. You have the legal business information. This stuff should already be filled out because you have it set up in the business profile. I don't have it filled out in here. But yeah, so super simple. Basically, you just go through, fill this out exactly as be. Website URL just has to be the .com. And by the way, all this should be already filled out. So you don't have to worry about it too much. Then after that, put the business address. It should already be filled out. Authorized representatives, just basically follow this exactly. Okay. Low volume standard and low volume mixed right there. And now use case, just copy and paste this and change your domain on here. Copy and paste this message for the sample message 1. Change the name to be like Owen or something, and then legal business name to be your legal business name. And then put your legal business name here. Same thing with here, here, and here. Check the first one, just like that, and continue. And basically copy and paste this with your domain. Copy and paste this with your domain. And then that's pretty much it. So brand review will take like 20 minutes, probably. Campaign verification. You already created a campaign, but now it's going to have you like go back into the verification to like create the campaign. What I mean, like you're going to submit the brand submission, which is the first part. There's the brand and then there's the campaign. Okay. You're going to submit the brand and it's going to probably almost immediately verify. Once that's done, and also it's very important that you have all of the information congruent with legal business information that's correct. Otherwise you have to delete the brand submission with support and it's a whole mess. And I do want to mention as well, if you have any issues with this process, you can 1, book a call for the mentorship, obviously, but 2, more importantly, get help from Go High Level Support. You can hop on Zoom calls and they'll tell you exactly what to do. So the second part is the campaign verification. Now, you do fill out both. You fill out brand and campaign when you submit this initially, but it doesn't submit both at once. It just does one at a time. So you have to go in and do the brand one first, which you've already done probably, then the campaign one. Once the brand one's done, and then press continue, it'll charge you around $26 to get ATP verified on each sub account. So press submit, and then you should be ATP verified. If it doesn't work, you can use the question mark in the top corner, contact Go High Level Support, get in a Zoom call with them. They're really fast, really good, and ultimately you should be ATP verified. This will not be what holds you back in this course. I promise you, as long as you use this, follow this resource to a T, make sure you get the resource by going to owenrensland.com/free course, and you should be good to go. So now that that's done, you should be ATP verified and you're ready to send SMS. If you can't get ATP verified right away, don't worry. Still keep watching this video because you want to make sure everything is set up to go when you can. Okay. And also you can just start dialing people as well, but it's still good to learn exactly how I do this because this is a very, very important process and this will get you your first couple of clients. So when you're actually adding them to the cold SMS automation, we have a list of contacts in here that we added already, right? And usually what I do is I do the smart list every single day and I choose how much I want to add to the automation. So let's say I want to do all of them, obviously, because I want to hit the limit to increase my limit for the next day. You basically select them all, just like so in the smart list, press add to automation, and whatever you want to call it, doesn't really matter. Workflow, and then choose queue/pitch SMS. Press send in drip mode, and pick the day. So like normally what I would be doing is like in the morning. So like a Saturday, I guess Saturday or Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Don't send on Sundays. I wouldn't recommend. Basically, let's say I want to schedule this for tomorrow. Here we go. Basically send 7 every 5 minutes. Just like so, 7 every 5 minutes in drip mode. And from there, you can just, there we go. And you can also use a time window as well if you want, but you know, kind of not necessary. But the most important thing here is you send them at the right time. So in their respective time zone, whoever you're targeting, if you're targeting Michigan, for example, on a day, like usually going state by day makes sense. But if you're going Michigan on a day, they're in Eastern time, right? So you want to go from usually like 7 or 8 a.m. Eastern to around 6 to 7 p.m. Eastern, right? That is the time window. So that's when you want to start it. So let's say I started at around 7 a.m., just like that. So it'll start sending on Saturday morning at 7 a.m. and it'll start sending 7 every 5 minutes. That is how you do it. Press add automation, you're done. That's literally it. And basically what's going to happen is you are going to get notifications when people respond. But if not, I would just make sure to keep on the conversations tab for the whole day. And here's the fastest possible way to sign these first couple of clients. Like the best way to do this is to call the engaged leads when they respond positively, obviously. But while you're waiting for others to respond positively, you can just dial and do cold calls and like have as many dials in a day as humanly possible. Then you can start to hire setters and do all this stuff. And before you know it, you've got tons of clients, you got tons of appointments, and you have more money than what you know what to do with, basically. So I want to quickly give you a powerful masterclass on setting appointments, which will also include me going over one of my cold SMS sets, so you can see exactly how I go about calling these leads. Because before you know it, like you're going to start this automation, you're going to get a bunch of people positively replying, wanting to know more about what you do. And I want to show you exactly how I call them to get the best possible chance at booking them into an appointment. So here is the calling scripts resource. So this is basically the script that I've used. These short calls, so you can honestly get away with using a script and it's fine. So here's my exact script that I use. And ultimately, let me just run you through this short but powerful masterclass on setting appointments. So this is basically the entire video for setting and booking appointments. Now, as an agency owner, this is going to be something that you're going to be doing very, very often. If you're an agency owner or an online business owner, coach, consultant, whatever it is, you're going to be needing to be booking appointments. Now, in the Appointment Accelerator, you will see a bunch of appointment booking systems that you can try and use. Now, I will say this is kind of just covering the general flow of setting, but this is extremely, extremely important, okay? This section is, honestly, this video is probably one of the most important in this entire school group. And the reason why I say that is because, like, setting determines your show rate, it determines your appointment flow, it determines the sales calls you get, it determines pretty much everything. And 90% of the agency owner's job in the beginning is setting appointments, because they're the fuel for your business. So you have to learn to master the ability to set appointments and do outreach. Now, you're probably saying right now, Owen, I'm just going to outsource it. It doesn't matter. You could not be more wrong. If you want to build a successful team or even just ramp up one appointment setter, you have to know the ins and outs of setting so you can properly do so. So I was going to say, if you think you can outsource your 30K a month, think again. So this applies to cold calling, cold SMS calling, DM setting, paid ad confirmation calls or triages, organic inbound, etc. And what most people do is avoid setting appointments. They avoid doing outreach. They avoid trying to become a great setter, but it's the most natural step towards being a good closer. Like for some of the agency owners that I know that are stuck and they can't sign one client, I tell them, like, why don't you go apply to be a setter at a company and earn a little bit of money so you can just put it towards stuff for the agency, whether it's stuff like this program or stuff like Go High Level, and then basically start your agency once you have more experience setting. Now, what does setting affect? Setting appointments is the life of your business, okay? You need appointments to grow the business. The second you stop getting appointments is the second your business starts dying. Because in my opinion, like nothing is ever, staying stagnant. It's either growing or it's either dying. Now, second of all, if the goal is to close appointments, they need to show, and I want you to remember that the difference between a good show rate and a bad show rate is the ability of a setter. And the reason why I know this is because I've had one guy in the same niche as Brandon, which is my sales manager that does all the sales coaching and agency link. He sent cold SMS for remodeling for a few weeks just to kind of see what his show rate was, see how the appointment flow was. And I had one of the guys in my program that's in remodeling do the same exact test as him. The guy in my program had a 30% show rate. Brandon had a 79% show rate. And they had the exact same automations and the exact same stuff. And the only difference between the two of them was just having
more skills as a setter, because Brandon worked as a setter for a long period of time before he became a closer and a sales manager. And people misunderstand their show rate bottleneck. They think it's because of reminders or because of like all this stuff that they don't know how to join the meeting, but it's actually just typically how the appointment was set, how you conveyed the value and how they actually like perceived your service and your offer. But I wanted to just cause a bit of a paradigm shift. The goal of an outbound message or an attempt at booking someone is not to get their name on your calendar and for them to say yes. It's actually to help them through your services. Okay? And this might seem like obvious, but when people do outbound or they set appointments or they cold call or whatever it is, they have the total wrong intention. Their intention is, let me get a yes, let me get a slot on the calendar. When you have that attention, when you set intention, like your show rate suffers so much. And this might have worked in 2015, just booking these appointments, getting them to show up. But because today in the current state of the market, we have to use special tactics and knowledge that I have for you to actually make them want to show up. Because otherwise they're not going to show up. And your show rate's going to be like 20, 30%. And with that show rate, there's no way you can get what you want. Like Hermosi says the show rate was like 89%. So I will say there's been a shift for business owners recently, and instead of hanging up on cold calls and cold SMS calls or whatever triage calls, instead of cursing out the cold callers and giving them time because there's so many people cold calling all the businesses, they mindlessly just say yes and give the setter an appointment, but just don't show. And the reason why this happens is because it's super easy to say no, or say yes then no. And the guys are like, oh yeah, I'll just give you my email, just book me in, they say. And then they book you in and then they never show up. Right? So in the appointment booking module, whether you decide to use cold calling, cold SMS, or whatever it is, it's crucial that you understand that the people that skip directly to closing or outsourcing setting without spending significant time, setting appointments themselves and learning the ropes are typically much worse off. So let's go over the identity of a setter. So as a world-class setter, you don't read a script. You also don't just set appointments. You are the first experience that someone has with your brand and company. Okay, and as a great setter, you sort the leads, you focus on leads that could be a good fit, and you don't beg for calendar slots, but you award them. These set calls, whether it's a cold call or cold SMS call or triage, they must feel like a warm hug and an invitation to the next step. And your state and how you show up on these calls based on, the 4 types of communication calibrates how or even if the prospect wants to show up in the first place. So you have to make a conscious shift and constantly tell yourself that you take set calls frequently and that you are the best there is at setting. Remember this from the mindset module. You should. This is how you become great at setting. Now, intention. So intention is everything with setting and closing calls. People can feel and sense your intention through every aspect of the call. So on a setting call specifically, you must have the intention, I'm simply going to determine whether the prospect needs my agency's help and if they have the necessary time, budget, and resources to benefit from my services. Okay, if you have any other intention, then your show rate will suffer. If your intention is, I just want to book them in, I just want to get the call on the calendar, then they won't show up to the call. And I know this sounds kind of crazy and woo-woo, but it's true. The intention shows through everything. It shows through how you talk. It shows like how you introduce yourself, how you introduce your company, your confidence level, your tone. Because I don't know if you guys remember, but in the last video, we talked about the different kinds of communication. And the fact that all of this stuff is more important than the words you say, because this is what comes across on a call. Luckily on a cold call or whatever it is, a setting call, there is less body language because they don't see you. And so this stuff, like your self-image doesn't show as much, but it honestly does. You have to have that confidence in yourself, that confidence in that you know what you're doing, and that tonality in how you talk. It's super, super important. Now, I will say, if you have true intentions, everything will work. You'll get good sales, you'll get good appointments, you'll get good show rate, all your metrics will be flying colors and they'll be super good. And another thing is to assume the sale. So internally operate on the belief and the assumption that they are going to move forward with you and that unless they're disqualified, they will benefit from your services. Because I think a lot of people get psyched out today because they don't have a lot of fulfillment experience or clients and get entrapped in the belief that they can't even help the business owner in the first place. But when you have this belief, no matter what you do, you won't succeed. So you need to assume the sale, assume that you can help them if they're not disqualified, and the dynamic on the call will be less like, you're reaching out to me because you need me as a client, not because I need your services. Like that's what they'll say, that's what they'll think. But when you assume the sale and you assume that you can help them, that is when things will flip and you'll have that frame control, right? Because frame control is everything on a set call. You need to have the frame, you need to be the one asking the questions, the one controlling the conversations, because that's just how it needs to work, because they're buying from you. You're not buying from them. Now, if you want to be seen as a premium service, then assume the sale and just assume that the prospect needs your services, but that you don't need them as a client, okay? That is the mindset and mentality you need to have going into these calls, because it will give you the perception that you are picking and choosing clients instead of begging for permission like most bad setters are. Now let's go over authority. So authority is extremely important on setting calls, right? The moment you lose authority, the moment you lose frame, you lose. So you need to have strong authority on these setting calls, and it's not being loud and aggressive, being like, yeah, so basically this is how we can help you. Like, no, it's nothing like that. It's more calm, measured, and commanding. You have to be able to interrupt them, redirect their tangents, and you need to make sure that their tangents, they have direction towards the sale. If they don't, you need to interrupt them immediately and hold frame on that call. If you allow them to just talk and go in their tangents, you think you're building up pain, you're not. Okay, you're literally just driving away from the sale. You need that forward emotional momentum and towards the sale. And it's like, if it's going away from it, then, they won't even care. So having that authority comes largely from how you see yourself and how you show up to the call, which is, remember, all from these two things right here. Your intention and your self-image. That's how you have to show up to these calls, and that's what inevitably affects your outcome. Excuse me. So another thing I recommend is detachment. So I've mentioned this in so many modules, but be very detached from the outcomes. So remove projected importance. If you haven't read Reality Transurfing, I would read it. It will talk a lot about projected importance and how you can remove it, but you have to detach yourself from a yes or no, because instead of sitting there praying and hoping for a yes, if you just have more of a curious outsider perspective mindset and just simply look to learn more about their situation and just kind of observe what's going on in their situation, like, you will be so much more successful. And after every brutal hangup or before sessions of dialing, I recommend, to help detach yourself, just 3 deep breaths to kind of re-anchor your state, because we talked about state management, I believe, and how you show up to these calls. So like I also mentioned in the previous video, state management is a skill, right? You'll get better at it with time. These calls will start to piss you off a little bit less once you get good at this. It's just a skill and you'll improve at it. Now, the next thing is to drop the script. Just do it. Literally just do it. Like, delete it. Go in Google Drive, delete your script. Because one of my philosophies for this program is very anti-script when it comes to selling. Scripts do not seem genuine, especially on setting calls and more importantly on closing calls. Now, when you're using a script, you heavily steer the prospect away from booking a call, okay? And more importantly, showing up to the call. If they can tell you're using a script, like, oh my God, they are not going to show up. And in sales, presence and truth is everything, right? Because you need to basically be a BS detector. You need to be comfortable calling them out and not using the exact wording, because like, you can't have the same conversation every single time, right? So either use a simple framework or nothing at all, because you'll find emotional cues on the call that you need to explore in order to build out the pain and get it to level 2, like that we talked about in the last video here, to get it to action level 2, where you want to explore different things that they're going through and talking about. And you can't do that if you have a script, because you just have to follow a set list of questions and it'll feel like an interview, right? So that is why this presence and truth is so important, and that you need to drop a script. So another thing is that you need to make sure that you're not going through a list of questions and that it doesn't sound like it is you are most importantly. So pre-framing is a good way you can do this. So let's say you ask a question and then you ask another question directly after they give you a response. You're like, okay, and then you ask another question. Instead of doing that, that's a weak pre-frame. Instead, you could pre-frame the next question and be like, got it. Okay, that makes sense. So given that answer, I'm just kind of curious about this. How does that look? And then you ask the question, right? So it's just about like segueing and transitioning from question to question to make it sound more genuine, less like you're going through a list of questions. Now, communication on these setting calls is how you interact on the call. So your tonality is very, very important. You want to use non-open-ended questions. So open-ended questions, what I mean by that is stay away from yes/no questions. Okay, keep them open-ended. Keep them very, I guess, wait, would this be use open-ended questions then? I think that's right. Yeah, you want to ask questions with no like end. So like by saying like, do you want more work, for example, they'll be like, yes. Like, don't ask that. It'd be like, how much more work are you looking to get? Basically ask questions that can't just, end instantly, so they give you more and more fuel. Use double commitment questions. These are like saying, so are you currently in real estate or are you looking to start? And it's basically asking a question that will both answers to the question will lead to the sale. This is a really good way to open up a setting call. So for example, let's say you have a lead from, I don't know, like a webinar, or you have a lead from paid ads that didn't book in. You could be like, so are you looking to, are you in lead gen? Like, are you currently using a lead gen service right now? Or are you looking to just get started? And that's a great way to open up a set call, because it's a double commitment question. Both of the answers to the question lead to where you want to go. And another thing, watch out for these red flags. Be a pattern interrupt. So like use humor and be different, stand out, because that's honestly the biggest thing with these guys, especially if your niche is anything to do with some kind of contractor. Be a pattern interrupt, use humor, make them laugh, talk about things they like. And yeah, and I'll show you an example at the end of this where you can listen to it. So on the actual conversation, what to do in the call, you want to build pain and emotional momentum, dive into the numbers of their business, ask them questions about what's going on, and be heavy on qualification. Okay, they want to basically frame the call as if they are seeing if they're qualified to work with you. And you have to figure out these qualifications and keep them in mind for all of your setting calls. So a reasonable thing to do for a setting call is to have a simple framework ready to go for all of your set calls, whether they're cold calls, cold SMS calls, and include your qualifications on there just to make sure that either you or your team is making sure that they're qualified before you go on a closing call with them. Now, reverse qualification is something I coined that basically means tactical skepticism. So it's the act of acting like they probably aren't qualified, which makes them want to book in even more. So it's all about the tone here. I use this a lot, but if your tone's bad, don't use it. And so a good example is like, so do you even want to grow your business in the first place? Like, we only want to work with growth-minded people. So, I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't know if we can even help you in the first place. You know what I mean? So do you even want to grow your business? That's a good example of doing it. And the tone there is so important, because if you don't have good tone, do you even want to grow your business in the first place? Like, we only work with growth-minded people, so I don't even know if we can help you. Like, that is a negative tone that will basically you'll probably get told to fuck off. So make sure you take notes on setting calls. So with Go High Level Notes, it's very, very easy to use. You can take notes about their income, goals, current situation, what type of energy, and pass these along to the closer, or you if you're taking the sales call, and then basically use those notes on the sales call to get past level 1 faster. Right? Because on sales calls, when you open up, you're going to be starting at the surface level, and you want to dig down into the level 3. And if you already have some information about them, you can kind of skip more down into the action level 2, and you figure out why and what's going on. So that is another thing there. Now, also is tying down the booking. This is the most important thing about setting, by far. So when someone says yes and agrees to a meeting with you, sit down Google Meet or Zoom, you have to keep them on the phone for another 3 or 5 minutes. You have to tie down the booking. And what that means is get them to press yes on the email. Get them to reply to the auto SMS that you sent them that says yes, that tells them to reply yes, otherwise your booking will be canceled. If you don't have this automation, I really, really recommend it. And get them to reply via SMS as well, get to the call, get them to press yes on the email. Like, you can even get them to add your Go High Level number as a contact on their phone. Like, there's a lot of things you can do to tie down the booking. And another thing you could say is, my manager said that he's going to beat my ass if someone doesn't show up. So are you 100% sure you can go? That's another reason here. That's another thing here. So setting call objection handling. So there's a few things that people will say on setting calls. I'm busy right now. I'm with a client right now. I don't need more work. Give me a call back later. What makes you different? I don't have time for an appointment. Here is a recording of me going through every single one of those that you can use and more. I go through 22 of them in this 22-minute video and basically explain how to handle these objections. So other things you can do for setting now, pickup rate optimizing. Now, if you're having trouble getting people to pick up, here are some levers you can use. There's a lot more of these in Agency Link that I have, but here's just a few you can use. So if you're having trouble with getting people to pick up on the phone, use Wave or spam protection for your phone numbers. This is in the Agency Foundations module. Don't triple dial or your number will be burned and show up as spam likely. Then you'll have to buy another number. But good thing is that ATP stays when you buy a number, so you can just keep buying $2 numbers. Always double dial. Always double dial. Always double dial. Never triple dial. Always double dial. Use SendBlue or LinkBlue or some other app that integrates with Go High Level to send blue text messages. These are like $500 a month, so not terrible. But what's good about that is it will basically prevent you from having these normal green Go High Level messages, which will increase delivery rate, response rate, and overall all metrics, especially with cold SMS. Now let's see what we can do to optimize show rate. So if you're having trouble with show rate and getting people to show up to these meetings, there's a few levers you can pull. Once again, there's a lot more in Agency Link, but here's just a few for you guys. So become a better setter. That's the biggest one, because that'll improve your show rate from 30% to 80%. And make sure your email and SMS automations you use don't spam them and deter them away. Make sure there's value and make sure they make sense. Lower the resistance to hop on a call. Make sure they know how to actually hop on the call, and you give them clear instructions on the set call. Use Google Meet instead of Zoom to lower the barrier to get on the call, because they don't need to download anything. And make sure you have the upgraded workspace for either of these, because the 1 hour meeting limit on Google account and Zoom. and make the actual reminders as human as possible. Because if they think people like are texting them saying good to hop on in 43 minutes, especially if you use Link Blue or Send Blue, like they will hop on the call. Another thing is after they book in, have a very solid pre-call VSL. Okay, you're gonna want to show this to them through the automations and make sure that they can see a VSL basically explaining the value you have, testimonials, what outcome you expect to get, social proof, all this stuff. You basically can create your pre-call VSL to like eradicate and pre-handle all objections and build trust and also improve your show up rate. Another thing you do is if they said that they didn't like what was in your pre-call VSL, rework it, make it better. And when you book people, you cannot book them out for more than 24 to 40 hours in advance. Okay, this is very important. If you book someone out after 2 days from now, chances are they'll just forget about it. So book them in within 24 to 40 hours to maximize show rate. And to conclude setting mastery, here's a great example of a cold SMS set that I want you to listen to in full, of maybe a few times.
Okay, so now it's time to break down one of my live cold SMS sets. So this is a very important part of the video. And so definitely listen in here, because like there's no point in sending cold SMS if you can't book appointments from it. And essentially this is the script that I'm using. And ultimately, I mean, I'm kind of deviating a little bit from the script because I'm not a big script user. I just think that it comes off as a little ingenuine. But basically the context is I sent cold SMS that day and I said like, hey, I'm looking to, see about a partnership. I can get like 4 to 5 guys that need roofs on their house in the coming weeks or so. Was that something you might be open to? And then he just responded yes. And then I gave him a call in 5 minutes. That's exactly the context. Nothing crazy. So go ahead, follow along with the script, and also we'll follow along with everything that I'm saying. And I'll explain why I did what I did when I did it, ultimately to book an appointment and then eventually close this guy as well, which we'll go over in a couple of minutes.
Hello.
Hey, is this Douglas?
Bobby, this is Owen.
Yeah. It's nice to meet you.
Hey, Owen. I caught the.
I already seem like I want to be on the call. This is something I see so often with people trying to book appointments. They're like, "Hello, this is Owen. I know this is a cold call, but please don't hang up. I have something to pitch you and offer you." It's like, I actually want to be on the call. Hey, how's it going? Oh, nice to meet you. Like, it's not hard to be a fucking human.
Phone a while ago, and it was like a jingle music.
Oh, was it really?
Yeah. When I answered the first time, it just had music, elevator music.
So sorry, I'm calling you right now through a platform, and it sometimes has like a few bugs in that and stuff.
Right.
Because obviously this is like an 88 number,
I was literally calling and sending cold SMS from my toll-free number because I couldn't get ATP verified. Like, it does not take much to close guys. Like, it does not take much to sign these clients. Like, it really doesn't.
No problem.
Cool. So you own a roofing company, correct? Or is it just a home improvement in general?
Oh man,
this is actually a double commitment question. I know, like, I don't want to go too into depth about like what the setting is, but this is also why I recommend doing dialing. Like, if you can't immediately send cold SMS, because there's so many of these nuances and little things that like you need to learn to be able to like set appointments better, close more clients. And a double commitment question is basically a question that says like, so is it this or this? Like, are you a this or this? And it basically is like 2 options for him, and both of them lead to the sale. So.
Commercial and residential general contractor. I can build a roof. I can install a roof. I can build a high rise. I can build a superdome. I can build a school. I can build a house. I can build anything you want.
Bob the Builder.
Bob the Builder.
Again, like, if you get these guys to like you, like, they will buy from you. It really does not take that much.
For sure. So yeah, I mean,
quick questions.
Mind
if I ask you a couple quick questions here?
Yeah.
So like, this is a big one. Like, a lot of people will let the prospect just kind of like do whatever they want, just keep talking and stuff. It's very important on these calls. They texted you, they responded to you, and so you're giving them a call. You're not just reaching out to them out of the blue. So you kind of have a bit of frame there. Like, you have a bit of authority on the situation, and you can kind of lead the conversation. That's exactly what I did. I just cut him off pretty much totally and asked if I could ask a couple questions to start understanding more about what he does. So at this point in the process, I'm about to go into the discovery here. So let's see how I handle it.
Yeah, no problem.
Cool. So how's the business going for you guys right now?
Literally
Wait, I'm sorry. Oh, you went low on me. Say that again. I'm going across the causeway right now. Say that one more time.
No worries. How's business going for you guys right now?
I've got a lot of stuff it's about to break. I have my guys are busy right now. I don't know if do you watch football?
Do I what?
Oh, do you watch football? You get into football? Okay, you familiar with the Honey Badger?
No, I'm not.
Honey Badger played for LSU, and now he's playing for the Saints. His name's Tyrann Mathieu. I'm actually doing work at his house over here on the North Shore. I've been know him pretty well. I've been working with him for about 6 months now. It's coming to a temporary hold or a temporary end, depending on what you want to call it. I've got a house, $1 million house that's about to break. I have several $100,000 projects that are about to break. But man, and I try to keep my guys busy all the time.
Yeah.
I love to keep my guys employed.
That is by far the biggest reason why these guys will want to go with your services. Like, they just want to see their guys busy. They want to make sure that they can support for their people and their family around them. And ultimately, these are very good pain points that we can kind of dig into on the sales call, which aren't quite necessary on a cold SMS set. Like, you don't have to get into a crazy pain or anything. You just got to make sure they like you, make sure that he understands what you do, and ultimately how you might be able to help him, and see if it makes sense to hop on a call after that. So let's keep going.
And I'm about to come into a little bit of a slow period because I have people putting on their brakes here and there. You know, even though permitting's my big thing. Sometimes it takes 6 months to get something permitted because you're going through that, that protocol. So absolutely, man. Look, we're always looking. We're always looking for opportunity for sure.
Yeah. So if you're 100% qualified and everything, it sounds like I caught you at the right time.
Oh yeah, it sounds like, man. Look, Proverbs 16:9, man.
If you're qualified,
everything happens. He controls. He controls.
Okay. Oh yeah. So, what does that look like in terms of jobs? Like, how many let's just go roofing. Stick there. How many roofing replacements do you guys usually do on a month-to-month basis?
I may do 6 to 9 a year. It's nothing that we do a lot.
Something interesting with contractors, and I'm not sure if it's just like contractors and other people in niches as well, but like, they will always give you a range when you ask them how many leads they get, how many jobs they get, how many customers they have. Like, it'll always be a range, and it's always the low end. Like, they say 6 to 9 or 5 to 8, 5 to 7, and it's always 5. So like, it's just something that always happens. Like, it's really interesting. I don't know.
A lot of, because we do so many things. We do new roofs. Right. We do replacements. I've got guys that's one of their specialties, but I have cross-trained them to do other things because we try to stay busy.
Yeah, totally. Because I'm going to be honest, I can get you 6 to 8 roof replacements a month.
So this was the first time that I kind of mentioned anything that I can do for him. Now, what a lot of people go with and do, especially in this AI agency hype, era and all this stuff, is they will be like, oh, I can basically replace your receptionist with an AI. Like, no, they don't give a fuck. They care about getting more jobs. They care about getting more customers, more jobs. And this whole call has been roofing focused because that's my niche, obviously. So I'm like, how many roofs are you guys usually doing? Okay, well, I'm going to be completely honest. I can get you around 4 to 5 roofs a month, or 4 to 8 extra roofs a month. I like this a lot because I see so many people on cold SMS sets, and also just any kind of setting appointment, like overestimating what they do so much. Like saying, oh my God, I can get you 25 roof replacements next month just to book an appointment with a guy. But then once you get an appointment, you're never going to close them because they have these wonky expectations about what you actually can do versus what you actually can offer, which is not that. So what I like to do on sets is to kind of be pessimistic and be like, well, look, I can't get you 100 of these. I can't get you can't even get you 10 next month. But what I can do is get you around 4 to 5 extra roof replacements a month. Nothing crazy, just an extra couple of few. How does that sound?
And I just want to know if we can handle that.
Absolutely, we can handle that. There's no doubt about that. My brother, I've got 13 35 guys available to me. It just depends.
Okay.
It depends on when I need them and what I need them for.
Good. Okay. Cool. So far you crushed my little interview there. I'm gonna be honest though, I don't really work with everybody because I can't. Like otherwise I'd be competing against myself. Where are you calling out of right now?
I'm calling out of the New Orleans area.
Very, very subtle thing, but I'm not sure if any of you guys picked up on it. Where are you calling out of? Okay, you ever hear like a talk show like a Dave Ramsey or like a Alex Hormozi hotline or something? Like, where are you calling out of? Where are you calling for my help? Okay, like this would never happen on a cold call. This is why cold SMS is so powerful, because the framing is so different. It seems like they're reaching out to you because they basically called you or they answered your text message and then you're calling them, right? So they had to put in some input for you to reach out. So it's not completely cold. And what's good is that this gives you leverage, because now you have like a proper frame and authority. So I can ask a question like, where are you calling out of, right? If you ask that on a cold call, they're not calling out of. They're going to be like, what do you mean calling out of? Like, you're calling me. I don't need you, you know? So it's very, very important that you establish that sense of authority throughout the call and ultimately have that leverage and hold that frame in a way where it seems like he's looking for you and that you don't need him. Very important.
I'm on the North Shore, but I service a pretty broad area.
In Louisiana there?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes. Covington, Mandeville, Madisonville, all of New Orleans metropolitan area, all the way to Baton Rouge.
Gotcha. Awesome. Okay, cool. So yeah, I don't have anyone in Louisiana at all, actually. But the reason also why we work with one person per area is just because, like, I need people that are ready to go. I want people that are action takers. Like, I want to make sure you're successful because that's the only way I am. You know what I mean?
Right. Absolutely.
So, and also I'm looking for people to work with for like a longer term basis. But like, so based on that conversation, you seem qualified. You definitely are. You have the back end to handle these jobs and whatnot. And this kind of is a call to like see if you are qualified, and then if it's a good fit, which it sounds like you are, I would love to connect you over to our like how call type of thing, so I can show you how this would actually look inside of your business. Does that sound like a good plan to you?
That sounds good. Let me ask you: is this? I've worked with Angie. I don't know if this is Angie on
Hell no.
painting, and I had one guy that I handed over the painting section to, and Angie's that didn't work for us.
we should on that call I'd like to talk like 5-10 minutes about just how terrible Angie is.
Oh yeah,
I wouldn't mind doing that. It is really sad. I'm not gonna lie. It's so easy to sell my stuff because it's so much better than Angie, and everyone's done Angie.
Yes.
Okay, cool. So, we can book that little how call and just show you what I can actually do in a screen share. When's the next time you're going to be able to be available, like in front of a computer type of thing?
Let's see. I'm heading to the South Shore. It probably won't be until tomorrow morning. I mean, it'll be late tonight, but I've got a few projects that I'm quoting.
So you see how when you frame it in this way and you have authority on the call, he's finding calendar space. He wants to get on the call with you. Like, he literally wants to try to get it tonight, but it'd be tight. So the latest he could do is tomorrow morning. I mean, you see so many of these people setting appointments, doing cold SMS, doing cold calling, just to be like, the guy would be like, oh, I can do it in a couple weeks. I can do it next month. It's like, no, if you're good at setting appointments, they will want and ask and beg to get on a call with you. That's the difference.
Would that be okay? I mean, tomorrow morning, would that work?
Yeah, let me quickly check my schedule. You guys are...
Dude, it's such a funny game because it's like you're flipping the script completely. Like, he's asking me if it's okay with me, and I'm like, oh, maybe I can check my calendar and see if it's available. Like, I just really, really position myself as such a quality service just by my confidence in the fact that I have a bunch of guys. I don't have anyone in his area actually, which is good, and ultimately just by sounding competent and being confident as well. So I believe the rest of this call is me booking him in on the call, asking if he got the email, and just showing him how to basically move forward. Responding yes, and seeing the invitation in his calendar so he can see the post-booking video as well. So let me go ahead and show that.
Central time. So are you available at like, I mean, it's hard. I'm pretty booked up tomorrow morning. Maybe like tomorrow at like noon.
Let's see. Morning and go in the afternoon. Noon my time, correct?
Yes.
Okay, give me 1 second. Let me look at my book here.
Okay.
I'm driving, but I'm all right. Yes, tomorrow at noon, I'm fine.
That works?
Yep.
Okay, awesome. I'm going to go ahead and send you a quick invitation to that. What's a good email I can shoot that over to?
It's Bobby, Bobby, at...
Okay, awesome. And what's your full name, Bobby who?
So yeah, it's been just pretty much just an end of call rapport, just to warm him up for the call as well.
Yep.
I will go ahead and give that a look for sure. What's the, did you get an
Okay.
email by?
Yep, did you get that email? So I'm basically asking if you got that email, just like so. And he's checking his email box right now.
Awesome.
I don't recommend you do this while they're driving, but he sees the email, he sees the hyperlink, and he watches the video beforehand and confirms by responding yes to the automation. And before you know it, that's everything that needed to happen to have a successful booked appointment. Okay, that's pretty much it. I hope you found value in this. I hope that this made sense for you. And yeah, let's keep going. So now that you're a master and you know everything you need to know to call these leads and actually book them into appointments, I want to show you how to actually book appointments. It's super simple. A lot of people overlook this, and I want to make sure you understand how. Let's say Lugo Renovations LLC right here really liked what I had to say on the cold SMS call, and they really thought like they wanted to book a call with me, and they want to talk to me soon, and we actually set a time, I got an email and everything like that. I'm all good to go there. Now, you basically want to click on their contact, and basically there's a few information that you need. So obviously I would recommend putting their first name, last name, and email in here. And once you do that, then you can basically go and book the appointment. So basically you click appointments on the contact, press add. And then from there, you just choose the calendar that you have. So the strategy call that we have, and you could call it their name X yours. Super simple. And there we go. You could choose yourself as a team member, obviously. And then from there, choose the date that you have set it. Make sure it's in their correct time zone and that it's set for the right date, the right slot. Now, remember that this is going to go based off of your availability, and I don't have this calendar availability set personally. So like you got to make sure that the slot's available for you. And then from there, you can literally just press book appointment and you're done. Okay, that's literally it. Just make sure that you have their name, first name, and email in here as well. That's very important. So like, let's say his name's Bob and his email is like Bob at, well, I don't even know, lugorenovations.com or something. Because the reason why is because when you send, when you like book an appointment with these guys, like they're going to get email confirmation. They're going to get all this stuff. And if you want to have the best show rate possible, then you need to make sure that they get that email. Another thing you can do is literally just go to the calendar itself. I don't recommend this because it's a little bit harder, but like if you're, for example, hiring a setter and you want someone else to book an appointment for you, which will come sooner than you think, basically just copy, and then you can open up the calendar and basically go based off of availability. Of course, I have nothing on this calendar. And then you can just fill out the contact's information. So his name, his email, his number. But it's a little bit less effort going through and just clicking on the contact and doing it, because like the business name and the number is already set in here. So it's much easier. And if their email is something similar to their business, you can just be like, john@lemisroofing.com or whatever. And it's just much easier. You can just copy and paste it from the name, and before you know it, you're good. So make sure to press save and then go ahead and book those appointments. So that's how you book appointments. It's really simple. And believe it or not, we are this far in this process already. Like we literally just got started, it feels like. And we already know how to get a lead list. We know how to use ClearOut to get higher quality leads. We know how to send cold SMS. We know how to basically get people to pick up, call them, script. And by the way, if you don't know how to call people, call. button here. You can call them with the number that you have immediately right now. And that's another thing. Like if you can't use cold SMS right away, I would just recommend dialing every day, just dialing a bunch of numbers just like that. You can even add them to a power dialer by going like this, and yep, you can call. So I just want to make sure you guys know that like whatever you're doing input wise, like you probably should be doing more, and that like if you really want the best possible chance of getting a client in the next coming weeks or so, really focus on that cold SMS. Okay, get cold SMS going. Send 300 to 1,000 SMS per day once the limits allow you. And in the time when there's not positive replies, just dial random business owners. Okay, do that every single day for weeks on end, and I promise you, you will sign clients, you will book appointments, and you will make money online. You just will. So, especially with this course. So, yeah, you know basically how to get in pickup. You have a script. You know how to turn the new engaged prospect because of the setting mastery, like the short setting mastery course. Basically pitch. You know how to book the appointment. Now we want to make sure that the confirmation text and emails are all set up and the pre-call VSL and all this is done, so then we can get into the actual sales process. Because like the sales process starts when we book the appointment in, right? That's when we start to sell them. But to actually convert them from a booked appointment to a closed client is what we have to do now. So I want to mention to you guys that 99% of agencies face one problem that all of them face. Like all of them face this and they just can't get by this. This is like a lot of people in ATP verification if they didn't have this course. Like they would literally just struggle with ATP verification for ages and not know exactly how to do it, and like it's just a waste of time. But the same thing goes with show rate. Okay? Almost every agency I help comes in with a similar issue, whether they're a beginner or whether they've actually got some experience. Either or, I help them both, but they can book appointments. They can get people on the calendar and get names on the calendar, but they can't get anyone to actually show up on the call. Now, there's a few options that we can kind of set up beforehand to improve this drastically. And one is the confirmation text and email reminders. Now, we should already actually have this set up. This shouldn't be a problem because if you go to automation, just here, basically when you go to the agency and strategy call booked, there's basically, if the appointment is booked in the calendar, then they will get notifications. They can confirm the text message with the yes, as well as the email after to confirm. Like, this is good. We don't have to touch this because it's done. Now, another thing you can do to improve your show rate is triage call, which is like a third touch point. That's why it's like a triage call. You can call them 2 hours before the meeting just to make sure they're good to go. So easy. It takes 1 minute and will drastically improve your show rate. So those are two quick levers you can pull to have a better show rate. Like, it's such a terrible feeling to go through all this work to send hundreds and even thousands of cold SMS per week just to book appointments to have nobody actually talk to you and show on the call. It's demoralizing. I know because I've been there. But the third thing you can do is have a post-booking page with a pre-call VSL. This is the best way to do it, in my opinion. So once again, if you sign up with my referral link here, or go to owenrensland.com/go high level, or I guess it's, what is it, GHL-affiliate-page. You can see my page here and you can basically get this free bonus that'll auto email to you basically. But basically, if you do that, and if you did that already, then you should have 3 winning pre-call VSLs. So if you don't actually see them, they should be in your inbox. It should be like a free gift from me. That's what the subject should be. Check your spam, make sure you're all good to go there. But by now you should have this because you've already implemented the snapshots and everything. But on the Miro board, you'll see the VSLs, but more importantly, you'll have 3 winning pre-call VSLs. What I recommend you do is to go into the actual agency. And by the way, when you're done with ATP verification, I would change your domain back to going back to your normal funnel. And basically on this funnel here, you have the home and then you have a /booked. Now on the /booked page, change all of your information to be and add that pre-call VSL. So use the ones that I've given you to basically create your own in a similar way, in a similar fashion. And in addition to that, you can change these images right here, adding as a contact as well as just responding and to confirm them, just like so. And that is all you need to do. Okay, you have a post-booking page. Now, what you can do is take this post-booking page once it's done, go to settings and go to custom values, and then basically take that post-booking page and put it in this VSL custom value here, just like so. And what that'll do is that'll change the automation, you know, and make sure that in the automations, it'll basically send that post-booking video once they book. This is very powerful and very, very helpful. And by the way, like if you're not like having all this set up and stuff, like make sure before you run the automations that you have them checked, like you know what they say. Because like right here, this will send the post-booking page. So you can even test it with your own email. But if I were to test it right now with my new email, let's see what happens. We got action required, meeting confirmation. Beautiful. Okay, please click on this link to watch the mandatory video. See, the video isn't actually there. So it's very important that you do what you can to make sure that it is. Now, that should be updated because of the custom value is updated. But there could be, let me see, terms and conditions, post-booking page. So it would have been right here. There we go. Now, if I go ahead and do that email again, it will send the post-booking page in here. And this is the first email that they'll get. They'll get this email saying meeting confirmation, all that stuff. And while you're still on the cold SMS call or cold call or whatever it is, and you book them in, don't hang up yet. Ask them, did you get the email confirmation? Okay, if they did, then tell them to click on the link in there, the one link in there, and watch the video. Super simple, very important, because that will get them on that post-booking page and get them to watch the pre-call VSL, which will warm them up and prepare them for the call. In addition to that, in the automations, you can even do some tinkering with them with the like SMS automations that they get right before the call, wherever that went. Yeah, right here. So like 15 minutes before SMS, here's a video to prepare for the call if you haven't had a chance to check it out yet. Very important message. Extremely important message. As well as good to hop on a 43-min classic message. But this will get them to watch that pre-call VSL, which will not only like warm them up a fuck ton, but also you'll just have such an easier time closing them. Like they'll know more about you, they'll trust you more, they have more time with you, and they've already had time to consider, and it'll reinforce them of like, yeah, okay, like I do want to show up to this call. I remember what it's about. I know what it, you know, what it's going to do for me possibly. And so that's very important. Now, once that's all set up, here we are in the process. We are now at the point where we get them to show, we basically set frame, and we take the sales call, and we close the client. Super, super exciting. Now, I'm a big proponent of not using a script on sales calls. I think it comes off as ungenuine. Like if you were on a sales call with someone, would you really buy something from them for like a few $1,000s a month if they literally read a script to you? Like, no, you wouldn't. Like, why would you buy like even like a interview? Like you're getting asked like 100 questions. It's like, I don't know, bro. Like I don't care. Like I just want to see if this makes sense to work. Like if it makes sense for us to work together, you know. And that's the approach that I have for my sales calls. Allows me to close at 30 to 40%, my closer to close really well, as all my clients as well. So here's my scriptless framework. Basically, what I recommend is take your first call without a script. Okay, take time to look over this pre-call scriptless framework. So look over it and see how it goes. And then before you do that, you can close all these little tabs here. And then what you can do is you can basically take the call without the script. You can even split screen this and have it on here for your call. And then be like, if you just kind of lose and you don't really know what's going on, then you can kind of open it up and be like, okay, let me just see what else I have to worry about here. And just, you know, you can work through it a little bit more easy. Now, that is that. And there's just another thing I want to mention as well. If you are running cold SMS or cold calling, whatever you're doing, you have to make sure you track your feedback. Otherwise, you don't know how to improve the input and process to get the actual output you want. Because sometimes you might copy my scripts exactly, start sending cold SMS, and find that you're getting a 0.05% ABR. Terrible appointment booking rate. No one wants to book a call with you. And oftentimes, it's because we don't actually know the metrics. So to get the feedback from this process, from cold SMS, which is essentially the appointment booking rate, which is how many appointments you get for how many messages you send or how many dials you make, here's what I recommend. So once again, when you sign up for my referral link, I went ahead and sent you a gift, including a cold SMS masterclass that is an unlisted YouTube video on my YouTube channel. So if you do that, you can go in it and click in the description, and then you can look at the metric trackers and the SOPs to learn how to track those metrics. And I'll even explain it in the video. So here we are. We can book appointments. We can get people on the calendar. We can warm them up to close them. We have them go through a pre-call process. We have all of this stuff set up. Now it's just about closing the client. So there's a lot of things I have for you here. Once again, that scriptless framework, but I'm going to go ahead and play these fundamental videos to help you understand more about the sales process. Once again, these are shortened videos on purpose just to make this video not 100 hours long, but they are really important and kind of display the overall sales process and how I think about these things. And then we are going to go over one of my $4,000 closes. Okay, so I'm literally just going to break down everything that I did on the call so you can copy it, so you can do it yourself, and then you know everything you need to know to go from 0 to 1 client. So let's go ahead and do it. Hey everyone, it's Owen Rensland and welcome to The Art of Sales Lite. Now this module is going to basically contain a simple overview of everything you need to sign your first couple of clients. Maybe simple, maybe not so simple. And basically, it's going to cover everything in depth. We've got a lot of 23 fun pages for you to basically explain how to close more clients for your agency or your online business. Now, I just want to mention that this is a light version of the paid group that is called Agency Link, which has over 1,055 slides. That is the sales training that I have in Agency Link. And today, you guys get a few 20 to 30 minute videos just to basically help you do the same and sign clients. And if you don't believe me, here's the screenshot to prove it. Now, let's jump into sales fundamentals. So a lot of people ask, why am I not at 10K a month yet? And that's honestly the wrong question. You should be asking, how many sales calls have I taken? Because on average, it takes 100 conducted sales calls to hit 10K a month. So if you at any point are wondering, okay, wait, why am I not at 10K a month? I've been doing this for so long. How many conducted sales calls have you taken? Because I went back and looked at my old sales call recordings, and it took me 25 no's to get my first yes. And then it took 50 conducted calls to hit 10K a month. So I did it in half the time, but I did have some previous experience with door-to-door sales. So my philosophy for sales is to sell scriptless, utilize neuroscience, and use presence in order to drive the transformation. And the goal of the salesperson is not to sell something, okay? It's to facilitate the transference of energy. Like, it's the whole point is to take someone that's in a low buying level in the first place, give them your energy of who they need to become in order to get the outcome they dream of. A lot of this stuff is at the identity level, similar to the mindset module. So, scriptless selling intro. Now, I want to explain that not every prospect is the same, okay? So, like, yeah, your niche has affinity to one another, like people are similar in your niche, but everyone is different. Everyone comes from different places. Everyone has different experiences, different family, different cultures, different religions, and everything is so different about every person that you can't use a one-size-fits-all sales script. It's silly. It won't work. And it's so interesting why the biggest gurus, like Charlie Moore, actually, I won't name too many of them, but they teach to use a script, a sales script, but then their closers don't use one. Like, why are they teaching differently than what they're actually preaching and doing? Blows my mind. So here's just a few misconceptions about sales. You have to be super high energy. False. You have to be malleable. You have to be able to go from low to high depending on theirs. The best salespeople are extroverts. False. Introverted people do well as well because they listen and speak with intention. Follow-up is what closes deals. False. Follow-up is for people who can't close. Great salespeople were born with it. False. They have just taken more calls and have more experience. You need to look around. You need to look and sound professional in sales. False. You need to look genuine. Scripts can make my close rate predictable. False. Everyone is different. Scripts, there's no way to make sales predictable unless you can manage your state and manage your skills. I must close everyone. False. Please only close the people that you can actually help. Business owners don't like being on sales calls. False. They appreciate a good sales process. People won't pay $2 to $5K a month for one 45-minute meeting. False. If they believe in the transformation, if they believe that you can actually take them to where they need to go, they will justify the cost, even if it's $5 to $10K plus. The price only becomes a problem when your belief is weak and you lack confidence and conviction. So here's the reason why people buy. They buy because of purpose. People don't buy because of pain. This is a common misconception. They buy because of purpose to escape the pain and move towards the identity that they crave. Think about the last time you bought something high ticket. For example, for me, I bought a coaching program that's $5,200 a month. Not because I was in so much damn pain that I had to do it, but because I just craved the identity and I wanted to move forward towards the identity of being more successful and also escape the pain of not being as successful as I know I could be. Right? That's the reason why I bought it. So I want to explain, in sales, you basically define their current situation using the call because everyone understands that they could be in a better situation, right? Everyone has this sense of agitation, right? It's like you, for example, maybe watched my YouTube videos or you watched my Instagram or whatever it is, and you decided that life could be better and you could make more money and you could sign more clients. Then you realize that you were in that agitated situation, so it drove you to basically make a decision and join this program.
right? It's the same thing with these guys for any agency at all. They understand that they could be getting more clients, more jobs, and more, things in the door. So they booked a call with you. And then it's your job on the call to basically define where they're at, figure out where they're at, and have a clear understanding to create a gap in order to bridge you, your offer, and your service as the gap between where they were or where they are right now and where they need to go. So there's 4 parts of communication in sales. So there's words, tonality, intention, and self-image. Believe it or not, everyone thinks all that matters is the words you say. That's why they use scripts. But actually, according to Mehrabian's rule, words is 7%. Like 7% of it's words. 38% of it's tonality. So more importantly, it's how you say it. There's a huge difference. Like imagine saying, well, I really want to just know, like, I don't even think I can help you in the first place. Like, I really want to figure out if I can help you. Versus, yeah, like, I just kind of want to see where you're at and see if I can actually help you in the first place. Like, there is a huge difference between tonality. That might not be the best example, but it's like, it could be the difference between someone saying fuck off and someone buying from you. Now, the last 55% of it is intention and self-image. So it's actually what you want for them, because people can smell intention. And self-image is also very important. You have to believe that you're the person that can handle their problem and solve it for them, and also that can drive that transformation for them through your product and your business. So please focus on these 3. Don't worry about the words you say. Worry about the tonality, intention, and self-image. If not, more of these things than anything else. So presence and truth. This is the biggest superpower in sales, okay? Because the market, especially in the agency space, whatever kind of agency it is, it's flooded with overused scripts, robotic pitches, and no authenticity whatsoever. People are not genuine. And I scaled my agency with an authentic approach. And this is the key to my high close rate. So what I recommend is being insanely present on these calls. Just making sure that the prospect understands that you are with them, right? Because an important thing is like with the truth, it's like you have to catch their bullshit, okay? And not nod. Like listen to them, let their words sink in, but like actively listen and make them feel understood. Because when they give you BS, most sales guys just nod. But the good ones call out the bullshit and basically correct them and figure out more about that. Because the biggest trust builder out of all time is active listening. It's crazy because everyone thinks, oh, if I had like 10 testimonials, I would be able to scale to 100K a month. It's like, no, you're wrong. Because the number 1 trust builder is active listening. I'm telling you, you don't need a ton of testimonials. You don't need a ton of success stories. You don't need experience fulfilling. You just need confidence and to actively listen and be good at sales. So a huge part of this is getting them to be truthful. So calling out their lies, calling out their bullshit, calling out what they're telling you that's not true. Because sometimes they have these lies that they're telling to you, but also they tell them to themselves, right? And some prospects will slightly lie about their numbers or information or give you ranges when you ask them how many leads they have or how many, jobs they get. And it's very important that you don't let them lie and let them get away with it, because if they do, then they're just going to lie their way off the call at the end instead of actually, giving you a truthful answer. But if you want to get them to tell the ruthless truth and get it out of them, then you need to sell scriptless. And let me give you an example here. So let's say this guy right here, the geek with the script, is going in a sales call and is reading off the script and basically going through the same exact process for a client. But he finds that the guy just doesn't feel heard because he feels like he's being interviewed, just going question after question after question after question. And here's the Chad. The Chad is going through no script. He's just working through the questions and actually figuring out what's going on. And the difference is that this guy, his prospect doesn't feel heard. This guy's prospect feels heard and understood. So the trust is way higher here. And also he likes him more because he's not just feeling he's talking to a script and a piece of paper. He's talking to a person that can actually help and solve their problems. This is the difference, and this is why you have to delete your script. And now I will say you could use a framework, like a little bit of a framework, just in case you get lost in the beginning when you're in sales. But honestly, just remove your script. I know it sounds hard, and for your first couple of things, it will be, but it doesn't have to be, because you'll get better through mock calls. But we'll explain that later. So the 3 levels of communication. So throughout the sales calls, you will be going through these 3 levels. Now, I want to just explain that in level 1, there's data collection. Level 1, this is kind of the surface level, and they walk away feeling like nothing happened. And I will say that closing a deal at level 1 is pretty much impossible because the client and the prospect has surface level awareness of their problems. They need a deeper level of understanding and awareness to their problems so they understand that something needs to change, so they actually have enough buy-in. Now, Well, I mentioned like this is just kind of a fundamental part of sales, right? I'm just kind of teaching you this now. You will understand this when you see and when we talk about the discovery in the third video in this module. But just remember this graph. Remember that there's a surface level, a level 2, and a level 3. And to close someone, you have to go into the level 2 or level 3. Like you can't stay in that surface level. I want leads. I need more work, because these guys will hop in the sales call with you and they'll be like, oh, I just want more leads. And people will like pitch eventually. And it's like, if you never dig into that level, they will just walk away and act like nothing happened. So level 2 is beginning to agitate between the effort and the outcome. Now, this is kind of like the why stage, right? Because you're learning why they want the things that they want. And they have a big, like, a good conclusion for this level is to basically hold up a mirror. So this is where we're digging into specific numbers, specific metrics, and we're actually figuring out exactly what's going on in their business and the problem. And you'll know that you're in level 2 if you're using container words, which are just words that have a lot of meaning packed behind them. For example, I need help, or yeah, like this is something I need. Like those are things that container, like just basically any words that have a lot of meaning behind them. Because in the surface level, there is no meaning, there is no buy-in, there's no emotional momentum, there's nothing, right? Level 3 is the transformative / identity level. The real salespeople that I know that crush it are the people that can change people's identities on a call. And the way they do that is by letting them see a truer version of themselves. And a good example is when I was joining a mentorship for an agency program a while ago, the sales rep actually made me like visualize and see the type of entrepreneur and person I could become if I decided to take that action, right? And he expanded on it, and he challenged me in level 2 and held up the mirror, and I really just began to take accountability for my lack of growth and progress, and got me to this identity level 3 at the point where I was like, holy shit, I understand who I could be. Like, I am the person to do this. I am not the type of person to do this, and that's the key word. If you are hearing the prospect say I am, that means you are in the level 3 or you're getting there. So that's the key to close a lot of deals, is to basically transfer that energy to them and to show who they could be by showing them and letting them see a truer version of themselves. I can't believe this program is as cheap as it is. So state management is just your thoughts, your posture, your mindset, because buying is 80% emotion. So it's not purely logical. So you really need to make sure your state is good. So for example, like if you have negative self-talk before a call, you say, I really need this sale, or what did they say? No, this prospect sucks. I suck. They're better than me. What did they say? No, this doesn't work. This won't work even if I do sign them. Feeling unprepared. I hope I remember everything. Like, this is not how to manage your state, because it's really important to be consistent and be a good closer. You have to manage your state. You have to manage the condition and mindset that you have when you go into the call. So as human, we have lots of negativity biases, right? Every time we have a positive thought, we tend to throw up about 3 negatives. And you'll see like people that can't manage their state and manage their emotions, you'll be around them and they'll be extremely negative. Right? They'll be extremely negative all the time, because that's human bias, because it's designed to keep us in survival mode. Because like if you can't manage your state, you can't manage your emotions, then you will basically let these 3 negative thoughts for every positive thought like succumb and like overcome you, right? And the reason why this exists is because it keeps us in survival mode. Because worst case thoughts flood your system all the time, and they give you cortisol, adrenaline, triggering that fight or flight response with a faster heart, shaky hands, racing mind, and those are all geared to keep us alive, right? And this is just instinctual with all humans. So if you want to basically break that and break that negativity bias and be more positive and live a more positive life, then you have to get good at managing your state and managing your emotions and your mindset. This is some insane advice that I honestly wish every negative person that I talk to could hear, because this changes not just sales, but changes everything. So to help manage your state, I recommend taking 3 deep breaths before every call, and then also stating your 3 words. Now, what I mean by that is basically write out on a piece of paper a bunch of words that have meaning to you in regards to the act, like how you actually want to show up to these calls. There will be 3 that kind of, I don't know if you watch this have seen the show Severance, but if you've seen the show Severance, you know what I'm talking about. Like, you basically will write down a bunch of words on a piece of paper, choose the 3 ones that just kind of stand out to you in a weird way, and you want to say those before a call. So for example, you take deep breaths and be like, grounded, focused, intentional, or whatever your 3 words are to basically manage your state and get you in the state of selling. So identity-based selling, this is so important. Who you are off the call is who you are on the call. So this is the same thing with all just entrepreneurship in general that I covered in the mindset module. Your identity is everything. You have to see yourself in a certain way, especially in sales, because whatever you think or believe influences your results, because who you are off the call is who you are on the call. So you want to change your identity and consistently build those habits, and allow them to become instinct after 60 to 90 days, because sales isn't something you do, it's who you become. And another thing, just never focus on your ability, okay? Because your ability does not matter, your current ability. Focus on your current, focus on intention, okay? Focus on where you want to go and who you want to become. Focus on your current ability in sales. It's so easy to be like, oh, I've never closed a deal, it's not my ability to close. And that's how ability can trap you, but intention is infinite. I want to be this person. I intend to step into that higher version of myself and become better at sales. Because when you show up fully to these calls, you're aligned, you're certain, you're emotionally present, your state is managed, you're truthful, you're catching, presence. You're no longer selling, right? You're facilitating a change and showing them who they could be if they decided to take action with you. Because a good salesman sells a product. A great salesman, however, sells a future or a transformation. Because people don't buy products, they buy feelings, status, identity, and results. This is so valuable. So I also want you to keep in mind that you can't become a great sales rep overnight, okay? The best sales rep that I know have taken hundreds and hundreds of calls and have spent a lot of time perfecting their craft. Because if you think you aren't great at sales or you aren't capable of closing huge deals, I want you to take 30 to 60 calls and watch this module 2 to 3 times and come back. And I guarantee if you take 30 calls, watch this module 2 to 3 times throughout that time, and read this book, Neuroselling by Jeff Bloomfield, you will close clients. You will close a lot of clients. So do that. Do all of this. So I hope you guys enjoyed sales fundamentals. This is just a short little video. I think the actual sales fundamental video is 2 hours long, something crazy, an agency link, but I hope you guys enjoyed, and I'll see you in the next one. Hey everyone, it's Owen Rensland, and welcome to the final video in Agency School for Sales. Now, this video is going to go over sales operations. This might blow your mind, but this is going to basically be the best video for sales, just for high ticket closing calls. Specifically, in the last video, we covered settings, so that means setting appointments. And this one is going to be over closing calls. Now, this is very interesting because we do cover this scriptless selling. We don't just give you a sales script and say good luck. We explain why we do what we do. So this might blow your mind, but this is going to be the best sales framework you ever see. And the drum roll, please. Ready? Now, this is a lot more fun to do in a slideshow, not a Google Doc, but rapport, frame, discovery, pitch, close. Okay, this is how you want to structure your sales calls. Now, rapport, depending on your style, rapport is usually the first 1 to 4 minutes of the call. I'm usually typically more rapport heavy because I like to have my buyers like me for some reason. And this is where you introduce yourself to the prospect and you make a little bit of small talk before you actually jump into the call. Now, this is insanely important because you need the prospect to open up. That's what we want. We want them to trust you, and we just want them to move forward with the conversation. So in the beginning, your tone and energy are everything, because you have to start out positive and excited. Now, the one thing I do want to mention really quickly in sales, if I go into the drawing aspect here, let me just show you what I'm talking about. So let me quickly explain something in sales just before we jump right in. So with tone and energy throughout the call, you want to be very careful. That is really thin. Okay, so this exists on a spectrum, right? This being 0, this being 100. Now, you don't want to be 100% tone and 100% confident, 100% all-time energy the whole call, right? Because then they're going to be like, what the fuck, this guy's crazy. But you also don't want to start the call at 0, because if you start the call at 0, you're going to be depressed and sound terrible. And the difference between these two, 0 is be like, hey, how's it going? Good. Yeah, so I understand. 100 being like, hey, what's going on? Welcome. You literally sound like a YouTuber, right? So it's very important throughout the sales call, if this is the entire sales call from start to finish, you use tone in the right way. Now, I'm going to try to draw this out for you. You want to start the call a little bit higher in tone. And as you get into discovery, you want to slowly lower your tone and you get into more of the serious questions. And then when you pitch, you want to go back up to that insane confidence and tone level and explain how you can help them and close out the sale like that. I think this is a pretty accurate drawing as to what I've seen and what I've experienced on calls myself. And also my closer would probably agree with this. So it's important because you can't do it all. If this is the median line, you will be dipping your tone throughout the call, right? You'll be changing things. You'll be acting differently depending on the questions that you're asking. If you're getting more deep into dark, your tone's going to be down, and you're not going to be you're going to be joyful, excited, and confident. But then when you get into the pitch, you are, and when you close the deal, you are at the end, just to get that final push over that threshold, which will be around here. Now, the thing is with sales, it's very important because the experienced closers can watch a call back and be like, and see whether or not the deal probably didn't close within the first 5 minutes of the call. So in the first 4 minutes, this is your chance to bring them into your frame, because the thing is also with this Miro board is that this is your energy, right? Not the prospect's energy. And the prospect will, like, I'm going to draw a red line here to represent the prospect's energy. They'll start somewhere like usually around here because they don't like being on sales calls, or maybe they love being on sales calls, so they're right here. And it's important that you take them up. You take their tone and energy up to match yours by having enough energy. So sometimes you have to put your own energy even higher just to get them to meet you in the middle, right? To actually get them to facilitate that transformation. And it's the same thing. It's like with your tone here, when you go into the deep discovery, you have to sometimes even lower that even more, just so that their tone isn't super go-getty and happy and excited during discovery when it should be down here, right? Because you want them to match you. Because to build the most rapport and to build the most trust, you want them to be on the same track as you the whole call. I don't know why I haven't thought about this in this way before, but it's exactly how you close deals. And this is how you get people to trust you. So in the beginning of the call, you want to meet them and actually bring their tone up and bring them into your frame. Be like, hey, what's going on, John? How are you doing today? Awesome. Yeah, it's super nice to put a name to the face finally here. So where are you calling out of? No way, Tennessee. How is it right there? Or how is it there right now? Awesome. No way. That's sweet. And you want to have that positive and excited tone to hop on a call. Like, you listen to some people's sales calls and the beginning is like, hello? Can you hear me? How are you doing? Where are you calling out of? Like, that is so fucking lame, and you could just tell that person's not going to buy from you. So, like I said, most experienced closers can tell what their ideal closes in the first 4 minutes. And so there's 4 different kinds of energies that you'll kind of gather from the first 5 minutes of them talking. So there's practical, action-based, social, and emotional. Social and emotional are typically more women. Practical and action-based are typically the more people that you'll find that are business owners, right? So it's very important that you kind of, tailor your strategies and your tactics to their energy type. Because in the beginning of the call, they're like, let's just jump right in. I want to know exactly what you can do to help me. Like, that might be more of an action-based. Or you're like, oh, I just want to see the numbers. I want to make sure that everything lines up with the KPIs and everything and the metrics, and so that we can move forward. That's more of a practical business owner. Social, they just want someone to listen to them. And emotional, same thing with there as well. Now, the 3-step rapport building process I have for you is to have a very friendly introduction. So smile, make them feel welcome and exciting. And then I want you to basically make a snap adjustment of your personality to match theirs, match their energy type based on what you think it is. And this is really, really good because you will basically get hints of their personality type by keywords. So if they start swearing and say like, all right, let's fucking get into this, then you can tell that they're probably more of like a practical based person that's action based, that they want to just kind of get going into things. And so you match their language in the first 4 minutes of the call. Because but the thing is, don't match their language if they're low energy. Like we mentioned in the Miro board, you want to bring them up. So start out with a super cliche question. Where are you calling out of? Or where'd you first hear about us? Or that's a really good question, even if you're doing cold SMS or cold outbound, because like that kind of indicates that you're a bigger company and that you have a lot more to offer. And this is also good because they want to understand why they're on the call in the first place. So it's like a little bit of conscious congruency and intention behind that question. And then before you get started, so I can best help you out, what are you looking to get out of this call? These super basic and cliche questions kind of just open some barriers and get you past that point and get you into the call. But be very careful, because in rapport, if you do too much rapport, you'll lose control of the conversation. So don't do that. Now, if they sense they might be unqualified, you have to jump in right in and be stronger. Don't spend 5 minutes on rapport if you sense they might be unqualified. If they're smoking on the call, if they're taking the call in a car, if they don't seem like they're they just aren't respecting you. They're showing up late, if they have people in the background, if they're talking to people, if you sense they might be unqualified, just ask a couple of questions. Just be like, this is going to be like a multi-4-figure investment. So I'm just making sure this is going to be a good fit. So is this a good time to take the call, or should we just take it another time? Because you shouldn't accept a lack of disrespect. If they show up late with their mic or camera doesn't work, or they start smoking, don't accept this. Just don't accept this. Literally don't accept this. Get up, grab a drink of water, go do something just to regain frame control, because showing that lack of respect is just walking all over your frame, and you need frame to close the deal. So towards the end of rapport, also, if you have a pre-call process, like you have a VSL that they need to watch or whatever, make sure that they have seen it as well. That's very, very important. And So frame. Now this is the second part of the process right here. We're just going to go through every single part to the close. Now, after you go through and like build the rapport, you're like, all right, let's jump right in. Now, frame is really, really important. It's basically who leads the call. And you want to set a frame by basically establishing authority with rules, tone, and direction of the conversation so the prospect can see you as the authority because you're the one offering services to them. So whoever sets frame leads the call, and you're either holding a frame or you're in someone else's. There is no middle ground here. It's like saying a breakup is mutual. Like it's never mutual. So with cold traffic, like cold calling, cold SMS, cold email, there's usually a lack of urgency. So the frame is very important because they're not like, they didn't book the call in themselves technically. I mean, they kind of did, but they also kind of didn't. And they also might not even know exactly what the call is about. So it's very important that you set frame in the correct way and be strong with it and have a lot of conviction. Just keep in mind that with business owners that are typically older, they usually have an ego, and you don't take this in the wrong way. They probably aren't a dick. Like they might be a dick, but probably not. They more likely just have a strong character. So have charisma, laugh through it, because like usually they're just challenging you because you're a salesperson for no reason, right? Because at the end of the day, sales is truly just a game. Now, I have tons of set examples in Agency Link, but here's a general set that you can use. Just know that you can kind of tailor your set to the type of energy, right? Because in here we have the different energy types, and if you find out they're social or action-based or practical, you can tailor your set specifically towards them, right? So this is the general one. Appreciate you hopping on just to kind of jump into things here. I've got about 45 minutes carved out for you, so here's how this is going to work. I'm going to ask you questions to understand where you're at, and if I think we can help, I'll walk you through what that would look like. Fair enough? That's a general set to kind of just hold and get that authority in the beginning. Once again, whoever sets frame leads the call because you want to be the one asking them questions so you can go and dig into their pain points. Now, and actually drive that transformation. So that is the general set. Like I said, there's lots of different ways you can set. You can do more practically. So for example, if there's a practical guy that wants like a practical business owner that wants to know more about like metrics and stuff, you can be like, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to do a deep dive into your business, figure out exactly what your bottlenecks and constraints are at, and exactly how our system works to fix those for you. How does that sound? That's the same exact set as this, but tailored for a different type of person. So discovery is the next point. So this is like 15 to 35 minutes of the call. It's the main portion of the call. This is where you're going to uncover the current situation, the pain points, the goals. It's exactly where you take their current situation and their agitation, separate from where they are to where they want to be, create that gap from where they currently are and where they want to be. That is the whole point of the discovery process. So it's basically a series of questions in a conversation that you ask them to learn more about their situation, to see if you can help them with your offer. And once again, if you want call recording feedback, you can create a post in school that says call recording or a sales call review, I believe. It's a category similar to the introduction that you made, and we will basically review your call. So discovery is a conversation, but there's three aspects of discovery: presence, expansion, and emotional momentum. Now, before you nod me off, you're like, what the hell are these? Let's go ahead and go through them. So presence, because we don't sell with a script, because we scriptless sell, it's common to not know what to ask, okay? Because most people sell with scripts, and so they have a list of questions to ask, and they never run out of questions. But the key of sales, this is the key thing with sales. You have to do mock calls with friends. You have to practice and learn how to properly do these discoveries and line of questionings, because like you need to learn how to dig into their pain points, dig into things that they give you, and build emotional momentum. And the problem is if you use a script, you ask questions that are all over the place in the discovery that have no correlation or relation to one another, because your questions should be going off of their responses, not just questions for question's sake, because otherwise you're not building emotional momentum. Emotional momentum is building emotion in a direction towards the sale. And if you're asking them random questions, then you're not going towards the sale because you're not building any emotional momentum. That's why it's very important to be present on the call. Just listen. Just listen to them. It'll build so much trust. Just sit there and actually listen to them. Because you're going to ask questions and the prospect will give you fuel. And it's your job to dig and separate their current state from where they want to go by digging into those different points that they'll give you. So what I recommend you do is have a starting question that you do in every single discovery process with every client. For example, what's the biggest problem in your sales process right now? What's the biggest bottleneck in your sales process right now? If you start off with a bigger question, you are first of all perceived as an expert, and from that question, you'll either get a vague response or a lot of good stuff. So if you get a vague response, it's your responsibility to collect data and ask questions about their leads and about their job flow and about what types of jobs they get and how long they've been doing this for, etc. and get them to take ownership of their bad situation. Because otherwise, if there wasn't a bad situation, they wouldn't be on a call with you. And if there's no bad situation, then they'll get off the call, but they're probably lying, because it probably more than likely there is a bad situation going on. So yeah. Now, if you get a lot of information from that initial first question, your goal is to find the actual constraint and issue. Okay, that's your goal. So these are the 2 goals of discovery based on that first question to help you guide and go through that process. And you remember this iceberg that we went over? This is the discovery process. And the surface level 1 is when you collect the truth. There's no responsibility, and they haven't taken any responsibility for the situation, right? And so it's very, very important that with discovery, we can get them to take 100% of their situation. And by then, and especially with an identity level, and they understand where they want to go, that's when they're ready to buy. And don't pitch until then. So we got to make sure they take ownership of their situation. And then with presence, we can kind of catch stuff and push on them. And ultimately, this whole surface level 1 is just to dig into their answers. To look into basically specific answers. So how many jobs last month? What about the month before? How many leads? What specifically have you looked at in the past? How did that go? All that good stuff. Any concerns about that? Like, you want to just basically learn and collect data about them. Okay. And eventually you expand. Now, expansion is all about building on these ideas and asking why and figuring out what's actually going on under the surface, right? That's why it's under the surface, like an iceberg. Shout out ChatGPT for helping me make this visual. So by expanding, you get to that level 2, and there has to be some level of openness, because like, you are going to hold up the mirror to them, right? You're going to show them ugly truths, and you're going to pierce their soul. But you're doing it because you believe there's a better future for them. You just have to help them to see, right? And so it's very important that you have that kind of level of openness in your tone. Otherwise, they're going to just start arguing with you. And just understand that if you have the right intention going into the call and you actually want to help them and you actually give a shit, you'll have this tone naturally, and you'll have this level of openness, and things will work. So remember, proper pre-framing can kind of help to show whether or not you give a fuck, because if people just like listen to question, they will probably think that you're just surveying them, that you don't really give a fuck about their situation. So what you can do there is pre-framing each question. Be like, got it. Okay, that makes complete sense. Wait, so that makes me curious. Like, you mentioned this, what about this? And you actually like have a transition into each question, right? So to actually enter level 2 from level 1, all you have to do is dig more and expand more about what they're saying to you. Okay, but be careful, because like, every time you expand on something, you are starting to create emotional momentum. And what most people do is ask a completely different question after digging into that pain point, but instead just keep going on that one thing. Just keep going on that fuel point. Keep widening that gap, keep getting more specificity in their answers, and dig and create pain and gravity in the situation. Don't switch questions right when you're in the middle of building pain. It's like trying to change your identity where 30 days in, you just give up. Utilizing presence and truth to drive that transformation. So for example, a business owner might tell you that they work 120 hours a week. A bad sales rep would be like, wow, that's a lot. But a good sales rep would be like, so 17 hours a day? How is that? Explain exactly how that looks. And you'll basically get them to a point where they like admit that they were just basically lying to you and exaggerating, right? And that's what you want. You want that presence, the presence to catch them that they said this, and bring out the truth so you can figure out what's truly going on, so they don't just lie their way off the call. Because if we take that truth and we layer it, we create a ton of emotional momentum. So for example, how much did you guys make this month? Exactly. They give you a range, and you ask, oh wait, so was it this amount or this amount? And you get the exact amount. Okay, how about last month? What about the month before that? Because chances are, like, most of these business owners will be like, or whoever you're selling to will be like, I make between 4 and 8K a month. The answer is 4. Or I get like 4 to 6 leads a month. How many last month? 3. How many month before that? 2. How many this month? 4. So you don't actually get 4 to 8, you get 2 to 4. And you actually have to tell them that and be truthful with them there. Because emotional momentum is that kind of energy transfer. It's like when you can feel them having these internal shifts, and you have to prove them that everything's not okay, right? You have to create that emotional momentum towards the sale, because if you realize like a lot of this information that they give you, like it's very good, and you just want to keep building on it. Like for example, if they give you a lot of info in the beginning, just figure out like to that first initial question I'm talking about. So like the biggest constraint. If they give you a ton of information there, so you don't actually have to collect very much data, and you're instantly already in sort of like level 2, then figure out what happened to make them realize that they needed to change, and what specifically they've done since then, and what they haven't been able to do for that much time. What's let them pass these days by? What's driving for them to make this change in the first place? Because you could just continue to do it. Why is it different now? These are an amazing route to go if they give you a ton of information from that first question. You keep layering it. Do you think people that have made that change in less than 270 days? What are those people doing differently than you? And the whole point of this emotional momentum to just dig into these pain points is to get more commitment and make sure everything that their experience is, it's in the now. Not in the future, not in the past, it's in the now. So they want to take action today. So when you get to that transformational level 3, they will have 100% responsibility and control for the situation. And these business owners are most of them aren't going from 0 to 5K a month. Most of them are going to from 50 to 100 or whatever. And so you can ask them questions along the lines of do you feel like you're a business owner? You're asking these identity level questions. What's even going to change when you hit $1 million a year? You could just sell at 600K a year. Look, I get it. You're in a good position. But we at Bridging Media, we are in the position from taking people from good to great. So what does great look like for you? And you can basically dive into these key metrics and push intensity. The thing is with discovery, you guys, is that push intensely. Push intense, a lot, be very intense. And you can always pull away. It's so much better to push insanely intense and to pull back when you went too far than to be a pussy in the first place. Because they need friction. Friction's where the sale is made. So just keep in mind, when they give you great fuel to push on, push it. Because they'll get to quite an emotional state by just digging into one topic, maybe that they can't see their kids at night. And what a lot of people do is they'll dig into that and they'll be like, oh wow, I'm okay, I understand. And then they'll ask a different question that has nothing to do with it. It's that's terrible. You can't ask a separate question because it can it quote unquote causes more pain. It doesn't. It moves them away from the emotional momentum that they were in the first place. You're taking them out of that emotional state. So instead of going into that other thing, just continue the emotional momentum throughout the current route and topic that you're talking about until there's no more left to squeeze. Because I will say, the one thing that'll help you to get better at discovery is watching this video 3 times will help. But more importantly, do 10 to 15 mock calls per day with people that you know. People in this program, you can make a chat in the Q&A, maybe get some people to do mock calls with you, or with just your friend. Right? Do hundreds of mock calls, practice these lines of questioning, pretend that you're a business owner and the other one's a closer, and you will improve faster than you think. So that's discovery. Now let's go ahead and move on to the next part, which is pitch right here, and then close. So here we go. Pre-pitch. Now the most common problem I get with agency owners is first of all, they pitch when it's too early to pitch. So there's not enough emotional buy-in because they don't know how to use discoveries because they use sales scripts. And there's no strong cost of inaction because they don't know what they're doing. So a good way to just transition in the pitch, once you know that they're ready to buy. And because the key is they're starting to say, I am. They're starting to give you these identity level shifts. And you can, you're showing them who they could be if they decide to actually go through with it. Do you think that the reason why you're not where you want to be is because you have always been the type to not make decisions like this on the spot? Stuff like that, and just get them to that point where they're at the identity level, and then get that cost of an action in there of what happens when they don't take action. But obviously don't ask it like that because it's so common. But you want to get that answer from them, then you can move down and break into the actual details of the pitch. So you could simply just say, how would you like me to break things down, and here how we can help you get to Y or X. I'd love to move in and break down the details. You've been talking a lot about your company and situation. I really appreciate the context. Well, I'm sure you know just as me, I'm no roofing professional. I don't know the best materials to use, how to properly lay the shingles, the best way to hire contractors, subcontractors. But with that being said, I do know is how to grow roofing companies and take them to X, or what they said in the discovery. And I've been taking notes. You can take out a pen and paper as well to take some notes. But before we jump in, I wanted to ask a quick favor. So right when you transition to the pitch, I really recommend doing a yes, no, maybe frame before you actually pitch. The let me think about it objection is so damn common that I'm literally putting this in my program. So before you pitch on every call, it's important that you say a yes, no, maybe frame. If you don't do this, you'll get I want to think about it all the time. So here's how you do it. Before we jump in, I want to just ask a quick favor. Is that okay? Cool. So the last thing we want, John, is to make you feel a lack of decisiveness at the end of this call. I want to make sure you have all the information to make a solid decision. So you might find at the end of the call today that you love me and you say, oh, and I love you so much, please take all my money. But I want to let you know that you can say no to me. Okay, it's totally fine. But the important thing is that we as a company only do one call per prospect. And the reason is, one, that we don't want to be playing email ping pong. 2, we don't want to be playing follow-up call roulette. And 3, we want partners that are actually committed to us and willing to make that change and to become the person they need to become. Now, are we able to come to a definite yes or no by the end of the call? And if they answer way too fast and they're like, yeah, then double down and be like, so yes, definite yes or no, good to go, just to make sure that they realize what they said, and then dive into the pitch. So what I have for you is some tips. First of all, what I would recommend doing for your pitch is just have a little script or framework. Bottle your services down to 3 main pillars. Talk about the benefits so it's easily consumable, and then basically how it helps them get the results and the benefits associated. And then ultimately what you will actually get them in the time frame you're proposing. So keep your pitch super concise, like 1 to 4 minutes in length. And I have a resource for you in the description of this video you can use that's from Agency Link to basically go ahead and make your own. Now, I'm going to head and leave this in the description so you can go and open this now and craft your pitch. But once you craft it, basically, and you've deemed that they're ready to buy and you pitch them, after the pitch, they'll probably just naturally ask for the price. Okay, then what you want to do is drop the price. So go ahead and after that, you just close. After you drop the price, don't say a word, okay? You drop the price, you're saying, okay, it's $4K for 3 months. And then you don't say a word. Because the first one to speak loses. At the end of the day, sales is a game, but it's very important that you do this because they will justify and self-sell themselves basically into your offer. Now, in the beginning, when you don't have too much sales experience and you don't really want to jump into a scriptless selling process, I recommend making a scriptless framework. So here's a resource from Agency Link as well that I have for you to basically go ahead and create your scriptless framework. This is in the description of this video as well, and this can kind of help you create that scriptless framework, and it's an example of mine. So you can go ahead and use this, make a copy, and do it for yourself. So with objection handling, I left you with a master guide. I cannot believe I'm giving you guys all these resources and things, but if you ever have any questions or any objections that you get at the end of the call, then you can do this. But honestly, you guys, if you watch this video enough and you do enough mock calls and your discoveries and you get to the level 3 action, you will never have an objection ever. You just won't. And you pre-handled all of them. Like, that is the power of having a good discovery, because it's so much better to just get better at discovery and pre-handle objections than to handle them at the end of the call. Now, I'm going to go ahead and give you a quick roadmap. So after watching this module, you have all the information and sales and resources you need to go crush it in sales for your agency. At least 20-30% close rate. Now, do 100 times the volume you think you require. Do not sleep until you book 10 to 15 meetings a day. Crush it. Now go fucking close some deals. Then post the wins in the school group. Thanks for watching. See you in the next one.
So let's go ahead and break down a $4,000 pay in full close. That's literally just a 1-call close. I believe it was about an hour long. And this has never really been released anywhere, so I hope that you can find a ton of value in it. I might have to do a little bit of editing, especially when he drops his card info and stuff. But let's go through and break down this close from start to finish, literally going from a complete stranger, we didn't know each other, cold SMS even, to him paying in full. And yeah, so let's do it.
Pretty good. Pretty good. It's nice to put a name to the face.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was finished up appointment. I'm like, I'm like 3 minutes behind.
No worries at all. Where are you guys out of?
Out of Austin, Texas.
Austin, Texas. Oh my gosh. If I get one more call from Texas, I might blow up my house. Austin, Texas. Well, how's it been going for you guys?
Well, same old thing, just a different day usually.
Yeah, I totally get you. Well, I don't have any clients directly in Austin. I do have one up in Wichita and the one down south, more by Dallas, I believe.
Yeah.
It seems like that state just goes on forever, does it?
It takes a while to get in and out, but yeah.
Yeah.
16 hours across or 14 hours across and 8 hours to get from center to the border.
Jeez, yeah, that's crazy. It kind of reminds me of Michigan. I'm in Michigan right now, and you can kind of drive from like the bottom of it to the top of the UP and do the same thing. So is Brandon going to be needing to be attending as well?
He was supposed to be. They got a fire or a water damage thing he's dealing with. I was just on the call and I thought that the link was going to go out to him, but I texted him and emailed him. But
okay, so I would, if possible, I'd like to have both you guys on here just so I don't have to kind of tell everything to both you guys separately.
Yeah. Let me check to see really quick.
Basically, all I did there was just pre-handle an objection. Like, let me talk to my business partner. I didn't know that they were like a family business by any means. So ultimately, it would be up to this guy. But at the time, I thought that was just like a business partner. So I was just making sure that both of them are on, because otherwise, you know how it goes. If you go through all the whole call, the guy's like, oh, okay, great. Let me just talk to my business partner about it. Usually doesn't go through. So let's, keep going. Also, if you notice, like in the first kind of few minutes, just like first 1 minute. Like you can ultimately tell whether or not a call is going to close within like the first minute. And that's why those first 60 seconds are so important. Now, if I were you, what I recommend you do is to jump out in the call. Like obviously you kind of want to kind of keep in mind about like the levels of how you guys are, like how excited the other person is, how excited you are, because like I'm telling you, they will match your energy if you come into the call with a really positive tone and you really just act like you're excited to be there, because like you should be, honestly. So that's a big thing, is like in the first minute or so, just like make them laugh, like that rapport building spot, like that's very important. You know, like these guys, especially in this niche. Now, I don't know exactly, depending on like what niche you're in, like it may be a little bit different, but like with these guys, just liking the other person that they're talking to is so important for them to like actually go ahead and make a decision. It builds a lot of trust as well. So that's kind of why that intro was so like kind of silly, stupid, and ultimately like kind of to laugh, and it was all intentional.
Hello. Hey, I texted you and emailed you the link. Did you get it? I'm not sure why I didn't go out on that. Yeah, so it should be that Google Meets link.
All right. Are you already in?
Yeah, I'm in. I made it.
All right, I'm joining.
Okay.
There you go. Please use your question. Here we go. Hello.
How's it going?
It's going amazing. How are you doing?
Doing all right.
All right. Just all right?
Just all right.
Sounds good. You guys want to give me the rundown real quick about how everything's been going, how the company's going, what you guys all do, just a little bit about everything?
Yeah, so really quickly, I mean, we've had a floor cleaning business for 14 years, and then about the last 6 years, we've been doing some roofing. Brandon went chasing storms for about a year with a different company, and then we had my second son passed away, so we had to kind of bail on that for a while. But a year ago, we decided, you know what, we like roofing a lot better than floor cleaning, so we're going to go ahead and go 100% in. So July, a year ago, we rented a commercial business location, and then a couple of storms hit Austin. And my youngest son left California to come work. So I got my oldest son, my youngest son, and me all working on the roofing business now. Started about a year ago, trying a variety of things. I mean,
big family business.
Door knocking, canvassing right now. We've tried a few things online, a couple agencies, but just haven't been getting results, I guess. So anyway, so that's where we're at. Just trying to figure out the whole digital marketing online, getting some consistency in business, and trying to leverage better than an hour in, hour out door knocking.
So I remember these guys. These guys actually closed like a big job within like a couple of weeks of working with me, so I was just like super excited about that. But
that's kind of the gist of it. But we've been doing insurance work, a little bit of retail. We do shingles, metal, flat roofs. That's kind of been the focus. But we just need to get some consistency. So we'd like to get to 8 million, I guess, as quickly as we can. And
8 million. What are you guys at as of right now?
We're probably just 1 to 2
Including
million.
the floor cleaning business, we're at 1.2, but the floor cleaning business is about 3,350K a year.
Okay. Got you. Okay, so you're under $1 million a year for the roofing.
Correct.
And
it's interesting like how these guys have such like 8 million and they're not even $1 million a year. Like that's a big gap. So naturally I'm gonna be asking a lot about that.
why 8?
Why not 8? Can I go bigger? Can I do 40 million? How much?
Well, not
Honestly,
a year.
go 300.
A year.
8 a year. Okay, so is that what you guys are going for the next year, 2025?
Yep.
Okay, that's a big jump, you guys.
It's a little jump, really.
Doable or not?
You guys seem pretty ambitious. Is this like pretty much all family business then?
Yeah. Pretty much.
How's that going?
Just feeding into their ego. So
Kill each other, nobody's dead.
Oh man, that's awesome. Okay, so you're mainly getting work.
We're getting to our breaking point, so like you need to produce some business.
Yeah, totally get you. Well, that's why I'm on the call, so maybe that'll help you guys a little bit. Anyways,
Well, let's hear it. What you got to offer?
so you guys, real quick, just to recap, you're on the call today because you guys decided to go all in on roofing. You're kind of saying goodbye to the floor cleaning, which is great.
yeah, so he's already asking like, what do you have to offer? This is what like most kind of agency owners would just like kind of tweak and just like, start pitching or something 5 minutes in. But like you can see, this is a very long call, right? We go into everything, and ultimately there's some parts in here that are really important that I want you to see. But
you guys are mainly getting work through door knocking. You're doing about under $1 million a year. Canvassing. Do you have any sales guys right now?
Just Dylan
We have,
and Eric.
yeah, my son, I do a little bit. We had 2 sales guys, but they didn't like the door knocking, and we didn't have enough, appointment setting business to keep them around. But we have access to like 2 or 3 sales guys, but they aren't willing to really door knock. So
Now, who out of you guys is doing door knocking right now?
Just Dylan.
Dylan,
Hey, how's door knocking going, Dylan?
Sucks. I pay the bills.
Yeah, I get you. I used to be a door knocker too, actually.
I don't think anybody likes door knocking, but it's just the name of the game, right?
Yeah, totally. I feel like it's been getting a little bit worse, especially in Texas. That's what I've heard from my Texas guys.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, now kind of every trade, like painting, landscaping, I mean, every trade. Half the time now they just slam the door in your face because their only question is, will you pay my deductible? And if you say no, they just shut the door, you know?
Dude, these guys are like this is why it's so important to like know your customer and like know your niche, because like I've door knocked before, like I've been through that ringer and I know exactly how it is to do that. So it's so easy for me to just like build like so much pain, like literally so much just from this conversation, and especially just going right to the source instead of just skipping over that and be like, oh, that sucks, you know what I mean? How's it going? Like, yeah. Oof.
I mean, you still get a lot of business from it. So I mean, it's still doable.
Brandon Dillon's really choppy on his communication, so we may have to relay that.
Well, we're out in the boonies, so I'll let you guys talk for a while, and we'll get back to civilization.
Yeah, you can always turn your camera off and just listen in. It should help it. Yeah, you should be able to listen a little bit better. Okay, cool. So what are you looking for out of a partnership like this? How much work are you looking to get from me? Because I have a big, very high top. A lot of my top guys are crushing it, and they're scaled up a lot. And my bottom feeders are kind of just hanging in there. So what are you guys looking for out of the partnership?
40 deals a month.
40 deals a month. So 40 roofs a month.
Yep.
And these are re-roofs, correct?
That's extremely unreasonable. Like that is that's literally, I would say, impossible with given like my volume that they can handle. Like there's no
For
way.
you to get 40 re-roofs a month for me is going to take a lot of ad budget.
That's a problem. So you tell me what you can do, and we'll meet in the middle and grow from there.
I love to hear it. I tend to what I usually do is have my guys on like a night.
Dude, I've seen so many people like just aimlessly agree to what the other person says and just say like, oh yeah, we could do that 100%. Like knowing damn well, I think he's just testing me here. Like I literally know he's testing me because like there's no way, like we both know that I just can't do that. So
90-day period, like a trial type period. And after those 90 days, I usually switch it from a like just straight up flat fee for the 90 days to a more commission basis, because that way then our incentives are totally aligned once you know that this is a working partnership or not based on your guys' business. Then from there we can go and essentially, you know, scale effectively. Now I want to preface that because you guys are in Texas, there's a lot of competition, as you guys know.
Yes, there is.
As you know, there's
And when you tell me you can guarantee something, I'm like, huh, how the heck is he going to do that? But I would really like to know.
My northern Texas guys are crushing it. My newer southern Texas guys, they're just launching recently, or I just literally launched them like the next day or two here. So what I can guarantee you guys right now, I can just say this because I've done it 100 times, well, probably like 40 times, is I can 100% guarantee you guys at least 60 leads over the course of 3 months. Now, I'll run you through a little bit more about what those leads actually look like, how, you know, worth your time they are, for example. But just to clarify, again, you guys are right under—
I'm just immediately dialing down expectations because like 60 leads is not 60 jobs, you know, and they want 40 jobs a month. Like that's just completely not reasonable at all. And so I'm just kind of dialing down the expectations to just like even see if it makes sense to keep going forward on the call. But
you're looking to get to 8, so you're going to get a huge jump. And so maybe with my partnership, we can find something that's working, and then from there scale and grow partners, essentially. Does that sound like how things have been going and how this is looking to be?
Well, we love the word partnership with the term, you know, guarantee. So yeah, just got to kind of see where it's at. But yeah, so far it's been tough.
So it's a tough market, like you said, and everybody promises the world and then can't deliver. So we're very hesitant on how much we want to spend out of the gate. Once we find something that's working, we will literally sell everything we own and put all the money we have into it.
I can't wait to show you guys like how this call ends up going, because like they actually, you know, getting someone that says that line right there. Like we are very hesitant to pay right out of the gate because we are like everyone's over promising and under delivering. Like just showing you guys like this is extremely valuable. You'll see exactly why they end up paying me specifically, especially in this block right here. So we'll get to that, but let's keep going.
To scale as fast as humanly possible. Good. The issue is nobody seems to be able to get the phone to ring unless they are people trying to sell us stuff. So people trying to sell us stuff for whatever reason think it's a good idea to click on our ads and cost us money. And every time they call, I want to rip their heads off through the phone, because not only are they just trying to sell me something, but they just cost me all my clicks and all my ads and all that stuff. So it's very, very annoying that they like to do that. But basically, that's our only hesitation. And as soon as we find kind of that formula that we know works, we'd like to put as much money into it to find the market cap as fast as possible.
Nice. Yeah, that right there is looking like scaling ad budget. Now I'm curious. You said that you're getting like charged money right now for like clicks and stuff. Who are you currently working with that does that?
Well, we did Google.
These discoveries are all about like analyzing what they're saying and just ultimately digging deeper. You know, as you can tell, I'm not using a script. You can tell that I'm not like having scripted out questions. I'm kind of just flowing naturally through this process and ultimately just kind of digging and seeing what, you know, where there is to kind of get more of. So that's kind of how the flow of this call goes, and that's ultimately another reason why they trust me so much.
And then they weren't liking it.
It's so easy to gain trust of someone like this, especially when they've been burned so many times, and also when they've just been on calls with so many people just getting, you know, scripts just like flowing at them, like, where are you at with your business right now? Like just reading scripts and then going back to like, it's just, it's crazy. Like I'm very against scripts, but
yeah. So they moved to Facebook ads, and they're liking more of the, like, we're getting a lot more views, but we're still like out of our like $800 ad spend this week, we've gotten 4 calls, 2 of which never, like 2 of which were sales people selling us stuff, and the other 2 never, like, when they came in after hours, but when we called them back the next day, we called, left messages, called them again, left messages, texted them, things like that. They're not responding at all, right? So that is our experience with Facebook, and you know, I guess it's been like 2 weeks now.
So not only do they have a bad experience with agencies and getting burned in the past, they have a bad experience with Facebook, they have a bad experience with running paid ads, and they have a bad experience with people overpromising and under-delivering. So I'm excited to show you guys how we handle that.
Yeah, okay. Well, it's unfortunate that, are these guys pretty new that you guys just took on?
They're supposedly very not new, and they're specific to roofing, so that's why we hired them, is because they said they only work with roofers. But
then we found out they hadn't done Texas, and the Texas market is kicking their butts, and it's costing us.
See, I'm not, like, money is in my eyes because I actually have had, you know, good experience with guys in Texas.
Cool. Learn that lesson. So.
You know Mighty Dog Roofing?
I've heard of them.
I work with them, yeah. I've got 2 guys in Texas. They both are not doing as good as my other guys in like Virginia or North Carolina or whatever the case may be, but they're still pulling in results that are worth their time. I'm gonna run you.
How's Idaho?
I don't know. Don't have anyone in Idaho. The most wild place I have people in, which isn't even that wild, is probably like North Dakota or like some random place like that, or New Jersey. I don't know. That's funny you say that. I wish I had one in like Hawaii or Alaska. But anyways, I like everything you guys said.
See, these guys are just like, they're laughing, they're kind of giggling on the process. Like, yeah, at the end of the day, like, especially B2B, you'll kind of just know over more calls you take that it's less about like actually paying and about like the transformation. Like all these people like that teach sales kind of dig into like so much of the emotional aspects, and I'm big on that too. But like, especially with B2B, these are 50, 60, 45-year-old contractors. They just want to see like what we can do and that it's different, and ultimately that we have proof that it works, and they can like feel that proof and touch that proof. And ultimately, like, if that's like, that's it, that's all they want to see. You know, some of them don't want to be in like a painful situation, but most of these guys are more like practical or action-based people, right? These are people that don't really buy too much into the whole emotional side of things, and ultimately just want to see if our system works well with theirs. So I would really just like change your frame set and change like how you go about the call, keeping that in mind.
So far, it sounds good. You guys are more than qualified, obviously, to work with everything that I have to offer and everything. I try to make sure that you guys are making above 500K.
So that seemed like it was the end of the discovery, but let's just kind of see, because that would be a little bit of a mistake. It's very, very early in the call.
You almost double that, but you guys there's a lot of room to grow. So it's important that we take these next steps carefully. But my average partner adds about like 75 to 80,000 in the first 5 to 7 weeks. That's what I've seen. So typically what you can expect to get from those 60 leads over the course of 3 months is usually, depending on your close rate heavily, I know every roofer in the planet says their close rate is 85%, but
ours ain't that good. We're about 60 to maybe 70, but that's, you know,
I'm looking at him like, no. Like, dude, these guys, like, it's so funny. They always say their close rates are hundreds. Like, this is why it's, again, important to understand your niche and your market, and why you have to stick in one, and so you can know this industry. But like, these guys, even 60 to 70%, like, they're not closing 60, 70%. Like, they're just not. Like, if I give them 10 appointments, they are not going to close 6 or 7 of them. They're just not. Like, there's no way they close 6 or 7 of them. They will like their close rates are typically like actually like 15 to 20%, but they just, I don't know why they can't see that.
The door knock actually.
Oh, because most of them are warm, and most of them are referrals and not cold. So cold traffic is definitely way harder to close.
Affecting the roof, right? So
right.
Dylan, what would it be for like door knocking? I don't know what our average is.
You're doing like from door knocking, it's probably like 25, 30%.
More reasonable.
It sounds like you guys can pretty much sell. You're good in the sales department. Now, what you can expect to get then out of the 60 leads is, because I'm keeping Texas in mind, right? 60 leads will most likely turn into about 25 appointments over the course of 3 months. And those 25 appointments based on your close rate should turn into however many jobs that you close. Now, I just want to make sure that I don't oversell and underdeliver you guys, because you've experienced that in the past, and I know how the Texas market works, and I know that there's a real chance that instead of 60 leads, you guys get like 50. Now, I will say though, I have it pretty built out where like if I get you 50 leads, then I give you a refund on those 10 leads. So I just want to make sure that everything's fair for that first trial period, those 3 months. Now, like I said though, before I jump into my stuff, I appreciate the context. Before jumping though, I'm not a roofing contractor. Okay, I don't know how to place shingles. I don't know where to get the best materials. I don't know how to cut corner. I don't know anything, but I do know how to market to these companies. And my specialty is taking harder challenges because I do custom made video ads. So what's important?
Okay, yeah. So this is really, really important here. I'm kind of differentiating myself from other people just saying I do custom video ads. And also, I'm kind of seeing as well, like a lot of people's calls that they take are just like, it's apparent why they don't close, right? Like one, the guy usually doesn't like them, but like two, they're not confident enough. Like you can just see it through my eyes, like how confident I am about this. And ultimately, like this confidence is what leads me to get closes. Like you can have pretty much any sales process. And I want you to make sure that you really, really keep this in mind. Like you can have any sales process, any discovery, any frame set, any pitch. And if you were just confident as crap throughout the whole process, you'll close. Like that's the most important thing by far out of the entire process is just pure confidence, conviction. So let's keep going.
Like for example, my North Texas guys, they have really good deals with the insurance, and I'm able to display those in the advertisements. And because of that, that's why they're able to do so well with me. Now, where is that marketing company that you're working with currently doing, or with the Facebook ads doing like a 5999 roof or roof starting at some amount?
No, that's pretty much what everyone's doing in the market. But
yeah, yep.
They basically, part of the issue is they basically said, okay, now you hired us, now go get us all this information, go take all these videos, or go make all these, take all these pictures so we have something to advertise. And then, I mean, I'm trying to run 2 companies.
Yeah, that's typical as well. Like a lot of these agencies are just going to like ask for all this content and basically take all the work and put it in the company's hands and then act like it's fine. Like the whole point of our agencies, AI agency, SMMA, whatever lead gen agency, like whatever it is, our job is to basically have done for you services. They can pay us, we do it, right? Not they pay us, we make them do more work after they pay us, and then we wait for them to eventually get done with that work, and then we even question whether or not we even do work at all. Like that's how most of these guys roll. So by watching this video, you are ahead of 99% of them. But
working day and night already, and then trying to get them the content that they want, right? Was difficult. So part of it was that they turned around and said, okay, great, now do all this stuff to get us what we need to be successful. And then I'm like, what do you mean by blah 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 video, right? Like, oh, you want to do a gutter promotion and give me a gutter video? It's like, okay, here's a video about gutters. I don't know what sells. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know how to make this stuff. Like, what in the world are you talking about? But the one you just asked about, like, literally is every roofer on Facebook except for maybe like the 2 major like big companies. They don't do that. They've got their own kind of style and stuff, but literally like every marketing company out there is roof starting at 59995 or 678, or does the roof really need to cost 7985, right? It's like those are all the ads that are on Facebook right now.
Yeah, yep, you're exactly right, and that's what most.
Yeah, our roofs cost 18 grand. So.
That's
our average. So
it's so typical to see that online. Sometimes I even post some ad campaigns that are like, have you seen 5999 roofing ads? Well, our roof costs $18,000, and they actually work pretty well because of the brutal honesty. But besides the point, my name's Owen Rensland. Like I said earlier, I've been doing this for about 2.5, 3 years. Did you get a chance, either of you, to see the video that I sent to you guys before?
So I'm asking if they watched the pre-call VSL like 20 minutes into the video, like, or the call. Like I really wouldn't recommend doing this. I would recommend doing this right at the beginning.
For this call?
I watched the original one that I think that come out when I signed up. There was like 3 steps or something.
Yeah.
When he signed up.
And the third, I think it was the 3rd one. Yep.
Yeah, I watched that one.
Okay. Yeah, so they watched he watched the pre-call VSL.
Bar chart, Globe and Mail, just a bunch of these places, some testimonials, all that good stuff. Good. Okay. So essentially, how I get these results is similar to what you guys have seen, but the approach I use is a little bit different, and I'll run you through that. If it's cool with you guys, I'm going to start screen sharing and show you.
So I'm already pitching like 20 minutes in. Like this honestly isn't the move. It's clear that like I pitch and then like the most of it is like objection handling, building more trust, like having them see proof and like ultimately just convincing them to pay. And it's like you should have a longer discovery. So it should be like a pretty small frame set and then like a longer discovery. And then after that longer discovery, then your small pitch. And then after that, it should be like pretty much towards the end of the call. So I'm excited to see how this kind of shifts and changes around. But some of these guys, like these guys have been burned a lot. Like it's clear that they've been burned a ton in the past. So it's very important that I kind of play my cards right. And so I'll show you later on that video, in this video, like how I actually do that. So let's go through the pitch.
What this actually looks
now, once again, before I even show the pitch to you guys, I want you to keep in mind what I said earlier in this video about the fact that they don't care about how you get the results. They just care about getting results. Okay, that's all they care about.
like. And by the way, if you, either of you have any questions throughout this, just interrupt me. And let me go ahead and run you through it. So essentially what I do, first thing, I have like a 3-step process, sorta. The first thing I do is my vetting and qualification. Now, what I do is I take all the people that see your ads on social media through qualification questions.
Like my pitch is so dog shit. Like it's literally like a Miro board with like 3 steps of like 3 screenshots. Like it's completely ridiculous.
With a bunch of questions similar to this. Usually I do a lot more questions. An example would be.
Okay, now when you say our ads, are you creating these ads or we got to create these ads?
Yeah, unlike that other company, I'm creating these ads like I should be.
Okay.
So I'll run you through what those look like in a second here. But first things first, I go in your area on Zillow, find the areas that aren't making enough money, and just take them completely out of the targeting. Because if you're like marketing and wasting ad budget on an area that can't even afford your services, then what's the point? Now, the other thing is I make sure these guys respond to you. So I send them like 20 to 25 messages in the course of the next 2 weeks just to make sure that they respond once. And as soon as they respond once, then I stop sending those messages. But the point is I can sell you leads all day, but I need them to be responsive. Otherwise, you guys aren't going to make any money. So that's the first
Boom.
thing.
They like that.
Vetting.
Now this is like a classic pitch. Like classic pitch. You're showing them like you know, feature, benefit, feature, benefit, feature, benefit. And it's like actually how it ties into their situation. Right? Like I'm kind of keeping in mind the fact that they've been burned in the past and like all the stuff that they've gone through and ultimately tying that into my pitch and like actually using that against like to basically sell. Like it's very smart. So
and
super pitch.
Now,
super simple pitch.
Like I said, and like you've seen, I run these on Facebook and Instagram from your exclusive profile, etc. So obviously they're exclusive leads and whatnot, but I tend to run a lot of through Instagram instead of Facebook. Facebook's pretty good, but
for a lot of the guys that have been burned like by Facebook ads, like you can just say this. I mean, when you run meta ads, like it runs on both of them and you can't even like you can control the split, but ultimately you'll put most of them on Facebook because that's like the, you know, ICP for at least my clients. But sometimes they like to just have that reassurance that you're going to do a lot of Instagram stuff to kind of switch it up because a lot of these business owners, they want new, they want shiny, they want new. And ultimately that's what I'm kind of showing them here.
You've both seen there's hundreds of thousands, I would even say, ads on there right now, just in your area about like the same thing. Like obviously they're not going to work. So right now, Instagram ads, they tend to do a little bit better. Also, things start to slow down around this time of year, especially the election season. So boosting more ads right now is definitely a good choice. Now, these are what your typical ads are. You know, you see these online.
See, showing that I just like understand the market, like slowing down with the election season. Like this is information that if you are new to a market and new to a niche and you just walk into, you know, a sales call with a roofer that understands it way more than you do and you're trying to sell them like to grow their businesses, like you can kind of see the problem with that unless you really understand the market. Like for me to know that, I had taken like tons of calls with these guys. You know what I mean? And that's just why it's so important because also I have friends that have had calls with this company. Like friends that are also roofing agency owners that have had calls with this company that they couldn't close him. And so this call is very, very valuable to kind of show this. And that's why I haven't really released it anywhere other than this free course. But yeah, let's keep going.
Whatever the case, or the roof starting at 599 with a picture of your team in there. What I usually do is I create custom video ads with my own B-roll that I've collected from clients over the course of the last 2 or 3 years. So here's an example of what that looks like. This ad alone is crushing it for my client. I usually run 1 or 2 ads at a time.
These homeowners save $3,000 on a new roof for one simple reason: fair pricing. Because here's the truth. When you get a few quotes for a roof replacement, you are bound to get quotes that are all over the place.
So because they've gotten burned in the past, I'm just showing them like an example of an ad that I run here.
Often it's because these companies are lugging around a ton of overhead, and the person who foots the bill is you, the homeowner. But at Storm Pros VA, we do it different. We have helped hundreds of families here in Stafford County save thousands of dollars through our transparent and fair pricing. Plus, since we're a well-run small company, we don't have unnecessary overhead costs, unlike those big companies passing on their expenses to you.
Even though that is a giant company.
Best materials at fair prices. Click Learn More below for a fast quote.
So this is my stock one when I don't go through and edit the script at all with my guys. But for Texas, we're going to have to script out what you guys offer in different, like to differentiate yourself from some of the other companies. Because my Northern Texas company they didn't get good results with those stock until we scripted out their own. It had to do with the insurance offers, etc. And some other stuff they had with some like weatherproof, etc. But we just had to offer that in the ads. But that is
selling.
What's that?
What is selling?
What is selling?
Yep.
What do you mean?
Sounds like something to do with insurance and then extra weatherproofing.
Yeah, well, we have a few different things that we scripted out. Now, like Ralph is pretty creative, but essentially what we had to do is test out like a bunch of different offers. So I don't remember exactly what they said, but it was like something along the lines of 0 down and then as low as like 200 a month, or it was just some amount a month, or like a financing option. That was one of the ads. The other one was an insurance option where they have like really good relationships with their like with the agents and whatnot, and the adjusters. But we would basically make sure that we can represent that offer to the public as best as we can. Now, I just need to take like a week or two to learn your guys' area and kind of see what works and doesn't. So I would definitely run my stock stuff of financing, add an insurance, and just like basically a custom made one as well, and just kind of see what works, and from there on we can go.
Yeah, so here was kind of the point with the other ad agency, right? Like we told them we were brand new to the market, right? The only jobs we've done is 100% referral, friends and family, or if a storm come through and somebody needed help. So we know the insurance, inside and out. I was born and raised in construction, so we know all that stuff, right? And then we've even done, flood damage and restoration, and we've rehabbed houses. But the point of it is that, yeah, we don't necessarily know. We know Austin is a high-tech industry, so there's a lot of money, but they're technology driven, so, door knocking is not the best. Most of our clients so far has been old people, like just, old people that, he's got to go collect up the check because, they don't even have online banking, right? But, so we've kind of custom tailored to that, but those guys aren't online either, right? They're not buying roofs online. So anyway, if you're trying to tell us that, we got to, know as a company, what to sell and what to do, we're not there, right? Like, we've only been in business a year. Like, I can't tell you what sells. I can't even tell you what jobs we'll do. We've been taking most of anything that's, come our way just to pay the bills, right? So we don't have any specialty areas or whatever. What we can do is we can adapt and we can deliver. We just need to know what it is we got to adapt to and what we got to deliver to, right? So, yeah. So
I'm going to try to, like, basically, the whole idea here is he needs someone that is an expert that knows what he's doing. And I'm obviously like portraying as that person, but more importantly, they are kind of saying like, oh yeah, we can handle all these jobs coming our way. We can do everything that you can offer. We're also very adaptable, so we can change and ultimately grow. And I'm pushing on that heavily. I'm like, with my knowledge, we can find what works for you guys the best, and then from there go, right?
I was more of like, yeah, show me the 10 or 15 things that is working, and then I think I can deliver on these 5 or 6 or 8 or whatever, and then you figure out what's the best out of those to, go out the gate with. But anyway, that seems like a way that I thought, like, man, this is how I address something. But, if you're coming to me to say, yeah, well, I need to know, how you guys compete with other companies. It's like, well, crap, we're not, right? So I don't know what to tell you. So, yeah. Anyway, I don't know. I'm just trying to be way upfront and way honest. So we're hard workers. We're honest. We can deliver. Yeah, you could just tell these guys are in a bad position, right? Like, they aren't making that much money. They're scraping by to pay the bills, and ultimately they really need help. And a lot of these guys naturally, like, if they see that this is a real opportunity to move forward together, then if they do, they will basically open up to you more, and they'll ultimately treat it as like a real opportunity. And in doing so, reveal the true reason why they want this, and that's ultimately what you're going to push on. So it's kind of weird that I'm doing there's like more discovery going on kind of after the pitch, but some of these calls like aren't perfect every time. Like, there's no like 1 to 5 minutes is rapport. Sure. 5 minutes to 10 minutes is frame. 10 minutes to 50 minutes is discovery. 50 minutes like to 55 is pitch. After that, it's like close. Like, yeah, some calls are that kind of picture perfect, but most of them aren't, especially if you're not using a script, right? And that's what I really, really focus on doing. And we can adapt. So, that's our flexibility, is because we'll take and do things that most people, won't do. But we would like to get more streamlined, systemized, and we paid a good amount of money to get a CRM that should be able to, help us do all that. That's just where we're at, right? So I just want to be way upfront as to where we're at and what I guess we would expect your capabilities need to be in order to deliver for us, right?
I totally understand. It's good to know that. Now, I just want to preface one thing, that usually the performance of the ads is completely based on the pictures and the videos. So essentially, we can have pretty much the same offer, like the offer just saying like, we have the best quality and best service, click for a fast quote, like the simplest offer, but we just need to test out loads of images and videos and just find out and kind of see what works.
Well, all I'm saying is if you take off your shirt and get in a video, that would probably sell. Me taking my shirt off in a video is probably not going to sell. So, I mean, you see me, right? Like, I don't know what I'm going to sell. So. I can't even get
like these guys are just having fun. Like, at the end of the day, like, they just want a partnership. They're kind of laughing away the pain, which is okay. Yeah.
The old ladies to buy from me, right? At least my son could get the old ladies to buy, right? I can't even get the old ladies to buy. So this is what you got to work with. That's all I'm saying.
Oh my gosh. I can tell you one thing I'll say is that I can 100% get your guys' cost per lead between $30 and $45. I can. It's just going to take maybe more testing. and that's just the nature of it.
Well, and that was, I guess, the one thing where they basically were trying to explain was, well, we just need more testing, so it's going to take longer with your smaller budget, right? Now, again, this was on Google to begin with, so basically they were like, oh, well, if you could handle like 10 grand a month, then we'd figure it out in like 2 or 3 months. But if you're only at 5,000 a month, we may not have this figured out for 6 to 9 months or whatever.
5,000 a month?
Yes.
What are these guys doing?
So then it's like,
yeah. Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, this was crazy because, like, that is a ton of money. Like, I can literally figure out what works for these guys in, like, maybe 2 to 3K of ad budget. Like, that is all it takes. Not 5K a month for 6 months. Like, ridiculous.
If you guys give me 5,000 into straight ads, I would get you so much work.
We lost a lot of faith within, like, 3 weeks. Well, one, we were supposed to do 5,000 a month, and first week only, like, because of how little clicks we got, we only spent like maybe $300, $400 because their ads were just not even getting clicked on, right? So like our first month we ended up spending like $1,200 because of how little their ads were even getting clicked on, and then anybody that did click on it and go to our site literally would bounce like ASAP. So
holy cow, that is a terrible way to do things.
Yeah, something you'll learn as well is that, like, by watching like this kind of free course or kind of being on my channel, at least you'll at least, like, these are working systems and these clients have been with me for a long period of time, right? So you're not like going to be one of these bad agencies if you just listen to only to what I have to say, basically. And so many of these agencies that they are your competitors, I guess, whether it's an AI agency, social media of some kind, lead gen of some kind, like, they are most of the time, like, they don't know really what they're doing. You know, truthfully, like, they don't have good products, they don't have good fulfillment because they aren't kind of in the loop. They don't really know what's working and what's not. And I'm not sure, like, if this is because of bad programs or because of bad coaching, mentorships, bad like, basically bad influences or whatever. Like, I don't know why it's the way it is, but it is. So lucky for you, you are in a good place and you have access to a lot of good information because I kind of focus on this more like product heavy, right? Like, focus on your product first, then ultimately everything will become easier. You'll get referrals, and that's ultimately what I've been doing for the past like 4 months. I haven't ran paid ads. I haven't done cold SMS for my own agency because it's literally been only referrals. So, yeah.
I need more, I guess, a lead gen approach because we're not sure whether our website is actually converting or not. You know, so that's why your thing kind of appealed to me. Yeah, it seems more like lead gen, appointment setting,
Yes.
which, because I mean, you get Dylan, you get Brandon, you even get me into a house talking with somebody. I mean, we do. I mean, I know everybody says they got a good close rate, but we do have a pretty reasonable, you know, honesty and forthright with people that we can develop the trust pretty quickly. And we generally get, you know, quite a few deals closed. And
Yeah, he kept mentioning this. He kept mentioning that this honest and trustworthy approach, and that he's just like super honest up front, and that he wants to be super honest. And this kind of truth is something that's very important that I can use as well to get the close, essentially, by saying, like, by being completely honest with them, by being pessimistic, by being like, I can't get you this, but I can get you this, and just ultimately having that more like kind of truth dialed approach ultimately is the reason why these guys were able to trust me so much more, and also because of the stuff that you'll see later on this video. But yeah, let's keep going.
the only ones we kind of lose is, yeah, there's a, you know, family member that's a roofer, right, or something stupid.
usually they end up, you know, either finding somebody else that'll pay their deductible or whatever, then they'll make up whatever excuse, right? But and it happens, and it's just the name of the game. But
yeah, we're just, you know, we're just honest and just going to be
Yeah.
We just got to get in front of more people, and that's why we're kind of looking more into like the lead gen. But we don't want to necessarily just go out and buy like Angie leads or Home Advisor leads.
Don't.
We would still rather kind of build our brand and grow the company. And so we realize it's still going to take some time. We just need it to be as quickly as possible.
Okay. Yeah, you guys are going to need multiple approaches. Just in a lot, like, I'm just being genuinely honest. Like, I would recommend having someone for Google, someone for Facebook, someone for just everything, because the more, like, obviously the more outlets you have, the better you'll do. Like, that's how it works.
Yeah, but we got to be able to fund it, right? So
Exactly.
I got to know something that, look, we got to get some results, and we need them fast, right? And yeah, we're coming up on to the, you know, worst part of the season, right? So,
Fast results are possible with these guys, but like for most of them, like it's hard to say because, like, I mean, just generally in time, like it takes time to like figure out what the hell's working. If like you have to find a winning ad, right? I mean, luckily with the new Andromeda update, like it's easier. You just test more creatives, and ultimately you'll find a working one much faster. And that's why I've also recently been reaching out to some of my clients to run ads during the wintertime, because usually most roofing for me is paused during the wintertime-ish. But yeah, it's so much easier to find a better cost per lead and actually find winning ads nowadays with this update, because you can test so much more at once. So I wish that that existed when I took this call, because this call was like a little bit ago. But yeah, anyways.
All right, let me ask you this worst case scenario. Would you guys be happy with getting like 45 to 50 leads in 3 months? Like, would that be good for you guys, or is that not enough?
Oh, that would definitely help, for sure.
Okay.
Be careful with what you define as a lead. A lot of these guys don't understand what a lead means in terms of us. A lead for us is literally someone that submits their name, number, and email and interest on a form, not a job. So make sure they understand that. But I think they do.
Like 10 a month? Yeah.
I want to be reasonable with you guys because I'm not going to sit here and oversell and deliver you guys like every other fucking company in the world. I'm going to be honest. Like I'll get you 10 to 15 solid leads a month, but I just have a really hard time promising more than that. I know your market. Like I know how this works.
Boom. Boom. Honesty, transparency, confidence, conviction. Like this is what it takes.
No, that'd be cool.
They like it. They're like, okay, well, yeah. All right.
To me, but
He's like, I don't even know if you can do that, but like, yeah, okay.
I mean,
I'll prove you wrong.
I don't know how. I mean, like I said, my trust factor.
Like, look at it. His smile right now. Like he's excited, but he just again has no trust in this kind of online marketing space.
To me, it should
like most people.
Be scientific, right? But it doesn't, and nobody can like. You know, everybody, it's all nebulous and voodoo and this, and I'm like, that makes zero sense to me. It's like, there's got to be some science to it, but nobody can ever explain it to me. So what that tells me is, one, you don't understand it.
Oh, okay, this is where it gets fun. Okay, this is like my eyes are like lighting up right here. I'm like Mr. Krabs with the money signs. He's like, it should be scientific. No one can ever explain it to me, and that's why I don't ultimately end up going with any companies. So this takes a deep level of understanding, not only about your market, but about also what you offer. So let's see how I handle this. I'm probably going to go into the whole scientific method. I think that's what I do here.
Enough. And then two, if you really know what the hell you're doing and you've only worked with one company, why can't you go from one market to another market to another market with, yes, some amount of data collecting, but it should not take months. Like,
it should take about a week. Can I explain to you this? I'm actually, I'm interested in this as well.
Bring it on, buddy.
Bring it on, buddy. Yeah. Look at how this is so fun. Like this is how sales calls should be. Like they shouldn't, you know.
So first things first, we're basically doing a dynamic creative test. So essentially we're testing 3 different creatives, 2 different bodies, which like add like the copy, right, the writing in it, 2 headlines, 2 descriptions, and then 1 form. Now with that, that's a dynamic creative test just to be able to see what pictures or videos work better. Whichever one has the highest click-through rate, essentially you take that, you add that into another dynamic creative testing with pictures and images that are similar to that.
I'm basically just like loading them up with a bunch of fucking words. Like
from there on, once you have your winning picture, you change it in the text because with this you can only control one variable at once to know what affects what. Now it's really important that throughout the whole process you go
just that right there. You can only control one variable, and that is the most scientific thing on the planet.
From like winning picture, once you find it, good. You find
how many
text.
total variables are there? 5 or 3?
You start with 3, and then you go and find the winning one of that. You use 3 with that, and then with that, if you don't find
it's headline, text, and video. Those are your 3 parameters.
Body, picture, headline, and then are those the 3 variables, or there's more?
There's technically more. But the 3 ones that matter are the creatives, which is the pictures / videos. The second one, which is the text. And the third one, which is the headline / description. So those are the 3 main factors. Obviously, you can have 5 if you want. You can have the form, you can have the button. But the only things that really matter as far as testing goes is initially the picture and usually the headline and the body copy as well. Now, every time you do a test, though, you need to make sure you know like how long it's been. Usually between each test, it's like 24 to 48 hours. Usually 36 is a happy medium point. So essentially, if everything goes to plan and it isn't hell, you should have ads in KPI and optimized in 6 to 8 days from launch. That is how it works.
KPIs is your key point indicators, or
yeah, key performance indicators. Yep. It's basically like the number you want. So for example, your cost per lead. Like I try to keep that under $50 no matter what I do. That's my KPI for cost per lead.
For roofing? You're able to do that for roofing?
Yeah. Yep.
Cost per lead, not cost per close.
Cost per lead. If I were to show you my cost per lead for company-wide, let me open it up too. My cost per lead across the...
But yeah, just by the fact that I like track stuff, that I know these numbers, like...
entire company. So a lead meaning someone who filled out the form with interest, their address, name, phone number, email, etc. is $39.4. So if you... What I would...
Yeah, just by like being transparent about like actually knowing my numbers. This is a big thing, kind of explaining that I understand the concept. Now, most closers wouldn't do this, obviously, but because I'm the owner and actually like know what the hell's going on, I am able to do this stuff. And it definitely doesn't hurt.
Like, I don't know, 40 to... You're in Texas now. Like, I would start you guys off with like $55 a day in budget for ads. So you'd expect to pay $16.50 a month in ads. And essentially from that, with my average company cost per lead, you should expect to get 41 leads out of that month. And then that is true for most of my guys, but you're in Texas, so let's double that. And that's safe to assume. And you should get 10 to 15 leads a month with that.
Yeah, we would be happy with that. I mean, Mighty Dog Roofing,
yeah, these guys, like, it's so interesting because everyone, like, all these agencies think that these companies just want more and more and more and more. And for a lot of them, that's true. But, like, because they've been burned so much in the past, especially coming into, like, 2026 here, it's so imperative that you really just undersell. I literally have you know, friends that have gone on with this company specifically and wasn't able to close them because they're like, I'm going to get you 15 to 20 jobs every single month. And they just didn't believe him because it's not believable and it's ultimately not realistic. And they know they can't even get that, you know, but by me like saying, okay, I'm not going to get you 40 leads because Texas is terrible and I understand your market. So I'm going to get you like 20. So if you can do like 15 to 20, if that's good enough for you, then we can kind of move forward and look at the next step. So it's like really, really works. That works extremely well for trust, just kind of underselling them and ultimately trying to over deliver, which is what you want to do.
I would say similar in size. So, I mean, if there's stuff, you know, or whatever that you think works well, then yeah, I mean, we can adapt to whatever. And obviously, you know, I understand you got your own clients and different things. You can't just like copy and paste or whatever stuff like that. But I mean, we're probably fairly similar in size to them as a company.
Okay.
But I don't know.
So where do you come up with your narratives then? Like what do we have to provide compared to what you can provide and we can adapt to?
You don't really provide a whole lot. I kind of just send you what I'm going to post and plan on it, and you just say like yes or no.
So we just know what conversation to have on the phone with them, or?
Yes. Now I have a script obviously for all this stuff, but essentially I just need to make sure you guys know how to use the CRM and expectations are aligned, so you know how to call and text on the platform. So it's a website, super easy. And then from
now all this is replaced by AI nowadays, so you really can just explain that, and that would actually boost a lot of them. But for some of these contractors, and I won't lie, I actually have purposefully not mentioned any of the AI calling and conversation stuff. And I'll tell you why. Because a lot of these guys want to call. They want to have that touch, and they want to actually see what kind of leads they're talking to. So sometimes in this initial period, because I mentioned there's like a 3-month period where it's like one-time fee, right? It's like a pay in full for 3 months. And then after that, kind of going into like the more pay per result thing. I can do that because I've got testimonials, and you'll see that later on in the video about how I show that. But for a lot of people that just kind of jump into the gun and kind of start without too much testimonials, they can kind of just go with a pay-per-result offer. And it's always good in the beginning to kind of just like show them what you can do by like letting them see the quality of the leads and all that good stuff, and letting them call, letting them like actually talk to the leads themselves before you go ahead and implement everything fucking AI, and then they don't have to do anything at all. Right? Sometimes if you don't have a ton of like testimonials and proof, then you kind of have to prove yourself in the coming like first couple of months of working together before you can truly do the whole done with you thing. So that's just optional. That's why sometimes they don't mention it. Also, some contractors are afraid of AI. They don't think it works and don't really think it's real, to be honest. So you got to keep in mind this is all market dependent. And that's why this whole AI agency term is like very, very loose. Because at the end of the day, like all you're doing is growing these companies. You're using yes, you're using AI, and a lot of it as well, especially with the running the ads, building the ads, contacting the leads. Like you're using primarily AI for the entire thing. So it is an AI agency. It's just like how you want to position it to these guys depends on the market and the niche that you're actually working with. And that's why one-on-one help, like coaching, was really, really impactful for me to kind of see actually like exactly what others were doing. But beside the point, let's go.
Later on, you just got to show up and close the deal.
So I've heard a couple of these. You've been talking a lot about leads. I've actually talked to one other person. He says that they actually get the calendar scheduled, and then we just validate the timing of that and maybe have to readjust it. But they're actually scheduling the appointment.
A lot of mine are doing that as well, and I'll show you how. Essentially, once they fill out that initial form, let me know if you guys can see this screen right here in my back, like my.
I can see it. Can you guys?
Okay. Yeah. So like, if I were to open up like a few client ones, for example, like.
Is that your girlfriend, by the way? Or what?
I wish. But basically, like, let's say you started off with this one. Actually, I don't like this one because in this market,
I only see like ads: Lowe's, Hulu, Best Buy. So are you at the display?
Oh, there we go. It is loaded, I think.
Okay, there you go. Gotcha. So after they go out and fill out this form, you get the information, and then they're deemed as a lead. A lot of them just book in right away because they get redirected to this page and they're able to book in. So like that would basically look like whatever your company colors are, whatever the case may be. But basically. The actual metric for this is 34% of those leads will book in right away, and with calling,
that is true. 34% of those leads do book, but now with the AI calling and conversation stuff, you can get that up to like 45 to 55%. So like most of these leads will turn into booked appointments. So you can kind of model yourself as an appointment generating agency to them, or I guess a lead gen if that's what they're looking for. But ultimately, it really just depends on your niche, which is super, super interesting. A lot of people don't think about that.
5%.
55% will call and 34% will book.
Yes. Yep. So most of them, like a little bit more than a third of them, will book in on your calendar right away. But if not, then you guys tend to call, and I have a little pipeline to make sure that we can get them booked.
How's texting?
What's that?
How's texting?
So the texting is, it's basically like they fill out the form and they get text like, how's the roof, or like what's the situation. So if I were to show you also like a client account of that example of just like texting.
Yeah, I'm just being very, very open and very, very transparent. I'm not like I'm screen sharing basically everything, just showing them exactly what's going on.
I mean, this is just so much easier than.
Is that a better conversion rate or no?
Yeah, actually it is. It goes up to about 34 to about 41, 42%, because I also have an AI thing that I use for some of my guys that I don't want to call. That has it's like an AI booking bot that books it in via text.
We're gonna call if it's 50%, and that's only 41.
Good, as you should.
We're gonna call and then we're gonna text if they don't answer.
Yeah. So essentially, these are my guys at Storm. They're killing it. But essentially, they will basically fill out the form. They'll get texted this. Can you tell me more about your roofing problem, etc. And then usually most people will reply just then, like here and here and here and here, etc. And then once they book in that appointment, then basically it'll say appointment confirmed, and then it'll say like your appointment reminders, and we look forward to seeing you. Thanks. Just anything to keep them responsive. And then this girl looks like I believe, rescheduled. Yeah, she rescheduled in person, I'm assuming. And then this is the other appointment. So it's pretty intuitive. And they're also really responsive as well.
Yeah, so just by showing and not telling, it's always good. Builds trust.
Sorry, I didn't mean to take you off track. Thanks.
No, all good, all good. So right off the bat, I mentioned a little bit about ad spend. Are you guys pretty familiar with that concept?
Somewhat.
Okay.
I know it goes out, but it never comes back.
It's not true. It goes out and it comes back.
I'd like you to prove that to me.
Yeah, this guy is so hesitant. I can't believe I closed him, honestly. Like, it's such a hard one. This is a harder close. That's why I wanted to show you guys.
Let me tell you something. I spend $400 a day in ads for my business. That's how you're here talking to me right now, and it comes back. But essentially, yeah. So that's.
I think at that time I don't think I was spending 400. I think it was like 250. But
I would start you guys off at like $55 a day because you're Texas. Lower than that, Texas wouldn't really do a whole lot. But 55 a day. My minimum, by the way, is 90 days. So the reason why is because it just is, and also that people tend to get pretty booked out, or at least get a lot of results, and then they don't pay me because the appointments are for next month or whatever the case may be. So 90 days, $55 in ad spend. Do you have any questions about ad spend?
So yeah, before you actually like mention price and drop the price, it's around 42 minutes on the call, so it's not like an unreasonable time to drop the price. I mention the ad spend first and be like, hey, do you know what ad spend is? Okay, well, basically it's kind of like your operating cost. It's money that goes directly to the platform. It basically comes out in a daily amount, and it'll basically charge directly to your card, and that doesn't include paying me. Does that make sense? And as soon as they understand ad spend, I will actually drop into the price about like how to actually like, so now for my payment, this is, XYZ. So
Brandon, you?
I don't.
Okay, awesome. So
no questions about ad spend, and now it's time to move on to the price.
Before I go over the price-shaped elephant in the room.
Nope.
Real quick, is this something you guys are actually looking to do?
Okay, yeah. So now there's a few things that I didn't do in this call that I really should have. So right before I pitched, or I guess, yeah, this is a good question. Is this something that you're actually looking to do? Now, yeah, there's a lot of things I wish I could do over in this call, like to obviously increase my chances at closing them. I mean, I did close them, but yeah, at the end of the day, like I just want to tell you, it's just all about confidence. That's really just the biggest thing. But
yeah, we're looking to do it. We just got to find somebody who can generate results that's trustworthy.
Good. Okay. Well,
that's all they want. Trustworthy results.
That's simple enough. Anyways, the price for me and my services, I usually split it up over the course of the 3 months. One now, one halfway through the 3 months, and it's $4K total for those 3 months. Essentially 2 now and 2 45 days from today.
Silence. The game of silence. This is the funnest part about every sales call, is that every time you drop the price, you just gotta shut up.
So we're looking at 1650 times 3 for the ad spend, 49.
Bingo.
And then 4K, so 89.5.
Yeah.
And if you divide that up by 50 leads,
I think it's 55. 90 bucks.
Cost per lead?
55. Yeah, 55. 55 cost per lead, be 90 bucks. Do you hang up on us?
Me?
The silence.
Yeah.
That's about the guarantee. So
all of the above.
But not the ad spend. That's out the door regardless.
Essentially, what I do is I have a 55 or 50 lead guarantee. It would be for you guys. So it would be 3 months. If you guys get less than 55 or 50 leads, then I basically give you a full refund on what you spent on me, which is at 4K, as well as $1,500 out of my pocket just to help that ad spend, to make it a little bit more kind of a nice like little cherry on top. But you guys will get. I mean, you can close. It'll be fine.
How many have you given your money back now?
0.
Yeah, so this is really, really good on building the trust. And like, it's very important, like, on these calls to not really mention your guarantee often, and not really mention money back, and not really be like, oh, we'll give you a full refund if it doesn't work. Like, I barely said it. Like, I said it one time, like, quickly. I sped through it, and I won't really probably mention it again, because, like, every time, if you think about, like, sales in general, like, think about it as like a threshold, right? It's like a line, it's like a threshold. Now, if you want to close someone, like, you have to be at a certain point above the threshold, right? And every time that you mention a guarantee and a refund, it brings you slightly down and below the threshold, which ultimately makes it less strong. So it's just a matter of confidence, right? If you keep mentioning, you know, guarantees, refunds, like all this stuff, like, they are going to see right through you. Because ultimately the reason why you would mention guarantees often and refunds, if you aren't, like, confident enough with your services alone, right? And if that's the case, then they'll see right through this. They'll see right through it. They won't go with you because they just ultimately can tell that you're not very confident. Because you're like, oh, well, listen, if it doesn't work, we're just going to give you this much money. We're going to give you like $3K, and it's going to give you a full refund, and no worries. Like, it's just going to, like, but that is such, like, that's such a lack. Like, there's such a lack of confidence there, and ultimately just pulls them so far below that threshold that it makes it that much harder to close. So be very, very careful when mentioning refunds and guarantees, because, like, think about it like this. If your services were so fucking good, like so damn good, you've never had any refund requests, you've never had disputes, you've never had chargebacks, and ultimately all the companies that you've worked with have scaled super high and have benefited massively from your services, you wouldn't even mention a guarantee. You'd be like, what do you mean? Why would there be a guarantee? Like, you guys are just going to get good results. You know what I mean? And that is the difference. So,
how long you been doing this, Ian?
2.5. I usually know what I'm doing.
Yeah, so now they're, like, kind of considering, and this is like a pretty long portion, but this is probably the most important part of the call, all of this. So
nobody knows what they're doing out of the gate.
Yeah,
you said your dad was a roofer, that right? So you did it for your dad first?
No, he hasn't been in business recently. I wish. That's why I started. But
what I'm saying is, did you learn on his dime?
No, I didn't learn on his. I learned on my own time. I just worked for free for a few companies, kind of figured out how it went, and then from there on, I was able to build up a foundation, start actually charging.
So I can see, like, the one thing that's missing right now between them being like, okay, let's do it, let's pay you that money right now, is just trust. So this last portion of this call is just me just building the trust.
All right, so do you integrate in with our CRM? You said there's a different CRM we have to learn, I guess.
It's not as much learning, it's more just like using the conversations tab. It's pretty simple. Do you guys use Google Calendar at all?
Yeah.
Look at that, awesome. So basically my calendar, the one that you saw that I screen shared, links up with Google Calendar. So if you have an appointment at a certain time in your calendar, then I can't book at a certain time on this one.
Good.
Yeah.
And then, so it's always a form fill. Is that what you're saying? And then it's either a booked appointment or a message to call somebody.
I believe yeah, you cut out on the second half of what you said, but you said the form and then.
So it's always they fill out a form, which gives you the quality or clarification on the lead, and then they either book on a calendar or we get a text and an email message to call them.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay. And then, but we have to be logged into your conversation website to communicate back and forth?
Yes. Yep. And you can call, text, email from that platform directly. It's super intuitive. But we would set that up on another call and get that good.
Because what we've got is we've got HubSpot CRM and we got Just Call as the video, like voice message recording stuff. Because we're trying to really, fix the quality, right? So consistency scripts and making sure we're saying the right things and that type of deal. So we got those things set up. So I guess, is there a way to integrate that or no?
No, not really.
Okay.
It's pretty simple. It's not even like an app either. It's like a bookmark on like a Google tab.
Yeah, I mean, there are ways to integrate it, like just by importing the leads in, but like, I don't know.
And honestly, you can call them directly from your phone and whatnot if you'd like to, but I would always recommend doing it through the program so we can listen back if needed.
So what's your phone system? It records it, right?
Yeah, it records it so you can listen back if you need to, as far as even just training goes or whatever, but also you could like, I can actually just show you.
Are the voice messages exportable or no?
Yeah.
So I could save the details in my CRM?
Yes, you could. Yep. So if I were to screen share this, for example, like if I wanted to go ahead and basically call this person, I would click call there. Or if I wanted to call a random number, it'd be there. If I need to send an SMS text message from this number or that number, or if I needed to send a WhatsApp for any, I don't even know why that's on there, or email. Super simple.
Yeah, but what is the system? I just want to see if I can integrate it straight with my HubSpot or not.
So
Do you use
essentially,
Zapier at all or no?
Yeah, yep, a little bit of Zapier. Yeah, like what exactly do you want it to be like integrated? Like how do you want it to integrate?
Well, we have all that, but all of our deals and everything are tracked through the CRM, and it's roofing related, right? So it tells us our profitability and everything like that. So I don't necessarily want to have to work out of two systems. I'm okay working out of two systems, but I want the data in one to do the analysis on it all.
So my reporting is all done through me, so I'll just tell you the numbers that you need to know. But as far as that goes, you can just take everything in my CRM and just put it in yours. Like it shouldn't be too big of a.
Yeah, this is a silly objection. Silly, like, yeah, this really doesn't matter. So let's just see what else.
Dylan, any questions? Brandon, any questions?
No, I don't think so. It's mainly just about the guarantee. You can answer that.
So. None for me, I guess.
No questions.
Cool. So I'm gonna quickly screen share and show you guys what that guarantee looks like. Just so you guys have an idea.
Now, I wouldn't recommend doing this. Like, I would recommend doing kind of like pulling up. They're just pretty guarantee heavy. Like, you can tell like they're just mentioning it a lot. So I'd like for them to see that. But honestly, like, I wouldn't really show them or do too much agreement talking until they've paid already. But
all right,
I'm kind of running out of things here. I'm not really sure like what to go with. So
can you guys see my screen right now?
You can tell that I'm starting to like lose the edge, like lose the smile and the confidence to be like, oh, these guys haven't closed yet.
So since the other guys are currently in Facebook right now, if I like unlink Instagram or something, is there a way? If you said you're basically going to start out on Instagram.
Yeah, if you guys already have a business Instagram, then I would like to create one with you guys. Yeah.
We have one. It doesn't really have any like posts or anything in it, but I think the meta is linked to the Facebook stuff. So do we need to like unlink that so you can see your?
So are you gonna do just Instagram, or you need both?
Well, essentially, what I'm gonna do is you run both of them from Facebook, like Business Manager, but you can just connect Instagram through Facebook there, and then I will have the ability to run both Instagram and Facebook ads from that point.
Do we just need to kick them out of Facebook and stick them back on Google, and then try this guy out on Facebook and Instagram, Eric?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Okay, let's have him show us real quick, and then we'll have a conversation about that.
Yeah, it's super simple. This should say exclusive. I just wrote this one up with your guys' information, like what I just offered you guys with the 55-day ad spend, etc. But basically, yeah, okay, good. Service term, 3-month increments, paid in full option, which is the 4K, but 2,000 down, 2,030 days, which if we're doing 3 months, it would actually be 45 days. 55-day in ads. In 3 months, and you guys are in Texas, so I'm going to say that as 50 leads.
I like 60.
Yeah, I like 62, but I also don't like Texas. So 4,000 service fee, pay the client for wasting their time. And the only constituents of that, like you not getting that guarantee, is this is making changes to my funnel. You guys can't even do that. If you don't approve my offers, which obviously we're communicating about that. If you remove me from your ad account, or if you don't spend.
Yeah, but like, see, like I'm literally just creating objections. Like I wouldn't recommend anyone do this.
Or you don't contact the lead within the first 15 minutes. I have a lot of my guys, I change this to 30 minutes.
Yeah, we're almost through it, so keep it up. We're almost through. We got like about 10, 20 minutes left, 10, 50 minutes. So
all of the leads, it should be 5 business days. I changed that so recently. So that is how the guarantee works. And everything else, the only thing else that you guys might want to see, all this is pretty much random stuff as far as termination or like just legal stuff. This right here is the exit interview that says if you guys want to leave me and stop working on my services, then you are required to have an exit interview. And if you don't attend that, then I have the right to auto bill you guys $1,500. The reason why I do this is because I want to make sure I can learn from every person that leaves me, and figure out how.
This is kind of like a reverse psychology, like trust builder kind of.
We'll tell you if you're crappy or not.
I'm sure you will. Sounds like it.
All right, go back to the $4,000 number. Where was that in? 4,500. What is that?
Ad spend over the 3 months.
Yeah.
So there must not be 30 days in a month. Do you do weekends or no weekends?
I do weekends too. Yeah.
So, but you don't calculate it off the 30-day month?
I think it's 90 days, right?
Yeah, I work 90 days.
Total 90 days. 55 times 90 is 4,950.
Yeah, I just had to make sure that you guys do at least 4,500 in ads. That's what's required. But yeah. So like if you don't want to run weekends, you don't have to.
Do people buy on weekends?
People do buy on weekends.
Yeah, we'll
Price goes up.
Whatever. Alright, sounds good.
Question, guys?
Sounds good. Questions, good.
Cool. That is pretty much how the agreement works. I would basically send it to you guys via DocuSign, but like, is this something you guys are looking at doing?
Yeah, I think we're good with it. We need to figure out what we're going to do with the other company still.
Figure out what we're going to do with the other company still. Objection. Here we go. Let's see.
Move some stuff around.
So
move some stuff around.
It sounds like I gotta kick them out.
I gotta read a contract for one.
So how
to
does
see
that
what I
look?
got going on the other one.
Well, wait, are you saying the overlap?
Yeah.
Oh, it shouldn't be a problem. You just add me in addition. You don't need to remove them to add me on. You kind of evaluate how I do compared to how they do at the same time, and then from there on you can figure out who to get rid of and who to keep.
How does the ad spin work?
Basically, it's linked between your account and your card, so it's super simple. We'll set it up on another call, and basically it'll come out.
Or not a link to the other one? Is there like a group of ads?
Now you can like just dismantle any objection if you just like quickly be like, oh, well, that's not a problem. You just, you know, simple logic.
Ads where I can distribute money towards different ads?
Separate accounts. So you have like one ad account, and we would actually make a new ad account that's called like your company name and then mine.
Okay, so it will some of these.
I thought you can have multiple ad accounts. I guess I didn't understand how that worked.
Yeah, you can have multiple ad accounts. And we would have one under your business that's the one that's already been used, and then one for me.
So there is no conflict then? Yes, that's what we're learning.
No conflict, no objection. Let's keep going. You're getting there.
No. All right. What other 9 companies can we get to compete against each other?
What do you mean by that?
It was a joke. Set up 9 different ad companies and see who comes out ahead.
Actually, that's a great idea. That's a great idea.
When we make it,
I can't afford it.
when I can afford it, those are the stupid games I'd love to play.
Faster than I make it.
But see their mood right now, they're just positive, they're happy, like everything's light, like we're smiling, we're laughing. Like you could tell these guys are gonna close, right? And this little jump right here, this is the last bit of trust you need that I needed to get them over to that action threshold to actually make them make that decision.
All right, well, Eric, I'm good with it, but yeah, we just gotta figure out, I guess, how to pay for it. So.
All right, well, here's the bigger question. Do you have somebody you'd be willing to have them give us a call to ask a few questions? Like.
Yep. Okay, so this is classic. So I'm excited to watch this, but one of them's good with it. The business partner's good with it. Now we just need the big guy to say yes, and this is the final thing that's stopping him from moving forward. So
It's like to work with you.
Call Cyril right now. Let me get.
See if you're a butthead or not.
Let me get his number.
I mean, we don't.
I'm dead ass like pulling up a number right now. Okay, this is something that a lot of people can't do, but if you have existing clients for your agency, I didn't have this set up at the time. My clients just actually like me, but like you could even set up something and be like, if you get a call from a roofing company and you put in a good word, we'll give you a certain X amount of the basically commission, you know, $300 to $500 for it, for putting in that good word. So if they end up closing, so this is genius. I really recommend doing this, but I didn't even have this set up at the time. Like, honestly, I didn't. I was just quite literally calling a client because like I have good relationships with my clients. So yeah, I was like, let me just pull up the number right now because I know most of these calls, like people will not do this. Like agency owners will not like pull up a number for a client to call and actually go through. They'll be like, no, I actually can't leak client data, client information. It's like, yeah, you're just maybe, but like, dude, you're going to lower your trust so much and they're not going to go with you. So if you actually want to close the deal, just give them a number. It's not that hard.
Bother your clients, but
Yeah, I don't like bothering, but if you insist, I can give you it.
But we do.
If you insist.
57. Are you ready?
He's okay with this, or you need?
Honestly, he gets a lot of these calls, and it's probably annoying him, but
Yeah, I don't want to piss your only good customer off.
Send him a gift card, dude.
I honestly probably should. Actually, give him a call right now. I want to hear his voice. Put him on speaker. It'll be funny.
Tell him, Eric. Tell him that he's gonna send him a steakhouse gift card or something.
What's the number?
571 352.
Yeah, like this is just how these calls should be
5717.
going.
Call him right now. On speaker though.
What's his name?
Cyril.
Cyril?
Yeah, I know.
It's actually Cyril, but
Put him on speaker too.
He's got his headset on. I don't know if it's gonna work.
I hope he answers.
Hi, is Cyril there, please? Hey, Cyril, this is Eric Miles. I'm out of Austin, Texas. I'm with a roofing company, and some guy by the name of Owen Rensland or something. He's trying to sell me a bill of goods, and I'm just trying to get a feel for how he is to work with. I mean, does he deliver what he says he delivers, or what's he like to work with? Yeah? You like him, or? Don't get sick. And he's treating you pretty good, like he's delivered what he claimed he delivered?
Yeah, he delivered what he claimed he delivered. He did okay.
How long you been in business? A long time or a little while?
Yeah, I've been doing this since 09.
Oh, wow. Oh, shoot.
I've been hitting stuff.
Oh, well, that's good. You got a pretty decent business going then, huh? Or was it struggling before you talked with Owen?
I'd say we're kind of a little struggle spot. You know, it's not as, it's getting tougher out there, man. It's getting real tough.
Yeah, yeah. So have you always been doing like ad spend for a long time, or were you doing door knocking or other stuff? Oh wow, okay. So you got lucky out of the gate. Is he the first guy you worked with, or you worked with others? So you got lucky, huh? He's actually delivered.
He's so skeptical. Like, it's insane how skeptical this guy is. Like, I can't believe he ended up closing, but.
Yeah, and Amy still kind of waiting on some of the adjustments to fall through and see what's going on with it. You know what I'm saying? But as far as like, that's kind of on our end. But as far as like, getting out there running ads and stuff, he's got it pretty good.
And does he kind of take care of it?
I'm very skeptical. Everybody, first I'm skeptical.
Yeah.
Just deleting the skepticism. Like.
Yeah. I've been through 3 agencies, so you think you're skeptical, man? I'm like, can you give me anybody who I can call and talk to? He's like, yeah, sure. And I'm like, I don't want to piss anybody off, and I sure like to at least talk to somebody who can validate the BS you're selling me.
Because I mean, like all these other guys, I tried different things. Like maybe like, oh, look at your Google's up, and you can get up, look, I sent this to you, and all of them been full of shit. I've tried. Angie's List, I've tried. Home Advisor, nothing. I mean, I've tried. This is the first one I've actually seen where fucking leads actually coming through. Now there are some.
Boom! Dude, I actually love this client. Like, I love my clients.
But one of my other guys, he's like,
clients are my best friends.
Okay. But how many leads is he generating for you? Oh, you got people, huh? You got people to do your stuff for you? Oh, wow. Okay. All right. Well, it sounds like he's keeping you in business then.
Yeah, it's just me and one other person.
Oh, wow. All right.
I'm not a big dog, dude. If you would have to call somebody else for all that.
Okay. Well, are you looking to grow bigger, or are you kind of like where you're at? You're in a sweet spot?
I would never say I'm in a sweet spot. You know, I mean, I would like to grow. I mean, because it gets to the point where it's like, you're not making no money. Everybody else is making more money than me. You know, and that's the part that kind of gets frustrating.
Yeah.
You know, then you like it here, and you're like, fuck, I mean, like, you're doing all this fucking work from morning to fucking night. And I mean, at the end of the day, we had it up like only like $3 an hour.
Yeah, shoot.
You know, the crew's making fucking more money than me. Fucking labor agents making more money than me. The fucking
roofers complaining.
Insurance taking all the fucking money. It's like, then you can help people out.
Yeah.
They don't fucking pay out. You know, it's like they just try to use you to run. You know, things like that.
So you are in the roofing industry, you know. Jeez.
Yeah, so a lot of these times, like, I've seen agency call recordings of guys giving prospects numbers and it just being like not actually a real company. Don't do this. And you could tell, like, obviously it's a real fucking business owner because they're just complaining about like insurance and all that shit.
Are you
like,
in a pretty competitive market, or what's your market like? Yeah. Wow. Well, I don't want to eat up too much of your time. Oh, sorry, go ahead. Yeah, we're in Austin, Texas. It's like we're getting the crap beat out of us here, man. It's like, holy shit. Oh, really? Okay. All right. Well, I definitely appreciate you taking a few minutes for you chatting with me. I'm surprised you picked up my 512 number, but put it in, and when you're rich and famous, I want to say I knew you at one time. Right. Thanks, real. Yeah. All right, but he's treated you really good, huh? All right, perfect. All right, well, I really appreciate taking my call. Next time you talk to him, I guess if I buy from him, tell him he owes you a steak dinner or something. All right, buddy. Take care.
Yeah, I'm like sitting there. Yeah. Like, oh, this is so fun.
All right, bye.
Come on, really, steak dinner?
Well,
I'm not made of money.
he sounds pretty legit, guys. I don't know.
Yeah, Storm Pros. Yeah, he's pretty. He's got another location in Pennsylvania as well. I'm looking at taking over that as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Missouri, not Pennsylvania.
Of course.
Yeah.
So you take credit card or?
I do take credit
traveler
card.
checks or what?
Actually, like gold coins usually.
I got a bunch of chocolate. Once I can give you. Halloween.
Yeah, just like you see how like light this call is, like the whole energy. Like, yes, we dove into some painful topics. Yes, it got kind of dark and deep, but like ultimately, it's been a positive conversation. They were able to like actually trust me as a person, and ultimately, they've seen proof. They've seen me. They've seen the results. They understand the process. Like, they've just seen my pure confidence and conviction. Like, obviously, they're gonna go with me, right? So this is just how.
I'll send you guys a bag of them for Halloween.
Send a bag.
We're in Texas. We have
gold
steak dinners
coins.
here.
Yeah.
We're already covered.
I can't relate at Michigan up here. It's brutal. Well, yeah, I do take credit card. I will send over everything you guys need.
Oh, the two of them.
I can write that info down when you're ready.
So they basically gave their credit card
Guys, all
info.
the information, like,
I'm not going to share that.
Okay, I'm gonna put that Friday where we can basically have a setup call and run through next steps.
And yeah, they just went through their information.
Like, you know.
Information.
If you're any good.
Email, then we should be.
And then obviously I'm smiling, so I can even just show you just to make sure that you're not tweaking. I just don't want to share their card information. Let me find Eric on here. Okay, Eric. Okay, so here's that payment. That's the initial one, $2,000 payment, secured. And then from there, we can just kind of keep moving forward into the whole client success process and all that good stuff. So I appreciate you for watching this. I hope you learned something from this. This is extremely valuable, and I haven't released this call into the public because ultimately, like, this is a really, really good one, and I don't want to just kind of reveal all my secrets and stuff. But you are obviously in the right place because you're watching it. So hope you enjoyed. Hope you found some value, and let's keep moving on with the video. All right, congratulations. You now know everything that you need to know to close your first AI agency client. Remember, if your offer is optimized to get your first client faster, like you charge less upfront or something like that, it will be much easier to get this first client than you think. Okay, it is so easy. Like, it's not that hard. It doesn't take that long. You can get them within a couple of days, and ultimately, you got this. Remember, you can always review all the information here, but now the day-to-day process, remember, if I told you earlier, book appointments, close deals. Book appointments, close deals. Book appointments, close deals. That's all you have to do. Before you know it, I mean, the comments of this video are being like, sign my first client, sign my first client, sign my first client. You know what I mean? But yeah. So now that we basically have them saying, yes, I want to buy your services, let's move forward. You now need to collect the payment on the call. So to collect the payment, it's super, super easy. You know, collect the payment, copy and paste your payment link from the payment processor that we made earlier on in the video. And you can either screen share it and fill it out together on your end, or you can just send it in the meeting chat and you collect payment. There you go. Congratulations. You now know every single thing you know to get your first AI agency client. I mean, we covered everything. We literally covered everything. We covered building your offer, systems thinking, the actual system that you need to use, the winning system that I've used, how to scrape leads, how to use Clear Out Phone, how to import those leads, how to send SMS, how to add the leads to the automation, how to call the leads, how to actually set them in a meaningful way, how to book the appointments on the calendar, how to make sure that they show up warm, how to use the sales framework on the meeting, and like went through a live close of mine. And in addition, now you know how to collect payment on the call. So I'm rooting for you. The next videos will be about onboarding and fulfillment and everything from there. I appreciate you for watching up to this point. You are ahead of 99% of people that take action towards actually building a business online and actually making money and turning their dreams into pretty much reality. So I'll see you soon, and let's move on to the onboarding process. Here is exactly how to onboard a client step by step. So this resource is pretty long because we want to explain the entire onboarding process in full, literally going from a complete stranger that just said yes to agreeing to go with your services on a call to being a full paying client and having everything set up on the back end and everything ready to go, all the service delivery, like all that good stuff as well, how to set up all of that from start to finish. And first things first, we need to actually make sure that that payment went through. So something that's really important on these calls is like when you get in a sales call with someone and they don't end up paying on that call, then from that call then onwards, their doubt in their brain is kind of like a plant. And as time passes, whether it's like 2, 3, 4, even 5 days, and they're like, oh, I'll handle the payment link next week when I get back from this, whatever, or let's do a follow-up call and I'll pay you on that call. Like all of that gets them completely out of the emotional state that they're in, where they realize that they need to go with your services. And there's like a little plant in their head that just keeps growing and growing, and it's doubt. Now, it's very important that because of this reason, you collect payment on the call, wherever possible, ideally at the end of the call. Now, there are a few rare cases that I've actually, had closed follow-ups, but they're very, very rare. Usually what happens if there's a follow-up, most of the reason is like, oh, I want to talk to other competitors first. I want to see like what other people have to offer. And if that's the case, then all you want to do is schedule follow-up to be at, be the last touch point basically before they make their decision. That's what matters the most here. But let's dive into how to actually onboard a client. So as soon as you get the payment, and it's collected on the call. You can see it in your Stripe account or Fanbasis or whichever processor that you decided to use. So go ahead and send an email and an SMS with Go High Level to basically send an onboarding form. Now, these are very, very important. I would recommend using Monday.com ideally because long term they have, you know, the best, I guess, PMS, project management software. But I would recommend you do the ClickUp. You know, you can even use like a Google form. Like, it really doesn't matter in the beginning. I have it on here as a ClickUp form. That's what I've always used. So it's basically their first name, last name, their legal business name, their working hours. And once again, if you want to collect like legal business info so you can get HTTP verified from this client that you sign, then you can add like EIN on here and all that good stuff. But the bare bone basics of what you need is business phone number, their address and stuff like that, their website address if they don't have one, then their cell phone. So the difference is they have a business phone number and then also a preferred cell phone to receive lead notifications. Same with the email address, and then business email that they want to, you know, communicate with prospects with. What area they want to advertise in, so either a mile radius of a location or zip code, so we can actually use this in the meta targeting to make sure that their ads are in the right spot. The time zone, have you booked an onboarding call with Owen, image sharing, and then any questions. So this is super simple. It's not a crazy form or anything. You can easily create this. You know, you can literally go into ClickUp, an app.clickup, and just create an account and press create form and just make this form exactly. Or what you can do as well is you can, you know, go in Google Forms, create one there. You can create one in Monday.com. It really doesn't matter. You can even create a Go High Level form. I've seen a lot of people do that as well. There is really no one way to do this, obviously, as long as you collect their information. But as soon as they pay, you want to send this on the call with them. So like, you're still on the sales call at this point. You have just collected payment, but now it's time to send the onboarding form. So this is like one of the few things that you should do while you're still on the call with them. So you can just ask, did you get the email and text message that, you know, you shot over a form to fill out? And then after that, there is an agreement as well. So once they pay, I recommend sending over the agreement. Now I have an example of one here. Once again, if you go to the owenrensland.com/free-course, you can see the actual, you know, form to get this resource right here. And then basically you can click on this and you could use this agreement. This is a little bit different than the one that's in the snapshot, but this is the one that actually has, you know, been the best for me personally. So you basically just change everything that's highlighted in red, and that will basically be your agreement. Yep, super simple. Just get them to sign it. And once again, the way to actually do that is to edit it. So you basically would open up this Google Doc, just like so, and you would change your stuff. So like, let's say your business name was, you know, I don't know, just normally Owen Agency LLC. And yep. And then you basically, let's say you went through and you changed everything. It looked pretty, and you even just like got rid of the highlighting because it's ugly. Just like that. And the whole agreement is good to go and ready. Basically, you would go to file and then download as a PDF. And then basically go into Go High Level and go into the agency snapshot that we created previously. So once you're in that agency snapshot that we created, all you want to do is go into payments and then go into documents and contracts and go to templates. Simply just add a new template here and upload an existing PDF. Simply just put in the PDF that we just put in there. And then from there, all you have to do is just map the form fields. Like, it's so simple. Okay, so basically you will just go all the way to the bottom and you will just map out these fields. So there's the date, the initial, signature, and all that good stuff. So for the fillable fields, you would just basically have initials right here. You would just put the dates. You can actually duplicate the date and put 2 of them on here, and then the client will basically fill both of them out. And then the signature of the client here, you make it a little bit smaller. And that's pretty much it. That's all you have to do on this side. Everything in the red, they're going to fill out, and everything that, you know, isn't red, you should have already filled out, and it shouldn't really be an ugly red highlight. So you can save this as a template. And now every time that you need to use it, you can either click on it, press use template, or you can go out of it and go to templates, click on it, press use template. Super simple. And then all you have to do is pick the contact of the guy that you just closed. So you just press send. Oh yeah, right here, primary client. And then you just basically type in that, or you can add a client if you don't already have them as a contact in here, and just press send. And there you go. You sent an agreement. It'll get there via email for them, and they can go ahead and sign that. All good. So that is everything you need to know about agreements. I would also do this on the original sales call as well. at least send it. They might not sign it on the original sales call, which is fine. But on the beginning of the onboarding call, you want to go over it the first thing. So we'll explain the entire onboarding call process now. But you also want to book in that call. So I recommend booking it pretty soon if possible. You don't really have everything that you need to like get the ads set up and get everything going yet. You can kind of start working towards some of that stuff, but honestly, if I were you, I would have, you know, the onboarding call pretty close to the actual original sales call. And then from there on, there's like 3 to 4 days where you can kind of set things up, get things going, and then book and like have a launch call with them, right? So that's the 3 that we have. We have the sales call, close them, the onboarding call, and then the launch call after that. All right, so let's jump into the actual onboarding call. So this is really exciting because this is the first time that you're like actually working with your client and setting things up, getting things ready to go. And a lot of people have a lot of trouble with the onboarding process, so I want to keep this as simple as humanly possible. Now, this section is used to describe how the onboarding process should go on an onboarding call. It should be taken on a Zoom call and not a Google Meet just because of that screen share remote control feature. But before you and your client actually attend this call, make sure they have filled out that onboarding form. Okay, so if they haven't filled it out and it's like a couple hours before the onboarding call, just give them a quick call, tell them to fill out that form and even resend the link. And make sure that it's filled out before the call because you want to actually look over that information and make sure that it's good on the call with them. Here's the entire script for the onboarding call. So right when you actually hop on the call with these guys, just make sure that that onboarding form is open and filled out. Hey, how are you doing? And today there's a few things that we need to go through on these calls. First thing, I want to get to know you guys a little bit more, see why you decided to join us. Very important. I'll explain why. 2, we will complete some quick housekeeping tasks just to make sure that we got everything we need. 3, we will go over what the next 90 days will look like with working together, and I'll answer all the questions that you guys have at the end. So we've got about 60 minutes carved out, and I want to make sure that we get everything covered, so let's go ahead and dive in. You can also tell them that we're taking notes, so don't worry about taking notes. We're taking notes right now, and we will send them to you at the end of the call. But before I jump in, is there any outstanding questions that you guys have? It's really important on these calls to kind of just set a good agenda, a good authority. A lot of people just jump on these calls and immediately like, all right, let's set up Facebook. And the client's like, what the hell is even going on? Like, I paid you this much money, and like, and you're, you know, not even welcoming me in. And it's like, yeah. So I would be very, very, you know, careful with this process. Make sure it's actually really good because this onboarding call is like the first impression that they have of your company. Because I mean, the sales call was good and you obviously made a good impression because you closed them, but from then onward, right, it's all about just texting them every day to make sure that they understand what's going on. And this onboarding call is kind of the first block of time where they're working with you, right? So it's very important to set the intentions right and more importantly, set expectations properly. Now, when you have a client for an agency, whether it's an AI, SMA, whatever it is, it's very important that over these first few calls with them, you slowly dial down expectations because it's very common on the sales call to be, you know, very over-promising and be like, oh, we're going to get you tons of jobs, tons of work. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be so good and easy because you're going to be super confident. But then, you know, that closes on that, right? They close and they pay you money and all that good stuff. But then a lot of people just keep that expectation up, you know, like over the onboarding call and launch call, it's like, oh, well, it's still going to happen. We're going to get you jobs every week. The first week we're going to start and we're going to get you a bunch of work. It's like, it doesn't happen that fast. Okay. Sometimes these ads take time to learn. Sometimes you just need to figure out what's working in their area. There's a lot of things that go, a lot of nuance here before they actually start seeing that ideal outcome that we've been talking about. So it's very important that on the onboarding call and on the launch call, you slowly dial down those expectations. Say like, listen, the ads are going to be slow in the beginning. I just want to let you know that. But I'll actually break down exactly how to do all of that soon. So step 1 on these calls is to create an ICP. Now, the way you can do this, I'm really excited to dive into your business, kind of solve the, you know, some of the main problems that you guys are having. But just so I can hear it again from you guys, what's the revenue goal that you said for the next 12 months? So you're labeling the problem. So it seems like X is the biggest challenge and you've tried Y in the past to solve it before, but you found it didn't really work out too well, right? And by the way, the reason why I asked this is because I want to make sure that we learn from the problems you guys have fallen into in the past so we can really hit the ground running, so we can really smash it out of the park with you guys. Got it. So what I want to run through quickly is just creating your partner profile, which is kind of just like our first step in our onboarding process. This is, again, just to make sure that we're crystal clear on what you want to get out of partnering with us so we can make sure expectations are aligned and we can actually hit the ground running. So at this point in the call, you want to go ahead and screen share the onboarding form and literally just write down their current monthly revenue, their goal monthly revenue, what they've tried in the past, the problem that's ultimately stopped them from getting there, the reason why they want to achieve the goal, like the monetary reason as well as the non-monetary, and then additional notes as well. So this is actually more important than you'd think. A lot of people just kind of jump right into the operations and like all you have to do is onboard them with Facebook, and then once you're done with that, then you're pretty much done. But this ICP is really important, especially over a longer period of time when you get more clients, because over enough time, you'll start to see patterns with these revenue statements, with the goals that they have, with what they've tried in the past. And you can ultimately use that to just have a better understanding of your customer and ultimately have better marketing assets, have better, sales calls, understand their pain points better. And so very important that you get this down and write this down. Now, chances are that you probably went over most of this on the sales call, like probably all of it, but it's good to just kind of get a refresher and write it all down, because think about it like this, like similar to how the expectations work about how you're slowly dialing down and dialing in on the expectations, you are also still selling them. Okay. Just because someone has paid you does not mean that they're still like, sold. You need to make sure that every time that you speak with them, you're selling to them, right? You have to constantly sell to keep these clients happy and keep these clients active. Otherwise, they're eventually just going to turn and leave you. So it's very important on this call, as well as all the other ones, like the launch call, check-in calls, you're consistently selling them, right? It's very, very important. Now, you want to confirm some key info, make sure it's correct. Basically the information on the onboarding form, I would just literally screen share it and walk through it with them and be like, okay, so this is the legal name, this is the address, this is your guys' Instagram. Do you have an Instagram? Do you have a Facebook? Do you have a website? What are your hours of operations? And you basically just cover everything that's on that form. Now, from there, you can actually explain the pathway to achieve their goals, kind of explain and just say like, okay, got it. So the goals that we've set look great. And I feel like I have a way better understanding about like what you actually want to get out of this. That being said, I just want to give you like a high level overview of what our implementation pathway looks like. So we can kind of just get the tech stuff out of the way and ultimately get your ads launched and get you to where you want to go basically as soon as humanly possible, right? Sound good? And then from there, you can basically explain once again, kind of like a mini pitch of what you did in the sales call. So regarding regarding our partnership, there's 3 main pillars, which I will quickly run through. 1 is lead gen, custom making ads. 2 is AI appointment conversion. 3 is one-on-one support with us and 24/7 access. Now, before we move into the tech side of things and get everything connected, anything that you want me to clarify on any of those points? So this is a very structured and well-made onboarding process because 1, I've experienced a lot of these calls, but 2, it's very important that you have this structured so you have clients that actually stick with you. The biggest bottleneck I see, we talked about show rate, and that's a huge one for a lot of people, but another huge one is retention, keeping clients for a long period of time, right? There's a reason why I'm still getting, paid by clients that I signed more than a year ago today. It's like, the reason is because I have dialed in systems like this. Now, before we go into the tech side of things, anything you want to clarify? So once that's done, you have the ICP built and you have, that kind of expectation set, the frames that you did, that kind of mini pitch again. Now it's time to sign off on the agreement if you guys haven't already. Chances are a lot of them just sign it as soon as they get it in the inbox on the sales call. But if you see that it hasn't been signed yet, because you will get a notification on your email, go ahead and share your screen, go over the scope of the agreement. Sometimes there's a few things that they want to, edit and change. And I'm not against that. Okay. Like, I want to make sure, like, you need to kind of view this like, yes, they are paying for your services, right? But it's still a partnership. It's a two-way street, and it's very important to be reasonable and fair. And I think going over the whole scope of the agreement, sharing your screen, and actually just like inviting edits and inviting changes if need be isn't the worst thing in the world. Okay, it's not going to completely ruin anything. As long as they feel like this is a good decision for them, then they'll be happy and move forward in the way that they should. So step number 3 is Facebook access. Now, there's a few kind of things we need to go over here and a few, explanations and things that are very important that I cover here. Remember, this is just a lead gen side of things. There is a lot of AI we use here, but we haven't really covered any of the actual AI stuff yet. But to get these leads coming in for these guys, you're on the onboarding call now, and you want to basically have them share their screen. So this is a Zoom call, and basically what you can do is press the 3 dots next to where that says that they're sharing their screen and press request remote control. And what that'll do is you can actually use their screen on, through, like, you can use their screen basically. It's very cool feature. And what you want to do is open up Facebook. So by now, because of the onboarding form, you should know if they have a Facebook account or not. If they don't, have them just create an account really fast, and then you can go to facebook.com/pages and make an account for them. So you can create a new page, you can fill out the page, and the way that that looks actually is just going to facebook.com/pages. And if you do that, basically it's going to have me log in and do all that stuff. But you can basically create a page on their behalf. So the way that that would actually look is just their business name, right? Their logo, a picture of a job or two on there. And that's basically it, right? It's not that complicated. The thing is, with these new pages, is they're a blank slate. So you actually get better, in my opinion, you get better results running ads to those blank pages than the ones with tons of reputation, which is kind of weird because I feel like it should be the other way around. Like some of my best clients were pages that I've made myself for them. And remember, if you're having issues with this whole Facebook integration part and all this stuff, you can quite literally create your own page on their behalf, create your own ad accounts. Like you can run everything on your accounts, basically. Okay? All that needs to happen is they fill out the payment details for the billing settings. That's literally it. The rest of it, you can do it all on your own side. So if you're having issues with this stuff and you don't want to, deal with it, you can just create your own page for them on their behalf. You can even call it like area niche, area roofing, like, I don't know, Michigan roofing, and then basically post ads on that page and have it go through the funnel and actually give them access to the go high level and all that stuff. And that is so much easier, right? So you don't have to deal with all their, their ad accounts and all that BS. But if you do want to deal with all their BS, which I recommend you at least try if they do have an account, the way that that looks is basically on their screen, you want to log into Facebook and then go to their Meta Business Suite just like so. Now, there's a few things you want to do here. You want to go to All Tools and you want to go to Business Settings. So let's go to All Tools. Let's go to Business Settings just to make sure I find it here. I feel like I can never find it. Look at Ads Manager first. Okay. Yep. And then we will go to Business Settings. 3-2, All Tools, Business Settings. Okay. So Business Settings. Make sure you choose the correct page here. It should prompt you. I'm already logged in. So here we go. Now you want to go ahead and click Users, which we are already on, I believe. Yep. People, Users, and just invite yourself. Okay. So you can either do this and give yourself full access, or you can add yourself as a partner. I usually just go with the full access with the normal people. Like, it's super simple. And you basically type in your, Facebook email address, whatever that email address is. And then you go ahead and press next, full control everything, next. Select all their assets. So everything on the Facebook page. If they already have ad accounts, which he does. So manage ad accounts, all the pixels, just everything. Instagram accounts. And then from there, just press next. And then you basically invite yourself and you will get an email, and then you'll have full access to all of this. So then you can go ahead and build out ads. You can do all this stuff on their behalf. So now that that's done, super simple. The last thing that you have to do once you have access is to add a billing method on file. I just want to quickly explain this because a lot of people have an issue getting accounts shut down and all that good stuff. So if you have basically, you can see this blue D right here, right? This is a business portfolio. It's usually a colored letter. And that is associated and tied to a account. So let's break this down really quickly. At the top of the level, you have a Facebook account, right? Under that Facebook account, you have a business page. Under that business page, you have a business portfolio, and under that, you have an ad account. So those are the 4 levels. Now, when you go through, they will typically have an account and a business page as well. Okay. Now, typically, if they haven't ran ads before, haven't worked with an agency in the past, you have to create a new business portfolio on their behalf right here. So you have to create a new business portfolio, super easy. And you need to create a new ad account as well. You can do that by going to Ads Manager, creating an ad account. Super simple. But I want to mention, when you have a new business portfolio, that's fine, right? Like you can basically from a business page, make a business portfolio right away and it's fine. They won't get restricted or anything like that. But from a new business portfolio and a new ad account, you have to wait 24 hours before you make that ad account. So let's say you actually go through and do this, right? You're on an onboarding call with them. They give you access to their, business page. You have them go through and make a business portfolio, maybe on the onboarding call, and then you invite yourself just like so. Now you have access, but they don't have an ad account yet. Wait 24 hours if that is a new business portfolio, and then you can create the ad account. And then from there, you won't get restricted, because if you make the ad account directly after making the business portfolio, it will get a restriction. So just keep that in mind. Now, the last thing you need to do on the Facebook sides of things is just add a payment method. So it's super simple. You can go to all tools and go to billing and payments. Okay, just like that. And then from there, you can basically go to payment methods and then select add payment method. So payment methods, and then basically add payment method. Okay. Then you would basically just add a payment method just like that. And they would basically do this on the call, and then make sure you have it like associated with the actual correct ad account as well. So for example here, and it's easy if you don't have access, like I'm pretty sure you could just quite literally assign yourself access by clicking that one button. But yeah, so there we go. Payment method on file. It's good to go. And yeah, that's what you have to do. So you have to add your own payment method, or they're going to do it basically, but you have to go to billing payments, show them where to do it, and then they'll do it and explain what ad spend is obviously there. Now, that's everything done with Facebook on the onboarding call side of things. There's a lot more that we'll do in this, part of the course to basically, create the ad account, like build out the campaign, build out the ad sets and the ads. But for now, that's everything that has to be done on the onboarding call. But there is more that we need to do. So step 4 is content. So make sure that they submitted content on their, onboarding form. If they did, just review it on the call. Things that you want are before and afters, team photos, photos with clients. It's not mandatory to have this kind of stuff, but it's honestly very helpful, because like we have content, you can make content with AI, and ultimately it's just not like completely necessary. But if you want to script this out or whatever, step 5 is all about content. Content is really important. Most successful jobs give us really good content, because then we don't have exhausted campaigns. Who will be in charge of getting us photos and videos, right? Simple, easy way to bring that about. Do you have any questions on any of these steps? Great. It should be really easy to complete, and you can call me if you need any more help. So that is very important, to get some content. If you get content from every single client, and you continuously test these ads, I mean, you can use every client's content usually for every client's ads. But eventually you'll find more winning creatives, and then you can basically use those winning creatives and make sure that your campaigns are constantly having a low cost per lead, all that good stuff. So step 5 after that is to book that launch call. So lastly, you guys got to set up a date of when you're going to be having that launch call. Usually about a week, 5 to 7 days from that date on the onboarding call is usually all the time that you usually would need. And the reason why I like that is because I actually have an onboarding messaging framework of messages that will go out every single day to them, to basically make sure that they're in the loop with what's going on. You have daily updates, because the worst feeling ever is to buy something really expensive, get on a call, get excited about it, get your expectations riled up, and then from there on you get nothing. It's razor silent. You literally hear nothing from the other person. You hear no messages, you hear no emails. It's what's going on? I want to be in the loop here. I want to know what's going on. So that's why I have a messaging framework that messages them every single day as soon as they become a client. But lastly, you could set up that date. It's about 40 minutes of going through the entire process from A to Z to make sure that you're really successful. So we want to have everything ready from 5 days and 5 days from now. So what would be a good time to have that launch call around that time? So that's pretty good. And then you basically book that in, And then the last step here of the onboarding call is communication expectations. So it's, you know, if you don't have a messaging framework, then you want to say like it's going to be very quiet between now and then to make sure that they understand those expectations of communication. But the last thing I want you guys to do is ever feel lost. So if you're wondering like what's the next milestone, if you're just confused about anything, just shoot me a message in the Slack channel or a text message and we'll be fine. We'll figure it out. But during the week, you should expect a reply within 5 hours. But yep, so you just kind of explaining some more communication expectations, nothing crazy. So we're going to be building out a ton of stuff for you guys. I'll be sending you guys updates probably every day or every other day on what's been completed so far to keep you in the loop. But since the first month is mainly building and setting everything up, I want to let you guys know that month 1 is always the slowest. So our goals is just to get the ads live, start getting some data in so we can kind of make some initial adjustments. It's kind of like someone committing to a replacement via contract and then needing to go insurance, you know, going through all that stuff as well. So I don't think this will happen, but if you don't get any leads in the first week or 2 of the campaign, it's completely normal. So that line, those past 2 sentences are extremely important. Okay? I'm going to honestly bold this. Like, this is extremely, extremely, extremely important. I mean, this is like, you're setting expectations for what's going to happen. You're helping them understand that month 1 is going to be slowest and it's about setting up. This gives you leeway to actually do some media buying and make sure that your, you know, ads are in a good cost per lead. Most of our ads, like for most of my guys, for example, like the cost per leads are really low initially just because I've been doing this for a while. I know what I'm doing. But like for a lot of people, especially if it's your first ever client, you're still testing out ads. You're still testing out like what's working and what's not. And you don't have a set of winners and all that good stuff. So it's really good to make sure they understand that month 1's always going to be the slowest no matter what. And that you just want to get the ads live and start getting some data, right? It's super, super important. And that is basically everything that goes on the onboarding call. Now, typically on these calls, you'll run into some kind of, you know, crazy technical error or something. It's very, very typical. Like, I feel like these calls are usually like way longer than they should be. You want to try to keep it, you know, from 40 to 60 minutes long, but sometimes they end up being a little bit over that, depending on what kind of problems you have to deal with along the way with Facebook, about them logging in. There's a few things as well that I just want to give you as tips for this process. So one good thing as well is on the onboarding call is, or I guess on the onboarding form, is to make sure that they have a Facebook account and they have the login ready. That's another question that you can add to the onboarding form. That's very, very good. Just to make sure that on the actual onboarding call, they have a login ready for Facebook and they know what it is and they can easily get in. You know, this won't be a problem for most people, but for some people I've had in the past, like they had to like literally reschedule the onboarding call a week out just to figure out what their login is for Facebook. Like, it's ridiculous. So that's one thing that you can add. A lot of people have them add card information in the actual onboarding form as well, so they can store that. And then all of the onboarding is like internal. I've seen a lot of agencies do this, and it basically means they give the card info on the onboarding form, and then you have it saved securely in like, you know, ClickUp or Monday.com. And then basically if they want to use their Facebook account to advertise, they can in their page, or you can basically just do it all in-house on your end. So you can create the page yourself, create the business portfolio, create the ad account, and even just prepare ones for clients. And then from there, just run the ads on your behalf. And what's also good about that is that, like, if you have ads that are like, you know, a little bit less professional, like for example, I've got an ad that's like a guy, like a Mexican smiling on a roof, janky, just selfie. Professional companies, they don't want to see like that as their ads, right? So sometimes if they're unhappy with like how you're going to advertise for them, because you show them the creatives as well, because like I'll show you in the onboarding messaging or whatever, I believe that's in here. Yeah, the onboarding messaging right here, the days 1 through 7 messaging at the end, I basically have them like link the creatives so they can see what creatives they're running before the launch call. And if they're unhappy with what creatives that you're going to be running, then like you can always just create an ad account and create a page and just run it all on your behalf on your end, and then basically just like forward the leads to them through Go High Level and have them log into there. So like there's with different ways you can do this. There's no one size fits all way you could do this. This is how I've been doing it for the longest time. Everything that's on this document exactly. So I just want to make sure you guys understand that it's completely up to you and up to your process and up to what works for you ultimately and what you think is the easiest. A lot of people aren't comfortable with collecting cart info just like as raw as that and don't want to put it in. And, there's a lot of weird things. So be flexible with this process. Just the whole point of this is to make sure that you have a reasonable, experience for your first time doing it. Okay, I'm not gonna, this is a free course on YouTube. This isn't like a fucking $20,000 course, right? So I want to make sure that you guys have a good idea about what I do at least, so then you can kind of take from it, iterate from it, and do what you think is best. So now let's jump into internal onboarding. Now, for internal onboarding, this is everything that you need to know to actually get these clients on and also just like build out the Go High level, set up their domains, set up their campaigns, and basically set up everything that you need to get the service actually rolling. Now, at this point in the process, we have, we closed them. We basically booked an onboarding call. We took the onboarding call. We have access now to their Facebook. We have them set up. We have content from them. And basically from now on, all we need to do is get them set up on Go High level and Facebook Ads Manager. And from there, that's basically it, as well as you need to take the launch call, explain them through the process, run them through it, and utilize my messaging frameworks as well. And then from there, you're pretty much good to go for now, to start actually profiting off of these guys and making money with them long term. So internal onboarding. There's a bit of a checklist that we have here. We have the Go High level build out. We have the domain setup as well as the meta campaign. It's pretty simple actually to set these clients up. Like there's really not that much that goes into it. But first things first is the Go High level build out. Now, like I mentioned in the, last section of this course, is that like with ATP verification, it's very important that you already have pre-ATP verified sub accounts. Okay, because if you don't, it's going to be a bit of a delay between like when you can onboard and when you can launch by maybe even a whole nother week, just because of ATP verification. So if you're on the 97 a month plan, you should have already applied for ATP verification and put in a submission attempt. If you haven't yet, go back in this course video and do that now as soon as you can. But in addition to that, I would also go through and do that on 2 other sub accounts if you have the 97 a month plan, and 5 to 10 if you have the 297 a month plan. Now, this is the reason why. Because after you go on onboarding, onboard a client, like it's really exciting. You got paid, you're ready to go, you're ready to actually get these services off the ground and going for them. But then you can't send text messages on there and use AI because like the ATP verification. So like I said, though, it's not really worth using your client's information, getting an EIN from every individual client, just having to deal with all that nonsense, just, get them launched. I would just use sub accounts that are already ATP verified, super simple. And now once that's done and you have sub accounts that, are ATP verified and ready to go, it's time to actually install our client snapshot. So we've already done this with the agency snapshot, but now it's time to do it with the client snapshot. So once again, when you sign up for Go High Level, my referral link, which I believe is owenrensland.com/go high level -affiliate page. Yeah, right here. So when you sign up using this link right here, and go through this process, once again, you get that email with my bonus, and that includes my client's snapshot as well. So basically, as you would with the agency snapshot, and that you've already done so, just press yes, import now on the client snapshot. So now that you actually have that imported, that client snapshot imported, there's a few options here to kind of move forward. There's 2 options mainly. 1, take an existing ATP verified sub account and import the client snapshot into that. Or 2, create a brand new sub account for your client. I would recommend the first option, so you're already ATP verified. So let's say we go into an ATP verified account. I'm just going to pick one that I'm assuming is ATP verified. Let me just check if it is actually, just for example purposes. Yeah, so we're ATP verified on this account right here. So basically all you would do is, because it's obviously going to have like the branding and all the other stuff of the ATP submission. So you want to go ahead and first change that. So go to settings, business profile, and change all the settings to your client's information that you got on the onboarding form. Okay, so now that you're in the business profile settings, you should now have a sub account for your agency and as well as a sub account for your client. Now you want to basically take the onboarding form information, fill it out here like so. The actual business physical address and business information, This stuff doesn't really matter anymore now that we're already A2P verified. It really doesn't. So just put in the minimum stuff required for you to be able to save it and move on. The most important thing is like the friendly and legal business name, so it shows up right here, and the address as well, so it shows up like in their area right under here. So that's another thing that you can do. And authorized representative, that's fine, none of that matters. Now there's some general settings and things that we also want to make sure. So down here, allow duplicate. So let's go to opportunity settings and make sure this is all set up properly. We basically want to match these settings here. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so this is allow duplicate contact, allow duplicate opportunity, allow more than one opportunity per contact in the same pipeline. Okay, so this is already good as long as it's not allowing duplicates. That's all that matters, which I believe is just a naturally set setting. So nothing we have to change there. Next up is merge Facebook contacts by name. Okay, merge Facebook contacts by name on, and then we have disable contact time zone on, very important. Mark emails invalid due to hard bounce, which I believe we can, that's honestly not really that required. Okay, validate phone numbers when first SMS is sent. Yep, we'll do all that in the SMS compliance stuff. So these are the main two settings that you want to turn on in the actual business settings. And then from there, we basically need to go into phone numbers. So we should already have A2P verification. Like we should be A2P verified on this sub account if you did things properly. You do want to get a number in their area. So what I would do is go to Truecaller, like I showed you guys in the other portion of this video, and look up their area. So like let's say their area is, I don't even know. Let's say their area is Detroit, Michigan. Detroit, Michigan, phone number, area code. Okay, so 313. So basically what you'd want to do is go and press add number and filter first part of the number 313, only local, apply. And there we go. We found some Detroit numbers, so you can just click one and proceed to buy it just like that. And then once you have that phone number, you should be A2P verified. You should be good to go and you're ready with the phone number just like this. Now what you can do on this phone number is one, you want to set it as the default number, just like that. Then also what you want to do is go to edit configuration and forward calls to their business phone number. Okay, so this should be in the onboarding form as well. You can put it right here. And in addition to that, press check call recording and then uncheck play call recording message. So then you can record their calls and actually listen if they're making them or if you're doing them yourself. Like it's just good to do that. It's just a rule of thumb so you can listen to them. There we go. So press save. And now that's good to go. It'll text from that number. It will call from that number. Every 3 to 6 months or so, it's always good to buy a new number for your clients. It's super easy. Just buy a new one, change the default. Because sometimes these numbers get burned. If you dial from Go High Level 3 times in a row, or 3 or 4 times in a row, like if I were to go on this phone thing and just like call, someone's phone, basically, I just did that like 4 times in a row on the same number called, like it'll burn the number. And the number, like every time you get a call, it'll show up as spam likely. So every 3 to 6 months, it's always good to kind of refresh the client's phone number. That's something that I recommend. But once that's done, you now have a phone number and now it's time to do Facebook integration. So go down to settings and go to integrations. And here you want to go to Facebook right here. And you basically want to go ahead and connect to the page that you have access to now. So you would basically go to manage page and go to, integrate page. And then from there, you can like choose your own Facebook account. So you can log in with your Facebook account and that account is tied in to the new account, right? Because you have access to it. You have access to their Facebook. So then you want to choose the ad account that you have made as well. And then when you go and we make like lead forms and all that good stuff, they will actually show up in Facebook form and field mapping here. There's none here for this account that I have connected now. But I'm going to go ahead and connect now to a dummy Facebook account that we can build out an ad account as if it was a client's. And then we can kind of run through exactly how that would look with integrations. Okay, so once you add the Facebook page of your clients, just like so, you want to go ahead and go to form field mapping. There is not going to be any now, which is just fine. I have a few in here and I will like go through and make one with you guys on your client's behalf. But this should be your client's Facebook page. It shouldn't be yours. It should be whatever one that you're running the ads off of. And there should be no, form fields to map basically because it's new. Maybe there is if they've done past marketing in the past with Facebook ads and they have lead forms already. But after that, you want to go to calendars. So let's go to calendars. So once you're in calendars, you should see a new calendar called No Pressure Comprehensive Roof Inspection Appointment Calendar. It's super simple. You can go to edit and change the name depending on your niche and all of this, the description as well, change all that. And we are going to add our clients as a user soon. So we will basically select them here. You can also set the availability, keep it similar. I usually do like 8 to 6 every day, 90-minute intervals, 60 minutes, date range 7 days. So similar, somewhat similar to what we have done in the past. An appointment booking form, just like that. And then we have the custom values as well for here. We have Google. I would actually recommend having this on, for Google. And then from there, you can change the colors, schedule your estimate. You can change the buttons as well. But the point is like once you go out of it, you want to make sure it's updated to your niche and more importantly, activated as well. So what I recommend you guys do is that like once you have a snapshot that's configured for one client, I would save it there as your new client snapshot that you can use for every single one. So do what you can to like change mine to basically fit yours and then save that as a snapshot so that you can use it for future reference. If you want to know how to do that, you would just go to the agency level, go to snapshots, press create new snapshot, and basically build it off of this sub account that you're building right now. And then from now on, you literally, all you have to do to onboard a client, get a sub account A2B verified, import the snapshot that you have, change the information to be the new clients, integrate it with Facebook, and you're pretty much done. And then obviously the launch call and stuff, but we'll explain that soon. So once you're done with the calendar, go to the business profile and make sure that it's already updated. We should already have this done. I believe we did that. And then also, if you go to the sub account, you can go to billing and go to payments. And here you can basically add a payment method from your client. So if you save your payments card, your client's payment details on file, you can add their payment method here to pay for cold SMS or like SMS costs, calling costs, which I really recommend. And or if you don't have payment details saved, you can do this on the launch call, or you can do this on the onboarding call as well and add their payment method on to go high level basically. So that's an option. And next you want to go ahead and actually add your client to the sub account. So to do that, go to settings and go to my staff, and you should be able to press add user. So once you press add user, you're able to go ahead and add a user just like this, and you can add your client's information, his phone number, his email, and then choose the calendar right here that he gets access to and set his roles and permissions. I usually like to just do admin, give him access to everything. Doesn't really matter. And you can even add a picture if you want. But basically, once you create a user, it'll send him an email automatically to allow him to log in. So you can send a quick little message via SMS or, Slack or however you're communicating with your client to basically explain that like we have an account for you so you can actually view your leads and actually see what's going on behind the scenes. But keep in mind that because of all this AI and stuff, we actually don't have to have them use Go High Level. Like they don't actually technically need to use it. They don't need to call on it. They don't need to text on it. But ultimately, they need to see their calendar, right? That's very important that they can see their calendar, can see booked appointments and all that good stuff. So we need to show them basically on the launch call how to use the platform enough just so that they're successful with it. They don't need to know automations. They don't need to know all this fancy stuff. They just need to see an overview of the process and ultimately see where the leads are, where the booked appointments are, and how they can best close them and make money. So once you go ahead and add the client, make sure to add it to the calendar just like that. And then we want to go to custom values. So we scroll down settings and go to custom values. Click it. Once you're in custom values, you should see a ton of stuff. Now, this is going to be pivotal, and ultimately every time you sign a new client, your job is to fill out every single one of these. Okay, this is going to be the primary process of onboarding on Go High Level, because once you have a sub account that's A2B verified, once you have your client snapshot in, then you just need to change the custom values, add the domain, set up the integration, and you're done. That's all you have to do on the Go High Level. Make sure the AI chatbot as well is working and all that good stuff. So basically what you would do is go ahead and fill this out with your information about the client. So area served, you would put just the area or the city. So for example, let's say like it said it was Detroit or something. And there we go. And then the next one is business type. So let's say it's roofing. Some of this stuff doesn't matter as much, like, but some of it does. So it's just important to do every single one. Colors don't really matter. This is just kind of like for color schemes, but you can just manually edit them if you want. We will add the company calendar. So the company email you should have in the onboarding form. So let's say it's like Owen at, I don't even know. I don't even have a fake company email for you. Company name. So just their name, the company name, the owner's name. So this his first name. So let's say his name is David. It would be David here. Company phone. So put their company phone, their company website. We will put the confirmation URL in here. Facebook page URL you can put in there. Don't worry about Facebook Pixel and Facebook Token right now. Review goal, don't worry about this. Don't worry about this either. You can put their Instagram page if they have one in your URL. Don't worry about this. Don't worry about this. And don't worry about this. Okay, so that's kind of like the high level overview about, for now, what you need to know. Once you have these set up though, you are pretty much almost done with the onboarding process. Next, we want to go into domains and basically add a domain similar to how we did in the, earlier on in this video. I won't explain this again, but you would basically add a domain and connect that domain. And I would honestly do like, what I usually do is claim-theircompanyname.com. That's something that works. Or you could do like company name dot the domain that you already have .com as well. That's another option. I believe you can even do that without buying a new domain. Let me just see if I'm correct about that. So like, let's say I were to do like, I don't know, David dot OwenAgencyLC.com. So I believe you can just do this. So let's see if it says Cloudflare. Yeah, so I believe you can just add a subdomain as well. So like if you have like your company name, you could have like David roofing dot blah blah blah.com. That's another way you can do it. It's a lot easier to do it that way. I have a lot of clients of mine that do it that way. And once you have the domain, you want to go ahead and link it up to the funnel. So the funnel that we have for you is V1. Now there is double here because I recently added the snapshot twice, but by accident. But you have the V1, so you have the booking calendar. But the important part about this is the booking calendar here. And now that you activated the calendar, like it should show up properly here. If it doesn't, you can just go to edit and make sure that it does. So we can go in here and then calendar, and then we basically set the calendar just like so, publish, and you would actually have the domain here, so it should publish just fine. And then basically you have the link to the, essentially the calendar, and then you have the link associated with the domain as well. So basically if you go back out of this into sites, you should have domain.com/calendar, most likely. Which would be probably in this one right here. So you'd have /calendar dash maybe that, and you would basically have the link right above this of the domain, and you want to copy and paste those domains into the custom values. Okay. In addition to that, same with the confirmation page. That was the other one that we were talking about. So these are the two main ones, the calendar one and the confirmation one. So once those are good, and you can even change the branding as well. So go on there, change the colors, the logos of the funnel. Just make everything good and replicable so you can basically save it as a snapshot and do it for future clients. I'm not going to do all of this with you because otherwise this video is probably going to be 30 hours long. But yeah, so once you have that done, you can basically go to automation and make sure all the automations are correct. So right now, these are all the main automations. Don't worry too much about these two ones, just the first folder. Also make sure that the second folder and third folder are all turned off as well. Just make sure the only ones that's turned on are the first one. You can go through and change this to be your niche, make sure it's all good to go. Keep in mind that an AI chatting bot is going to be doing most of the appointment booking. So all you have to do for that is to go ahead and publish all these. And then also in the AI agents section, go to conversation AI, go to agents list, and make sure that you have an agent on here. And right now I have the training and goals set for, I believe, right now it's on a micro needling offer. So I would just change this to be your niche. You can use, ChatGPT or however you do it. And then basically from there, you go to bot settings and you would press autopilot to turn it on. You'd put the business name, 2820 and 2 is fine here. And basically you could add the training based on the existing knowledge base that you have, just like that. And the bot goals right there. And then that's it. So you can save this, publish it, and now it'll have an AI agent as soon as they respond via SMS, book them into an appointment. And also you can connect it to the calendar. So if we scroll down here, appointment booking, make sure it's connected to the actual calendar. just like that, as well as I believe that's pretty much it. You can add contact info as well, auto follow-up, but this is the biggest one, is the appointment booking. Some of your clients will want to talk to people before they go and see them and do appointments, and if that's the case, you can set this to a human handover as well. That's another option. But once that's done, you're good to go there. We already did add the domain, johnroofing.com. Oh, I did what was the other one I did? Oh, I don't remember. That was pretty close though. So the AI agent, we set that up as well. And now it's time for the actual meta campaign. So go high level side of things, go through it A to Z, start to finish, make sure it's good and ready to go. Make sure all the from emails are from who they should be and not from me. And just ultimately make a snapshot that's replicable that you can use for every single client from here on outward. Now, let's go ahead and go into the meta campaign creation. So we should have access to their Facebook account. If that's the case, then go into it and go into the, Meta Business Suite and ultimately into the Ads Manager. So if you don't already have an ad account, this is how you create an ad account. business.facebook.com, log in, go to accounts, add an ad account, and then name it, because you should have waited 24 hours from when you made the business portfolio, if you did, to when you create the ad account so it doesn't get restricted. And then we can go into the billing, which you probably should have already done the onboarding call, so I wouldn't worry about that. Also, the threshold is another thing that I don't think a lot of people really consider. When you're in the billing settings, you want to make sure that there's a threshold set. Payment settings, here we go. So basically, you want to make sure the threshold is set as a reasonable level, because in the beginning, you might have some billing issues. And if you have billing issues, there's always, you can always reach out to my the mentorship program that I have. But basically, there is a threshold where every time that it reaches a certain amount in ad spend, it'll basically charge your client on the card. Now, it's important that you set this up to the highest you possibly can every time you do it. So for example, it's going to start off at $1 or something. So every time it charges $1 or $2, it's going to be billing him. So it's going to bill him 20 times a day if you're doing, if you're doing $50 a day in ad spend or whatever. So it's very important that you, on the onboarding call, tell them to reach out to their bank and, let them know that they're going to be running ads from now on and that there's going to be a lot of charges from Facebook ads. That'll fix most of the problems and allow you to charge the card successfully and run the ads. But if not, just make sure to a couple times a week, just test it and set the actual amount threshold. And as you go on with time, you'll be able to kind of set it. But in the beginning, it's going to need to have a natural ramp up. So it's going to be 2 and then 4, then 8 and then 16, then 32. So it's going to take a couple of weeks to actually get and be able to do this. So 100 threshold, let me see if I can do 500. Because once you spend on an account a little bit, you can change the threshold, but sometimes it won't change. So that's friendly way of telling you that basically you need to ramp up more and spend more before you do so. So change that threshold. That's very, very important. And next up, it's time to actually build out the meta campaign. So let's jump into that and go into how I would actually go about building a successful campaign coming into 2026 here. Okay, so now where we are in the onboarding process is actually building out the meta campaign. So this is going through the entire campaign, building out their successful lead gen campaign and basically getting them good results and leads into Go High Level so we can contact with the AI bot and ultimately book them more jobs and grow their businesses. So first things first, on your client's ads manager account, they may or may not already have a few campaigns in here depending on whether they've run ads in the past, but most likely, most of the time, depending on the niche, of course, you will be making the business profile, you will be making the ad account in the business profile as well. And once you do that, you want to go in here and create a new campaign. So this is just going to start completely from the beginning here. So you want to go ahead and create a campaign, and I would do a CBO, but also, so this is just for leads, obviously, nothing crazy there. And I don't really have a naming scheme because you only have usually one campaign per client usually. So you can call it your company name, and then just maybe your client name as well. Don't really overcomplicate that. I would start off with CBO. So, campaign budget optimization. So because with the new Andromeda update, all of these ads, we want to basically have as much testing volume as possible and ultimately allocate budget at the campaign level. So it just we'll only spend to what's working the best, and it'll push out the stuff with the best CPMs, lowest cost per lead, all that stuff. So basically, first things first, you want to set the budget. Now, this might have been a question in your onboarding form for your guy that he might have filled out. So it might be $50 a day, $60 a day, or maybe you have a set ad spend that you go with. So whatever it is, put it in here. So like what I typically start most of my guys at is $55 to $60 a day. Again, this is really dependent on the niche, but there we go. Now, once that's done, we're done with the campaign. Okay, so that's all it is in the campaign level. We're done. Next, we can move on to the ad set level. I'm going to blow your guys' mind about how simple it is to run ads nowadays. Basically, all we have to do, ad set name, you can have some naming scheme if you want, you know, like some fancy naming scheme, like with all this stuff. But honestly, it's completely unnecessary. I can just call it ad set 1 just for the purpose of this video, but this will be your client's campaigns. Basically, at the ad set level, here's what we want to do. Conversion locations. Now, this is where we need to make a decision because we can either use the landing page that was on the Go High level. So like when you imported my snapshot and you went to sites, this is your client snapshot, right? You have V1, and so you have an optional landing page that you can use with your clients depending on the niche. You can obviously change it. But the thing is that like I typically just go to lead forms because the volume is just way better and it's way simpler because it's like native to the platform. So what you want to do is just simply click instant forms as a single conversion location, choose the page. This should be their page. Okay. This should be their Facebook page. Now, if it's not their page, you can make a page for them to put the ads on there, but ultimately just make sure you put the page and then also view these terms, and then go ahead and agree to them as well. So you basically select the page and put that there. Maximize numbers of leads. That's good. Then dynamic creative, you want to turn this on because then we can test more ads out in each ad, basically. Budget strategy, keep that the same. Now here's where it gets a little bit interesting. Now, with the new Andromeda update, I would recommend doing as much broad audience targeting as possible. Okay, use Advantage Plus everywhere you can because the AI targeting in Meta is extremely good now. So basically, all we have to do is set an age range, one, and more importantly, set a location for the ads to be running. These are the two setups that you need to set up. It's very, very simple, very, very easy, and ultimately does not take very long. So let's go ahead and do that. Now you can also make a saved audience if you want, or you can just make one in here. It's, you know, same thing. So you got to pick the location that your client's in. So let's say you have a client in, I don't know, let me just pick a random location here. Wichita, Kansas. I thought Wichita was in Texas. Okay, whatever. Drop the pin and basically set usually like a 20 to 30 mile radius. Now this is also going to depend on the answer in the onboarding form. If they said a bunch of zip codes, then you can use those. Or if they just said a location with a radius, then you could do that as well. The point is, make sure the audience size is anywhere between 100,000 to 500,000. That's usually a good range. You can go more, like this really doesn't matter that much, but it's just kind of good to run for local lead gen ads. You know, if you're running like agency ads or B2B ads to actually grow the business, like the audience size is probably going to be millions, right? But the thing is with local lead gen, just keep it simple, 100K to 500K or so, and you're probably in a gold range. So just like that, you target the area. Super, super simple. Don't overcomplicate it. Now, there's a few things as well that we need to fix here. So Advantage Plus should be on, okay? Your audience, that should be on. Now, the minimum age, we want to go 25, obviously. If you're targeting like homeowners, that's what I would be in my niche. And then in suggestions here, you can have a suggestion, but I would honestly make this like, yeah, a suggestion is just fine. So you'd be like 20, you know, if you want to do homeowners, you can do like 29 to 64. That's usually what I do. Don't worry about detailed targeting. All genders. I usually do men only because honestly, if you're targeting like roofing, like homeowners that need a roof, like that's typically what it's going to be. So the minimum age there, the suggestion there, and that's it. Okay, that's literally all the targeting. Like it's so simple to run ads nowadays. Now, once that's done, basically that's good. And Advantage Plus placements as well. So just leave that. It's done. Now we can go into the ad set or the ad level. Basically, the actual strategy here is dependent on your budget mainly. But with the new setup, what I would recommend is because like with DCTs, you can have one ad per ad set. Okay, that's all you can have. So basically, you would have a few different ad sets, and that's how your setup should look. So let me go ahead and create one ad just with you guys so you can see exactly how I do this. This should be their Facebook page. And if they don't have an Instagram page, you should make one for it, connect it so you can put it here as well. Then basically from here, you can go ahead and set up ad creative. So I believe we have some stuff about that. Yeah, Ideogram or Facebook ad library. Super easy ways to make some easy creative. Okay, so basically once you're in Ideogram, you can literally just find, like if you haven't already done this, like you should basically figure out what the winners are. I'm not going to dive too much into the service delivery aspect, because I actually have a short clip, or I guess like a 25-minute clip after this kind of onboarding section to kind of show you exactly how that looks. So stay tuned for that. But more importantly, if you are, have a niche or whatever, you want to just find like keywords, so you can search keywords for your niche and basically just find working ads by going all the way down to seeing which ones have been running for the longest period of time. And ultimately, you'll find winning ads. I mean, I could just do like guy smiling on roof, one-on-one. Like, I'm not going to overcomplicate this whatsoever, because my best winning ads for roofing has been guys smiling on roofs. So, okay, that's like an actual one. Okay, watch this. Ready? Roofing contractor smiling on roof project. A little bit more specific. But yeah, you can basically just make creative like this. It's so easy. It's actually insane. Or just take them from ad library, which I'll show you how to do in the next like couple of minutes as well. But yeah, you can go ahead and generate stuff like that. Yeah, like literally this is probably gonna work. Like this is probably gonna work. Like you could probably put this and be like X homeowners, blah blah blah. Just for the purpose of this video, I'm going to use creative that I already have. I'm going to blow your mind how simple this creative is. It's absolutely ridiculous. Literally just a guy smiling in front of equipment, materials, just like that, or here. And you want to add around 3 creatives per ad. That's ideally what you want to do. So I only have 2 here, so you want to add 1 more. So if you need to write good copy, like basically right here, primary text for your ad, basically all this good stuff. Holy cow, that's a long copy. I would not recommend doing that. But yeah, so if you want to write some copy, it's so simple. Literally on the onboarding thing right here on this resource that I have for you from this video, you can click on this SD copy masterclass or service delivery copy masterclass, copy and paste this basically, and throw it into a ChatGPT prompt, basically like that. And here we go. Now I just send them this stuff. So niche, roofing, client avatar. I'm looking for 29 to 30, 29 to 64. We'll go like 50-year-old homeowners that need a new roof. The offer is roof starting at. I mean, it doesn't really matter, so I'm just gonna do the classic one. Roof starting at 5,997. Or no, let's just go a simple one. Like offer is discounted Black Friday deal on a roof, because we focus on that's good. Black Friday deal on a roof, simple offer. City area, so guarantee, no guarantee. City / area, I believe we chose like what, Wichita, Kansas, I think. And then deadline event, none. Deadline, no price or terms, no branding. Okay, yeah, honestly that should be good enough. So this should make good copy for us. Like it's literally this simple. You can just throw into AI, it'll pull out some pretty good copy. All right, so blah blah blah. Oh my gosh. Perfect. This is absolutely beautiful. Okay, so hell, we can even take this ad right here that we just got and put it into here. I bet you this would print. Okay, select another image. By the way, another thing I want to mention is if you're doing DCTs like this, you don't want to have videos and images mixed together. You want just images or just videos. Okay, there we go. We got 3 ads in there. Primary text, copy and paste. Black Friday to the live and specials are feeling fast. Roof agent. Oh, perfect copy. Perfect. Nice and short, nice and simple. Now let's ask for a headline. Give me a headline and description for number 1. Okay, Black Friday. Okay, here we go. Black Friday discount for roofing. Book your inspection today. And a little tip here as well, what I like to do is take the star emoji. This is a classic tip. I think everyone does this. But also, the descriptions sometimes don't even show up nowadays on social media, but you can always go like that and do like 99 or something. Okay, there we go. Good enough. Learn more. Just like that. And there we go. Now we want to create an instant form. So that is how it looks creating ads. Like, it's so simple to create ads. And with the new Andromeda update, what you want to do to run for these clients to get the best results is just to test as many creatives as humanly possible. So I'll show you, but now that we have like one of these ads kind of done, I mean, we haven't done the instant form yet, we can duplicate these ad sets just like so. And basically in those ads have new creatives. So test out different creatives, probably keep the same copy once you dial it in. And then before you know it, you're testing 3, 6, 9, 12 creatives with one campaign. Like, this will get you very, very good results. Okay, so now let's go ahead and configure the instant forms. Super, super simple. So let's go to the ad here. So create form. There's so many ways you could do this. I'm not going to overcomplicate this. Instant form for free course. Okay. Basically, more volume or higher intent. Like, it's completely optional. There's another one called a rich creative, which I don't, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I'm not gonna lie, but you can go to settings first, change the English to US, I don't know what, and then change it to open. So everyone can fill it out. They don't have to see the ad to fill it out. More volume, that's fine. And headline, you can be like, claim your free roof inspection. And then you can basically list like, best roofers in all of whatever, and then you can even do like a list of like benefits associated. I'm not going to really overcomplicate this. You can literally ask ChatGPT and it'll give you exactly what you need. You can even add some social proof as well if you want, but keep it simple. Don't overcomplicate it. You can even have the ad, I believe, in the background as well, the background image, which I do recommend doing as well, so they know what they clicked on. Questions, I recommend having at least 2 questions. So questions is like, what are you looking to get done, or something like that. Okay, roofing, siding. Okay, add another question. This one can be like, when are you looking to get it done? Couple of weeks, in the next couple of months, or just something like that. You really don't have to overcomplicate this stuff. And once you have it dialed in for one client, all you have to do is copy and paste it for every single one. Okay. So once you do that, let me make sure this is all good as well. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Next. And then you have email, address, phone number. Don't make that optional. And then at the end, privacy policy, you can actually put your privacy policy in here, or you can put their website. So that would be like owenagencyllc.com/privacy policy. And then next, thanks, you're all set. Instead of being wait, we'll do wait one last step. I want to see actually my setup. You'll see my setup right after I break down this onboarding client document. Like, I'll show you my exact setup that I'm using for my clients, so you'll get that value just in a couple of minutes here. But I just want to give you a good example here. So this would actually be, go to website, and this will be your client's booking page. So if you have like a client name, dot your domain / the calendar, you got to make sure that this link works. So if you look it up, it's like the calendar. This one won't work obviously because like we didn't actually set up a like direct client domain in this video, but it should be like something along the lines of the calendar, the booking calendar on your client's behalf for their sub account. And you can be like secure now. And again, I'll show you everything that I do here actually. So you'll not really, have any questions. So it'd be like click secure now to claim your inspection or whatever. Something like that. So let me just go ahead and, there we go. Go to link, and then you just like have some kind of link or create form. Okay. So once you have that form all done and created, it's super simple. We can set up some tracking stuff, but I won't go over that in this video because it's not completely necessary. Now, that is the process. Now you can just basically run these ads and get good results. And ultimately, I will also explain more about this process, like right after I go through this whole onboarding document. But now, if you go high level, back to our client snapshot, if you go to settings and go to integrations, once again, we should have the Facebook account connected, right? With the page, your client's page. And now you have an ad campaign built out for your client. So what you need to do is go to Facebook form fields mapping, and you should now see the form that you just made, which let me go ahead and refresh it and see if it's in there. Okay, so now I went ahead and refreshed the page, and you should see, if you made it for the correct page, you should see the Facebook form in here. If it isn't showing up in here, that means you didn't put it connect it to the right page. So make sure it's on the correct page. But if you're doing your client's page, like, it shouldn't be that complicated and hard to find. I know I have a ton of random stuff in here, but basically you want to press map fields, and this is the stuff that you have in the form right now. You maybe did not do the full address and the city and the state, or maybe you did, including the address as well. But obviously I just kind of made like a random lead form, and I'll show you guys my actual setup once again very soon. But when you have the client snapshot, it'll actually give you some fields. So if you scroll down, you'll see Q1, Q2, and Q3. You will also see this. Basically, you could have the first question be Q1, second question be Q2, and go ahead and confirm. Now, once you go ahead and map that field out, you can go ahead and connect it to your automations. So if you go to your automations and you go to your new client, new lead automation, all you have to do is basically go and add right here. Page is the page that you just selected, and the form is the form that you just made, right? So now when someone fills out that form on the lead form, this will trigger this automation. Okay, so that's great. Now we don't really have to worry too much about that. So that's one thing, and that's pretty much all it takes to integrate Facebook. Like, it's completely done. All the leads will show up in conversations, and as long as you're ATP verified, they will all get the text and all that good stuff, which is great news. Now, once that's done, basically from there, you now are done with onboarding for the most part. Like, it's kind of crazy because it's actually not that hard of a process. Like, there's not that much to it. All it is really is just creating a good snapshot that you can just copy and paste onto every single client's sub account, preloading that snapshot onto existing A2P verified accounts, and then from there, creating their meta ad campaign and building it out, then connecting that lead form to Go High Level, making sure the booking calendar works, and that's it. You're done. You've onboarded your first client. Congratulations. It's not that crazy. Now, there is some messaging stuff that I definitely recommend. Like I mentioned kind of earlier in this, talk about like how the onboarding call is supposed to go in the flow, the importance of setting proper expectations. So I have right here for you days 1 through 7 messaging. So the idea about this is like, if a tree falls in the forest and no one's around to hear it, doesn't make a sound. Our business is a very, very similar like operating way. Like, it works the same way. So if we hire someone and we don't hear from them in 7 days, like, did they even do any work? So onboarding and first impressions are extremely crucial. The client experience in the first 7 days is more important than the immediate results. And I will keep this, like, I will explain more about like the client success stuff soon in this video, but just keep in mind that to provide a good experience to these guys, for them to stay with us for a long period of time, we have to establish ourselves as experts, and more importantly, demonstrate the value of their investment. The way we do that is by giving them frequent updates and showcasing the complexity of our work. By doing so, that will basically, tenfold your retention and basically keep your clients happy with you. And the whole idea is just to set expectations low and just over deliver. That's all. And your target metrics for this little process here is at the minimum 1 update per day for the first 7 days. Basically give them a time to launch date within 7 days. First appointment within the 7 days of launching likely will come from database reactivation. And this is like the messaging sequences. So day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5, day 6, basically everything you need. And if you want to see this document, once again, you can just fill in your information and it'll go ahead and send it to you. And you can go ahead and copy and paste this, put it into an automation, or you can just manually text it every day for your first couple of clients. That's what I recommend to make sure you don't make any mistakes and all that good stuff. And it kind of depends. Like, if like I've met with our media team, like if you don't have a media team, then it's like, you know what I mean? So that is basically everything you need to know there on how to onboard a client. Now let's go through my exact actual service delivery setup. So congratulations, you gotten super, super far in this video. I mean, we're probably like, what, 6 or 7 hours into this video now. So I appreciate you for sticking through. You are definitely one of the ones that's going to crush it out of the park. So yeah, I hope this has been valuable, and let's keep going. So the AI agency business model. Basically, it contains 3 main aspects and 3 main steps. So the first thing is AI lead generation. So we are able nowadays to actually use AI to just create winning ads. First of all, find winning ads, but also create winning ads. So basically what I do is I run meta ads with AI generated ads and essentially use the Go High Level to collect lead information. So whether that's with a landing page or a lead form or something along those lines, we use Go High Level to collect all of that information. And then here's where it gets fun. We can use AI callers and AI texters to convert all of these leads into fresh appointments for these businesses. So not only are we implementing an AI solution for them and having them basically like allow themselves to basically replace their $40,000 a year receptionist, because like if these guys, a business owner is paying, you know, $40,000 to $60,000 a year in a salary to a receptionist that sits at a desk all day, and you can replace it with one simple fix, you can easily charge $2 to $3K a month for that. You can easily do that. And it's literally so realistic how this AI works. It's insane. So this is the exact business model. This is all you need to do, because not only will you like use AI and you have a good solution and you're solving a painful problem, but more importantly, you're getting them the actual ideal client outcome that they actually want. You were getting them more sales from start to finish. So I want to go into a little bit more depth on how this actually works on a systematic level before I show you successful ad campaigns, before I show you how this works on the actual back end and how you can copy it yourself. So first things first, this is how we create the ads with AI. So if you go on Facebook Ads Library and you basically search up your niche, and then also use ideogram.ai to create these ads. So if you go on Ads Library and let's say we want ads that are like, let's go Northern Virginia homeowners. Okay. And then this is basically to look up most contracting businesses, because all these guys run the same ads. Like I know this and you guys know this as well. So you just look up keywords for your niche, whatever your niche is. And basically you can see all of these ads, right? All these remodeling ads, all of these ads basically. And the key is that when you're trying to find winning ads to run to then eventually have the AI callers and AI texters reach out to, basically you want to find the ones that have been running the longest time. So the key is you need to find some keywords that relate to your niche. So whether that's like gyms, whether that's med spas, whether that's the dental niche, whether that's, you know, home improvement of any kind, like that's all you want to do. And you want to look up like an area, homeowners, and you can find the winning ads. Because if these ads started running on April 14 of 2025 and they're still running and active to this day, if they are bad ads and they're not successful, then whoever's running them is actually stupid because they've been running and spending money this entire time. But this gives you a really good indicator on what's actually working, because people think that they need to like pay and like do all this crazy stuff to find working ads and find working service delivery. But the truth is that like you don't at all. You literally just have to look it up and find it and find the one that's been running the longest and just kind of see what they have. Michigan homeowners. Like I could probably just do like any location and find these different like, yeah, roofing ads and all this stuff and find ones that have been running for more than 2 days. And you can basically see what's working and what's not. Like it's crazy that all these ads are started run, you know, 2 hours ago. But if you scroll all the way to the bottom, you can see the ads that have been live the longest, and that's the ones that have been actually working because they're still on. So now, once you have that, you can basically describe what you want to see and describe the ad you want to create, an ideogram, which is an AI picture generator, and you can basically create winning ads just like that. Or my favorite thing, which is a little bit questionable, if you find an ad that's like just like a basic picture and it seems like it's working pretty well, then what you can do is actually just take that ad itself. Now, it's a free game, or just at least take the example. So let's say like this ad, you like this ad a lot. Okay, this ad's beautiful. It's been running for a while, which it hasn't. But just for example, you can press inspect on this ad and you can basically take the SRC link right here. That's some crazy stuff. And you can basically copy and paste it in the tab and you could save it as an image ad. Okay, and then you can even use that image to use Ideogram to make more ads like that. So it's like a full stop shop to making successful and winning ads. And that is exactly how you find them and make them. So basically you can test out pictures of first videos. So in the past, we would have to do all this detailed and special targeting and like cut out specific areas and use detailed targeting with demographics. But now to run successful ads for clients in whatever niche you're running, all you have to do is take advantage of Meta and Andromeda. Now this is a new update, so I'm not sure if you've heard of this, but basically what this means is that with Advantage Plus and Meta, they use their AI learnings to the next level. So all you have to do is test a ton of ads, like literally a campaign, an ad set, and 10 ads in that ad set. So like I can literally break down this structure for you really quickly. Basically, you would have one campaign like normal, and then under that campaign, you would have maybe 1 or 2 ad sets testing different angles or different targetings. But now with Andromeda, you can just have one ad set that's broad targeting in the exact area you need to, and in that ad have like 10 to 15 ads. Now, we couldn't do this in the past because this is known as starving the ad set, right? If you're spending like $50 a day for your client and you essentially, you know, have that split between all these different ads, it wouldn't give the ads enough fuel to run. But with this new update, it changes that. It will literally just push out the one that is working the best, right? So it's super, super intuitive, super simple, and you can use Advantage Plus on all of the placements. And once again, I will show you successful ad campaigns at the end of this video. And also keep in mind that I am releasing a full 11-hour course or 10-hour course on this AI agency model. So if you're curious about that, it'll be out in the next couple of days, maybe a week or two. So anyways, the point is that we can basically use, you know, either Facebook or Go High Level to convert those leads. And once they are converted, they will get auto sent to a booking page for your client on their behalf. But more importantly, this will give them leads, bookings, and also shows, which will lead to more sales. So that's a bonus right there. But keep in mind that back in the day, only 20 to 30% of leads would actually book in right away. That's all the leads that would book in, because like they don't want to book in on the media, like they want to talk to someone and see if like their needs can be met and all that good stuff, right? And that was the sole solution with this. But with AI agents, we can literally have 45% of the leads book automatically from these forms. That is almost a double in how many booked appointments you can get for your clients. And all it takes is a setting or two in Go High Level to turn on these AI agents and get them to book more appointments. This is literally how to get your clients tons of results, tons of appointments, and ultimately tons of cash in the door as well. So I'm going to run you through exactly how to do all this. But first, I want to show you a successful winning ad campaign for one of my clients. So if we start from the beginning here, all that matters is having successful AI lead generation with Meta, and then AI appointment conversion. And then ultimately, that is all it takes to get the ideal client outcome. So first, let's go into the AI lead generation, and I'll show you exact winning campaigns of my clients so you can literally just copy and paste them yourself. This one client alone has had 651 leads and spent over $22,000 in ads. And that isn't even on me. That's on just the ad platform itself. Like literally, this one customer has paid me over $32,000, right? And that's literally just from the setup that I have running in his ad campaign. So I want to break down the exact ad campaign that I use for him. So here's exactly how it works. First step, because of the Andromeda update and because of the way that it's set up now, you want to use campaign budget optimization. So this will basically use Advantage Plus and use AI to basically allocate the budget between the ad sets. Super successful, super easy. And that's all there is to do on the campaign level. Now on the ad set level, what I recommend you do is simply turn on dynamic creative so you can test more creatives with the new Andromeda update, right? So that's another thing. Advantage Plus audience on. So just set a simple radius. That's all you need for targeting. That's literally it. And besides that, Advantage Plus placements. Like running ads has never ever been easier. Like I don't know if you guys realize this, but there isn't some magical settings and custom stuff that you need to have to get good ad results. You literally just need to have the right creative in front of the right audience. And because of the Andromeda update, it has never been easier to do so. So Advantage Plus placements, Advantage Plus audience, DCTs or dynamic creative tests are on. And now for the actual ads themselves. Now this is going to blow your mind. This one ad alone has gotten 503 likes, 440 comments, and 25 shares. This is the one ad that is responsible for the most leads. And look at how simple it is. There is basically no copy, 3 simple creatives, and a primary text that's like 20 words long. This is all it's taken, okay? Now, I just want to mention that with this ad setup and with this campaign setup, the key is volume. So you see all these different ads and all these campaigns on the side, like all these ad sets and ads. The key is with the Andromeda update, what you want to do is test multiple creatives per ad with the DCTs like this. So I'm testing 3 at once, and then basically do that for multiple ad sets. And what that will allow you to do is test the most amount of creatives possible, and AI will basically allocate the budget and allocate the results to what is ever, like what's getting the best, click-through rate, what's getting the best cost per lead, and ultimately you will just get really, really freaking good results. This is the entire ad campaign setup, and it's extremely simple. So now I want to explain to you all of our AI agent setup and everything that we use to basically convert these leads that come from Facebook into Go High Level and turn them into booked jobs and revenue for the customers, or the ideal outcome. So all of these leads come through on Go High Level, and all that's done is going through settings and integrations and going to Facebook forward field mapping and basically connecting the lead form to the Go High Level sub account and then adding that to the automation that gets everything going. Now, I'm going to absolutely blow your mind. Okay, this is literally all it takes. If you go to AI agents, you go to conversation AI. Now, this is insanely simple and no one takes advantage of this, and I don't know how, but all these leads are going to come through on Go High Level. Now, you can 1, add an AI agent to the automation itself, or 2, literally just go to AI agents in the tab, go to conversation AI, and here you can just create an agent. And this is the exact setup that I use for all of my guys, and you can just take it from me. So general support bot, SMS, and when it turns on, you do the autopilot, right? This is how you turn it on. Then you basically say 28 seconds before responding, 20 maximum messages it can send, and then 2 hours right here with this turned on. Now, super simple. And then the bot training, and here we basically go in there and we basically train it on our existing knowledge base. Okay, so super simple. There's not really much there. And then the bot goals, OpenAI GPT 4.1, and you actually choose the personality prompt. You are trained to explain our free/discounted roofing inspection offer, handle frequently asked questions, click the lead's name, address, phone number, pass the lead into the scheduling tool. So like it will literally schedule the lead for you. And this is it. So you add some, additional information about like conversation guidelines, about how to be respectful, not use emojis, don't sound like a robot. And literally that's all you do. You just set up appointment booking as well to connect it to the calendar, and that's it. Like, and you can just add auto follow-up too. Like, what's insane about this is like, you can quite literally just have an AI agent just book in all of the appointments and to basically make your client a ton of revenue with one button on Go High Level. You can also set this up with voice AI and AI calling as well. Like, it's so insanely simple. And again, if you want more details on the actual setups of all this and how this is actually working in action, then I'm releasing a 10 to 11, free course on YouTube in the next coming week or two here. So stay tuned for that. But that is basically everything that you need in the process. That is everything you need to go from, a random niche or random customer that has a problem and to solve it and charge a ton of money for it. Now, I want to quickly explain something before I end off here. Here's how I actually make the money from the client. So basically, the key to making a ton of money off of these guys is to charge for what you're actually getting them. So pay per results. So this is what your offer needs to be like. Now, I just want to quickly break this down so you can actually take the most value from this as possible. But if you do a pay per result offer, you can charge a certain dollar amount per lead that you generate them or per appointment that you generate them. So what I recommend you do nowadays is whatever niche you're in, charge pay per appointment. Okay, so PPA, pay per appointment. So every single appointment you get them, you charge anywhere between $100 and $250. So you can do this because these are valuable to these guys, right? And you're solving a real problem. So you can actually have them pay for ad spend. And then in addition to that, charge pay per appointment. So every time that you get a booked person on the calendar, it will auto charge them $100 to $250. And if you're wondering how to auto charge, you literally go into automations and you add a Stripe automation under when the appointment's booked. And then after that, you just have it charge them however much that you set and agree on with your client. And before you know it, each client you have is worth 2 to 3 to even 4K a month for you. How to deliver for your first client. Now, in this part of the video, you should already have a really good idea about how to actually, deliver for your client. You should understand the whole process. You should basically know how to make winning ad campaigns, how to set up the AI agent, and how to do all that good stuff. And that's virtually everything that you need to know. But I will say there's a few different things that I want to touch on here that are very, very important. And it's client success. Because like every agency, whether it's an AI agency, SMMA, whatever, coaching, like whatever it is, like there's service delivery and then there's client success. These are two different things. Now, every business owner seems to always focus on service delivery. Okay, I want them to get good results, good leads, good cost per lead, good appointment booking rate, like all this good stuff, which is great. Right? That's absolutely wonderful. But you need to focus on client success more, because let me explain something. The reason why clients leave you isn't necessarily because of the results. It's usually because of lack of communication. They feel like they're not really like benefiting from your services. And a lot of that comes from perceived value, right? So what I would recommend is to focus kind of less, believe it or not, on like your service delivery. Like, yes, it's good to have a good product, good to have a good cost per lead and make sure that it's in KPI. But if you want to actually maximize the LTV of each of your clients and actually have good retention, then please spend a long time building out a solid client success roadmap and ultimately having a very dialed in process. I recommend you read the book Never Lose a Customer Again. I have most of my actual like one-on-one and coaching mentoring clients read this, because if you want to master like keeping clients for a long period of time, like I've had clients for literally more than like a year and a half now. And if you want to keep customers for that long and have them pay you recurring monthly every single month, especially high amounts, then this is very important. So the reason why this is so important is because the thing is that with most agency owners, like the average LTV for a client is usually like 1,500 to 3K. And they should be around 10K at least. Honestly, probably 20 or 30. And that is kind of the KPI for LTV, you know, because I have clients worth well over 40K. And it'll only increase with time because I obviously won't lose them. And this is all because of my time and energy that I spent focusing on client success. Now, once again, most agency owners have pretty similar service delivery processes. Like most of them kind of have the same ads. Most of them have the same kind of lead form and go high level and AI agent stuff. Like most agency owners have most of that out, right? But what separates the 10K a month guys and the 40K a month guys is usually client success, right? Service delivery is important, but client success is everything. Client success is literally everything. Like it's crazy. Like in the first couple of months, like if you just get a new client and you're, you know, generating some results for them, nothing crazy, but they're like ultimately not too happy. The reason why they're not happy is because you don't know how to manage them as a client and to keep them and to have a successful client success roadmap. You know, because ultimately, like these guys, this is the key. Like this is the secret to scaling. So I honestly can't believe I'm putting this in this free course, but I want to give as much value as I possibly can here. But this is very important. So results are important, but like even more so than the results you get for them and the leads you generate and the jobs you get, what's more important is the relationship between you and that client. That is by far everything. So keep constant communication for them. Don't ever lose communication with them. Text them constantly. You know, go overboard. For your first 5 to 10 clients, truly go overboard with communication. Text way more than you think. Update them with small changes. When you actually make a change, tell them. They want to know exactly what's going on. And ultimately, they want to know that you're doing what you said you were going to do, right? So what I like to do is kind of think of every client's experience as a roadmap. So basically like a structured experience that every client gets to experience, as well as, you know, if everything goes planned, that is. So here's an example of what that might look like. If you want to make your own, you can use this Miro template right here. But basically, this is how it looks. So basically, the post-sale phase, once you close them, there's obviously the closing call. You send the onboarding survey. You send the agreement. You can add them to a communication platform like Slack, or you can text them, whatever. You book in that onboarding call, fill out the post-sale form, complete the onboarding survey. Then from there, you kind of enter the onboarding phase. Like I like to kind of group this into phases to make it a little bit more, you know, understandable. So there's on the onboarding call, you create the ICP, sign up on the agreement, Facebook access, maybe a reactivation list, provide some content, and you book a launch call. And then you build them out, do the days 1 through 7 messaging. You go ahead and build their go high level, their meta campaign. You get the approval of their campaign by messaging them. You do a reactivation campaign. Then in the launch call, you go ahead and, you know, go through and walk through the platform, set expectations, talk about your referral program, how you like basically have referrals, schedule bi-weekly Google Meets from there on to kind of keep that communication going. Please never not go to these. Okay, these bi-weekly Google Meets, no matter how hard they are. I've had some really painful ones. Like I've had a lot of, you know, bi-weekly Google Meets with like 3 to 4 people that are like a family-owned business of just like things not going well. And that's a lot of pressure, especially on like a fucking 17 or 18-year-old. But it's like, ultimately, if you can show up to these calls, 1, you will increase your pain tolerance. But 2, ultimately, you will have a better product because you'll know how they feel going through it. You know, the best way to improve your product is to talk to your clients because they're literally actively using it. So schedule those bi-weekly Google Meets on the launch call, go through questions, and then I have days 7 through 14 messaging. And then from there, you can just scale, right? So you can scale them. You can basically increase their ad spend, improve their efficiency, implement more stuff on the back end, draft new campaigns, iterate. Your client will close deals. And then from there on, you can renew and get upsells and all that good stuff. But we're not going to worry about that right now because this course is about getting that first client. So this is the best client success roadmap that has made clients worth more than 30 to 40K for me. So you can just kind of use it. Hopefully it's valuable. I don't know why Miro hasn't been loading for the past couple of days, but not going to worry about it. So that is how to ultimately deliver for your first client. If you have gotten this far into this video, first things first, I want to say congratulations, okay? Just the fact that you have made it this far into the video tells me that I know 100% that you are going to succeed. Okay, like you are actually going to be the ones that did it. And that is like being watched from the sidelines. Like you should feel super proud of yourself. You know, I mean, I could probably check this based on the analytics of this video alone, that 99.99% of people have not gotten this far through the video. Okay, so I genuinely mean that. Most people have given up, right? Or stopped watching when things got hard, or gave up at a certain time, but ultimately just stopped. But you aren't like them. Now, the thing is that you know everything you need to know. Okay, there is everything in this video. You can rewatch it. It's on the internet forever. And you now know everything you need to know to sign your first couple of clients. Okay, this is everything I've learned and everything that I've done. But all that's probably on your mind right now is like, oh, when am I going to have that first 10K month? It's like, I just want to give you a little bit of motivation here. So for a little motivation to kind of just keep going, I don't know, motivation's kind of bullshit. Like you want to change your identity, but like, here's a screenshot of my first ever 10K month, which I will forever be pissed at because it was 9997, as well as my first 10K week as well. So there's a couple ways for you to get here. Okay. There's two main ways to get your first 10K month, that first shiny month, or I guess 9997 if you will. First way is you can pay with time. So you can keep doing what you're doing. You can brute force it. You can learn from your own mistakes and ultimately figure it out on your own. And two, you can pay with money. You can get my personal one-on-one help directly, just me and you on a call, getting there faster by working with me directly and ultimately getting access to everything that you need to get there. Okay? By all means, you can continue brute forcing it. Okay, there's no reason why you can't figure this out on your own time. But I just want to mention that every major change to my income has been when I had someone directly, that I was directly learning from, that sped up the process, right? There's no pressure here. There's zero pressure whatsoever. It's completely up to you. But I just want you to know that like kind of this process of going from 0 to 10 in beyond is very, very quick. Right? Like the thing is that like the typical process for me, for example, like I took me like 8 months to make $100, like, or I guess it was like $190 for 8 months of work. Like the thing is I had made so many mistakes throughout that time, so many course corrections. If you remember the heat-seeking missile from the mindset module, I was getting fucking wanged about like back and forth with that thing. Like it was really bad. Right? And the thing is that if you want to speed run and have the fastest transformation as possible and make sure this opportunity is still there, then you can basically skip all of my mistakes and all of those heat-seeking missile trajectory bounces and learn from my mistakes and skip them. Okay? So if you want my personal help, going from 0, or wherever you're at, to 10K a month, 30 and beyond and wherever, you could check out the first link below this video. Okay, it'll be the first link. It'll be an application link. However, it looks at the time. It'll just basically be an application link to be mentored by me one-on-one. And the final thing I've left you on here is that, once again, if you found this video valuable and helpful in any way, just share it with somebody. Like literally go on your contact list and send the link to a couple of people. Okay, I want this to reach as many people as possible because this truly changed my life. And this would have insane, it would have helped me so much when I was a kid. Like if my younger me was able to watch this one video, it would be insane. So once again, here's the link to work with me one-on-one, and I appreciate you for watching. Stay tuned for more insane videos like this, and we'll talk soon.